In the midst of the calamity brought forth by the saints, as deities descended upon the world and demons from the abyss invaded the material plane, the fires of war raged on without respite. Yet, before these events unfolded, a wormling, imbued with the consciousness of another realm, emerged from its egg in the city's sewers, awakening to a pair of everlasting dark golden dragon eyes. Chapter 1. The Wormling. In the final moments of his last memory, he found himself suspended 30,000 feet above the ground in a Thomas spiral. Had he been a mere observer, he would have been awestruck, but experiencing it firsthand, he felt as if his insides were about to erupt. Inside the cabin, male and female passengers alike screamed in terror, their voices rendered feeble amidst the overwhelming roar of the violent wind that surged through the gaping doorway. He too was shouting, though the specifics eluded him. All he recalled was the sensation of plummeting at breakneck speed, his body ablaze with heat, until it abruptly ceased. A rustling sound stirred him from his stupor. Upon reopening his eyes, he found himself enveloped in darkness, with only a faint glimmer of light filtering through a narrow crevice. As he cautiously used his newly formed, slick, curled claws to peel away the debris beside his eyes, his vision gradually cleared. However, it was as though he donned a pair of sunglasses. Everything appeared in stark black and white, or perhaps tinged with shades of dark color. The dark green moss, the colorless gray walls, smooth as if meticulously sculpted, bore deep, ancient cracks, remnants of time's relentless erosion. Yet what captured his attention most was his own hand, or rather his claw. He attempted to vocalize, only to emit a guttural growl akin to a beast's roar, a sound reminiscent of a train's thunder, yet sharper and more jarring. Nevertheless, his throat involuntarily produced a string of bizarre, convoluted utterances. Gaduin Aediantonlian, he articulated with clarity, fully aware of what he was proclaiming. His name, Gaduin Aediantonlian. Each true dragon possesses a name of power, and as he pondered the source of this knowledge, a torrent of chaotic memories surged into his mind. Fortunately, his soul's strength was formidable. He was no ordinary wormling, else he might have faltered under the weight of such vast draconic heritage. The memories of Aiu, Delu, deities, their kin, humans, the 5 chromatic dragon types, the metallic dragons, and his own identity, a hatchling of a Magma Dragon, flooded him. He was slightly larger than a domestic cat, yet smaller than a pony, a genuine dragon hatchling. Soon, however, confusion took hold. Where was his mother? This place seemed ill-suited to harbor such a colossal creature. Was she absent? Yet, in his recollections, the Magma Dragon matron was known to nurture her young until they reached adolescence, around the human age of 16 to 25, at which point the hatchlings would develop a desire to hoard treasures and establish territories, leaving the nest either alone or with fellow dragons. During this time, the dragon matron would adopt a certain wariness towards her offspring, preventing them from entering her hoard once they approached adolescence. If the matron were particularly greedy, she would expel the young hatchlings from her lair upon their maturation. However, for a span of 10 to 15 years surrounding the hatching period, the hatchlings would not be left to fend for themselves, and moreover, dragon clutches typically contained 2 to 5 eggs. Yet, he found himself utterly alone. The residual consciousness from the egg provided him an answer. The last quarter of the hatching process allowed for memory retention. Fragments of memories surfaced, revealing the truth of his transformation. He had been stolen, removed from a matron's lair, seemingly transported by a portal-like spell from the volcanic mouth to a vast desert, his only impression a sea of yellow sand. He had been in transit, confined within a basket. After approximately 7 sunsets, he arrived at an underground laboratory beneath a coastal manor. It was only then that the Magma Dragon's egg settled completely. Were it an ordinary dragon egg, the hatchling within might have perished. Indeed, dragon eggs cannot be relocated during the hatching process, lest the hatchling risk failure to emerge, potentially dying before birth. However, the Magma Dragon's egg possessed unique characteristics compared to its chromatic and metallic counterparts. Its rocky shell, larger than that of the mightiest red dragon's egg, measured a full 5 feet in length and weighed an astounding 100 pounds. The rocky shell contained magma, nurturing the hatchling's growth and providing a protective layer in dire circumstances, akin to a power bank. Upon departing the lair, the egg's rocky exterior ensured that it remained immersed in temperatures exceeding 200 degrees, preventing hatching failure due to temperature fluctuations, albeit for only 10 days and as a one-time safeguard before it would naturally shed. Nevertheless, the hatchling's consciousness, despite escaping one peril, could not evade the malevolent hands of humanity. In the final memory, he recalled a figure within a chamber filled with various reagents, pouring peculiar solutions into the egg, causing the last vestiges of consciousness to fade into darkness. It seemed the hatchling within the egg had met its demise at the hands of that alchemical fiend, allowing him to seize the opportunity to inhabit this young dragon's body. Yet, lingering questions loomed. Why had he ended up here? What were the intentions of that alchemical wretch? These questions remained unresolved. As he pondered the philosophical quandaries of his origins and destination, a faint rattling sound emerged from behind him, a soft clattering, yet sufficiently loud in the stillness of the environment. He turned his disproportionately large dragon head, and under the scrutiny of his dark golden slit pupils, he beheld a girl not far from him. More precisely, she was a human female with silver hair and black slit pupils, no older than 10, seated on a filthy mat. Her slit pupils were dilated with fear. Her body trembled uncontrollably, as if she were on the verge of frothing at the mouth. The chattering sound was the result of her chattering teeth. Upon seeing her slit pupils, the draconic legacy ingrained within him provided clarity. He understood why this human child quaked at the sight of a pony-sized wormling. She was a dragonborn, possessing a trace of draconic blood, evidenced solely by her eyes, while her other features remained human. She belonged to a subcategory of dragonkind, akin to draconian beings and dragon beasts. It was rare for a dragonborn to tremble at the sight of a wormling radiating draconic might, as only unintelligent dragon beasts would perceive a wormling as a fully matured dragon and fear it. Unless, of course, this dragonborn had not undergone any systematic training, indicating she was not a practitioner. Practitioners encompassed mages, warriors, druids, sorcerers, rogues, rangers, and various lesser-known vocations, though the draconic legacy recorded few of the latter. He merely cast her a fleeting glance, opting to disregard her for the moment, with no intention of retracting his draconic aura. After all, he was in his most vulnerable hatching phase, and it would take approximately an hour before his body could endure more movement. Thus, he allowed the female to continue trembling under his draconic presence, while he focused on the paramount task before him, the preparation for nourishment. He required a substantial intake of sustenance to replenish his strength. The fragments of the broken egg were the optimal choice, rich in minerals and the vital energy a wormling needed. He settled into the remnants of the egg, voraciously devouring the nearest shell pieces, neglecting to cleanse the slick residue from his body. Only after consuming the last fragment of black-gray shell, adorned with fiery patterns, did he finally attain a semblance of fullness. Roughly 70% satiated, he leisurely licked clean the slime on his body, treating it as a post-meal delicacy, with a flavor reminiscent of diluted wild honey, subtly sweet. After finishing his meal, he began to stretch, smacking his lips. He stood up but soon unconsciously sat back down, his dark golden vertical pupils appearing somewhat dazed. This is Chapter 2, The Giant Rat Knight. Is it a flickering green signal light? The small head, already beginning to exhibit the true form of a dragon, tilted slightly, curiously observing a green that had suddenly appeared within his field of vision. It was a vivid green, no larger than a grain of rice, resembling a signal light. When had it appeared? Was it while he was consuming the last fragment of eggshell, or after licking off the final trace of slime from his scales? He could not recall. However, no matter which direction he turned his head, the green dot remained unaffected, firmly fixed in the lower right corner of his vision. The flickering intervals were also quite stable, approximately once every breath, almost perfectly synchronized with his own breathing rhythm. The dragon's legacy did not mention that a newly hatched dragon could perceive a green dot. If it were not an illusion, it must be connected to his very being, a soul from another realm, carrying something, having traversed into the form of a true dragon hatchling on the continent of Io. It was entirely normal for strange occurrences to arise. Thus, he attempted to use his consciousness to engage with the green dot. The moment his awareness made contact with it, lines of pale blue data manifested before him. Goduin Aedean Tangelian title, Nun race, Magma Dragon age, hatchling, 0 to 5 years, life, 31/31st rank, 2, talents, hard scales, 1/10, sharp claws, 1/5, robust, 1/20th, low-level fire magic resistance, 1/12th, hatchling's intimidation, 1/4, glutton, 2/9, dark vision, 1/11th, voice mimicry, 1/2. Skills, fire immunity, bite and claw strike, magma spit soul talent, talent plunder. The sudden appearance of the data panel caught him off guard, yet having read numerous novels in his previous life, Goduin quickly adapted. In truth, these were merely the data of the elements within his body, clearly displaying his current condition. Among them, hard scales, sharp claws, robust, Hatchling's intimidation and glutton are innate talents shared by all true dragon hatchlings, essentially present from birth. Low-level fire magic resistance comes from the Magma Dragon's awakened skill, Fire Immunity. The skills Fire Immunity, Bite, and Claw Strike, and Magma Spit were also insights gained from the dragon's legacy since birth, or rather, as self-awakening, this term being more precise. Moreover, this is merely the beginning. As the hatchling matures into a true dragon, the skills it can comprehend will increase significantly. Take the Magma Dragon, for instance. From the hatchling's insight of Burning Hand, the young dragon's understanding of Magma Heart, the adolescent's grasp of Scorching Ray, to the adult's mastery of Magma Wall, and eventually, in later years, the wisdom of ancient dragons. It can only be said that it is indeed a being that enters the world at rank 2, reaching rank 6 in adulthood, standing at the pinnacle of the biological hierarchy from birth. Initially, he felt some discontent about being reborn as a dragon, but now, what more could he possibly want? After all, most true dragons require no training. Mere sustenance and rest allow them to far surpass the majority of creatures on the continent of Io. Among the frail humans, a warrior must undergo years of training and rich adventures to attain the standard of a rank 2 professional. To easily slay a hatchling dragon, a team of 5 with an average rank of 2 is necessary for a straightforward victory. In one-on-one encounters, most individuals would not stand a chance against a hatchling. If hatchlings are so formidable, one can only imagine the prowess of a true dragon in adulthood. Every true dragon possesses the legacy of dragons, with their combat skills innate and not to be underestimated due to age. Nevertheless, dragon slayers on the continent of Io continue to surge forth, relentlessly pursuing the eradication of malevolent dragons, akin to a ceaseless harvest of chives. After all, both wealth and prestige are what these dragon slayers fervently seek. The hatchling's talents, like skills, will evolve and strengthen as it grows. For instance, a year hence, Gaduin's foundational abilities may still be at 1/10 or 1/5, yet they could very well progress to 3 or even 4. After 2 years, he could ascend to the pinnacle of the hatchling stage, followed by stabilization and eventual evolution. The sole talent, Plunder, puzzled him. This was not mentioned in the dragon's legacy. Could it possibly be a benefit brought along from his reincarnation? As he pondered how to utilize Plunder, a rustling noise emanated from the lower sewer entrance. The sound was rapid and urgent, echoing on the slippery, damp surface of the sewer, akin to the sound of racing on a track, and it was evidently not from a single creature, but rather a swarm, resembling a horde of locusts. The dragon-blooded girl, Nina, looked towards the sewer entrance with a face full of terror, her eyes expressing fear, clearly recognizing the source of the sound. This noise reminded Gaduin of the scurrying of rats he had heard in his past life. The dragon's legacy promptly provided information about this sound's origin within the continent of Io. Giant rats, one of the most common monsters in the sewers, are several dozen times larger than ordinary rats, standing upright at about 1.2 meters tall, comparable to an adult goblin. Typically, a rank 1 adventurer could easily handle 3 or 4 at a time, provided they were equipped with protective leather armor. For if one were to be bitten, the bacteria harbored by the giant rat would be beyond their capacity to resist. In such a case, an infected wound will be challenging for ordinary physicians in towns to treat. After all, giant rats are classified as magical creatures, albeit not ranked. Treatment would require purchasing sacred water specifically for disease removal from the temple, albeit diluted. High-purity sacred water is said to purify even demons from the abyss. Alternatively, one could resort to the common low-level antidotes found in apothecary or alchemist shops, specifically designed to eliminate diseases carried by lower-tier monsters, though the cost is not much different from that of sacred water. The remuneration for clearing out the sewers is inherently meager, and if one also requires a bottle of antidote or diluted sacred water, the compensation received upon completion of the task would dwindle significantly, perhaps rendering one unable to indulge in a post-battle respite at the tavern. Consequently, sewer clearing commissions are prevalent in every city's adventure guild. However, few take on such tasks. Typically, they are undertaken by novice adventurers or by mentors accompanied by their apprentices for training purposes. The sewers are somewhat safer than the wilds outside the city, for one can never predict whether the next monster to appear in the wilderness will be a goblin or a dragon. Unexpected events and the morrow are forever uncertain. This is also why every high-level mage performs a divination before embarking on a journey. The continent of Io is home to many hidden powers. The tales of divine anomalies and ancient evils are not mere exaggerations. Nina's heart was now in turmoil. How could there be traces of rat-men activity here? Could it be Suddenly, she recalled that when she passed the area of the foul mud monster on her way back, she did not encounter it as usual. She had thought it merely hiding, yet it could be that it had vacated the area or had been eliminated. Otherwise, how could Ratman be found in this location, having traversed several corridors? Just as Nina's expression grew increasingly fearful, for pairs of crimson eyes emerged from the sewer entrance. The crimson gleam in those eyes fixated intently on Nina, while the elongated spear, crafted from an unknown bone, was distinctly visible in the darkness, emanating a chilling glimmer. Indeed, they are the elite among the rat folk, a first-tier monster, the giant rat knight, riding upon a colossal rat, wielding a bone spear, galloping through the various recesses of the sewers. Chapter 3. Tuka's fortunate day. Tuka felt the unique dampness and chilly breeze of the sewer sweep past his sides, his glossy, raven-black fur waving like the golden waves of a rice field. He gazed ahead at the dense throng of colossal rats and their kin, a profound sense of pride swelling within him. As a mouse folk who had just turned 4, he was already considered middle-aged in the realm of his kind. Yet, as a giant rat knight, he found himself at the pinnacle of his abilities. With a single charge, he could, if precise, dispatch an adult dog-headed creature without much difficulty. A feat all the more remarkable given that dog-headed beings had once haunted the nightmares of mousefolk. In the past, the feeble mousefolk had little recourse against such creatures, often relegated to scurrying into narrow crevices for safety. Now, however, they possessed the means to stand their ground. Reflecting upon his life thus far, Tuka recognized its legendary nature, akin to the tales recounted in his most cherished human book, Nightly Way. Born 4 years ago, he had only gained awareness a year later. Initially governed by instinct rather than the faculties of a sentient being. Among mousefolk, this was considered a late awakening, especially when one considered that the so-called genius mutant mousefolk could awaken their consciousness within a month. Occasionally, when he listened to the elder mousefolk, who had lived for over a decade, recount the tribulations of yesteryear, Tuka felt a chill run down his spine. The state of their tribe had been abysmal. Merely a collection of the old, young, sick, and disabled eking out a meager existence in the sewers, faring worse than the very rats that inhabited their domain. It was not until 3 years ago that a priest emerged, rescuing their clan of sewer-dwelling mousefolk, liberating them from the daily struggle for sustenance. Newborn mousefolk were now subjected to specialized vocational training to bolster their combat prowess. Tuka was fortunate enough to benefit from this initiative, as the elder mice often remarked that his generation was the luckiest. However, unlike his peers, Tuka did not choose the paths of ranger or rogue, the professions in which mousefolk inherently excelled due to their natural stealth and keen senses, especially in the sewers. Instead, he resolutely opted to become a giant rat knight. Upon hearing the priest speak of the knightly vocation, he disregarded his family's counsel and made an unwavering decision to pursue knighthood. This was a dream he held dear, a dragon slayer's aspiration, undoubtedly influenced by Knightly Way. It was not that rangers and rogues were incapable of slaying dragons, but the act of confronting a dragon from the back of a steed was the true mark of a valiant mousefolk. Among the cohort of fewer than 100 newborn mousefolk, only 5 chose the path of knighthood, while the rest gravitated towards the roles of ranger or rogue. Yet, this did not deter Tuka's relentless spirit. He remained steadfast in his pursuit of knighthood. The road of a knight, though solitary and fraught with challenges, was one that promised glory, and he embraced it without fear. This sentiment resonated with him from the pages of Nightly Way, wherein the protagonist, Li Wei, despite being a human knight, evoked a sense of identification within Tuka. Li Wei carved his way through innumerable foes, slaying monsters with ease, even vanquishing the dread dragon that had abducted the princess. Tuka had memorized the stories within the book, yet each reading sent shivers through his body, raising the fur along his spine, an indescribable feeling coursing through his being. Especially poignant was the moment before the dragon's demise, when Li Wei stood triumphantly atop the dragon's head, proclaiming, "Let me, the creature you deem a mere insect, bring an end to your wicked existence." With a lance 3 meters long thrust deep into the dragon's flesh, the beast fell. At that moment, Tuka felt as though he might float away, which explained his relentless pursuit of knighthood. At the time, his father, mother, and numerous siblings regarded his aspirations as a mere jest. The inherently frail mousefolk aspiring to be a knight was a source of amusement. However, their laughter soon faded, for Tuka indeed became a giant rat knight, the first of his kind in the sewers of Kalandu, a testament to his arduous journey. The training for giant rat mounts commenced only 3 months after the initiation of vocational training, and by the time the giant rats were ready for cultivation, 6 months had already passed. During the initial months, Tuka had no training with a mount, a crucial component of a knight's education. Nevertheless, Within a mere 9 months, less than a year, he mastered the art of riding giant rats, a clear indication of his considerable talent, particularly in the realm of knighthood. A first-tier knight, by definition, must attain mastery in both riding and the wielding of a lance. Tuka's lance training was no less arduous. The priests instructed him and his peers to wield a withered branch taller than themselves as a lance, requiring them to thrust and jab 500 times each day. Tuka, however, often exceeded this, sometimes reaching 1,000 or even 1,500 thrusts. Moreover, to ensure he was never without his lance, he would bind his hand to it with rope, even sleeping in that manner. Many of his contemporaries abandoned their training, finding the relentless practice of lance work tedious. Ultimately, Tuka was the sole survivor among the 5 who persevered, emerging as the only knight from the initial cohort of mousefolk. When considering the ratios, a 1 in 5 success rate was quite impressive. The qualification rates for professions were stark. While many mousefolk enrolled in training for rogue and ranger roles, half were eliminated in the first round, and only a handful advanced further. At times, the odds were as dismal as 20 to 1. The knightly profession gained popularity among mousefolk only after the giant rats were fully cultivated. Tuka, mounted on his giant rat, patrolled the sewer territories daily, daring to confront marsh frogs. In single combat, he not only defeated a dog-headed creature, but also returned with its carcass to the mousefolk's gathering place, allowing all to partake of its flesh. The vocation of giant rat knight swiftly ascended to the pinnacle of desirability among mousefolk, for Tuka, the slayer of dog-headed creatures, had become the object of admiration for countless female mousefolk, leading to many in the current generation carrying his bloodline. However, with the graduation of this cohort of 11 giant rat knights, conditions were expected to improve significantly. Tuka had come to this newly developed sewer area under the priest's orders, tasked with scouting suitable strongholds. After all, even cunning rabbits have multiple burrows. The wisdom of mousefolk was not to be underestimated, for they considered establishing multiple breeding sites to avoid putting all their eggs in one basket. Just as Tuka began to feel that all was well, suddenly, a giant rat leapt, accompanied by a mousefolk, up to a sewer opening above them. Tuka recognized the mousefolk, Vichy, who was best suited for the role of scout among this group of knightly mousefolk, thanks to his keen sense of smell, capable of detecting scents undetectable to mousefolk, even the presence of humans. What could he have detected? Vichy, what is happening? Tuka faced Weichi interchange. Tuka, alive, a human child. Female, Weichi exclaimed joyfully, as if discovering a great treasure. The dozens of giant rat knights below cheered with excitement. Indeed, those rat folk who had tasted the flavor of human children could never forget it. It was more fragrant than cheese and sweeter than cake. Tuka felt immense joy, secretly acknowledging that the priest had indeed spoken the truth. To venture forth is to uncover surprises. Today was truly a fortunate day. Perhaps it would be fitting to adopt the name Tuka-sa. In the ratfolk tongue, sa signifies good fortune. Weichi, capture her alive. Tuka exclaimed happily, addressing Weichi, who had already disappeared into the drainage pipe. Chapter 4. The light sphere Weichi and its giant rat steed, both possessing crimson eyes the size of cherries, fixated intently on the human child before them. The scent confirmed beyond doubt that she was indeed a female. Weichi was certain. It trusted its keen sense of smell. Grasping the reins tied to the giant rat's exoskeleton, it shook them slightly, listening to the cheers of its ratfolk companions below. For a fleeting moment, it felt like an elegant knight. The only shortcoming was that its opponent was merely a human child. It would have preferred a dog-headed creature. Weichi felt that its debut as a rat knight was somewhat tarnished by battling a human child, which was an affront to its self-proclaimed title as the second knight of the sewers. However, Weichi was quite concerned about this matter. For while it might not mind the slight to its reputation, it could not tolerate any insult to Tuka. Thus, it aimed to capture her alive, not merely for its own sake, but also to fulfill Tuka's expectations. With its head held high, it endeavored to lock eyes with the trembling human female. Stuttering, yet with an unmistakable tone of authority, "You, come with me, or else." Weichi raised its half-meter-long bone spear, the implications of its threat clear. However, to its astonishment, the human child shrank back in fear, retreating deeper into the darkness of the drainage pipe. What utter foolishness, Weichi mused, realizing that force might have to be employed. Otherwise, this dim-witted human would likely huddle in a corner like a quail, refusing to come out. With that thought, it tugged on the reins, signaling its giant rat companion to charge. The charge was the only active skill known to the giant rat knights, requiring a high degree of synchronicity between knight and steed. Mastering charge signified one had ascended to the rank of a first-tier giant rat knight, while achieving proficiency was one of the prerequisites to becoming a distinguished giant rat knight. The distinction between entry-level and mastery could be likened to a novice driver who has just obtained their license, cautiously navigating the roads. In contrast to a seasoned driver with a decade of experience, adept at maneuvering through narrow passages. As for the master level, it was said that mastery of any skill would yield qualitative changes in its effects. For instance, some knights, blessed with innate talent, could reach master level in charge even at the second tier. However, not all master level charge skills were identical. They could manifest a variety of effects. The most common master level charge involved multiple strikes delivered through high-speed zigzag movements, sometimes even executing maneuvers akin to a reverse thrust. Some knights, after attaining mastery, could summon 2 or even 3 phantoms during their charge. However, such knights typically possessed magical aptitude. A rare few could enhance their speed to several times that of a proficient charge, covering 100 meters in the blink of an eye. If that knight wielded a magical weapon, even the most formidable hill giant would likely find itself pierced through by that charge. In the realm of combat, speed is paramount. And this principle holds true universally, provided one possesses a sufficiently sturdy magical spear. Nevertheless, knights are not without their weaknesses. Mastering a master-level charge is no simple feat, whether for warriors or knights. Just because a second-tier knight can grasp such a skill does not mean they all possess it. In fact, in the entire AIO continent, those who reach master level in any skill at the second tier are exceedingly rare. Moreover, spells wielded by mages, such as Greasy Spell and Web Spell, as well as terrain-altering spells like turning fossils to mud, can render a knight's charges ineffective. Additionally, thieves possess skills for evasion, allowing them to vanish from a knight's sight, making it difficult to seize their target. Even the most inept could escape a charge by climbing to the treetops, as knight steeds typically do not ascend trees, except for dragon knights. However, knights who grasp master-level skills at the second tier, provided they do not meet an untimely demise, are destined for greatness. Even aspirations for 7th-tier transcendence, 8th-tier hero, or 9th-tier legend are not beyond reach. The 10th-tier demigod, however, is a matter of debate, as igniting divine flames is no trivial endeavor. At present, Weiqi's charge was barely at the entry level. It could not yet harness the momentum of the charge freely and required synchronization with its giant rat. Nonetheless, this was more than sufficient to deal with a frail human child. A first-tier giant rat knight could easily handle her. This was also why the other giant rat knights refrained from joining in, upon confirming that there was but one weak human child. It would be dishonorable to send more knights to engage. For the last time, come out and surrender, or else. Weiqi issued its final ultimatum. Its short legs straddled the giant rat's body, standing in a recess of the rat's exoskeleton, serving as a makeshift saddle. Weiqi was prepared to charge. Should the human child fail to recognize the gravity of the situation, it would not hesitate to let its bone spear taste flesh. Although the bone spear was only half a meter long, with the enhancement of charge, it could easily create a bloody wound the size of a foot if it struck the frail human body. One should not underestimate the ratfolk's stature. Being small can also be advantageous, particularly in a sewer, where a compact size makes it difficult for targeted spells or arrows to find their mark. I can't move. Can you help me? Just as Weiqi was ready to strike, it suddenly heard a voice, a stuttering rendition of the common tongue, laced with a hint of trepidation. The sound emanated from the human child, who stared at Weiqi with a bewildered expression, and indeed, the voice belonged to her. Though Weiqi's grasp of the common tongue was not particularly adept, it could comprehend written language, albeit with some difficulty in articulation. Otherwise, it would not be able to understand human novels written in the common tongue, such as Knightly Way. Thus, it was confident that it had not misheard. This human child was pleading for mercy. Weiqi felt a swell of pride and slowed its charge, cautiously approaching as its giant rat moved forward step by step. The human child seemed to have accepted her fate, no longer retreating. However, her expression grew increasingly frantic, and she lowered her gaze, too frightened to meet Weiqi's eyes. Thud, thud, as Don Weiqi drew ever closer to her. The long spear was poised perilously close to the girl, nearly grazing her pallid, bloodless skin. She appeared somewhat malnourished. It seemed necessary to bring her back to the tribe for a period of nourishment, lest she remained so lacking in substance. Weiqi began to scrutinize her, inspecting her human visage and feet with a degree of disdain for her physique, wishing she were a bit more robust. However, what caught Weiqi's attention was a tail. Behind me now, a tail covered in black scales flashed momentarily. Weiqi was momentarily bewildered, questioning whether her eyes had deceived her. Just as Weiqi pondered this, a shadow suddenly sprang forth from behind the human, leaping with astonishing speed and pinning both Weiqi and the giant rat beneath it, using one claw per creature, pressing them onto the cracked, grayish-white concrete. The immense force exerted by the claws rendered the two rats immobile. Just as Weiqi was about to cry out, she felt a sharp pain in her back, her vision faded to darkness, and she succumbed to unconsciousness. The other giant rat met its demise even quicker, its legs kicking out before it was silenced. In Geduin's view, two luminous orbs appeared above the lifeless bodies of the rats, each the size of a ping-pong ball, radiating a gentle glow that stood out starkly against the monochrome darkness. However, the dragon-blooded girl seemed oblivious to the orbs, instead licking her lips in anticipation of the two corpses, for she felt a pang of hunger. Chapter 5. Fragment of First-Order Talent. The influence of the dragon-blooded lineage on Nina appeared to extend beyond mere vision and the alteration of her pupils. The immutable essence within her bloodline allowed her, in a state of extreme hunger, to embrace her primal nature as a dragon beast, feasting upon the flesh to replenish her energy. It seemed she had not inherited the swiftness, agility, or predatory identity typical of dragons, but rather a modicum of camouflage and learning ability, which had enabled her to survive in the infamous shadows of the Black Street before reaching the age of 10. At this moment, however, Geduin was oblivious to the change in Nina's expression, his interest piqued by the two ping-pong-sized orbs before him. If his conjecture was correct, these should be the sole talents described in his panel, specifically the talent Plunder. Yet, how to absorb them posed a conundrum for him. Initially, he had used his curved, claw-like appendage to contact one of the orbs, but the result was clear. The orb did not get absorbed into his being. Frowning slightly, the already wrinkled visage of the newly born dragon became even more creased, though it did not appear menacing, instead possessing an unexpectedly endearing quality. It seemed that contact with the orbs required a conscious effort, he thought, and then, with an experimental mindset, he reached out with his consciousness to engage the orb. Unsurprisingly, he succeeded. The connection between the orb and the deep blue panel could only be established through his consciousness. As his consciousness made contact with the orb, it began to tremble and then swiftly ascended from the corpses of the rat-like creatures, moving with the speed of a shooting star into Gedun's not-so-thick, black-scaled chest. Concurrently, two lines of information appeared on the pale blue panel. Ding. Detected that the host has absorbed a fragment of talent. The system is currently analyzing. Progress 11. Progress 98. Ding. Detection successful. Identified as a first-order talent. Charge. Beginner. Would you like to activate this talent? Ding. Detected that the host has absorbed another fragment of talent. The system is currently analyzing. Ding. Detection successful. Identified as a first-order talent. Dark vision. Would you like to activate this talent? Evidently, the former talent belonged to the rat man wielding the bone spear, while the latter was associated with the giant rat creature. Although the rat man could not unleash charge alone, the timing of its use was indeed contingent upon the rat man's mastery. As for dark vision, it likely elucidated why their eyes were red, considering that normal rats possess exceedingly poor vision, relying instead on their whiskers to navigate their surroundings. Geduin did not deliberate long over the two talent options on the panel. He was certain to accept charge. For while the dragon's heritage endowed him with numerous techniques related to dragon attacks, hunting, and melee combat, this particular charge was absent, likely preserved as an advancement for a certain dragon profession. Conversely, dark vision was inherently a talent of dragons and would develop with Gedun's growth. He also wished to test the fragment to see what would occur if he refrained from activating it. He gently touched the first option to activate charge. Almost simultaneously, a line of pale blue text materialized on the panel. Ding. Activation of talent successful. The panel began to change accordingly. Geduin Auduin Ton Gali on title. Nun race. Magma Dragon age. Whelpling, 5 years. Health, 31 rank. 2 talents. Armored scales, 110. Sharp claws, 15. Robust, 120. Low-level fire magic resistance, 112. Whelpling intimidation, 14. Glutton, 29. Dark vision, 111. Mimicry, 12. Charge, 115. Skills, fire immunity, bite, and claw strike. Magma spit, soul talent. Talent plunder. Alongside the transformation of the panel, a torrent of memories surged into his mind. However, compared to the prior impact of dragon heritage, this influx was but a mere drop in the ocean. Geduin perused the memory fragments. And the charge that Weiqi had painstakingly mastered over the course of a year was imprinted indelibly in his mind. A reflex seemed to awaken within his nascent form. It felt as though at the mere thought of it, his limbs would swiftly coordinate and prepare for the stance of charge. The dragon's power within him would surge forth at the opportune moment, culminating in a single charge. The marvel of the orb was vividly showcased at that moment. Would you like to activate dark vision? Yes. Geduin wished to experiment, yet in the next instant, the pale blue panel data refreshed once more. Detected that the host possesses a similar talent within their talent specialization. Activation will result in overlapping enhancement. Would you like to activate? Godwin suppressed his desire to absorb the second fragment of dark vision. After all, activating it would merely waste the fragment, as the absorbed dark vision would overlap with his own. Moreover, dark vision was currently inconsequential to the situation, prompting Godwin to choose to explore other possibilities. No. He gently touched the option to decline. The pale blue data began to shift with his intention. Ding. Detected a declined activation of the talent fragment. Would you like to decompose it? The possibility of decomposition? Godwin felt a surge of excitement and promptly engaged his consciousness to affirm. Yes, he wished to see what he could gain from the decomposition. With a chime, it was confirmed. Decomposition successful, one first-tier blank talent fragment obtained. Simultaneously, on Godwin's panel, the talents of hard scales, sharp claws, robust, low-level fire magic resistance, draconic intimidation, voracious, dark vision, voice mimicry, and charge were all marked with a faint blue icon. Beneath the soul talent, Talent Plunder, a new subclass surfaced, free talent fragment, Tier 1 Fragment 1. Just as Godwin was about to delve deeper into the mysteries of the panel, a series of squeaks emanated from the sewer entrance. Nina appeared bewildered, but Godwin, due to his dragon heritage, comprehended the meaning of the Murine language effortlessly. Vichy, are you not done yet? Below in the sewer, Takasa could barely contain his impatience. Yet, for the honor of knighthood, he refrained from intruding, instead deterring several curious Murids from approaching. In his words, a true knight engages only in one-on-one duels. And Vichy deserved such recognition. Should anyone ascend, it would disrupt the duel. It must be said, in an era where humanity has long abandoned the noble title of knight, it is truly unexpected to find a mouse like Takasa who upholds the virtues of knighthood in a gathering of Murids. One can only lament the wonders of the AIO continent. However, after several breaths, Takasa could no longer suppress his curiosity about Vichy's situation above. Soon, a flurry of squeaking echoed through the pipe. With an 8th-level proficiency in Murine language, Takasa understood perfectly, as this was his mother tongue. Human cubs. There are many more in the pipe, 2 or 4, I need assistance. The voice was urgent and sharp, with a hint of Vichy's agitated tone and some stammering in the common tongue. Damn it, don't climb. Upon hearing Vichy's voice, Takasa's anxious heart settled. Though a slight frown creased his brow as he pondered Vichy's words, his rodent-like visage revealing a perplexed humanity. Surely this cannot be. 4 or 5 human cubs in the sewer. What are they doing here? How did they appear? It is known that the sewers of Karandu are rather chaotic. The entrances in the civilian district have long been secured with iron grates, and adventurers wishing to enter must present guild commissions to receive the key from the guarding sentinels. If entering the sewers is such a hassle for adventurers, it is unfathomable for those frail human cubs. If Takasa's memory serves correctly, human cubs can only be encountered in the sewers in rare circumstances. The last time was a stroke of luck. Encountering a human cub who had accidentally wandered into Murid territory, to now encounter 4 or 5 at once. It would be akin to finding a true dragon in the sewers. However, soon the entrance to the sewer erupted into a cacophony of chaotic cries, dispelling Takasa's budding doubts. Monster, I want to go home. Mommy, I miss Mommy. Wow, get away. Monster, be careful, or I want to be nice to you. The voices of the human cubs were unmistakably youthful, filled with crying, despair, and defiance, mingled with Vichy's triumphant yet stuttered common tongue, producing an oddly out-of-place tone. Suddenly, Takasa recalled the admonitions given by the elder shaman before his previous expeditions, urging him to be vigilant for any anomalies in the sewers and to report them. He had once inquired what the shaman was searching for. The elder shaman, appearing somewhat aged yet imbued with wisdom, had not concealed the truth from Takasa. He revealed that a relic of spatial magical significance had been lost within the sewers of Karandu, said to belong to a legendary traveling mage, though its presence in the sewers was a mystery. Upon learning of this, the shaman had hurried to the free city of Karandu in pursuit of this relic. The shaman had dedicated 4 years of his life. During these 4 years, aside from training his fellow Murids, he had scoured the entire sewer system, yet alas, to no avail. Nevertheless, he had not given up, enlisting the trained Murids to assist in the search until that fateful day when it would be found. Though Takasa did not fully grasp what a legendary traveling mage entailed, the prefix of legendary suggested it was something beyond Murid comprehension. After all, Murids, including Takasa himself, must concede that they are among the weakest intelligent races on the AIO continent. Aside from a few who can ascend to become professionals and a select few mutated Murids who awaken magical talents, the inherent limitations of their kind are starkly apparent. Throughout the annals of AIO's history, legendary Murids are exceedingly rare, with none having ascended to divine status or ignited the divine fire. Most Murid professionals reach their peak at the 4th tier. Without fortuitous encounters to enhance their abilities, they may struggle to maintain even that level, let alone aspire to the 5th tier. Now, if the sudden appearance of those human cubs is indeed related to that spatial magical relic, then Takasa's fortune today transcends mere luck. It feels as if the Lady of Night herself has descended to bestow her protection. Yet, even more fortunate is that scoundrel Vichy. Takasa's earlier furrowed brow transformed into a grin, revealing his sharp-toothed maw, as his cherry-sized red eyes sparkled with bewilderment. It felt akin to being struck by a colossal piece of cheese, or waking up amidst a cake, disoriented and flustered. Upon hearing the commotion, other Murids atop the giant rats began to converse, expressing gratitude towards the shaman and admiration for Vichy's keen instincts. Yet, many more stepped forward, eager to assist Vichy. As the first Murid advanced, the other giant rat knights surged towards Takasa, requesting to join Vichy in battle. After all, while all would share in the glory of returning, there is an undeniable distinction between personally capturing human cubs and merely observing from below. Their eagerness was palpable. Yet the code of knighthood restrained them from rushing forth like other creatures. They adhered to Takasa's command. Faced with a throng of eager giant rat knights, Takasa found it challenging to select candidates. Just as they clamored over who should ascend, the noise from the sewer gradually faded into silence, returning to tranquility. However, including Takasa, all Murids remained oblivious to this change, their focus solely on the honor that lay before them, dismissing all else as trivial. Yet, Takasa did not delay for long. Despite Vichy being merely a first-tier giant rat knight, facing 5 human cubs without caution could lead to disaster. After all, giant rat knights stand at most half the height of a human, with only a slight advantage in skill. Thus, he swiftly determined the participants, he himself, along with 5 giant rat knights, while the remaining 5 would await at the sewer entrance. Despite the fact that some of the giant rat knights were not chosen by Tukasa, they exhibited a slight disappointment without uttering a word of complaint. Instead, they silently withdrew, forming a cohesive guard. This clearly indicates the high regard in which Tukasa is held in their hearts. Once 5 giant rat knights were assembled, Tukasa surged ahead, swiftly climbing into the entrance of the sewer pipe, which stood over a meter high. A few moments later, the 5 giant rat knights followed suit. And any ordinary person present would have been terrified by the sight. The dark opening of the sewer suddenly revealed 12 pairs of densely packed crimson eyes within moments, accompanied by rustling sounds that would unnerve anyone who dared to look. However, upon entering, Tukasa could not find Weiqi, aside from a foul-smelling, tattered mattress. It spotted the silhouette of a human child at the far end of the pipe, around a corner. Only a back view was visible, disheveled white hair and ragged linen clothing, along with a frail physique. Although this child was not as robust as the one encountered previously, Tukasa felt a sense of satisfaction, for there were still 4 others. The emaciation of 1 or 2 was of little consequence. Weiqi, it called out in the rat-man tongue, but was met not with an echo, but rather the sight of the human child retreating into the corner, frightened. Damn it! Witnessing the white-haired human female vanish from view, Tukasa had no time to dwell on Weiqi's silence, as it had long been mentally prepared for the possibility of Weiqi's demise. Thus, it quickly mounted the giant rat and dashed forward, swiftly reaching the corner of the pipe. To Tukasa's surprise, the corner led to a dead end, and there were none of the 5 humans Weiqi had mentioned. Only a white-haired human female leaned against an iron grate, staring intently at them. This time, Tukasa could clearly see the face of the white-haired female, along with her dark golden, cat-like vertical pupils, which could not be obscured even in the darkness. Damn it, Weiqi, where are you? A sudden sense of foreboding crept over Tukasa, prompting an involuntary question. I'm here. A familiar voice in the rat-man tongue echoed above Tukasa. Without further thought, it pressed on with its inquiry. What about the 5 human children you promised? They are here. Just as Tukasa was about to demand their whereabouts, it heard a familiar voice from above. Monster, I want to go home. The desperate voice of a child resonated in the silent sewer, causing Tukasa's heart to race. A chill ran down its spine, for the voice came from the same direction as Weiqi's. Mommy, I miss Mommy. Wah. Another clear voice of a girl echoed above Tukasa, the same voice that had cried out for her mother moments ago. Get away, monster. Be careful, or I won't go easy on you. These were the sounds Tukasa had heard earlier on the steps of the sewer. Unable to restrain itself, Tukasa looked up, only to see a creature it had never encountered before. More precisely, it was a black monster with eyes identical to those of the white-haired human, staring at it with claws gripping the rocky wall above. The dark, golden vertical pupils betrayed no emotion. Its black, scaled tail coiled in the shadows, silent as death. Beneath the translucent, luminous scales on its chest, a fire seemed to smolder, flickering from dark to bright. The light reflected off Tukasa's sleek black fur, creating a gleam. Under the fiery glow, an alarm surged within Tukasa as it instinctively sought to speak. However, it watched in horror as the light from the monster's chest flared up, shifting from orange-red to a blinding crimson, as if countless logs were being fed into a roaring fire. In less than an instant, the fiery glow rose from its chest and coalesced into a ball within the monster's maw, lined with sharp teeth. The warning signs in Tukasa's mind had yet to fade when its fur bristled anew, and without time to alert the other rat men, it urged its giant rat forward. Employing its most refined skill, charge. After 2 years of rigorous training, Tukasa had perfected this technique, becoming quite the veteran. With a flash, Tukasa and its giant rat vanished, rushing toward the back of the black monster with the speed of a tempest and a roar. Unfortunately, the 5 giant rat knights following behind were not as fortunate. When Tukasa turned to glance back, a chill gripped its heart as it beheld a torrent of searing crimson magma erupting from the monster's toothy maw. The very spot where it had just stood was the first to be engulfed. Had it not evaded, it would have been the first victim. The fiery column of magma transformed the previously damp and chilly sewer into a furnace, illuminating the cramped space and casting a reddish glow even outside the sewer's mouth. In less than a moment, this black monster had unleashed thousands of degrees of molten lava upon the corner of the pipe, ensnaring all 5 of the giant rat knights. Like a sandwich. Initially, Tukasa could hear their desperate squeaks, but within moments, the cries of the rat men and their giant rats ceased abruptly. Even before Tukasa could fully comprehend the situation, the corpses of its companions were already half consumed by the molten lava. The remaining remains of the rat men curled up like overcooked shrimp, reminiscent of their fetal positions. In this confined space, apart from the blazing magma, the air gradually filled with the aroma of roasted flesh. It was the scent of barbecued meat. In another time, Tukasa would have regarded this as a divine blessing. But now, witnessing the price of its kin being reduced to ashes, its heart was overwhelmed with emotions too complex to articulate. The once bright crimson eyes were now devoid of joy and confusion, replaced solely by fear and panic. It realized that there was no escape left. The flaw in charge rendered it unable to adjust its trajectory in the immediate aftermath, forcing it to charge behind the black monster, leaving only 5 meters between itself and the white-haired human. The molten lava blocked its path, and behind it loomed an iron grate. Even with charge, the strength of a rat man could not breach a barrier forged from wrought iron. For Tukasa, this was nothing short of a dead end. Nevertheless, it refused to surrender. In a flash of inspiration, it recalled the dark golden vertical pupils, linking them to the nearby white-haired human girl who shared the same eyes. Thus, a plan formed in its mind, yet it did not act immediately. Instead, it cautiously urged its giant rat to retreat, stammering, "You're not Wei Qi. Who are you? Really?" However, before it could finish, the fearsome black monster lunged toward it like a cannonball, propelled by a powerful gust of wind. Tukasa recognized this move. It was one of the advanced skills of the giant rat knights, charge. Instantly paralyzed by fear, it abandoned all pretenses and desperately attempted to turn and grasp at the last straw, taking the white-haired girl hostage. Whether this would prove effective was uncertain. But Tukasa had no choice but to gamble on this desperate measure. Yet, the black monster's speed surpassed its own. Before the lance of Tukasa's could even approach the white-haired maiden within a meter, a resounding boom echoed through the air. Tukasa's, along with his massive rodent mount, was forcefully hurled against the iron railings, crashing to the ground. The lance slipped from his grasp, producing a series of sharp clinks as it rolled to a stop at the feet of the dark creature, halting perilously close to its razor-sharp claws. Presently, Tukasa's felt as though his body were on the verge of disintegration, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth due to the impact. His mind was a void, and the once dominant giant rodent, now his primary target, lay near him, barely clinging to life and unable to move. The white-haired human girl swiftly distanced herself from Tukasa's and crawled toward the dark creature, her face tinged with a hint of trepidation. In contrast to the imposing figure of the creature, the girl appeared almost pet-like, delicate and submissive. As footsteps approached, Tukasa's felt himself lifted by a sharp claw, which seized what might have been his neck. Then, a familiar voice echoed in his ears, the voice of Vich, the rat man. "I am indeed not Vich, my apologies." The voice twisted into an unfamiliar tone, reminiscent of a sound Takasa's had never encountered before, deep and rumbling, akin to the moaning of a steam locomotive. Suddenly, pain shot through his tail, and darkness enveloped him. The final image imprinted in his mind was that of a monstrous figure, cloaked in black scales, revealing a chilling grin adorned with sharp teeth, its eyes exhibiting a hint of humanoid regret, and dark golden vertical pupils glimmering with a trace of greed. As if he were a delectable morsel. Chapter 7. The black iron talent. The molten lava remained unbearably hot, perhaps due to the blunt force of Gurdon's eruption, creating a deep pit at the corner that could accommodate the torrent of molten rock. From a distance, it resembled a sea of fire, bubbling ominously with sporadic bursts of gas. The surface of the lava, once of brilliant gold, had begun to transition to a fiery orange, yet it retained its searing heat, reaching temperatures well above 1,000 degrees Celsius. Prolonged exposure would likely reduce bones to mere liquid. The skeletal remains of 10 rodents, crammed within the fiery pool, were all that remained, gleaming white bones interspersed with fragments of flesh that had yet to melt. However, at this moment, Gurdon's attention was not on the lava. Although it was his first time utilizing the lava dragon's innate ability, lava eruption, the power he wielded felt trivial in comparison to the memories of the dragon's heritage. The memory recalled that a fully grown 6th-tier lava dragon could unleash a torrent of molten rock the size of a football field, sufficient to engulf a battalion of 1,000 soldiers. Yet here, at a mere corner of a sewer, covering only a few square meters, it hardly warranted a second glance. His curiosity was instead piqued by the robust corpse of a rat man before him, or rather, the peculiar dark orb upon it. Unlike the previous white orbs, this one was a deep black, reminiscent of its fur, faintly glimmering with an iron-like sheen. Gurdon rubbed his dark golden eyes, but the orb remained a striking black, conspicuous against the backdrop of the fiery glow. Could this black orb represent a higher-tier fragment? He decided to name it the Black Iron Talent Fragment. He casually lifted the twitching giant rat that had lost its master, gripping its neck and tail as before. With a sharp crack, the sound of dislocation echoed amidst the bubbling lava, and the convulsing beast succumbed to a sudden tranquility, its face devoid of suffering. Another occupational hazard, he muttered, discarding the giant rat aside as he began to guide the white orbs and the singular black orb with his mind. 11 white orbs and 1 black orb gradually ascended from the fire pool and the surrounding corpses, 12 orbs suspended in the air. In an instant, they swiftly and orderly entered Gurdon's body. A flurry of pale blue data materialized in Gurdon's vision, akin to a computer screen crashing. Ding. Detected host inhaling a talent fragment. System is under inspection. Progress indicators flashed. 1:23. Ding. Detection successful. Ding. Detected host inhaling a talent fragment. System is under inspection. Progress indicators continued. 2. Ding. Detected host inhaling a talent fragment. System is under inspection. The chaotic pale blue interface persisted briefly, lasting only 3 breaths, before being inundated with notifications of completed inspections. Gurdon discerned the outcomes of his lava eruption and the subsequent charge. 11 first-tier talent fragments were acquired, categorized as follows: Dark Vision, 3, Rodent Perception, 2, Source of Plague, 1, Rodent Riding Proficiency, 3, Charge, 1, and Long Weapon Proficiency, 1, a total of 6 distinct talents. Of particular interest to Gurdon were Source of Plague and Charge, while the other fragments had been decomposed into first-tier random fragments. Charge required no further elaboration. While the talent Source of Plague endowed his claws and bites with a slight venom, akin to the scorching talent he had grasped upon maturing into a young dragon. Gurdon bore no aversion to Source of Plague, especially as a young dragon without a mother-s protection. He welcomed any new power. Had it not been for his earlier need for mimicry to imitate the voices of human children and deceive the rat knights outside the sewer, he would have hesitated to expend a first-tier talent fragment to enhance his mimicry. Nonetheless, this investment proved advantageous, excluding the fragments provided by the Dark Orb. He had acquired 11 ordinary first-tier talent fragments, yielding a substantial return. Should anyone have gazed upon his panel at that moment, they would have noted the disappearance of mimicry from his talent list, replaced by a newly evolved talent, Sound Imitation. Sound Imitation, as the young dragon matured, its vocal cords approached a state of maturity, enabling it to produce any sound perceptible in the world. A young dragon well-versed in the art of hunting could even perfectly mimic the sound of a pig to lure in predators. This talent was common among nearly all true dragons, save for the red dragon among the 5-colored dragons. At times, one must concede that true dragons are favored by Aoyu, the creator god. It is difficult to explain why countless intelligent races must toil to hone their talents, while for true dragons, such abilities come as naturally as breathing and drinking. Yet, despite the astonishing growth potential of true dragons, the reality remains that Gurdon is merely a defenseless young dragon, devoid of security, even though his tier surpasses that of most beings on the Aiu continent. However, should news of a juvenile dragon in the sewers of Kalandu emerge, it is likely that countless individuals would flock to hunt the dragon, or that the slave capture teams from the arena would arrive. The strength of the second tier is insignificant in the face of such adversaries. It can even be said that a fully grown 6th tier dragon, lacking its minions, would find it difficult to escape the fate of slaughter or capture. Thus, Gdoin does not relinquish any opportunity to grow stronger. When he considered whether to activate the talent Source of Plague, he did not hesitate for long. Indeed, his consciousness made contact, yet the next moment, Source of Plague did not manifest in Gdoin's talent list as he had hoped. Instead, a line of brand new data appeared, due to the host's excessively high body temperature. The activation of Source of Plague failed, and the system had automatically converted Source of Plague into talent fragments. Gdoin's dark golden eyes widened in astonishment at this revelation. Appearing somewhat dazed, is this possible? Can a talent truly fail to activate? However, it was not long before Gdoin regained his composure, slowly exhaling. He understood the principle behind the failure of activation. Essentially, the virus within Source of Plague could not survive even a second within his body, as it would be entirely eroded by his searing dragon blood. The path of toxic seeds was simply unfeasible for him, the Magma Dragon. Nevertheless, Gdoin quickly recovered from his discouragement and directed his gaze toward a line of data composed of bright black characters that had come to a halt. Should he activate the talent Charge? Beneath the suffix of charge were two much smaller, exquisite characters. Proficient. Clearly, just by the color of the font, it was evident that this was a level above the previous 11 fragments. This was the black iron talent he had obtained from the rat man he had sent flying with charge. It was a charge of higher proficiency, one of the essential conditions for advancing to a second-tier knight. Charge, proficient. Chapter 8. Nina. Revised, should he activate the talent Charge, proficient? This was a more powerful version of charge, which, while labeled a talent, resembled more of a skill. To this day, Gdoin remains baffled as to how the system determined it to be a talent. However, the immediate priority was, of course, to activate this talent. He had already experimentally utilized charge once. That single experience had been exhilarating, making him feel as though his frail and cumbersome body had suddenly become lighter, with the air resistance significantly reduced, as if a fierce wind were propelling him beneath his scales. This allowed his speed to triple compared to his normal running state. If he could maintain such velocity, he believed he would have no need to hide around corners to ambush the giant rat knights. Unfortunately, it could last only 10 seconds at most, and if he halted midway, the remaining time could not be accumulated, and it would automatically enter a cooldown state. Yet, he had merely taken a blink of an eye to surge forward several dozen meters, directly colliding with the rat man and sending it crashing against the iron bars with his outstretched arm and folded dragon wing. His posture during charge resembled that of a bull rushing forward, distinctly different from the dragon chariot imagery he had known in his previous life. He wondered what it would feel like to have mastered charge proficiently. However, he would not need to wait long. After gently touching the information bar, the second-tier talent fragments quickly loaded. In his talent list, the original beginner-level charge, 115, was replaced with charge proficient, 18. This was one of only 2 talents in his entire list that lacked a suffix. The former was mimicry, and the latter was this, charge. It was evident that first-tier talent fragments could no longer enhance charge. Gdoin was well aware of this fact. Following this loading, much like the first time, a plethora of memories flooded his mind, specifically regarding the repeated training of charge with that rat man. However, this time, the techniques, experiences, and insights regarding charge were far more abundant, refined, and seasoned than before. Upon digesting the influx of fragments into his mind, Gdoin found that his body instinctively formed muscle memory. As he moved, his lower limbs and arms unconsciously assumed the optimal posture for charge, akin to a cheetah poised to hunt, crouched, and ready to spring. Clearly, this influence was greater than Gdoin had anticipated, to the extent that the dragonborn maiden beside him began to curiously observe the peculiar motions of the black dragon. The knowledge-poor Nina's understanding of dragons was limited to their colors, and she was only familiar with evil dragons. It was not that she did not recognize metal dragons, but rather that the intimidation evoked by evil dragons far surpassed that of the lawful metallic dragons in her perception. Her memories of those evil dragons were also much more vivid. Nina easily recalled the names of those evil dragons. The black one was the black dragon. The white one was the white dragon, and so forth. However, Neither Kalandu nor the vicinity of Belanki boasted dense forests akin to Sinhai, nor the dark and eerie marshes, making the black and green dragons elusive. Even if they existed, it would only be for a brief stop, with no intention of establishing a lair. As for the red dragons favored active volcanoes and the white dragons frigid terrains, this area had none. Therefore, if one sought to find the five-colored evil dragons in the vicinity, they would likely have to venture to the Suruyur Great Desert west of Kalandu. It was said that travelers had discovered traces of blue dragons in the desert oasis, including footprints and the mischief left by a blue dragon. The entire oasis's water source had been rendered murky by the blue dragon's pollution, emitting a foul odor, making it undrinkable even for livestock. These tales were gleaned by Nina from the boisterous conversations of adventurers or merchants at the Iron Furnace Tavern. Nina's gaze was cautious, as if afraid that a mere glance might disturb the true dragon before her, who was engaged in peculiar postures. However, the fear in her eyes had considerably diminished, replaced by curiosity. In her eyes, the black dragon that had rescued her from the rat man seemed somewhat different from the ferocious, man-eating black dragon described by Granny Owlon. It appeared more communicative, especially since Gudwin had clearly mimicked the voices of children, so accurately that, were he not present, she would hardly believe such sounds could emanate from a black dragon. Gudwin sensed the changes within him and noticed the dragonborn maiden's attentive gaze. He approached the young dragonborn girl, who was crouched on the ground. Unfortunately, even when crouching, Gudwin had to tilt his head slightly upwards to meet her gaze. He folded his slightly flared wings and looked toward the dragonborn maiden, who sat taller than him even in a crouched position. "What is your name?" he inquired, his voice soft, resonating with the slight timbre of a nascent dragon. The voice of the Magma Dragon was wide and thick, yet somewhat narrow, which explained why his voice had a lingering, somewhat piercing quality, akin to a buzzing echo, distinctly different from the tender cries emitted by an ordinary hatchling dragon. Anyone who heard this voice would hardly associate it with a recently born drake. "I am called Nina." Nina's gaze was almost entirely fixed upon the cement ground, overrun with dark green ferns, as she dared not meet the black dragon's eyes, responding with a quivering tone. "Nina, you may refer to me as Gudwin." Gudwin's inquiry into the young girl's name was not without purpose. Upon arriving in this world, his foremost objective was to comprehend his surroundings. Who, if not this obedient dragonkin maiden before him, would possess greater knowledge of the local environment? Otherwise, this hatchling dragon would not survive long in this realm, destined either for the arena or to become a mere experiment on a sorcerer's workbench. "So, Mr. Gudwin, how may I assist you?" Nina sighed in relief upon hearing the black dragon introduce himself, attempting to employ the etiquette taught by Granny Orlon to address a black dragon. She was interrupted by the unceremonious growl of her stomach. Embarrassed, Nina's cheeks flushed crimson, leaving her speechless. Gudwin remained silent, his dark golden slit pupils unblinking as they scrutinized the blushing dragonkin maiden. He then approached Nina from behind and, under her curious gaze, lifted the two corpses of the rodents lying nearby and placed them before her. Following that, from an inconspicuous recess to the left of the iron grate in the sewer, he dragged out two additional rodent corpses that had been concealed. After laying them before Nina, he leisurely remarked, "Let us dine while we converse." In the Draconic legacy, the beings known as ratmen serve as both kin to true dragons and delightful morsels to appease their boredom. After all, these squeaking little creatures are regarded by true dragons as mere food, no different from the cattle and horses they typically consume. One is merely a main course, while the other is a dessert. For rodent corpses, 2 giant rats and 2 ratmen were present, aside from the fact that the ratmen were slightly smaller than Gudwin. The other 2 giant rats were indeed larger than him. However, Gudwin had no concern about finishing the meal. The appetite of a hatchling dragon was quite formidable, especially shortly after birth when a vast intake of nourishment was essential to recover from the exhaustion of its first slumber. Moreover, the earlier use of magma spit had already depleted a considerable amount of Gudwin's stamina, although he did not feel hunger at that moment. He sensed a hollowness in his belly. "Very well, Mr. Gudwin," Nina said, squatting down obediently. She had no aversion to the rodent corpses, although these creatures were sewer dwellers. It was evident that they had been healthy in life. For Nina, who had rummaged through leftover food, consuming rats posed no significant mental barrier, faced with hunger. Such matters were inconsequential. "Very well, please wait a moment." Gudwin then proceeded to prepare the raw materials before him, following the methods ingrained in his Draconic legacy. He dragged the 2 giant rat tails a short distance to the magma pool and set them down, beginning to count down quietly. His dark, golden slit pupils remained fixed on the changes occurring in the magma pool as the giant rats underwent visible transformations. The bodies of the giant rats began to char, their flesh contracting, leading up to the moment just before they melted. Goodwin swiftly seized the heads of the two giant rats, twisting them off and carelessly discarding them into the magma pool to join their skeletal companions. It must be said that the method of consuming meat within the legacy of the Magma Dragon closely resembled Goodwin's favorite culinary technique from his previous life, hot pot. Both involve immersing ingredients in boiling liquid. The only distinction being one is magma at temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Celsius, while the other is a meticulously prepared hot pot broth. Nonetheless, the essence remains the same. The aroma of roasted meat once again wafted through the sewer. As Goodwin divided a hind leg of the giant rat and presented it to the Dragonkin maiden, whose mouth was watering, he then indulged in his meal with great gusto. Nina, too, did not hesitate. Her stomach had protested for 2 days, and she had no reason to refuse such a sumptuous feast, even without any seasonings. It was sweet and delectable to her palate. This meal left Nina thoroughly satisfied, her small belly distended. As Nina expressed her contentment, Goodwin began to gradually learn more about the world around them, Kalandu, Blanky, the surreal desert. However, most of all, it was the sewer they now occupied. Chapter 9. Preparations before departure. The commotion reverberating through the sewer had long since attracted the attention of the giant rat knights below, who were previously feeling disheartened. They lamented their lack of training, which had rendered them unchosen by Lord Tukka. Now, they found themselves missing this invaluable opportunity to shine before the high priest and their fellow ratmen. However, upon hearing the bizarre and fearsome noises, the already dazed giant rat knights immediately became agitated. Some ratmen suggested returning to report to the high priest, while others chastised them for forgetting the knightly spirit. They vowed never to abandon any comrade in need and to stand firm on the battlefield, even if the adversary was a true dragon. As knights, they would spur their mounts to deliver their strongest charge. This was the essence of the knightly spirit. With Tukka absent, the giant rat knights felt like a headless swarm of rats. A cacophony of squeaks erupted around them. Nonetheless, these ratmen were the elite of their tribe. Each one was a distinguished member, or they could not have advanced to become giant rat knights. They quickly established a plan. First, they would stealthily observe. If any enemy activity was detected, they would act accordingly. Should the situation prove dire, they would swiftly return to inform the high priest of their tribe. Soon, 2 giant rat knights remained outside to keep watch. 3 other giant rat knights, led by a rat man named Tyree, cautiously entered the sewer, which radiated heat and a fiery glow. Yet, when Tyree arrived, he found not a single hair of his kin in sight, much less any familiar figures. The only illumination came from the orange glow that lit up the curved pipe, accompanied by waves of intense heat. The once docile giant rat beneath him began to fidget, shifting its stance. Perhaps an unknown danger lurked within the sewer, causing it to hesitate to flee, or perhaps the cement floor was simply too scorching for its paws. After all, the giant rat had lived in dark, damp environments for so long, it had never experienced such heat. However, with the reassurance of the rat men, it remained silent. As they advanced halfway toward the source of the flames, the giant rat came to a halt, refusing to move forward despite all their urging. Yet from this position, they could see nothing. In desperation, Tyree dismounted from the giant rat, set down his lance, and stepped onto the scorching cement slab. Enduring the searing sensation, Tyree jogged forward a short distance to investigate the commotion. What he then discovered was a scene he would never forget. In the small magma pool, an array of white bones floated, bubbling ominously. Tyree could easily discern from the skeletal outlines that these were ratmen bones. As for the origins of these remains, nature has just begun to flourish, and it is the companions of the colossal rat knights, now capturing human younglings within the pipes. This scene is otherwise inexplicable. Although the exact number of corpses submerged in the magma is unclear, the earlier commotion and the present silence of the companions suggest a complete annihilation. An icy dread surged from the soles of Tai Rue's feet, enveloping its entire being, even tempering the unbearable heat in the air. Cold sweat trickled down its forehead, only to be swiftly evaporated by the searing atmosphere. Flee quickly. I must relay everything here to the esteemed priest. All are dead, all are dead. Countless thoughts swirled in Tai Rue's mind, yet it managed to suppress its curious impulses and began to retreat slowly. Without daring to make a sound, it hastily gestured the retreat signal used in training to its 2 ratman companions. Then, it remounted the already restless colossal rat, positioning itself between the other 2 ratmen. They swiftly departed from the sewer that had become a grave for 7 colossal rat knights. Only a bone spear, forgotten in haste, testified to their presence. Upon descending, Tai Rue felt the long-lost dampness and coolness, and without time to explain to its companions, it simply stated, "We must return to find the priest." Lord Tuka has likely met with misfortune. Tai Rue, what exactly did you see? One of the accompanying ratmen couldn't contain his impatience, having wanted to ask since their departure. Bones, only bones. None survived. Fear was the only expression in Tai Rue's crimson eyes, as the terrifying scene still lingered vividly in its mind. There was nothing left but bare skeletons. This is beyond our capacity to confront. We must report to the priest immediately, Tai Rue emphasized. Upon hearing this, a flicker of panic crossed the eyes of the other colossal rat knights, although they had anticipated such a fate. Nonetheless, hearing Tai Rue utter the words of total destruction was difficult for them to accept. After all, who could bear to comprehend that just moments ago, half of the jubilant, valiant rat knights, eager to capture human younglings, were suddenly vanquished in an unknown sewer? They did not even know the identity of the culprit behind this catastrophe. Tai Rue and the others exchanged few words. The pressing matter was to return to the tribe and inform the priest. Thus, within a short span, the 5 colossal rat knights hastily departed, disappearing into the depths of the corridor. However, if one were to observe closely, they might still glimpse a pair of crimson eyes lurking in the shadows, fixated on the fiery entrance. They had left one behind to monitor discreetly, facilitating a potential rescue. Inside, after receiving information from Ni Na, Gudun understood the urgency of leaving, although Ni Na had informed him that there were no monsters near this sewer entrance, allowing her to remain safe for months. The arrival of the colossal rat knights might have been mere coincidence. Yet, he did not dare to let his guard down. Despite having just annihilated several formidable creatures with overwhelming force, this was AIO, and a second-tier hatchling dragon was not particularly impressive within these tunnels. While such creatures might be rare, they certainly existed. A lurking lich, a high-tier wraith, or even a goblin shaman could easily spell disaster for him. Moreover, the Ratman tribe capable of breeding so many standard first-tier monsters was likely formidable in its own right. There might even be a few second-tier or even third-tier Ratmen within. Thus, after luring the colossal rat knights, he had already prepared for retreat. Would he linger in place to be treated as a boss? Perhaps only those red dragons, or rather, white dragons, would boldly remain stationary, awaiting their foes. Yet before departing, he intended to mend the surroundings meticulously, ensuring no evidence of a hatchling dragon's presence remained for future visitors. With this thought, he leaped into the magma with a splash, initiating the process of erasing his scent. Chapter 10, Misdirection. Tai Rue, you have finally returned. Esteemed priest. The colossal rat knight, covertly observing, turned upon hearing the rustling behind. Seeing Tai Rue return, especially with a giant rat man clad in black robes trailing behind, filled the entire assembly of rat men with excitement, and they hurriedly expressed their respect. What has transpired? What is the situation? Tai Rue, at the forefront, inquired earnestly. Since you left your post, aside from the dimming of the firelight at the entrance, there has been no other activity. The lurking colossal rat knight replied honestly. Tai Rue nodded, trusting the colossal rat knight's words. With a serious countenance, it turned back to report everything to the giant rat man, cautioning that the perpetrator responsible for the death of the colossal rat knights might still be within the cave, urging the priest to exercise caution. Having faced the searing magma firsthand, it still harbored fear of the creature capable of producing such molten heat. Although the priest stood as an omnipotent figure in Tai Rue's eyes, it could not quell its anxiety. The giant rat man was approximately the same height as an adult human from Kalon Duo, cloaked entirely in black, rendering it invisible apart from its glowing crimson eyes and the unmistakable rat tail that hinted at its identity. After listening to Tai Rue, the Ratman priest fell into silence for a moment before turning to the ancient darkness behind and softly uttering a sound. The noise was subtle yet resonant, giving Tai Rue the impression that the entire sewer had heard it. A seasoned adventurer would recognize that the sound emanating from the giant rat man was a rare talent known as Rat Swarm Summon, a skill only mastered by the rulers among ratmen. This ability allowed the wielder to transmit information to any ratman under their command, akin to an unlimited telepathic communication across realms. Furthermore, ratmen and colossal rats hearing the call would experience a 20 increase in attack and movement speed, providing a brief agility boost. Before Tai Rue could perceive the passage of time, several Ratman practitioners clad in leather armor emerged from the shadows, armed with various weapons, be it bows, daggers, or even dual swords. Their sharp gazes and fine attire sent shivers down Tai Rue's spine, which stood as a colossal rat knight in stark contrast to their prowess. Aside from its colossal rat mount, it possessed nothing else. What astonished Tai Rue was that these leather-clad ratmen all appeared to be second-tier, their aura significantly stronger than before. Moreover, Tai Rue recognized them as formidable members of the Ratman tribe, contemporaries of Lord Tuka, who had transitioned into rogues or rangers. Initially, it had been rumored that some ratmen had reached the second tier, a claim Tai Rui had doubted. After all, advancing to the status of Ratman Elite Rogue or Ratman Elite Ranger, comparable to a second-tier Colossal Rat Knight, was no simple feat. Although the Shuren possess an innate agility bonus, the requirement for weapon mastery is akin to that of their Great Knights. The mastery levels for daggers and ranged weapons such as bows and crossbows are not easily attained. They demand time and countless battles to comprehend. However, Tai Rui, upon reflection, found solace in this. After all, even the esteemed Lord Tuka, who is on the brink of advancing to the second tier, is just a step away from attaining the rank of Great Knight. It is entirely reasonable that those who transition to the roles of wanderers and rangers among the Shuren are able to do so more swiftly. These Shuren, having reached the second-tier professional level, emerged from the shadows and humbly knelt before the towering figure of the giant Shuren, collectively exclaiming, "Great Priest! Great Priest!" Their voices resonated powerfully, as though they were prepared to sacrifice their lives at a moment's notice, should the giant Shuren give the command. "Investigate the front passage, report back," instructed the hooded Shuren priest, his crimson eyes flickering ominously. "Yes," echoed the four Shuren professionals in unison. As they prepared to depart, a sudden chill enveloped them, and their vision flickered. They discovered that a layer of frost-blue diamond-shaped shield had enveloped them unbeknownst to them. Simultaneously, they heard the calm voice of the Shuren priest behind them. "With this, there is no need to fear the curse of the fire demon in the passage." The Shuren priest had cast a group ice shield upon them, a rather uncommon third-tier spell. However, it proved to be exceedingly useful as a defensive buff during explorations and battles in deserts or hot regions. This spell not only enhances external armor, but also grants the recipient immunity to the afflictions of the Fire Demon-esque curse. The Fire Demon-esque curse, commonly referred to as heatstroke, can affect even seasoned professionals. Each year, a significant number of impoverished souls perish from heat in cold regions, with those succumbing to the Fire Demon-esque curse often outnumbering those who fall victim to goblins or dogheads. This phenomenon does not discriminate based on whether one is in the wilderness or the city. As long as one is under the sun god's glare, they are susceptible. The Shuren priest had already learned from Tai Rui, the giant Shuren knight, that the temperature there remained above 100 degrees Celsius, and his feet were still blistered from burns. With the ice shield in place, these second-tier Shuren wanderers and rangers could unleash their full potential. Unperturbed by the searing heat while contending with the monsters in the passage, Tai Rui wished to follow but hesitated, ultimately watching as the four professionals slipped into the nearby glowing orange entrance of the sewer. He feared that he might hinder their progress, and the sight of the countless white Shuren bones submerged in the magma troubled him, reminding him of a hellish scene he wished to avoid. However, not long after entering, the four second-tier Shuren scouts emerged, carrying various items. Tai Rui's keen eyes quickly recognized among them the bone spear he had inadvertently left behind. Resolved? So quickly? As Tai Rui pondered this with skepticism, the second-tier professionals approached the Shuren priest, recounting their findings within the cave. Upon hearing that there were no signs of life left inside, the Shuren priest instructed the second-tier Shuren to lead the way and also donned a layer of ice shield before following into the sewer. Being the height of an adult, the Shuren priest could not walk upright like the other scouts. He had to hunch over, inching forward, the black robe swaying heavily, unsure if it was hands or feet beneath. Shortly, the Shuren priest and the four second-tier Shuren arrived at the edge of a lava pool at a corner. The once unbearable heat of the lava pool had now dulled to a dark red, indicating that the temperature was nearing the bottom of the magma. Had the Shuren priest arrived any later, he might have only witnessed a pile of cooled lava stones. At the corner's terminus, an iron grate had been distorted by some unknown force, creating an opening wide enough for any creature that could enter the sewer. Surrounding the lava pool, both the ground and the rock walls were splattered with solidified black matter, undoubtedly remnants of cooled magma. Above the corner passage, there were several areas widened by sharp instruments, clearly elevated compared to other spots, allowing even the Shuren priest to stand upright comfortably. "Great Priest, it is right here." One of the second-tier Shuren wanderers pointed respectfully towards a direction. The Shuren priest followed the wanderer's gaze to a region obscured by rubble, revealing blood-red patterns. The edges peeking out from beneath the stones resembled a circular hexagram magic circle, adorned with ornate script-like designs that exuded a sense of classical beauty and delicacy. "This is abyssal language. A summoning array?" the Shuren priest exclaimed, evidently astonished at the appearance of abyssal creatures in the sewer. This was precisely why Gadun was so confident in concealing his presence. After all, magma bears no relation to dragonkind. With a slight inducement and a few sketches of the abyssal summoning array from the memories of dragon heritage, there was no need to complete the drawing. The subsequent events would naturally be filled in by others. Thus, his existence would be entirely obscured within the sewer. As for the scent of dragons, could one discern any other aroma amidst the sulfurous stench of magma? As the Shurin priest conducted his inspection within the sewer, Gudun had already led the dragonborn girl to another secure section of the sewer, where the first slumber of the hatchling dragon commenced. Chapter 11. The first prophets the hatchling dragon, shortly after its birth, must succumb to a day-long slumber. During this slumber, it can fully absorb the nutrients from the eggshell, allowing its vital organs to begin their growth. This explains why, at the outset, Gudun's personal panel displayed progress in only the glutton talent, while others remained in single digits. The growth of the remaining talents would only commence after the hatchling's first slumber. In a parched riverbed of the sewer, heaps of debris, dry wood, and refuse formed impassable mounds. Beneath an anonymous trash heap, in a cramped space constructed from broken planks and stones, a black hatchling dragon lay sleeping alongside a white-haired girl, no older than 10, on a wooden door panel that was missing a corner. The concealment here was excellent. Yet even the common monsters of the sewer seldom sought refuge in such a riverbed. Firstly, the spatial capacity was unsuitable for a tribe's habitation, and clearing it would require considerable manpower. Tribes with such resources typically would not choose to nest in such riverbeds. Secondly, the overwhelming stench was unbearable. Without water, the silt of the riverbed re-emerged, freely exuding its odor. The thick, rancid smell, a product of years of decaying refuse, could easily overwhelm anyone who dared to breathe it in. This was precisely the optimal hiding spot Gudun had chosen from Nina's descriptions of the sewer environment. Without a doubt, not far from the original dwelling in the sewer, there exists this natural olfactory barrier. Despite the chaotic accumulation of rocks, it is quite easy to find a space capable of accommodating both a fledgling dragon and a human girl, making it a convenient hiding spot. If this is not optimal, then what is? When Gudun awoke from his slumber, he discovered himself seemingly embraced by something. It was soft and loose, allowing him to easily break free without much thought. And he instinctively did so. He had initially curled up, but upon stretching out, the resulting movement naturally roused Nina, who had been sleeping beside him. She rubbed her drowsy eyes and gazed at the awakened Gudun, momentarily speechless. The sounds escaping her lips were tinged with an unmistakable excitement, albeit somewhat stammering. "Mr. Gudun, you are awake. I thought you would sleep for a long time." "Ah, that is not what I meant. Your scent is simply too delightful." "No, that was not the right expression either." Nina, flustered, became increasingly incoherent, ultimately lowering her head in silence, her silvery short hair drooping, resembling a schoolchild caught in the act of wrongdoing by their parents. "Nina, how long have I slept?" Gudun chose to overlook the girl's ramblings and inquired of the dragon-blooded maiden he had only recently met. Relieved by Gudun's lack of anger over her earlier indiscretion, Nina hurriedly replied, "Mr. Gudun, you have slept for approximately a day. The night has now descended upon the Black Street. It was also the time when those creatures were most active," she added, clearly indicating that the noise above the sewer was quite significant tonight. In fact, this was the norm for the sewer. As for the time, Nina had determined it from the moonlight seeping through the broken manhole nearby. Of course, if it were not for Gudun's presence, Nina might have shrunk into a trembling ball of fear long ago, too frightened to observe her surroundings. After all, they were not far from the realm of the rat folk, and each time she heard the sound of approaching footsteps, her heart would leap into her throat, fearing they had discovered their hiding place. Fortunately, the day had passed without incident. A day indeed. Though the legacy of the dragon had already informed Gudun that a fledgling dragon's slumber would last only a day, he still routinely inquired. As he had no awareness during his sleep, relying entirely on external cues, and in this regard, Nina understood better than he did. "Yes, Mr. Gudun, you still have those items from yesterday, do you not?" Gudun lifted his head, stretched his long-closed wings, and relaxed his stiff limbs, tail, wings, and head while questioning Nina. "They are all here." Nina extracted a small pouch from her ragged skirt, which contained exactly 7 pieces of the 6th vertebrae from the giant rats that Gudun had taken before departing. The vertebrae were white and 3 feet long, appearing somewhat pallid in the dim light. The vertebrae of the giant rats served as spellcasting materials, a fact Gudun had gleaned from the dragoness legacy. It was a mystery why so much advanced knowledge resided within the dragoness teachings, but upon seeing it, Gudun instinctively understood it could be utilized as a medium for summoning animal companions, possessing moderate spiritual connectivity, yet being remarkably inexpensive and commonplace. It was a staple for novice mages, druids, and warlocks, and they had to carry it until they mastered the innate ability of spellcasting without material components. Originally, Gwydion was not a mage, warlock, or druid, thus he had no use for such materials and had no inclination to gather them. However, upon witnessing Nina devour rat flesh as if starved, her attire in tatters, he contemplated what was most crucial for integrating into this foreign world, not wealth, but resources. And resources required someone to procure them. Currently, the distressed Nina was the ideal candidate for his alliance. After all, she was the only person he knew, and her performance thus far had greatly satisfied Gwydion. Despite her seemingly delicate demeanor, she had fulfilled his instructions admirably, and considering her ability to survive in the sewer for so long, she must possess some skill. Gwydion prided himself on his discernment of character. To forge a bond with her, he needed to ensure she willingly submitted to him. This was not merely a matter of idle words, it required tangible actions. Wealth, however, was an unavoidable obstacle. While he could survive on dirt, Nina could not, as her teeth were not yet so hardy. Nonetheless, she remained a fledgling dragon, out of place in human society, and acquiring wealth was challenging. Yet, for Gwydion, thriving in the sewers of Caelendu and living well necessitated Nina's assistance. Unless he were to leave Caelendu for the wilderness, where his concerns would shift solely to what to eat for his next meal. However, the wilderness was fraught with danger, as wargs, trolls, and ogres were not uncommon, along with various humanoid creatures that enslaved true dragons, such as frost giants who might capture young white dragons for servitude or sport. True dragon offspring were highly coveted, and wherever possible, individuals would attempt to seize them. Thus, these 7 vertebrae of giant rats were intended to facilitate Nina in exchanging them for her first earnings, paving the way for future endeavors. At dawn, you will go as you mentioned to the alchemy shop in the common district. They should accept this. Yes, of course, Mr. Gwydion. Retrieving the small pouch, Nina nodded earnestly and stowed it away. She then patted the pouch through the linen cloth, feeling reassured by the tangible presence of the items. Now, you should rest well. Gwydion noted the fatigue etched on Nina's face. She had spent the entire day in a state of apprehension. It was impossible to exist without pressure and fear. Yet all he could do now was to allow her to sleep soundly and replenish her spirits. Good night, Mr. Gwydion. Nina readily agreed, seeking a corner to curl up and close her eyes. In the sulphurous air, she found solace in sleep, especially knowing Gwydion was awake. Seeing her drift off, Gwydion took the opportunity to access his personal panel, intending to review any changes in his talent list following this slumber and to consider the substantial rewards he had yet to utilize, including 11 first-tier talent fragments. The next moment, a pale blue data interface reappeared before his eyes. Chapter 12, Extravagance, Points Allocation, Revision. The pale blue screen abruptly froze in Gwydion's vision, and he expertly scanned it with a cursory glance. Gwydion Ao du Ein Tang, Guli, and title, Nun Race, Magma Dragon Age. Wormling, 5 years, life, 34 rank, 2 talent, armored scales, 410, sharp claws, 35, robustness, 420, low-level fire magic resistance, 212, wormling's dread, 24, glutton, 59, dark vision, 411, sound mimicry. Charge proficiency, 18, skills, fire immunity, bite and claw, magma breath, soul talent. Talent plunder, free talent fragments. Tier 1 fragment 11. Gwydion felt a slight surprise. Such a long slumber had remarkably increased his attributes. He wondered what transformations would occur when the wormling progressed to a young dragon. He had a general understanding of the data, yet he was particularly intrigued by the talent, robustness, which appeared to be linked to his life points. This meant that 3 points of robustness could yield 3 points of life. However, at present, Gwydion had not sustained any injuries, so he was unaware of how much life would be deducted from a wound, thus lacking a direct comparison for the blood quantity increased by robustness. Moreover, he vaguely sensed that his strength had significantly augmented, but he refrained from experimenting, fearing he might awaken Nina or disturb the creatures along the river. Yet, grasping his claws still provided an illusion of strength. In terms of percentage, the robustness talent had increased his life by a notable 10, and it might also enhance his strength. Other talents had similarly progressed to varying extents, either halfway or a third of the way. Evidently, the gains from this slumber equaled, if not surpassed, those from slaying the 14 rodent-like monsters. He observed the scales, now slightly darkened, and the claws glimmering with a cold light. Before his slumber, Gwydion distinctly recalled that his scales were lighter in hue, and his claws had a slightly curved shape. Now, the claws had elongated and sharpened. If his claws had once resembled crescent blades, they now resembled several cold daggers embedded in his hands. As for Wormling's Dread, low-level fire magic resistance, and Glutton, Gudun could not discern any immediate changes. Even if he were overly anxious, it would be impossible to unleash his draconic might without startling Nina. The fire magic resistance was even more absurd. Only chaotic and mischievous beings would dare to test the might of a fireball. As for Glutton, he felt no hunger and could not evaluate its effect. Though it seemed that his prior indulgence in a rodent meat hot pot before entering the slumber had left some nutrients from his eggshell undigested, resulting in his current lack of hunger. In essence, Gudun was still in the process of digestion. This could explain why, in the memories of wormlings from dragon heritage, they would awaken with an insatiable appetite. The dragon mother would provide them with a sumptuous feast to restore their strength. The effects of dark vision were the most pronounced, despite only increasing by 3 points. Gudun felt as though the world around him had become significantly clearer. Even in the dimness, he perceived faint hints of color, though not overtly distinct. Nonetheless, this transformation allowed him to perceive his surroundings beyond the confines of a black and white world, giving him the illusion of having switched to a high-definition camera capable of capturing colors. The remaining 2 talents, sound mimicry and charge proficiency, seemed to have reached their limits. With no further progress achievable, only sound mimicry displayed no progress bar. The other talent had surpassed its tier without corresponding tier 2 or black iron fragments available for allocation. Although the talent list was extensive, Gudun quickly prioritized the talents for allocation, dividing them into 3 tiers. T1, charge proficiency, armored scales, robustness, evaluation, capable of offense, defense, and retreat. Nothing is more suitable. T2, sharp claws, dark vision, evaluation. Sometimes, when you can see what others cannot, you have already won half the battle. And survival is key to inflicting damage. T3, wormling's dread, low-level fire magic resistance. Evaluation, a true dragon, though lacking strength. Emanating draconic essence is akin to a deadly poppy flower. The latter is merely redundant. Pending, glutton. Evaluation, my stomach has not indicated any changes within me. After briefly categorizing the talents in his mind, Gudun found a purpose for the talent fragments. Though a wormling requires time to grow, the innate talents would develop alongside it. In simpler terms, even in the absence of talent fragments, his talents would naturally reach their maximum capacity. Subsequently, he would metamorphose into a young dragon, and this cycle would repeat until he ultimately became a 6th-tier adult dragon. Beyond that, reaching the 7th or 8th tier would necessitate the dragon's own experiences and efforts. Many dragons opt to transition into druids or priests to bolster their strength. However, Gudun was acutely aware that he lacked the protection of a dragon mother. He was merely a Magma Dragon wormling lost in the human world, hiding in the sewers. The enhancement from talent fragments required time, and he would not allow himself to be miserly, hoarding fragments without utilizing them. Waiting to unleash a sudden burst of power against formidable foes would be unwise. If he failed to adapt to the enhanced body, or if the reading of the talent fragments affected his current combat, he could truly lose everything. Such a simple principle, Gudun understood well. Additionally, the first-tier fragments held little monetary value, so he deemed it acceptable to expend them freely. The sewers lacked many things, but they were replete with monsters. Thus, Gudun swiftly allocated the 11 first-tier blank fragments to sharp claws, robustness, and armored scales. This was, in his opinion, the optimal solution. After all, his fragments were sufficient to max out both sharp claws and armored scales. Without hesitation, he invested 3 first-tier talent fragments into sharp claws. Sharp claws, 35, 55, steel claws, 110. Suddenly, Gudun's vision blurred as the pale blue talent panel twisted and transformed, revealing a brand new talent before him. Such rapidity? This was Gudun's first experience of such swift progression, vastly different from the activation of the charge talent. Unconsciously, he extended his claws to inspect them. Once resembling daggers, they now appeared as though coated in a layer of silver sheen, providing a new visual experience for the dragon. The length of his claws surged from 4 or 5 centimeters to an astonishing 7 or 8 centimeters, frighteningly sharp. With a swift thrust, his claws effortlessly penetrated a nearby gray rock, as if slicing through tofu. Remarkable, though his claws had been sharp before. The previous experience of excavating stones while disguised in the sewers felt entirely different now. The sensation was akin to replacing a rusted and dull kitchen knife with a brand new one. With a swift motion, he cleaved the stones into 3 segments or carved deep ravines. After experimenting with the newly acquired claws, Gudun turned his attention to the next talent, robust, without hesitation. He accessed the panel and allocated points. Robust, 420, 720. Instantly, Gudun felt a surge of warmth flow through his body. From the base of his spine to the crown of his head, invigorating him with boundless energy. He perceived a notable increase in his strength, corroborating his earlier suspicions. His health points leaped from 34 to 37, and as he observed the gradual rise in his vitality, a sense of reassurance enveloped him amidst the uncertainties of traversing this foreign realm. Though his health was modest at present, the future held promise. The remaining 6 first-order shards were allocated to armored scales, for he was eager to discover the transformations that awaited him after enhancing armored scales, 1010. Given the precedent set by sharp claws, his curiosity was piqued. Armored scales, 410, 1010, scale mutation, 220. In less than a second, Godwin felt a heaviness envelop him, as if donning a suit of armor. Such a brusque transformation? He marveled at the thick, glossy scales that adorned his body, each measuring 2 to 3 centimeters. He tentatively prodded the scales with his claws, applying slight pressure or gently tapping, and was met with a resonant metallic clang. Evidently, his defensive capabilities had significantly augmented. The talent, armored scales, vanished from the talent list, replaced by the newly manifested scale mutation. Furthermore, another talent quietly slipped away from the list alongside armored scales, low-level fire magic resistance. Chapter 13, Snuggling, revised. The disappearance of low-level fire magic resistance coincided with the emergence of scale mutation, an uncanny correlation that compelled Godwin to ponder their connection. However, his personal panel lacked artificial intelligence. Despite his conjectures, he possessed no immediate evidence. Thus, he tentatively attributed the emergence of scale mutation, 220, to the absence of low-level fire magic resistance. He wondered what might have transpired had he fully invested in fire resistance before maxing out armored scales. Yet, there was no merit in dwelling on the past. He resolved to move forward. After all, relinquishing an inconspicuous talent in exchange for the elusive scale mutation was evidently a worthwhile trade. It should be noted that scale mutation conferred resistance across all elemental attributes, whether it be elemental, shaping, or other forms of magic, providing a significant mitigation benefit. Regrettably, Godwin sighed as he noticed 2 skill suffixes akin to charge proficiency on the panel, lacking their former familiarity. Next, he planned to max out robust, followed by voracious, and ultimately dark vision. That night, Godwin began to strategize his future and the immediate tasks at hand. For instance, he aimed to find a refuge within the sewers and recruit some loyal subordinates as tools for his endeavors. Additionally, if feasible, he aspired to improve Nina's circumstances, allowing her to escape the rodent-like existence of hiding in the sewers and secure a place in Kalandu. Of course, this was contingent upon Nina's success today. This fleeting thought crossed Godwin's mind, yet now was not the time for such considerations. Through the scattered moonlight, Godwin's dark golden dragon eyes peered through the gaps between the disordered stones and timber, observing a world below no larger than a fingernail. It was eerily silent, though he could see only a dilapidated European-style wooden window swaying and creaking in the wind. Yet, his gaze brimmed with longing. Though he could not yet experience the wonders of this other world, the memories passed down through his dragon lineage revealed the vastness of the continent known as Io. Countless adventurers traversed its dense forests, towering mountains, and deep valleys in pursuit of wealth and glory, battling fiercely as human and beast natures intertwined, composing a lament of life. In the shadows, sinister entities whispered, plotting to unveil a new chapter and upend the world, aspiring to forge legends. Even the lofty deities would clash fiercely for the sake of faith, igniting divine wars that could engulf multiple duchies, nations, or potentially half a continent. In such times, both the mighty and the meek toiled for a shared cause, disseminating the glory of their revered deities. This intriguing world, so reminiscent of reality, stirred Godwin's aspirations. Yet, in order to avoid becoming a mere dragon-slaying hero or a point of honor in a team, Godwin's immediate plans revolved around survival, farming, leveling up by slaying monsters, and seizing talents. Should the sewers prove untenable, he would seek an opportunity to escape Kalandu and venture into the wilderness or the distant islands. Failing that, the desert would suffice as an alternative. Nevertheless, the sewers currently presented the most suitable environment for him. Though rife with monsters, it bore no resemblance to the wilderness, where ill fortune could lead to an encounter with a resting black or red dragon. Godwin did not belong to the category of chromatic dragons. It was entirely common for true dragons to slay the offspring of other dragon breeds. Given his current fledgling strength, survival in the wilderness seemed improbably slim. Even with the advantages he possessed, in the wilderness, the consensus among adventurers was that one could never predict which would come first, an accident or tomorrow. However, within the sewers, Godwin aimed to minimize contact with humans, avoiding it whenever possible. Should it prove unavoidable, he would be thoroughly prepared. Not a single soul aware of his existence could escape. He would strike with the ferocity of thunder, eliminating all witnesses. If he were to act, no trace of his presence could remain. He would ensure complete destruction of evidence, scattering ashes in a meticulous manner. He recalled that the priests of this world possessed divine magic capable of resurrecting the deceased, capable of snatching souls from the grip of death, leaving no room for carelessness. Yet, should he find himself outmatched and lacking in prospects, he would have no choice but to flee at the first opportunity. Gudrun exhaled slowly, the air thickening with the pungent scent of sulfur. Nina, curled in the corner, scrunched her nose in response, yet her youthful visage bore a smile, seemingly lost in a pleasant dream. However, she trembled slightly, her arms wrapped around her chest, clearly feeling the chill. The temperature in the sewer was colder than above, particularly as the winds occasionally swept through the channel, observing the thinly clad Nina and the cold drafts infiltrating their cramped space. Gudrun pondered the relentless chill of the sewers and its potential to cause illness in the frail young girl. Yet, he hesitated momentarily. Ultimately, he decided not to dwell on it further. With small, careful steps, he lay down behind Nina with a soft thud. Being a living pillow felt rather pleasant. He mumbled to himself, as if persuading another or justifying his actions. As Gudrun awakened, he felt a soft and gentle touch, even through a layer of scales. While it was undeniably comfortable, he found himself somewhat unaccustomed to sharing a space with another person, having spent his previous life in solitude. Despite his current form as a dragon, there lingered a sense of discomfort. His body instinctively shielded the gap behind him, preventing the chill of the night air from creeping through. The disproportionately small head of the juvenile dragon rested at an angle beside him. Fortunately, Nina's hair was short enough that Gudrun's head did not press upon it, with him serving as a mobile source of warmth. It was likely that she would sleep soundly through the night. Content with his arrangement, Gudrun intended to stay vigilant until dawn, postponing other matters until Nina returned from Karandu. However, after a short while, restlessness crept in. After some contemplation, he spread his right wing, draping his newly sprouted small wing over Nina's slightly concave abdomen. Satisfied, he nodded, believing this would keep her from catching a chill. With his eyes wide open, he listened to the occasional sounds from the river, waiting for the first rays of light to filter through the cracks of the wooden frame and the shattered edges of the manhole cover. As the sewers fell silent, Gudrun, having spent the night lost in thought and planning for the future, felt mentally exhausted. Given the juvenile dragon's naturally small head, the weight of his thoughts seemed overwhelming, compounded by his stillness, which rendered him increasingly drowsy. At last, he succumbed to sleep as the first light broke the horizon. Thus, the sleeping dragonborn girl and the slumbering hatchling lay in the dilapidated ruins of the sewer, their heads touching and tails brushing against each other, with black dragon wings draped between their slender forms. Together, they formed a breathtaking tableau, warm and beautiful. Meanwhile, not long after Gudrun drifted into slumber, the dragonborn girl's biological clock signaled its readiness. She opened her eyes and beheld the familiar dragon wing resting atop her. Chapter 14. Departure. Nina gazed at the black-scaled wing, then shifted her attention to the dilapidated wall obscured by Gudrun's form, her eyes sparkling with an inexplicable light. Though she was not yet 10 years old, she was far from an innocent child, having experienced more than many adults. Growing up in an orphanage, aside from Granny Orlan and Sister Zelia, she had no friends. The other children in the orphanage only referred to her as either a bastard or a monster. She grew up hearing these words, as the children seemed to have reached a consensus that ostracizing her was the means of forming a group. Isolated, Nina matured in an environment steeped in despair. Yet, she dared not disturb Granny Orlan or complain, fearing it would only bring sadness and anger to her beloved guardian. She wished to spare Orlan any grief, not wanting to cause her even a moment of sorrow. It was only later, when Sister Zelia arrived at the orphanage, that she found someone to confide in. Unfortunately, that brief solace was short-lived, as Zelia was soon adopted. Following this, Granny Orlan also departed, and the orphanage, her only refuge, was demolished by a nobleman to make way for shops, situated along a trade route near the Free City. The land in that town was worth a considerable sum. Building an orphanage there was deemed a waste, had it not been for Orlan's esteemed reputation among the townsfolk. The nobleman would have long ago reduced the dilapidated orphanage to rubble. Subsequently, Nina made her way from Blanche to the Black Street of Karandu, where she fought to survive for a year, encountering the malice of countless hearts. Some coveted her appearance, while others expressed disdain for her impure bloodline. Most glaringly, she faced the harsh reality of poverty. With no money to her name, had she not met a few kind-hearted adventurers along the way, She might have perished in the wilderness between Blanche and Carandu. She had heard tales of goblins, wolfmen, and kobolds, who were known to devour humans, and of larger tribes that would keep people like livestock. If fate had not intervened, she might have met a similarly grim end. However, the adventurers rescued her with the intent of selling her for a good price in the Free City, where nobles were known to have a taste for such things. Upon overhearing their casual conversation about her fate late at night, Nina seized the opportunity to escape under the cover of darkness. Fortunately, their campsite was not far from Carandu, and the monsters in the vicinity had just been routed by a band of adventurers and soldiers. Being cautious, Nina avoided all encounters with monsters on her journey, ultimately making her way into the Grand Free City. She had thought her life would continue in such a manner, perhaps ending in injury or illness without timely treatment, perishing in the sewers and decaying into a mere skeleton. If discovered posthumously, perhaps no one would label her a bastard or a monster. Sometimes, these thoughts crossed her mind. Had it not been for Granny Orlon's last words urging her to live well, she might have drifted along with the currents of fate, finding solace in becoming a mere plaything, at least avoiding the struggle of scavenging through refuse and competing with the city as stray dogs for scraps. Living such a burdened existence felt utterly devoid of meaning. Thus, upon seeing the nascent dragon wing draped across her, her heart was a tumult of emotions. Perhaps Gudun, with his similarly hued eyes, would recognize her as kin, offering her compassion and protection. Contemplating this, Nina carefully shifted her body, gently cradling the dragon wing, fearful of disturbing the sleeping hatchling. Regrettably, she inadvertently roused Gudun, who opened his eyes, revealing those dark golden orbs, now shimmering with the nascent power of a dragon. The gaze evoked a sense of reverence within Nina, as if before her stood not merely a newly hatched dragon, but a majestic adult dragon, capable of stirring storms with its wings. "I apologize for disturbing your rest, Gudun," Nina said, a hint of embarrassment coloring her voice as she chastised herself for not being lighter in her movements, wishing she had not awakened him. "It's all right. Dawn has arrived," Gudun replied, the flicker of draconic authority in his eyes quickly receding. He had been in a light slumber, and any slight movement from Nina was bound to awaken him. After all, they were still in the sewers, where deep sleep was a luxury for any juvenile dragon. "Yes, dawn has come, Mr. Gudun," Nina concurred, then suddenly seemed to realize something. "I must leave now. If I delay any longer, I may not be allowed entry." Her words were swift and urgent. Gudun did not inquire why she might be barred from entering the commoner district, but nodded slightly, observing her in silence. Seeing his approval, Nina swiftly gathered materials from the surroundings, beginning to adjust her appearance. This time, she opted for a more humane approach, using dirt and grime to obscure her fair skin, ensuring that at first glance, she appeared to be an inconspicuous, filthy wild child. Nina did not let her guard down. Rather, her attire was convenient for the upcoming transaction at the alchemy shop. After all, those spellcasting apprentices were of a higher status, and should they catch sight of Nina, reeking and covered in red spots and white scabs, they would likely hasten to expel her at first glance. She executed her preparations swiftly, for time was of the essence. While the common folk were still in slumber, she aimed to enter the alchemy shop in the common district to exchange her goods. A delay might lead to her being discovered by well-meaning individuals, which would result in a return to her previous predicament, being driven out of the common area. Being pelted with vegetable scraps, stones, or doused with refuse had become a routine for her, while she had grown accustomed to being shunned. Failing to complete the task entrusted to her by Mr. Geddon would incur a grave sin. Before long, with the morning mist still lingering, Nina was ready to set forth. The disguise she donned bore no resemblance to the delicate, pale girl she once was. "Mr. Geddon, I shall take my leave now," she whispered. "Be careful on your way," came his response, accompanied by a nod. With that, Nina stealthily bent her body and departed from the cramped temporary dwelling. Before leaving, she patted the somewhat cumbersome materials at her waist, her eyes sparkling with hope, contemplating the prospect of these items yielding a handsome reward, just as Mr. Geddon had promised. Once outside, Nina's petite frame nimbly navigated through the obstacles along the river, her agility remarkable. This was her forte, though lacking in strength, her speed was commendable, a necessity for survival in the sewers infested with monsters. Soon, she arrived at a manhole cover with a gap, leading to a narrow alley, the third lane of the Black Street. Nina was well acquainted with this area. It was relatively safe, situated at a distance from the dwellings of the street thugs and ruffians. Typically, this place was more populated by rats than humans. But the alley opened into the main thoroughfare of the Black Street, where encounters with people were common. Hence, Nina only ventured out in the morning, never returning via this route. For reasons unbeknownst to her, Nina felt a twinge of unease. unsure whether it was the weight of her hidden treasure or the eerie silence of the black street that unsettled her. After a minute or two of waiting, she cautiously pushed the manhole cover, which emitted a jarring screech against the ground, causing her heart to race even faster. Once a sufficient gap was created for her to pass through, Nina adeptly climbed up from the sewer. Bending low, she touched her tailbone through the coarse linen fabric, stepping into the misty morning air. Not long after Nina's departure, Geddon also ventured forth from the abode that had slumbered for the day, as he too had matters to attend to. Chapter 15. Zalia's 7 pieces of first-tier spellcasting materials, giant rat tailbone. Quite impressive. The quality and texture are flawless. And there are no traces of blood, very clean. That will be 6 silver coins and 55 copper pieces. Here, take it. In the common district of Kalandu, where the morning fog had yet to dissipate, a small alchemy shop named Fulon was aglow. A half-elf woman, clad in a water-blue robe and appearing to be around 21 or 22, addressed Nina. She delicately handled the luminous bones from the bag presented by the Dragonborn girl. Nodding in satisfaction, with a swift motion, she produced 6 gleaming silver coins and a small bag filled with copper pieces, which felt somewhat heavy as she handed it over. In the past, adventurers often mishandled the materials obtained from monsters. Some would even bring entire monster corpses, claiming them to be fresh, an utterly insane practice in her eyes. In stark contrast, the Dragonborn girl before her, though dirty and clad in tattered linen, was still regarded favorably by the half-elf. An unspoken bond lingered between them, both being of mixed heritage, one half-elf, the other Dragonborn, each carrying the blood of different races, fostering a sense of kinship. In the society of sentient beings, mixed-blood individuals were often branded as mongrels. This label was all too common, leading to mutual disdain. However, the acceptance of half-elves was generally greater than that of Dragonborns, predominantly due to the elves' long-standing tranquility and minimal conflict with humans. After all, one resided in the dense forests, while the other inhabited vast plains. In truth, elves harbored more disdain for humans than the reverse. It is noteworthy that the price of elven slaves in Kalandu has perpetually remained exorbitantly high, often unattainable in the black market. Conversely, colorful dragons wreak havoc across the continent of AIO, their insatiable greed driving them to torment travelers and seize treasures. Although tales of successful dragon slayers occasionally surfaced, the greatest losses were still borne by humanity. Yet, the Dragonborn girl seemed momentarily stunned, hesitating to accept the payment. It was only after the half-elf woman prompted her a few times that she snapped back to reality and eagerly accepted the coins from her hand. The offered price was fair, showing no inclination to exploit her youth. Before her departure, Geddon had already informed Nina of the approximate market value for first-tier materials, which typically fluctuated between 70 copper pieces and 1 silver coin and 10 copper pieces. The half-elf's offer of around 90 copper pieces was exceptionally generous. This sum of nearly 7 silver coins equated to nearly 4 months of income for a peasant under a baroness domain. It is essential to note that beneath copper coins, other forms of currency exist, such as grain or wheat, which serve as barter to fill gaps and address shortages. Nevertheless, such barter methods were unnecessary in Kalandu, where even the cheapest items began at 1 copper piece. Yet, a single copper could procure enough coarse black bread, also known as bran bread, for a family of 3 for a day. This bread, mixed with sawdust and bran, was so hard it could serve as a weapon. Many goblins and kobolds had met their demise at the hands of black bread sticks during monster raids on villages. Thus, in gratitude for this fair deal, Nina softly expressed her thanks. "Thank you. May the gods bless you." This was the customary phrase, one that Grandma Orlon often used when greeting outsiders. After all, beliefs varied among individuals, and with so many benevolent deities, it was impossible to discern a person's faith. Just as a warrior maiden, clad in heavy armor and wielding a flail, would be easily recognized as a devotee of the war god. Once stripped of her armor and transformed into a delicate maiden in a white dress, one could hardly guess her beliefs. Having expressed her gratitude, Nina accepted the coins from the half-elf, stowing them in her pouch, which she then concealed at her waist. Due to the loose fit of her dress, it was nearly impossible to discern that a bulging pouch lay hidden beneath. Only Nina could feel the comforting weight of the concealed treasure. "Don't worry. If you have more materials in the future, you may come find me. My name is Fulon. I usually reside in this alchemy shop, and if I step out, I'll hang a sign on the door." The half-elf, or rather, Fulon, smiled at Nina. Evidently, this was the half-elf's customary tactic to win over long-term clients. With her astute intellect, she had deduced that the Dragonborn girl before her was merely a messenger. The one capable of producing 7 first-tier shards was likely another individual, probably a solitary adventurer who had only recently arrived in Kalandu. To eliminate 7 giant rats in the sewers, one would need to be at least a second-tier professional. Such high-quality clients were the primary targets for Fulon's persuasion efforts. After all, whether as a seller or a buyer, securing such a professional would mean substantial profit for her. All right, I will, Nina said hastily before departing. Her emotions were difficult to articulate. Though she had just left, she found herself eager to return, filled with anticipation to see Mr. Godwin and present him with the money. As time passed, the morning mist gradually dissipated under the sun, revealing clearer paths, towering city walls in the distance, and the cacophony of insults and children's cries echoing through the streets of the commoner district. In the past, at this hour, Nina would have been scavenging for food in the back alley of the Iron Furnace Tavern, consumed by hunger and oblivious to her surroundings. However, she had no intention of lingering now, keen to avoid unnecessary complications. After all, she was carrying nearly 7 silver coins, a significant sum, and in the dark streets. A mere copper could cost a life, let alone silver. Fulon's alchemy shop was not far from the dark street, and Nina returned to the entrance of the dark street in the same amount of time it took to arrive. Compared to the clean and tidy streets of the commoner district, this place was a mess, with sewage flowing freely and garbage strewn about. Nina could even spot the eggshells they had discarded days earlier. As for the vegetable scraps, it was uncertain whether they had been taken by a dog or scavenged by someone from the dark street. Nina did not linger at the entrance. She quickly left and took a familiar, secluded path, exercising caution in her choice to avoid retracing her steps. Unbeknownst to her, someone had begun to follow her from a distance. Since Nina's disguise was not particularly conspicuous, some idle ruffians lurking in the shadows of the dark street soon noticed this unfamiliar girl. Upon catching sight of her unmistakable obsidian-like dragon eyes, they recalled that she was the ailing dragon-born beggar who had suffered from sores. Nina's transformed appearance astonished these ruffians, who were infuriated at having been toyed with by a mere child for so long. Consequently, 3 of them decided to follow her, intending to cause her trouble or, at the very least, to have a bit of fun at her expense to alleviate their pent-up frustration. As they drew closer, Nina heard the footsteps behind her growing louder. Yet she dared not look back. Uncertain if they were pursuing her, she prudently quickened her pace, only for the footsteps to intensify in response. A wave of dread washed over her. They were indeed coming for her. However, the nearest sewer entrance was still a block away, over 200 meters distant. Running in a straight line, she knew she could not outrun these adults, especially if the manhole cover had not been pushed aside. Escape would be impossible. Despite her agility, her youth placed her at a disadvantage in terms of strength and speed compared to adults, leaving her with only a slight edge in reaction time. Thus, Nina bolted toward a nearby alley, where she could exploit her familiarity with the terrain to shake off her pursuers. With a swift motion, she dashed toward the alley's entrance, believing that if she could just slip inside, she would have a chance to escape back to the sewers. The pursuers, realizing her unusual behavior, abandoned their playful intentions and hastened their pursuit. After all, being caught in a mishap here would become fodder for mockery for a year. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, Nina collided with a soft body, and a forceful rebound sent her tumbling to the ground. As she lay there, the raucous laughter and footsteps behind her became increasingly apparent, plunging her into despair. She could not escape. Terrified, she turned to see the 3 gangsters closing in on her and hurriedly attempted to rise. At that moment, a slender, pale hand reached out to her, accompanied by a voice that felt vaguely familiar, stirring memories long buried. Nina? Only then did Nina raise her head, recognizing the person who had caused her fall. It was a girl clad in a fitted black robe, her low hood obscuring half her face, revealing only the exquisite lower half and her graceful neck. Just from the sight of her lower face, it was evident she was a beauty, and the intricately patterned black robe lent her an air of mystery. Nina, hearing that voice, felt as if she were in a dream. Gazing at the familiar yet foreign visage of the girl in the black robe, her tone a mix of astonishment and disbelief. "Is it you, sister? Zelia? How did you come to be here?" Chapter 16, The Pseudo-Dragon of the North. Zelia was taken aback to encounter Nina, the girl she had once shared time with in the orphanage. However, it was evident that the girl who had once faced hardship in the orphanage was now struggling even more in Kalendu. Observing the dirt-covered Nina, whose once silvery hair had been reduced to half its length, Zelia hesitated before speaking. "It really is you. Aren't you in Balanki? How is Granny Aulon? What brings you to Kalendu?" Zelia had a multitude of questions to ask. Although her time in the orphanage was brief, it left a lasting impression, filled with fond memories of the kind Granny Aulon and her sisterly bond with Nina. Particularly after being cast out by a couple who appeared benevolent yet regarded her as a monster, her memories of the orphanage became particularly nostalgic. After awakening her elemental sorceress lineage and embarking on a lengthy adventure for over a year, she would occasionally reminisce during her breaks. Unfortunately, she and her companions had been active in the northern territories, leaving her with no opportunity to return south to visit Belanki. Coming from the capital city of Kalen, Du was the closest she had been to Belanki. Discovering a companion from the orphanage filled her with joy, prompting a flurry of questions. However, upon noticing the dimness in Nina's golden eyes, Zelia, having experienced numerous farewells and losses, understood the implications. The orphanage was gone, and Granny Aulon had passed away. Otherwise, Nina would not have found herself in such dire straits in Kalen Du. Nina's once silvery hair, which had once rivaled Zelia's gray locks, was now dull and lifeless, cut to shoulder length and in disarray. While Zelia was observing Nina, the latter, with an anxious expression, suddenly spoke up, having heard footsteps rapidly approaching from around the corner. Now is not the time for this, Sister Zelia. You must leave quickly. Those people are coming to capture me. Nina did not forget the three gangsters hot on her heels and attempted to push away Zelia's reaching hand, urging her to flee. After all, if she was to fall into a pit of despair, she could not allow her newly found sister to follow her into the abyss. You little brat. Keep running, huh? This time you won't escape. Accompanied by derisive laughter, three figures blocked the alley's exit. Nina knew without looking back that her pursuers had caught up, closing in on her. Three nefarious gangsters, upon witnessing Nina's fall, approached her with a predatory mindset, akin to a cat toying with a mouse. To them, Nina, now sprawled on the muddy ground and sullied by the dirt, was already a prize to be claimed, and it was time for their unending humiliation. They laughed mockingly as they beheld her disheveled state, her once pristine dress now marred by the filth. The one clad in a black robe declared, "This is the territory of the Halung gang. If you wish to avoid inciting the wrath of Boss Finchi, I advise you to leave at once." Others around them recognized the ominous figure draped in the mysterious black cloak, yet all they could discern beneath the shadowy hood was the absence of Cecilia's visage. After years on the Black Street, they knew well whom to provoke and whom to avoid. Individuals shrouded in black robes were to be treated with utmost caution. Who could tell what lay hidden beneath? Daggers, swords, or perhaps a staff? They had no desire to engage the robed figure. So they resorted to invoking the name of Finchi Gran, the notorious leader of the Halung gang, who had once slain a third-tier dragon beast, hoping to intimidate her by association. The name of Finchi the Dragon Hunter held significant weight not only on the Black Street, but also echoed among the nobility of Kalen Du. However, upon catching a glimpse of the face beneath the hood, they were momentarily struck dumb. They had anticipated a frail youth, but were instead met with a striking young woman. Her silken gray hair, cascading gracefully, she was far more enchanting than any of the call girls found in the taverns of the Black Street. The foremost thug, suddenly struck with inspiration, addressed the gray-haired maiden. "Who are you to this wretch? She has stolen our belongings, and under Boss Finchi's orders, we must take her back." He aimed to use Nina as leverage against the girl, for in his estimation, this seemingly 14 or 15-year-old girl was not someone to be feared in the Black Street. "I did not steal your things," Nina retorted, urgently imploring the gray-haired maiden. "Sister Zelia, do not heed their words. You must leave quickly. They are villains with ill intent." The thug scoffed derisively. "If you didn't take anything, then why are you running?" He chuckled smugly, clearly pleased with his own rationale. Nina fell silent. But before she could respond, Zelia, who had been crouching, rose to her feet. She removed her hood, revealing her face without any obstruction, her deep gray eyes piercing into the lead thug who had spoken, and she gently inquired, "Did she truly steal your belongings?" Her voice seemed imbued with an enchanting power. Any seasoned practitioner present would discern that she was a spellcaster, employing a notoriously criticized spell known as Charm Human. While ineffective against trained professionals, it was a reliable weapon against unprotected nobles, let alone these street thugs. The thug, ensnared by her gaze, initially appeared startled, then seemed to fall under her spell. His eyes glazing over as he muttered, "No? Then why do you accuse her?" She pressed further. "To threaten you. To do what I wish," he replied, his demeanor still dazed. The other two thugs felt a chill creep down their spines, a wave of dread washing over them. A singular thought emerged in their minds: mage. She must be a powerful mage. But why would a noble mage venture into the filthy alleys of the Black Street? They raged internally, yet outwardly, they resembled frightened quail, shrinking back as they watched the gray-haired maiden interrogate their leader. Confronted by a force far greater than themselves, the two thugs felt a sense of despair. Even invoking Finchi's name would likely not save them. Finchi would not provoke an unknown tier spellcaster for the sake of their lives. Upon hearing the thug's response, the gray-haired maiden displayed no anger. Instead, she smiled at the other two thugs, asking, "Do either of you have anything to add?" To the thugs, her smile was akin to a devilish grin, and they dared not meet her gaze. "Esteemed mage, our boss is Finchie of the Halung gang. And he is also her cousin," one thug stammered, pointing at his comrade, still entranced by charm human, hoping to leverage their connection. "We will not dare again," another whimpered, attempting to plead for mercy. But within mere heartbeats, the maiden's mocking laughter echoed in their ears. "Is that all?" Before they could utter another word, the girl softly intoned an odd syllable, "Fi." Instantly, a miniature cyclone manifested in her hand, stirring the air around her. The wind ruffled her silken gray hair and made her black and gold-trimmed robe billow dramatically. 2 arrows of wind, each a foot in length, materialized in her palm. Wind arrow. A first-tier spell. The arrows could be directed at targets within 30 feet, splitting at the caster's will, though their damage would diminish, while accuracy would hinge on the caster's focus. Within a mere 3 seconds, the arrows formed and, before the 2 thugs could even manage to flee a scant 3 meters, they were struck through the throat by the pursuing elemental arrows. Blood gushed forth like a burst pipe, splattering across the muddy street and staining the ground a dark crimson. The sight of blood triggered a violent awakening in the last thug, still under the thrall of charm human. He broke free from the enchantment. Yet what lay before him was a scene of utter devastation. His companions, with whom he had jested moments before, now lay lifeless on the ground, their faces frozen in fear as blood pooled around them. Trembling, he gazed at the gray-haired maiden, his eyes devoid of the previous greed, now replaced by sheer terror. "You cannot kill me. I am Finchie's cousin. You cannot kill me." A foul odor wafted from beneath him, yet he paid no mind to his dampened trousers. Repeating his plea in a desperate attempt to escape the wrath of the gray-haired maiden, he backed away slowly, noticing her make no move. And a flicker of hope ignited within him. Perhaps she truly intended to spare him, fearing his cousin, the dragon hunter Finchie. A faint smile crept onto his lips, but it vanished as quickly as it had appeared. He had no intention of provoking a sorceress who had just claimed lives. He had yet to indulge in the delights offered by the taverns of the Black Street, nor had he experienced the company of elves, beast women, or dragonborn. He did not wish to meet his end here. With a sycophantic grin, he cast a flattering glance at the distant gray-haired maiden before turning to flee, not daring to look back as he sought to escape the alley. Just as his guard began to slip, a swift shadow sprang forth from the darkness beneath the eaves, hurtling towards him with the speed of lightning, igniting a primal fear within him and sending icy chills racing down his spine. Then, he felt as though a hole had been pierced in his neck, warm liquid with a metallic tang gushing from his throat and soaking his garments. A searing pain radiated from his throat, so intense that when he attempted to speak, all that emerged were pitiful gasps. The ensuing chain reaction left his limbs weak, ultimately causing his entire body to collapse, head heavy and feet light, into a channel filled with several centimeters of black muck. The warm liquid flowed from his neck, trickling down his chin, lips, and nose, filling his eye sockets. Finally, his vision swam in shades of red and black, and consciousness slipped away completely. "Celia Jidja, have you become a mage now?" Nina gazed at the 3 corpses, feeling no discomfort. After nearly a year in the dark streets, she had become unafraid of death. What intrigued her more was the wondrous spell that Celia had just employed, reminiscent of the witch from the fairy tales narrated by Grandma Aulon. "I am not a mage. I am a sorceress. Mages must study, whereas I possess innate abilities," Celia elucidated, emphasizing the significant distinction between sorceresses and mages. If Nina was interested, she would gladly devote considerable time to explain further. What about that shadow from earlier? Nina recalled the previous charm human, Wind Arrow, and a peculiar creature that had assisted them. "Oh, that was Miss Lizzie, my companion." "Miss Lizzie? A companion?" Nina questioned, perplexed. Was it a creature akin to Mr. Godwin? Observing Nina's confusion, Celia merely smiled. She uttered an unusual syllable, akin to a summoning, and a swift shadow darted from the shadows of the eaves, revealing Celia's magical pet to Nina. Perched upon Celia's shoulder was a minuscule silver dragon, no larger than a domestic cat, its body covered in dense scales. It turned its head, flicked its silver wings, still stained with red liquid, and began to lick the remnants of blood off its wings with a long, bifurcated tongue. After finishing its meal, it nestled its elongated neck against Celia's other shoulder, feigning sleep, clearly displaying a high level of intimacy. This was a northern pseudo-dragon, a first-tier creature and Celia's contracted magical pet. "This is Miss Lizzie, a pseudo-dragon with the bloodline of a northern silver dragon, my companion," Celia introduced, pointing at the pseudo-dragon. The northern pseudo-dragon cooperatively opened its golden slit pupils, gazing at what appeared to be its owner's childhood playmate, a dragonborn little girl. However, upon a closer look and a sniff, it quivered all over. The familiar scent of sulfur mixed with a regal aura, a true dragon's essence. How could a dragonborn possess the scent of a genuine dragon? The pseudo-dragon's small mind went utterly blank. Chapter 17. Speculation, revised, as the name implies. Pseudo-dragons are the cousins of true dragons, distinct from dragonkin and draconic beasts. Pseudo-dragons are categorized separately within the dragon family because, aside from lacking the power that matches true dragons, their wisdom in adulthood is not inferior to that of ordinary adult true dragons. However, due to their diminutive size, most true dragons do not acknowledge any connection to them, merely considering them somewhat intelligent dragon beasts. Adventurers, much like true dragons, also dismissed this cat-sized creature as a true dragon. Thus the name pseudo-dragon spread throughout the continent of Ao. Lizzie was a pseudo-dragon just over 30 years old, still in her juvenile stage. Unlike the typical timid demeanor of ordinary pseudo-dragons, Lizzie was filled with curiosity about the outside world, dreaming of leaving the icy plains to explore the realm of humans. She had heard tales of countless marvelous stories, wondrous items, and endless delights to savor. Self-proclaimed as a pseudo-dragon gourmand, she had grown weary of the monotonous diet of insects, mice, squirrels, rabbits, and snakes. Thus, by chance, more accurately, drawn in by the aroma of roasted black sturgeon, she formed a magical bond with Celia, fulfilling her wish to leave the northern icy plains. Regardless of whether true or pseudo-dragons, they enjoy long lifespans. Even if sorceresses possess bloodline powers or elven blessings, they hardly live longer than a dragon. Lizzie's time could be spent lavishly, indulging in the cultural landscapes of Edo and savoring the culinary delights from various regions. However, despite being termed a magical pet, their relationship resembled more of partners. Celia would never compel her to act, only if Lizzie wished to would she comply. The earlier villain was an instance where Lizzie willingly intervened. Throughout their journey, the dragon and the sorceress supported each other, fostering a deep bond. Furthermore, although she was female, Lizzie could not tolerate anyone coveting Celia. Celia belonged to her, now and forever. If one were to impose a time limit, it would probably be until Celia no longer offered her roasted black sturgeon. Since Lizzie forged a contract with Celia, their adventuring group, Morning Dawn and Blooming Flowers, had taken on 5 or 6 tasks over the past 6 months, battling numerous adventurers and monsters. Lizzie, self-assured in her experience, had never sensed danger, mainly as they had not undertaken perilous missions. However, today, from the filthy dragonborn girl, she detected the scent of a true dragon, ancient and enduring. It was unmistakable that she had spent time in proximity to a true dragon. Otherwise, such a scent would not exist. Although faint, Lizzie, with her pseudo-dragon heritage, was well acquainted with various dragon scents and could not be mistaken. Even the strong sulfuric odor could not mask the subtle essence of a true dragon. To catch a whiff of true dragon scent mingling with sulfur implied something significant. Having perused many courtly novels of humans, Lizzie sensed an undercurrent of conspiracy. She quickly dismissed the idea that this sulfurous scent could belong to metallic dragons, be they bronze, brass, or gold. They preferred the cool caverns nestled within forests rather than the perpetually erupting volcanoes. The only dragons likely to dwell in volcanic craters, prone to sulfurous scents, were the red dragons, or perhaps the frenzied, brutal magma dragons. Both were not the sort to engage amicably, especially the latter, who was deemed a dangerous entity by most true dragons, their unpredictable tempers even harder to fathom than those of red dragons. Just like the previous encounter with Kalandu. Now, another one. Lizzie shuddered at the thought. Those capable of appearing in human society without detection could not be fledgling or juvenile dragons. They had to be at least young dragons, possessing a minimum strength of 4th tier. While that might not be significant in Kalandu, where one could find 7th tier, transcendent beings. For them, currently a 2nd tier sorceress and a 1st tier magical pet, it felt like impending doom. Reflecting on this, Lizzie shivered again, recalling the reckless antics of dragonkind, capable of anything. Celia, who had direct contact with her, turned to the unusually perturbed pseudo-dragon, sensing her distress through their mental link. What is it, Lizzie? We must leave, quickly. Lizzie suddenly realized that if Celia were to find out, her attitude would likely be drastically different from before. If that dragon lunatic were to transform into human form and secretly observe from the shadows, she decisively changed her mind, deciding not to reveal the truth to Celia and instead urged her to leave quickly. It would not be too late to tell her after they had departed from Ziojidu. Indeed, Nina, let us go. I shall take you to meet some friends I encountered later. Celia, upon seeing the corpses strewn about, seemed to understand that this was not a suitable place for conversation. She gently ruffled Lizzie's hair and invited Nina. May the gods bless us. If one were to inquire about the current mindset of the pseudo-dragon, it might respond with these words. It could not evade the situation, yet you still wish to invite her for a visit. As if living too long on Ao Dalu has made you impatient to return to the embrace of the mother goddess? At that moment, Lizzie felt a profound despair within. But she quickly advised Zelia through mental communication. We have tasks to accomplish in Ziojidu, do we not? Bringing her along may prove somewhat inconvenient. Let us complete our commission first. She had no intention of disclosing to Zelia that this former friend of hers might have ties to the Red Dragon. After all, should Zelia foolishly decide to help her, her cherished roasted black sturgeon would be at risk. In order to continue enjoying the black sturgeon, Lizzie patiently persuaded Zelia. But before she could fully convince her to abandon her thoughts, Nina began to hesitate. Upon hearing Zelia's invitation, she found herself torn. She had not forgotten that Mr. Gaduin was still awaiting her return in the sewers. Nonetheless, she yearned to converse more with her former sister, Zelia, as they had not seen each other for quite some time and had much to say. However, upon realizing that there were others involved, she glanced at Zelia's immaculate black robe adorned with golden-edged runes, then looked down at her own dirty little hands, clutching a linen skirt smeared with fresh black mud. Ultimately, she raised her head, shook it gently, and managed to smile. Sister Zelia, there's no need. I have matters to attend to. Once I am done, I shall certainly seek you out. With that, she attempted to pass by Zelia and walked towards the alley, momentarily caught off guard by Nina's hesitance. Zelia forgot to stop her and could only ask, Nina, where do you live? She intended to take Nina out of this dark street once their task was completed. It wasn't that she couldn't do it now. The reward she had earned from her tasks over the past year would suffice to rent a room in a commoner's district. After all, as a sorceress, she did not require expensive spellbooks. However, Lizzie had articulated many reasonable points that lingered in her mind, such as the dangers of leaving a child under 10 alone in an inn. If they were all out on missions and did not return for days, the inn's peril would not differ much from that of the dark street. It would be safer for her to remain in the familiar territory of the dark street. Of course, this was contingent upon ensuring that the deaths of the 3 individuals did not implicate Nina. I will find you later, Rose Longstreet, White Horse Inn. I remember. Nina waved to Zelia, signaling that this was truly a farewell. Zelia was not upset about not receiving Nina's address, since she was unwilling to disclose it. Zelia had her own means of discovering it, as Nina's characteristics were quite distinctive. What was more pressing was ensuring that the aftermath of these 3 corpses was handled properly. Without drawing Nina into it, her gray eyes scanned the surroundings, noting the walls devoid of windows. With her keen perception, she reflected on the previous moments and had not sensed any prying eyes. The gray-haired girl exhaled softly, pulling up her black hood to obscure her features. Silently, she departed from the scene, leaving behind 3 gradually cooling corpses and the lingering stench of blood. In the dark street, amidst the cacophony of startled crows, a group of individuals stepped onto the blood-stained ground, now a dark crimson hue. Their leather-booted feet mixed the blood with the filth, splattering the mire in their wake. Each person's chest and arms bore tattoos of a dragon's head grasping a sword. It was evident that this was the insignia of the infamous dragon hunters, the most notorious gang in the southern part of the dark street. The leader of the dragon hunters, Finky, arrived at the scene with his subordinates. Yet the sight before them was not as it had been when Zelia left. The boots, belts, and vests of the 3 corpses had been completely looted, leaving them clad only in their bare undergarments. Such occurrences were all too familiar to the onlookers, as they had seen worse. Eyes, limbs, and organs were mere commodities to be traded with the merchants for copper coins. The impoverished of the dark street were willing to handle such matters without a second thought. For them, as long as there were coins to be earned and black bread to consume, it was a paradise. However, this type of individual was a minority. Otherwise, the order of Kalandu's dark street would not be as it was, but rather deteriorate further. Nonetheless, they were mindful that these 3 corpses belonged to the dragon hunters and refrained from being excessively brutal, allowing Finky to save face. Finky was a robust man, appearing to be in his late 20s, with a torso covered in countless healed scars. The longest and deepest of these were 3 brownish scars running from his right chest to his navel. Those in the know understood that these were remnants of his title as a dragon hunter, inflicted by a 3rd-tier bipedal dragon. Yet, despite their familiarity with such wounds, they were still astounded, unable to fathom how Finky had survived such injuries, let alone brought the dragon's head back to Kalandu. However, unlike before, when Finky had no trusted allies, now a figure in gray robes stood half a step behind him, their features obscured. Even the loyal confidants of the dragon hunters, who prided themselves on being close to Finky, were oblivious to this figure's sudden appearance. They could only occasionally discern a raspy voice emanating from the black cloak, reminiscent of an elderly woman. The skeletal hands protruding from the robe further substantiated this notion. The hands were emaciated, devoid of flesh, with layers of wrinkles resembling molted skin. The age spots were densely clustered, causing discomfort to those averse to such sights. Yet, what troubled them more was Finky's gruff voice booming like thunder, sending shivers down their spines. Who knows who did this? They looked up to see a familiar and grim visage, with fierce eyes that suggested Finky was on the brink of rage, ready to unleash his wrath at the slightest provocation. Finky was consumed by fury. His mood had been relatively pleasant that morning. After all, anyone would feel at ease when witnessing a task completed successfully. He had even intended to treat his subordinates to a night of relaxation at a tavern in the trading district, seeking some enjoyment after having pent up his feelings for so long. Yet, unexpectedly, just as he exited the secret warehouse, he was informed that someone had committed murder in the dark street. In the shadowy underbelly of the city, the act of murder may be considered commonplace. However, the victim in this instance was a member of the Long Hunting Gang, and notably, the cousin of Finch. This revelation ignited a fierce ire within him. After years of concealing his prowess and refraining from action, it was disconcerting to discover that someone dared to test his resolve. Yet, his subordinates could only respond with silence, as none were privy to the identity of the assailant. The trio responsible had acted impulsively, withholding their intentions from everyone else. At that hour, most denizens of the underworld were still ensconced in slumber, compounded by the swift resolution executed by Zelia, which ensured that no disturbance arose. This incident resembled a mere ripple upon a vast lake, unnoticed by all. "Boss, we've heard that a group in the west corner possesses our attire. Perhaps we should inquire with them?" One subordinate tentatively suggested. The west corner was a desolate expanse within the underworld, recently claimed by a band of gnomes, rumored to have fled from across the sea, mostly refugees, women, and children. A few bore the demeanor of soldiers, typically laboring in the dock district. They occasionally ventured into the city for brief assignments, seldom remaining outside for more than a day, and had little interaction with the underworld gangs. Their leader was a formidable figure, wielding a massive broken sword, towering even over Finch, resembling a bear in stature. No, it is unlikely they are responsible. Still, you may go and inquire, but do ensure your demeanor is courteous. Finch's anger began to subside, his lips twitching slightly. If the gnomes were indeed the culprits, he had little recourse. Although the burly leader appeared dull-witted, he fought with a ferocity akin to madness, trading injury for injury. Even if Finch were to emerge victorious, it would be a Pyrrhic victory, and such individuals were best avoided. Moreover, in recent days, the gnomes had adhered to their own rules, remaining in the west corner without intentions of territorial expansion. Aside from the underworld, they posed little threat, and Finch could tolerate these minor nuisances. There are traces of magical elements here, suggesting a spellcaster was involved. A raspy voice interrupted Finch's thoughts, emanating from a cloaked figure. Unbeknownst to him, she had positioned herself at the alley entrance, crouching to inspect the ground, a spot previously occupied by Zelia. Upon hearing her words, Finch's expression shifted slightly, pondering the implications of a spellcaster's presence in the underworld. As her words sank in, he advanced with urgency, whispering, "Could it be directed at us? The ritual preparations have only just concluded, and the arrival of a spellcaster seems rather suspicious. Should we consider delaying, my lady, lest we attract the attention of the temple?" At that moment, he dismissed the lives of his 3 subordinates from his mind, his focus solely on the actions of the suddenly manifested spellcaster. Concern tinged his voice, as he speculated on the underlying motives. No need for alarm. It appears to be merely a passing spellcaster. However, we should seek a more discreet location for the ritual. Your warehouse is rather inconvenient. The cloaked woman, known as Wymir, spoke calmly, offering Finch solace despite his evident anxiety. "Do not fear. The paladins of the temple seldom venture into the underworld, as their first obstacle upon entering the City of Freedom is the noble district, where the aristocrats reside. Their malevolent aura is no less than that of us cultists." Her voice carried a hint of mockery, suggesting she dismissed the gravity of the situation. Finch, upon hearing Wymir's reassurances, finally relaxed, exhaling a sigh of relief. "That is reassuring, Lady Wymir. The next shipment is expected in 3 months, barring any unforeseen circumstances. We shall conduct the subsequent phase in the sewers, which will also facilitate matters, won't it?" Finch alluded, and Wymir nodded in agreement. Indeed, the sewers are suitable. However, transporting that shipment could prove troublesome. 500 units, to be precise. Wymir hesitated, weighing her words. "Rest assured, I will ensure none are lost," Finch promised, patting his chest with conviction. "It is settled then." With that, Wymir rose and stated, "Let us depart. Since there is a spellcaster about, it would be prudent not to provoke them. If their intentions are indeed hostile, we can address the matter later." Finch nodded, understanding the wisdom in her words. Even without Ymir's counsel, he had no intention of seeking revenge against a spellcaster, recognizing that only another spellcaster could contend with such a threat. Meanwhile, Nina cautiously emerged from the abandoned pipe, her hands smeared with dark green moss. In the dimness of her vision, she beheld the familiar yet altered landscape of the dry riverbed, cluttered with heaps of refuse. With a sigh of relief, she realized she had finally returned. This journey had been far more exhilarating than the past year, nearly causing her to forget how to navigate back, as her expertise lay in traversing the original pipe. She wondered if Mr. Gurdon had grown anxious from her prolonged absence. Nina gently leaped down from the pipe, and, taking care to avoid the muck, searched for a stable footing amidst the litter. Soon enough, she bounced back to the cramped space beneath the rubble, where she had slept that morning, an area concealed by crumbling wooden planks, which served as her and Gurdon's makeshift bed. However, upon entering this confined space, a wave of dread washed over her. The black hatchling dragon, which had shielded her from the wind that morning, was nowhere to be found. Chapter 19. Distribution of monsters. Gurdon had not strayed far. It lay in a stone crevice to the right of the dry riverbed, feigning slumber. From its vantage point, it could unobtrusively observe the movements of its former dwelling, with a clear view of the surroundings above. It was, in essence, an ideal lookout post. The moment Nina appeared, Gurdon sensed her presence. Upon hearing the solitary footfalls echoing in the riverbed, its heart momentarily relaxed, as the worst outcome had not come to pass. Hiding here was a contingency plan. Should Nina truly betray it and lead others to capture it, Gurdon could easily relocate to avoid capture. Although the likelihood of such a betrayal was minimal, Gurdon had nevertheless vacated the area shortly after Nina's departure, opting not to linger. As Gurdon watched Nina anxiously emerge from their dwelling, standing and scanning her surroundings with a look of hesitation, its emotions were complex. It yearned to reveal itself, but it set a personal deadline of 1 hour. This was also a consideration of Nina's encounters, which primarily involved the ruthless denizens of the underworld, known for their impatience. They would scarcely entertain the notion that a hatchling dragon possessed the intelligence to engage in a game of hide and seek. They were more likely to suspect that the dragon-blooded girl had lost her wits and was merely fabricating tales. Consequently, any ambush would likely be unmasked swiftly. Fortunately, Nina refrained from searching, instead perching herself on a rock, curling her legs, and facing the riverbed's entrance. Gurdon could not discern her expression, only the silhouette she cast. However, this state of affairs did not persist for long. Upon realizing the entrance remained silent, Ninga dived into the cramped space where she had slept the previous night. The rustling sounds emanating from within were enigmatic to Gudwin, who could not discern her activities through the narrow crevices. Time swiftly passed, and the sunlight filtering through the gaps in the sewer brightened considerably. Gudwin extricated himself from the stone fissures and made his way slowly toward Ninga's location. Before he could reach her, a soft gasp reached his ears, followed by the swift emergence of a figure from the opening ahead. She lunged forward, crouching down, tightly embracing his not-so-long neck. "Mr. Gudwin, I thought you had left Ninga." The voice of the dragon-born maiden was laden with sorrow, reflecting the seemingly interminable hour of waiting that felt like an eternity to her. Countless thoughts collided in her mind, only to be dismissed one by one. "I merely stepped out for a brief moment," Gudwin replied with an awkward tone, his voice betraying a hint of guilt, yet Ninga paid little heed to his discomfort. Once her emotional outpouring subsided, she resumed her previous demeanor, smiling as she tugged at Gudwin's forelimbs. "Mr. Gudwin, you must see what Ninga has prepared for you. It's something that your true dragon can cherish." Oh, Ninga's earlier rustling had indeed piqued Gudwin's curiosity about her clandestine endeavors. He was the first to venture into the low entrance, revealing the delightful surprise Ninga had in store. On the dilapidated door, 55 copper coins were arranged in a perfect circle, with 6 gleaming silver coins placed in the center. Together, they formed a small circular disc of currency, large enough for Gudwin to rest all 4 of his claws upon it. "Although you possess little wealth at present, Mr. Gudwin, gold will surely accumulate in mountains, filling this entire space in the future," Ninga declared as she climbed ahead, gesturing with her hands to illustrate the grand vision she envisioned. Gudwin found her enthusiasm amusing, yet she spoke a truth. Most true dragons held a profound obsession for treasure. However, treasure did not solely imply gold coins. The various dragon species amassed diverse types of wealth. In a red dragon's lair, one might discover a mountain of gemstones, while in a blue dragon's domain, exquisite artworks and ceramics might abound, perhaps even the occasional bard. Music and art were the pursuits of blue dragons. For the Magma Dragon, the treasures sought were distinct from those of other dragons, consisting of precious ores and gems buried deep within the earth of Aio Dalu. Thus, The Magma Dragon's fondness for man-made currency was not fervent. It would prefer gold bars or copper ingots instead. This inclination was not innate. Rather, it stemmed from the ancestral memories of dragons. The gemstones and crystals buried in subterranean veins emitted fragrances that, when encountered, brought an unparalleled thrill, surpassing even primal desires. Many magma dragons yearned to nestle among heaps of gem-laden minerals, with a scenic view of a lava lake before them, and indulge in a deep slumber. This was a cherished dream for many. To draw an analogy, such peculiar treasures for dragons resembled catnip for felines. Yet, unlike catnip, which induces hallucinations, this treasure simply incited euphoric responses within true dragons. Nonetheless, Goduin had no reason to decline Ninga's goodwill, and he stepped with his newly formed elongated limbs onto the small disk of coins. The sensation was indescribably delightful, as he was uncertain of the precise anatomy of dragons. He felt a refreshing chill surge from his feet into his body, a tingling sensation that was rather pleasant. However, he did not lose sight of their primary objective. Turning to Ninga, he stated, "Today, we must change our location. Remaining here might rob us of our sleep." After all, he had slain numerous giant rat knights, and lingering in a territory frequented by rat folk was ill-advised. Even if Goduin was unperturbed, Ninga would likely be anxious, unable to find rest throughout the night. It was better to take the initiative rather than wait passively for danger to strike. Goduin planned to explore other areas of the sewer while the rat folk's daytime activity levels were low, searching for a more suitable dwelling. After all, the sewer was not solely inhabited by rat folk. According to Ninga, several other species had already delineated their territories, including the loyal dog-headed minions of true dragons. Yet, Goduin was merely a fledgling dragon. Should the dog-headed tribe number over 100, the risk of encountering a dog-headed sorcerer was considerable, and in such a scenario, he would become a tantalizing feast. Even if Goduin possessed formidable strength, facing hundreds of dog-headed creatures charging with clubs would surely lead to his defeat. Thus, reconnaissance was essential. Moreover, Ninga's descriptions had been insufficiently detailed. She often avoided monsters, possessing knowledge of their distribution but lacking insights into their strength. After all, any random creature she mentioned would likely be beyond her capabilities. "Mr. Goduin, are we leaving?" Ninga was taken aback by Goduin's sudden decision. Although they had been there for less than 2 days, her impressions of the place had been favorable, save for the nocturnal disturbances. "Or would you prefer to spend sleepless nights?" Goduin retorted. "In truth, we could remain. I could keep watch through the night," she bravely suggested. Her first instance of questioning his resolution. "There are many other monsters in the sewer. Can't we stay here until you grow larger? Once you have matured, we can venture out together," she continued, evidently attempting to persuade him. "What about food? A dragon's appetite is vast, especially for a newborn. A creature of your size would barely suffice as a snack," Goduin jested, recognizing that Ninga wished to shield him from danger, even though he could unleash deadly magma. Ninga was momentarily stunned by Goduin's words, realizing the truth in his statement. If they remained inactive, what would they eat? She could forage through garbage to survive, but the thought of a true dragon subsisting on refuse or leftovers would surely lead to disgrace, casting her out of the true dragon lineage. She hesitated, struggling to articulate her thoughts, for she herself had been half-starved, with Goduin providing her sustenance the previous day. "Let us go. As you suggested before, show me the sewers here." As Goduin rose from the coin disc, he made his way toward the narrow exit while addressing Ninga. She could not express dissent, recognizing that this was their only viable option. Promptly, she followed suit, remembering to gather the coins and stow them in her small pouch before climbing out. After emerging from the cramped space, the duo continued onward until they reached the precipice of a dry riverbed. 5 meters below, a sewer river still flowed with water. This river was several times wider than the dry channel where Goduin had resided, ample enough for 3 or 4 carts to traverse side by side, clearly indicating it was the main thoroughfare of the sewer. Even within Goduin's line of sight, a few stone arch bridges could be glimpsed not far from the sewer. The original intentions of those who constructed the sewers remain a mystery. If it were merely for drainage, many aspects, such as bridges and steps, seem superfluous. Rather than a sewer, this place increasingly resembled an underground palace, albeit one now overrun by monsters, littered with refuse and filth. To the right lay the haunts of the rat folk and swamp frogs, while to the left were the dog-headed and goblins. Previously, this area had been occupied by the stinking mud monster, but now it was likely claimed by the rat folk. Crossing the river would lead to the commoners section of the sewer, controlled by other monstrous beings, the nature of which eluded Goduin's understanding. They bore a striking resemblance to humans, with disproportionately large heads and slender bodies, even thinner than Gobai and Aina. And I now had initially thought to remark on how Gudun's physique bore similarities to those creatures, but reconsidered. After all, those beings were grotesque and fearsome, while Gudun appeared rather endearing, making comparison unfounded. They also rode creatures akin to dogs, significantly larger than the previous giant rat, yet devoid of fur, slick and bare. Gudun had ventured there once before and felt a sense of peril, fearing exposure. And Aina, perched upon a stone, continued to elaborate on her knowledge, while Gudun gazed at the sluggish flow of sewage below, listening intently. He began to comprehend the nature of the creatures Aina spoke of, goblins and goblin dogs, known to dwell in caves, dense jungles, or the ruins of abandoned structures belonging to other races. Although their presence in the sewer was somewhat unexpected, it made sense upon reflection. I understand now, Gudun nodded. He had gleaned a general understanding of the monster's distribution from Aina's account, and the next step was to conduct a field investigation. Gudun was not inclined to rely solely on Aina's words. She occupied the lower tier of the food chain in the sewer, fleeing from any monster she encountered. True understanding could only come from personal experience. Chapter 20. Submit to death. Choose wisely. Initially, Gudun had not intended to bring Aina along, but considering her vulnerability and lack of means to defend herself, he deemed it safer to keep her close for support. Moreover, he genuinely required an assistant to guide him. Otherwise, while venturing forth might be simple, the return through the labyrinthine sewer posed a risk of him becoming lost, a predicament he wished to avoid. Thus, he decided to take Aina with him. And so, Gudun proceeded cautiously, maintaining a respectful distance behind the dragonborn maiden as they ventured towards the territories inhabited by dog-headed beings and goblins. The pitch-black environment of the sewer and the incessant roar of rushing water posed no challenge to either the dragon or the girl. Gudun's padded feet allowed him to traverse silently, akin to a cat, and Aina, though slightly less adept, had been entrenched in the sewer for nearly a year, honing her ability to navigate sound. As they traversed, the pair ghosted through 3 corridors, traversing over 1,000 meters of river, and even climbed through a pipe. At that moment, Gudun noticed Aina abruptly halt at a corner of the sewer, turning back to gesture for silence, indicating that there was a situation ahead. The air was filled solely with the sound of rushing water, devoid of any other noise, save for a faint glow emanating from the direction ahead. Gudun peered around the corner and discerned the reason for Aina's pause. Approximately 30 to 40 meters ahead in a spacious area, a bright bonfire blazed, over which a remarkably large pot of stew was simmering. A few diminutive humanoid creatures busied themselves around the pot, some adding ingredients while others tended to the fire. Other details were obscured by the corner's wall, preventing Gudun from seeing more. He dared not extend his head further, fearing discovery. Moments later, the aroma of the stew wafted on the breeze towards Gudun. He inhaled, then promptly sealed his nostrils, repulsed by the unmistakable scent of coriander, unexpectedly encountered in this foreign realm. After observing for a while and sensing no other activity, Gudun resolved to change his approach. Aware of the adage that caution is the mother of safety, he turned to Aina and instructed her to wait quietly, urging her not to move. His voice came out low, a mere whisper, barely audible over the sound of water. Aina said nothing but silently nodded, blending completely into the shadows of the wall. She understood that her presence was a burden to Gudun. Although she aspired to change that, she recognized that this was merely the beginning, and she felt no urgency. Seeing Aina's understanding, Gudun glanced behind him. Not sensing any movement from the monsters, he retreated a few steps, facing the wall. With a powerful thrust of his hind legs, he propelled himself gently. Without even unfurling his wings, his sharp claws latched onto the uneven surface of the sewer wall. The entirety of his form clung to the wall, illuminated by the flickering firelight. With a slight exertion of his limbs, he began to ascend towards the ceiling of the sewer. The ceiling stood more than 3 meters above the ground, and though it was Gudun's first climb, his draconic heritage granted him an effortless grace. Under Aina's watchful gaze, he swiftly scaled to the top, then cautiously maneuvered around the corner. The height was such that the diminutive humanoids below had never conceived of the possibility of a creature above them. Their attention was primarily focused on the narrow passages to either side. In no time, the features of these humanoid beings became distinctly visible to Gudun. Bathed in the firelight, these creatures, averaging just over 3 feet tall, exhibited skin of a reddish hue. They possessed pointed ears, sharp noses, and jagged teeth, their frail bodies draped in tattered cloth. Undoubtedly, these were goblins. Gudun had not anticipated that the first monsters he would encounter today would be goblins, and moreover, a small clan at that. Perched atop the sewer ceiling, Gudun could clearly see the gathering in the open space below, including the playful goblins. There appeared to be more than 30 of them. The hierarchy within the small clan was undeniably strict. Through observation, Gudun noted that the goblins cooking the coriander-laden stew on the periphery were as weak and emaciated as those forging weapons and crafting arrows within the inner circle. They all shared a common trait, a frail and malnourished appearance, indicative of oppressed lower-class goblins. Deeper within the clearing, in makeshift huts constructed of stone and wood, lay robust goblins sprawled upon beds of grass, soundly asleep. It was evident that these were the elite among the goblins, akin to the formidable rat knights previously encountered, playing a pivotal role in the survival of their clan. Gudun counted roughly 5 of these elite goblins present before him. Within, there stood a stone cottage, impressively constructed and larger than the others, yet devoid of windows, with its door firmly shut, leaving Gudun unable to discern its interior. Surrounding this sturdy abode were the dwellings of the elite goblins, indicating that the goblins residing within held a position of considerable significance. Gudun resolved to lurk nearby, biding its time, for the age-old wisdom of capturing the leader before the minions remained clear to it. Thus, suspended at the apex of the sewer, resembling a gecko, Gudun commenced its stealthy maneuver. The sound of its claws piercing the wall was masked by the crackling of the firewood in the campfire. Clad in ebony scales that camouflaged it against the wall, Gudun was nearly undetectable unless scrutinized closely. It deftly avoided the areas directly illuminated by the flames to prevent its reflective scales from attracting the attention of the oblivious goblins below. Consequently, it ascended to the shadowed peak of the stone cottage and scathed, right before the gaze of over 30 goblins. The glow of the campfire did not reach this height, further diminishing its risk of exposure. Nevertheless, Gudun remained cautious, fully aware that a hasty move without eliminating the occupant of the stone cottage could result in being besieged by the multitude of goblins. Despite having honed its scales to their fullest potential, it was not foolish enough to test the sharpness of goblin weapons with its own flesh. It believed that patience would yield the opportunity it sought. In the distance, it noted the bubbling surface of a broth over the campfire, indicating that the goblins' mealtime was imminent. As anticipated, shortly thereafter, the elite goblins began to awaken, emerging from their dilapidated shelter. They aggressively pushed aside the feeble goblins who had been laboring since dawn. However, instead of feasting immediately, they lifted the iron pot and began to move it, heading directly towards Gudun's location. Clearly, they intended for the occupant of the stone cottage to dine first, causing Gudun's heart to tense. It understood that the outcome hinged on this pivotal moment. The success of this endeavor rested upon it. Lake Long, a goblin warrior, had been roused from slumber, but upon catching the enticing aroma wafting through the door, it realized that everything outside was prepared, waiting for it to step out and partake in the feast. What a delightful day it was, it thought. Soon, unable to resist the increasingly tantalizing scent, Lake Long rose from its resting place. It donned a rusted but intact half-armor over its muscular torso and retrieved a piece of red silk cloth from a nearby chest to tie around its waist. This marked the 5th year of its existence, a significant milestone according to the elders' teachings, and Lake Long had resolved to wear red throughout the year, believing it to be a color of fortune. Once attired, Lake Long pushed open the door of the stone cottage, which was so low that it had to bow its head as it exited. Upon emerging, it spotted the elite goblins, who were poised with the pot, ready for it to begin the meal. Lake Long scanned the surroundings, noting nothing amiss, and then proclaimed, "Let us eat." 6 elite goblins quickly formed a circle around the iron pot, leaving a conspicuously vacant seat for it. Lake Long confidently took its place, observing the anxious expressions of the surrounding goblins, and nodded in satisfaction, realizing that the authority spoken of by the elder was indeed manifesting within it. Just as it was about to utter something further, an intense heat suddenly enveloped it, causing the sparse hair on its head to curl from the scorching sensation. What was happening? Lake Long sensed something was amiss and instinctively looked up, only to see a fiery golden-red sphere hurtling toward its face. Its pupils dilated in alarm as it instinctively raised its arms in defense, but in the next instant, a searing pain engulfed its hands, face, and any exposed skin. The sensation of burning. Was this fire? Liquid fire? Before Lake Long could comprehend the nature of liquid fire, a shadow plummeted from above, landing forcefully atop its head, plunging it into darkness. The last image in its mind was of its body collapsing to the ground, while a thunderous roar reverberated in its ears. "I am the chosen of Ial, the future great true dragon, Gudun. Submit. Death. Choose one." A black hatchling dragon descended from the heavens. Standing upon the skull of Lake Long, the strongest warrior in the goblin's heart, now reduced to bone by the molten rock. To the panicked goblins who gazed upon it, and the lifeless body beneath its feet, it roared. Chapter 21, Kneel. Gudun's roar encompassed the burgeoning might of its hatchling's dread, commonly referred to as dragon's might. Although it was insufficient to compel the goblins to kneel in submission, it was enough to instill a sense of trepidation, deterring them from advancing. The only drawback was that Gudun was still smaller than the writhing elite goblins below, having been born less than a week prior. Despite its scales being thicker than those of an ordinary hatchling and its limbs more robust, it was merely slightly larger than a pony, while the goblin warrior beneath it was several times its size. Had it not been for Gudun's dramatic entrance and the sudden demise of the goblin warrior, it was likely that these timid yet audacious goblins would have brandished their bone clubs to test the waters with this promising true dragon. However, Gudun found it perplexing that despite the goblins' evident fear and panic, their eyes reflected neither submission nor retreat. Instead, they formed a circle of encirclement. This was illogical, for Gudun's recent lava spit had directly engulfed 3 goblins, with none escaping unscathed, their flesh and lava colliding in a manner that their constitution could not withstand. Not even the goblin warriors. Even before any combat ensued, the goblin side had already lost nearly half of its elite forces. The remaining elite goblins had been burned by the splattered lava on their eyes, legs, or arms, undoubtedly diminishing their combat effectiveness. Yet now, the most formidable forces of the tribe had been systematically eradicated and weakened, yet these goblins still possessed a fighting spirit. Thus, the only conclusion remained. Gudun's dark golden eyes narrowed slightly, akin to the embodiment of death itself, as it began to formulate a hypothesis. Its gaze swiftly scanned the surrounding environment. Within this hall, there undoubtedly lurked a goblin of higher status, greater honor, and superior strength than the warrior beneath it, maintaining the morale of this goblin tribe, instilling courage in these goblins, rendering them impervious to its dragon's might. Otherwise, there would be no way to explain. It appears that the goblin warriors, who were supposed to be the leaders, lie dead beyond resurrection, their skeletal remains exposed amidst the molten rock. Yet, these timid goblins do not dare to flee. They are utterly unworthy of the goblin title. Moreover, Gudun is acutely aware that the hidden goblin is certainly not a being of brute strength. It is likely a shaman, a spellcaster. This is evident from the surrounding environment. Otherwise, it would not have overlooked such a unique dwelling unless it did not reside here. However, creatures of goblin tribes cannot exist apart from their kin. As for the type of spellcaster, Gudun has its speculations. Among goblin spellcasters, they are generally referred to as shamans, though their professions may differ. They could be priests or warlocks. After all, some goblin shamans possess innate spells that are not granted by deities, but are awakened by their very essence. However, in a tribe of this size, if there were a priest, it would not be of this scale. Furthermore, when Gudun was stealthily climbing at the apex of the hall, it did not observe any prominent divine symbols or statues within. Thus, it surmises that within the goblin community, there lurks another goblin spellcaster, most likely a warlock, which requires caution. After all, even a fully grown dragon, no matter how formidable, is still an adult. Gudun is merely a hatchling, having just emerged 3 days prior, and remains far from adulthood. Not to mention, its scales are not as resilient as those of a mature dragon, and many of its spell abilities are not yet functional. For a spellcaster, it is no different from a slightly ferocious beast. Should misfortune befall it and the goblins overpower it, death would be final. Who knows if a dragon has a second chance at life? Thus, after observing the goblin's reactions, Gudun swiftly altered its movements, almost in the blink of an eye. It flapped its dragon wings, lifting itself into the air, feigning a desire to escape. The goblins below, witnessing Gudun's intent to flee after its rampage, were momentarily bewildered. Just moments ago, it was a fearsome dragon roaring, yet now it appeared eager to vacate the premises. This stark contrast left many goblins so disoriented that they did not even aim their weapons at Gudun, merely watching as it departed the desolate hall at a leisurely pace. Indeed, Gudun had not flown far when, with some distance still to the corridor, it heard a raspy incantation emanating from below. Almost simultaneously with the sound of that syllable, a chilling sensation surged from its tailbone, spreading throughout its body. Even though Gudun was clad in thick black scales, it offered no sense of security. However, Gudun had not ascended into the skies merely to flee. It sought to fish out the hidden spellcaster from the goblin tribe. This was the very reason it had placed itself in plain sight. It had faith that the concealed spellcaster would not overlook such a fortuitous opportunity, allowing it to depart unscathed. If that were truly the case, then Gudun would concede for the day. Leaving was essential, for the stamina of a hatchling is limited. Confronting a horde of dim-witted goblins is simple enough, but with a spellcaster among them, the situation becomes entirely different. Therefore, upon hearing the incantation, Gudun discerned the source of the sound and instinctively reacted. Having long prepared for such a moment, it ceased flapping its wings, and like a kite severed from its string, it plummeted into the midst of the goblins. Fortunately, it did not fall from a great height, and its limbs landed firmly on the ground, ignoring the bewildered actions of the surrounding goblins. It swiftly adjusted its direction towards the northwest corner of the hall, where the incantation had originated from behind the stone cottage. Gudun had no time to ponder why the spellcaster would conceal itself directly beneath where it had previously hidden. It instinctively activated the skill etched deep within its being. Charge, the black true dragon, slightly larger than a foal, had its muscles bulging beneath its dark scales. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a mere shadow, vanishing from the sight of the still-dazed goblins, many of whom found their trousers blown away. Meanwhile, the spellcaster's incantation began to take form. Behind the stone cottage, the air seemed distorted, ripples of magic emanating outward. A shadowy orb of light, twisted in the glow of the campfire, materialized just as Gudun charged halfway. Swelling in the wind, in an instant, it grew to the size of a basketball, suspended in the air. Gudun could distinctly see the noxious acidic liquid and the distorted black waters within the orb. This was the second-tier spell, Acidic Orb, a somewhat obscure spell that wizards and warlocks could learn, as recorded in the dragon's legacy. Under the kaleidoscopic glow of the shadowy light, stood a hunched figure even smaller than the average goblin. Gudun could see clearly that it was an elderly goblin adorned with an unknown circular crown, leaning on a bony staff. It was aged beyond recognition, with green wrinkles on its face resembling mountainous topography, and its frail body seemed as though a mere breath could topple it. Had it not been for its bright, wise eyes still shining beneath the multicolored glow, one might mistake it for an ordinary creature. This was the shaman of the goblin tribe, who, upon completing its chant, noticed Gudun was not far away and immediately let out a roar incongruent with its age. Children of the Gallic clan, stop it! Stop this vile true dragon hatchling! At that moment, the other goblins seemed to awaken from their stupor, as if they had found their backbone, and began to obstruct Gudun. The goblin closest to Gudun lunged forward, attempting to entangle the hatchling of similar size. Unfortunately, Gudun's tail swept lightly, sending the goblin flying several dozen meters away. The goblin that was struck visibly crumpled, its ribcage collapsing under the impact. Clearly, even a weak hatchling is still a true dragon. It was not something a mere goblin of lesser rank could withstand. Naturally, the elite goblins swung their bone clubs at Gudun, but they were merely deflected by its thick black scales. Gudun surged forward, undeterred, while the goblin staggered from the recoil of its own weapon. Such ordinary weapons were no more than a tickle to Gudun at this stage. They were utterly useless. Observing this scene, the goblin shaman spat softly, knowing it could no longer afford to delay, relying on a group of goblins not even worthy of being called elite. It could only lead to emotional instability, risking failure of its spells. Now, it had only itself to rely upon. Its consciousness began to channel the acidic orb above, linking it with the distant, black-scaled Gudun. Aiming, it unleashed. In one fluid motion, the acidic mass shot forth at an incredible speed, carrying an overwhelming stench, hurtling towards Gudun's location. Like a meteor streaking across the sky, Gudun surged forward, rapidly approaching the goblin priest. He experienced a perspective akin to that of the ratmen and goblin warriors before. A black-green acidic orb rapidly expanded in his field of vision, and the noxious stench of the approaching acid made him gag before it even reached him. The sight of this magically infused acid orb sent chills down Gudun's spine. He dared not imagine the fate that awaited him if struck by it. Just the foul odor was nearly unbearable. Thus, he scanned his surroundings for a place to evade, seeking refuge from the oncoming assault. As he noticed a protruding rock on the ground, his dark golden slit eyes brightened slightly. A plan formed. Just as the vile acidic orb was about to collide with him, Gudun's dragon tail arched in a remarkable curve, snatching the embedded stone in the hall. With a movement that defied logic, the dragon spun like a needle, narrowly avoiding a direct hit from the acid orb. Nevertheless, he still felt a searing pain as the orb grazed him, akin to the sting of maggots. The scales on his back felt as if they were being corroded. Yet no flesh was harmed, so it was a minor issue. Simultaneously, the sound of the acid orb crashing against the stone floor echoed behind him, accompanied by the hissing of the corrosive liquid swiftly melting the rock into a small pit of over half a foot deep. However, Gudun paid no mind to the aftermath. The moment he regained his balance, he charged once more toward the hunched goblin priest. The priest was still muttering incantations, and Gudun sensed a surge of magical energy brewing in the air. A hint of its essence indicated that it was a spell rivaling the acid orb. Yet, devoid of the protection of goblin warriors and weakened by age, the priest posed little threat. Gudwin would not grant it a second chance to cast a spell. Before the priest could utter even half of its incantation, Gudwin was upon it, seizing its throat to silence it. The magical energy in the air instantly dissipated with a resounding thud. Great true dragon, I, Galak's poison staff, am willing to submit, the goblin priest stammered in desperation. Gripped by Gudwin's claw. However, the only response it received was Gudwin's thunderous voice filled with despair. But death has chosen you. Before the priest could utter another word, Gudwin's claws ruthlessly pierced the frail neck of the aged goblin sorcerer, staining his talons with fresh blood. Gudwin paid no heed to this. He hurled the priest's lifeless body to the ground and stepped forward, once more placing his foot upon the unseeing head of the ancient creature. He unleashed another roar akin to rolling thunder at the green-skinned creatures. Kneel. Submit to me. Chapter 22. Title activation. The patience of the true dragon shall not count to 3. Gudwin took a step forward, lifting the corpse of the goblin priest beneath his foot as a display of intimidation. This time, his roar finally subdued the goblin tribe, which had lost its leader and was on the verge of disarray. Regardless of size or strength, the goblins were thoroughly overwhelmed by Gudwin's draconic presence, prostrating themselves on the ground, murmuring incoherent words. Yet, Gudwin had no interest in their mutterings. He was more concerned with the sudden appearance of a light blue data list as all the active goblins in the hall bowed before him. Gudwin Aadian Tunglian. Title: Master of Galak Race. Magma Dragon. Age: WRM. 5 years. Life: 32-37. Rank: 2 talents. Scaled enchantment: 220. Steel teeth and claws: 110. Robustness: 720. WRMS Intimidation: 24. Gluttony: 59. Dark Vision: 411. Echo. Charge Proficiency: 18. Skills: Fire Immunity, Bite and Claw, Lava Breath. Soul Talent: Talent Theft, Free Talent Fragments. 0. Gudwin quickly noted the changes. A new title, Master of Galak? It sounded rather feeble. However, as he pondered this, a line of light blue text appeared in his vision to elucidate. Master of Galak. Although you have now become the master of the Galak clan, your influence is confined to this sewer hall, and most beings will regard a WRM reduced to subjugating goblins with disdain. Effects: Draconic Aura. Galak clan reputation: an effect of little consequence, yet it opened a window for Gudwin. If he were to unify the entire Karandu sewer in the future, that title might transform into the Underground Emperor of Karandu or the Sovereign of Shadows in Karandu, titles that resonated with magnificence. The emergence of the title was a fleeting novelty. After testing the ability to freely exchange titles, Gudwin found himself unfazed by its sudden appearance. After all, it was merely a beneficial buff, with no downside. Moreover, when he later recited his name, he could add the phrase, Master of Galak, enhancing his own title. With this thought, Gudwin couldn't help but smile broadly. His grin sent tremors through the prostrate goblins below, who feared that their newly recognized master might reveal his true nature and feast upon the pitiful creatures. After all, Gudwin, by any appearance, resembled a predator rather than a herbivore. Nevertheless, the goblins remained submissive, trembling yet unable to move. Until they heard Gudwin's command, they would remain prostrate. A penance for their earlier rejection of a true dragon's invitation. Though their actions were not entirely blameworthy, the weak must adhere to the rules of the strong and adapt, lest they meet a grim fate. Of course, the goblins were well acquainted with this hierarchy, as their society was built upon rigid class structures, where the weak were devoured by the strong. Gudwin did not forget his spoils. He had slain many goblins. Yet he was surprised to find that the ordinary goblin he had flung away did not emit that porcelain-like light orb. He could only speculate that its weakness might prevent even the lowest-tier white orb from appearing. However, Gudwin did not dwell on this for long. The first-tier light orb held little allure for him at this stage. He swiftly began to gather the scattered light orbs, integrating them into his being and conducting an assessment. Soon, the personal panel in his vision displayed a flurry of light blue data, rapidly filling his entire field of view, clear and comprehensible. The host has inhaled a fragment of talent, and the system is currently detecting it. The progress is marked at 1. The information being processed is monotonous and mechanical, with the sole variation being the differences in talents. Compared to the talents previously acquired from the giant rat knights, there has been notable advancement, particularly with the goblin talents. In truth, the host has not amassed a significant amount of light orbs, totaling only 5, 2 black and 3 white. However, in terms of practicality, the goblin talents overwhelmingly surpass the talents of the giant rat knights, rendering them incomparable. The 3 white orbs represent endurance, trap mastery, and endurance. Clearly, both talents are advantageous for Gudwin, especially the endurance, which is particularly beneficial for a young dragon. Trap mastery is also among its favorites, providing more options to avoid direct confrontation in future encounters. After all, it has already tasted the sweetness of ambushes along the way. Were it not for the Dragon Clan's restriction against transitioning to a rogue, it might have considered advancing towards the profession of an assassin. It is not that Gudun dislikes fair duels. Rather, the allure of ambushing is simply irresistible. Gudun decisively selected both talents. The talents Endurance, 17, and Trap Mastery, 14, now appeared in Gudun's talent list. Its mind and heart began to absorb the information and energy brought forth by the talent fragments synchronously. Time passed without notice. Perhaps it was Gudun's illusion. But after fully digesting the traps that goblins could craft, it felt that its heart had become stronger and more robust. And even the pain from the acid corrosion on its back had lessened. The talent, Endurance, states, endurance enables you to be more persistent in any endeavor. Additionally, it possesses remarkable restorative properties. Though Gudun found this description somewhat peculiar, understanding it literally, the talent indeed seemed commendable. The ability to restore and endure is undeniably advantageous. Likewise, Trap Mastery did not disappoint Gudun. The hundreds of methods for crafting traps suitable for sewers and wilderness, whether for hunting or causing harm, were all included. This alone made Gudun feel that the investment in this talent fragment was exceedingly worthwhile. After all, possessing numerous skills is never a burden, even for a true dragon. There was still one, Endurance, fragment left, which Gudun chose not to activate hastily, but instead to deconstruct it into free talent fragments for future use. What remained were the two black iron talent fragments, which had emerged from the Goblin Warrior and Goblin Shaman, awaiting its confirmation. The detection data swiftly appeared in Gudun's view. Ding. Detection successful. Identified as second-tier talent, Rage. Would you like to activate this talent? Ding. Detection successful. Identified as second-tier talent, Spell Enhancement. Would you like to activate this talent? Chapter 23, The Strongest in the Sewers. Talent, Rage, effect, whenever you desire. You can activate the power within your bloodline to enter a state of rage. Once in this state, your physical attributes, neural responses, and willpower will be significantly enhanced, granting immunity to certain levels of hypnosis, dizziness, and human charm. However, upon exiting the rage state, you will enter a weakened state, with the duration of weakness equal to that of the rage. Note, while in the rage state, your stamina will deplete at double the rate. And if your stamina runs low, the rage state will automatically terminate. Upon reading this skill description, Gudun wasted no time in activating the talent. Instant activation. No explanation needed. A talent like Rage that does not impair one's intellect is, in Gudun's opinion, simply perfect. Fortunately, the Goblin Warrior had not yet had the chance to unleash it before being defeated. However, Gudun pondered that while Rage does not increase health, even if it activated, under the extreme proximity of golden liquid raining down, 10 instances of Rage would be futile. With closed eyes, Gudun savored the changes occurring within its body after activating the Rage talent fragment. Following the infusion of the talent fragment, Gudun's body underwent a silent transformation. Its bloodline resembled a dry twig, while its consciousness acted as a flickering spark. As long as it wished, it could ignite the dormant power buried within its bloodline. Entering a state of rage seemed straightforward. Even before testing it, Gudun felt as if it already understood the operation. Nevertheless, Gudun did not intend to experiment at this moment, for it had not forgotten that another black iron talent awaited its attention. Moreover, the rage state comes with side effects. It opened its eyes and refocused on the next line of light blue information regarding the rage talent. Talent, spell enhancement, effect. You possess a profound understanding of spells, and any spell cast from your hands will receive a degree of enhancement. With the direction of enhancement at your discretion, allowing choices in terms of damage, duration, area of effect, and more. Gudun hesitated for a considerable time regarding this talent, but ultimately chose to activate it. Although it currently possessed few spells, it was uncertain if Magma Breath fell under the category of breath weapons or spells. Flame Immunity was merely a passive ability and did not qualify as a spell. However, it knew that in the future, whether it awakened Burning Hands during its juvenile phase, Scorching Ray in its teenage years, or Wall of Fire upon reaching adulthood, its identity as a spellcaster was inescapable, for it was inherently a magical dragon. Given that spell enhancement could enhance the spells it would awaken in the future, Gudun deemed it prudent to prepare ahead, even if it currently possessed no spells. Yes, Gudun silently activated it, and a brand new talent appeared in the talent list, swiftly joining Rage, 118, side by side. Spell Enhancement, 150. Upon seeing the denominator following, Spell Enhancement, Gudun gasped in astonishment. This was the highest progress bar talent it had encountered. If its comprehension was accurate, to evolve spell enhancement, it would require 49 black iron talent fragments. That is nearly 50 fragments from second-tier monsters. Reflecting on this, the power of spellcasters is indeed formidable. Too intimidating. However, upon consideration, it was not unusual. Others typically exercise their talents over the course of years to reach their zenith. In contrast, should Gudun have the opportunity to explore the Abyss battlefield, it could collect hundreds or even thousands of low-tier free blank fragments, provided it survived the experience. At that point, it could allocate talents as it wished. The speed at which this talent advances is already extraordinary, and the spellcaster does not seem as terrifying anymore. With this in mind, Gudun felt considerably relieved. After digesting this spell enhancement talent fragment in its mind, the profound theories of spells, practical spellcasting experience, and techniques were inscribed in its consciousness, akin to innate memories, yet more like a segment of data transmitted effortlessly. Nevertheless, Gudun felt that it could indeed perform as the effects promised, optimizing one's own spells, yet currently lacking suitable incantations for practice. After concluding matters regarding talent shards, Gudun suddenly realized there was still one task left undone, examining the corpses. While it was somewhat late to do so, it was not too late. However, upon glancing at the remains, Gudun abandoned the idea of scavenging for loot. The most valuable bone staff had been inadvertently shattered while attempting to halt a spell, and the circular ring atop the goblin shaman's head was merely a common iron wire coated in silver paint, serving only as a decorative symbol of status within the goblin tribe. As for the goblin warrior, there was nothing of worth to mention. It was clad in rusted, heavy armor unsuitable for human wear, save for a piece of red silk cloth. Clearly, they were devoid of value, a stark display of poverty. Sighing, Gudun resigned itself to the fact that it could expect nothing of worth from the goblins. Nonetheless, they might possess knowledge of certain matters, particularly the precise details of the sewer system, which Nina, hiding in the shadows, was unaware of. Surely, these creatures must know more than Nina, Gudun pondered. Thus, it turned its gaze toward the goblins still trembling on the ground nearby, casually pointing to one and calling out, "Come here." This particular goblin was the closest. With green skin, pointed ears, and a robust physique, its muscles visibly bulging beneath its emerald skin, standing taller than the average goblin. It was one of the few remaining elite goblins, having survived the magma eruption due to its distance from the goblin warrior. However, its current state was one of utter disarray. The palm of its left hand to the elbow was charred black, and its feet were covered in blisters from the scorching magma. A foul odor of burnt flesh emanated from its body, clearly indicating that survival had come at a cost. Upon noticing Gudun's summons, the elite goblin shivered instinctively. Yet, there was no room for refusal in Gudun's command. It dutifully bowed and approached Gudun, kneeling before it, allowing the viscous blood of the goblin shaman to stain its knees. It gazed up at the black wormling squatting before it, feeling an indescribable pressure and authority. The closer it drew, the greater its fear became, twisting its green-skinned face into a contorted expression. Nevertheless, it did not forget to respond in an exceedingly humble tone. "Great true dragon, supreme master of our Gallic clan, what command do you have for your most loyal servant? Pray tell, who is the strongest in the sewers?" Gudun's commanding voice resounded in its ears. "Of course, it is you, my master." The goblin replied without hesitation, its face adorned with an ingratiating expression. "And aside from me?" Gudun inquired, raising an eyebrow in skepticism, observing the elite goblin that knelt before it, half its height. It wondered if this green-skinned creature was incapable of grasping its meaning. However, the doubt quickly dissipated. "In the sewers, aside from you, no other creature can be described as a strong one. They are but humble crawlers beneath your wings." Gudun found itself at an impasse, gazing at the elite goblin whose face radiated obsequiousness, realizing it was beyond redemption. It decided to change tactics, asking the goblin, "Is there a map?" A map of the sewers. It required a more visual representation, to which the elite goblin could assist in clarifying the divisions of power within the sewers. "Yes, that old fellow has a map in his chamber. I saw it hanging on his wall during one of my visits." The elite goblin, in the presence of the corpse of its once revered shaman, divulged everything it knew to its new master, the black wormling. Upon hearing this, Gudun was filled with delight, since it was a map collected by a spellcaster. It must be quite intricate, perhaps even detailing the distributions of power. "What are you waiting for? Quickly bring it to me. If there are any other items, fetch those as well." However, upon noticing the goblin's burned left arm, Gudun added, "Bring a few others to assist you." "Yes, my master," the elite goblin exclaimed eagerly, immediately summoning a few other sturdy goblins to help with the task. The shaman's hut was not far, Yet it would still take some time to transport everything back, especially since the goblin tribe had been entirely subdued. Gideon's thoughts drifted to the small Nina, still hiding in the shadows around the corner. Thus, without hesitation, Gideon strode out of the hall, amidst the worshipful bows of the goblins, and ventured into the shadows of the corridor. It gently nudged the anxious Nina, who was pressed against the wall, listening intently for any sounds. Startled by the approach of the black wormling, Nina jumped when Gideon nudged her with its claw, but soon calmed upon recognizing Gideon and quickly whispered, "Ah, what brings you here, Mr. Gideon? Are you unscathed?" After a swift glance over Gideon, noting that aside from a slight bend in its back scales, there was no blood and no other injuries, she breathed a sigh of relief, quietly thanking the gods above. "Phew, thank you for your protection." She did not attribute her gratitude to a specific deity, but referred to the divine in general. As a casual believer, she held faith in many gods, but had never truly devoted herself to any. She had prayed to the god of travel for her sister Zelia's safe journey after her departure, sought the earth goddess's blessing for the well-being of the elderly Orlan, and implored the storm god to safeguard fishermen during tempests, fearing the orphanage would go without fish otherwise. However, Nina's lack of fervent faith meant that in death, she would not be guided to the divine realm by any deity. Instead, her soul would be cast into the river of the dead or entombed in the wall of the faithless. In the continent of Ao, many lived without faith. They might have thrived in life, yet their souls would face the harshest fate upon death. Returning to the matter at hand, Gideon felt a warmth in its heart upon witnessing Nina's genuine concern for its well-being and affectionately ruffled her hair. "I am fine," it assured her, playfully scratching her palm with its long, sinuous tail, tickling her. Hee. Nina chuckled at Gideon's antics, but just as she was about to inquire about Gideon's recent acquisitions, the cozy atmosphere was abruptly shattered by a cacophony of sounds from the hall. "Master, most exalted master, where are you? Do not abandon your most loyal servant." A heart-wrenching wail echoed from the hall, accompanied by a flurry of voices, likely in goblin tongue, that continued to emerge from the corridor. Clearly, the elite goblin that had entered to retrieve items had become anxious upon discovering Gideon's absence. Nina, bewildered by the commotion, turned to Gideon and asked, "Mr. Gideon, what is happening?" They seemed very distressed. Without offering any explanation, Gideon turned to Nina and said, "Let's go, Nina. We have a new place now, so we won't have to sleep in that drafty pile of junk anymore." Nina wanted to mention the monsters over there, but seeing Gideon already striding ahead, she gritted her teeth and followed him out. A bright bonfire was burning, illuminating the great hall, where Nina saw a group of monsters crouched in the center. At a rough glance, there were about 20 to 30 of them, startling Nina so much that she immediately reached for Gideon's tail to pull him back into the corridor. Before she could act, the same piercing roar echoed once more. "My most revered master, I knew you would not abandon your most loyal servant." This time, the voice was filled with joy and excitement. If not for the identical tone, Nina would never have recognized it as the same person. The change in demeanor was faster than flipping a page, reminiscent of the mangy dogs behind the Heathfire Tavern. She then saw the source of the voice, a robust goblin taller than herself. Even the strongest enforcers in the Black Street would appear like infants beside it, despite similar height. However, it seemed injured, its left arm charred black, and it walked with a limp, though that did not hinder its swift pace. Gideon went first. Even if Nina were foolish, she could tell the situation was not as she had feared. It truly seemed as Gideon had claimed. He had subdued these monsters. Before she could finish her thought, she watched in astonishment as the towering goblin, ignoring its injury, dashed forward. With a sharp thud, the large goblin bent at the waist, its knees giving way as it knelt before Gideon, muttering the same spine-chilling praises as before. Nina had no doubt that if this green-skinned creature had a tail, it would wag faster than the windmill at Aunt Wilnie's house. Gideon gave a sheepish grin to the bewildered Nina, revealing his sharp teeth. "Sorry to scare you. I didn't know they'd be like this." "It's all right, Mr. Gideon. Please carry on as you wish," Nina quickly replied, waving her hands. "Very well," Gideon nodded, then addressed the elite goblin still kneeling on the ground. "Did you find the map?" "Yes, my master. Under your wise guidance. Your servant successfully retrieved the map from the Old One's chamber." Gideon ignored the ensuing lengthy praise and led Nina toward the area where the goblins had gathered. The spot where he had previously been was now cleared of the sacrificial corpse, though bloodstains remained. Scattered atop the stains were various items brought from the goblin shaman's room: a desk, bookshelf, bed, and even a quill, all scaled to goblin height. Among the mess lay 7 or 8 disorderly books, with a long scroll of parchment map resting on top. Upon seeing it, Gideon paused in surprise. He had expected only a map, but found several books as well, valuable treasures. Yet, His immediate concern was the map's layout. Eager to learn his location and the distribution of nearby monsters. Approaching the books, he picked up the scattered parchment map from atop, one titled Mage's Primer in the common tongue. He spread it out on a clean patch of floor, pressing down one curled corner to examine it carefully, while Nina helped hold the other side, flattening the map before Gideon's eyes. The map was intricately detailed, depicting not the Black Street sewers but the city of Calando, divided into two layers, the upper streets and the lower sewers. Many areas were marked with ink sketches of skeletal monster symbols, the ink fresh, clearly applied recently. Nina quickly located her former dwelling and pointed it out to Gideon. Mr. Gideon, this is where you were born. Following her finger, Gideon saw a notation at a junction in the northwest corner of the map. Near two skeletal symbols, one of a rat and another resembling sludge, positioned one after the other, unmistakably the ratmen and stench oozes Nina had mentioned. Truly meticulous, Gideon marveled. Though he noted the only shortcoming, the monster markings seemed confined to the Black Street area, with no annotations in other districts like the Trade Quarter, Commoner S District, or Noble S Quarter sewers beyond the layout. Still, it was sufficient. Gideon and Nina spent about an hour memorizing the monster nodes on the map. To his surprise, the most widespread and powerful race in the sewers were the goblins, dominating the northern part of the Black Street, near the River S main course and the ocean outlet, bordering the Commoner S District sewers. Despite their strength, they did not expand, content with their territory and only attacking if provoked. Otherwise, the Black Street sewers would tremble under their shadow, sparing only the marsh frogmen. The southwest was largely occupied by ratmen, with marsh frogmen, scavengers, oozes, and other monsters scattered throughout. In the southeast, where Gideon now stood, kobolds and goblins held sway. Two other goblin clans, similar in size to Garrick, were located far apart in the southeast, as they were not united and often clashed internally. The kobolds had only one tribe, numbering around 100, situated in the southeast corner near the city wall. On the map, beside the kobold skeletal symbol, Gideon noticed a familiar monster emblem, a dragon with a head, wings, and 4 claws. Is this a dragon? Chapter 25, Finale. Are there other dragons in the sewers? Gideon felt a slight chill and immediately summoned the elite goblin waiting nearby. Is there another true dragon like me in the kobold tribe? What kind? The elite goblin looked puzzled at first, then bewildered upon seeing the symbol Gideon's claw indicated on the parchment. Great master, I've never heard of any other dragons in the sewers. The old one never mentioned it, and if the kobolds had a true dragon, our Garrick clan wouldn't have lasted this long. Those ugly lizard-headed pups. So, master, I didn't mean that. The goblin explained hastily, its earlier cursing betraying long-standing friction with the kobolds. But it quickly recalled its master's own reptilian features and tried to clarify. No, next time. Continue, Gideon said calmly, his gaze fixed on the goblin prostrate before him. Although it seemingly dismissed the goblin's words, it was clear that it held no regard for such trivialities. However, to maintain the dignity of the true dragon, it did not hesitate to make an example of others. A true dragon must not be insulted. Indeed, the goblin, trembling with trepidation, nodded vigorously, indicating it would not err again, and continued explaining to Gideon. If those dog-headed creatures truly had a dragon backing them, our tribe might have been subjugated long ago or served as their dinner. We would never have encountered such a magnificent and benevolent master as yourself. The elite goblin glanced at Gideon's expression every few words, and only when it discerned no change did it cautiously continue. Yes, indeed. Gideon disregarded the latter part of the statement, nodding in acknowledgement of its validity. It pondered the implications. If the dog-headed creatures did indeed have a dragon behind them, then it was unlikely that the goblins could share dominion over this territory. It was important to recognize that for a true dragon, achieving this would be effortless. It need not expend a single soldier. Its mere presence would compel the vacillating goblins to submit, just as the goblin priest, slain by its claws, had done. They would become the most loyal servants in the face of overwhelming power. Moreover, dragons possess a profound territorial instinct, and even dragon beasts devoid of magical prowess would not tolerate the existence of other threatening creatures near their lairs. This is a fact they cannot abide, let alone a true dragon. Even now, Gideon began to envision how it would incorporate the other two goblin tribes in the coming days, ultimately setting its sights on conquering the most formidable dog-headed power. It harbored such ambitions. Surely the dragon did as well. Unless, did it not? This thought flickered through Gideon's mind, but was swiftly dismissed. After all, nothing happens without cause. The existence of this mark indicated that there must be a reason behind it. Even if Gideon was skeptical, it would remain vigilant, cautious, and wary of potential pitfalls. Nonetheless, the conquest of the dog-headed creatures was an indispensable part of its plans. When the time came, it could send a few goblins to probe for the presence of a dragon. Goodwin contemplated this as it had already devised a 5-year plan for its endeavors in the sewers while perusing the map earlier. It aimed to secure sufficient territory in the sewers before entering the dormant phase of a young dragon, if not to dominate the entirety of the Blackstreet sewers, at least to fully control a designated area. This represented the first crucial step in its sewer conquest. This place is the world of Aiou, a paradise of deities and a trial ground for adventurers. A solitary dragon, no matter how powerful, could easily fall prey to those treacherous adventurers. Moreover, it was still merely a fledgling dragon. Even if it vanquished all the monsters in the sewers, its strength had its limits. Could it truly challenge foes of a higher tier using only a handful of low-tier talent fragments? The locations of dragon nests across Aiou continent are well known. Yet ancient red and blue dragons continue to thrive. Their commonality lies in their dominance as regional lords, commanding vast armies numbering in the tens or even hundreds of thousands. They have ruled their territories for millennia, impervious to both councils and kings alike. The deities in the heavens turn a blind eye, and adventurers dare not confront them, lacking even the courage to face these formidable beings. At most, they accept commissions to deal with the monsters wreaking havoc under the dragon's rule. As for the dragons themselves, they would simply evade, leaving nothing behind. This is why some true dragons often gather and subjugate their vassals upon arriving in a new location. A multitude of loyal followers, akin to a rising tide, would alert the adventurers long before they could approach the dragon. Consequently, they would be subjected to an unyielding war of attrition against the creatures. With no time for respite, it is conceivable that after much effort, upon reaching the dragon's lair, they would find only an empty cavern devoid of even a single coin, as the dragon would have already sensed the impending danger and fled with its treasures. Therefore, Goodwin understood this clearly. Once it claimed the entire Blackstreet sewer, every action within that domain would be under its watchful eye. In such a case, no matter how many adventurers arrived, it would remain unperturbed. After all, if one cannot win, one must flee. This is a time-honored tradition of true dragons, and Goodwin saw no fault in it. With these thoughts clarified, Goodwin no longer fixated on the dragon's mark on the map. Unless it possessed a high degree of certainty, it would refrain from engaging the dog-headed tribe. However, it would not hesitate to assert dominance over the remaining 2 goblin tribes. Unfortunately, today's output of its fiery breath had reached its limit. Recovery would have to wait until tomorrow. The fledgling lava dragon's body required time for the magic to nurture the magma within. Unlike an adult lava dragon, which could unleash its breath multiple times in battle without issue, the fledgling's capacity was considerably more limited. It glanced at the now-cooled orange-red magma nearby and quickly dismissed the thought of consuming it. Eating something it had expelled felt peculiar, especially since magma was not expelled from its stomach. Very well, I understand. You may leave now, and please rouse the others as well. Bring over a portion of food from over there. Goodwin instructed the goblin before it, allowing the goblins in the hall to rise from their kneeling positions, and reminded it to bring food as it recalled that both Nina and it had yet to eat. After conveying this, it resumed discussing with Nina the regions on the parchment map beyond the Blackstreet. After all, this was its first encounter with the map of the free city of Kalendu, and while it was uncertain how long it would remain here, whether during its youthful phase or adolescent phase, or if it would leave, it was prudent to learn more about the sewer. Meanwhile, the elite goblin, having heard Goodwin's words, responded with exaggerated gratitude, nearly prostrating itself before Goodwin. Master, even if the ancestors of the Gallic clan were to rise from the river of the dead, they could not match your benevolence. I shall prepare breakfast for you and your vassals at once. Upon noticing the black dragon's slight frown, the elite goblin hastily curtailed its flattery and diligently set about fulfilling Goodwin's instructions. The Gallic clan lacked for food. After all, this was the sewer, where everything one desired was readily available. The goblins, previously prostrated, finally stood up, and the oppressive atmosphere in the hall lightened considerably. However, they dared not raise their voices. Their movements and speech were hushed, fearful of disturbing the dragon and its companion, who were intently examining the map. Within the hall, the campfire continued to burn, the wood crackling with its familiar sound. The only difference was that in less than an hour, the ownership of this hall had changed hands. Goodwin had transformed into a newly hatched lava dragon, now on the 3rd day of its life. In the sewers, it had already claimed its first territory. Chapter 26. The Adventurers Guild as Goodwin busily began to transform its first domain in the sewers. Above the ground, as the delicate golden morning light disperses the morning mist and gloom of the City of Freedom, the daily commissions from the Adventurers Guild of Kalendu commence. Zelia, still clad in her black hood, maintains her unchanging attire, concealing her exquisite beauty, She understands well that if the allure of a sorceress were not veiled, it could lead to catastrophe. Alongside hundreds of adventurers, she queues outside to collect her token, before gradually entering the Adventurers Guild to peruse the commissions displayed on the wall in an orderly manner. It is not to say that the Adventurers Guild is the sole place for taking on commissions. There are numerous professional guilds, such as the Thieves Guild, the Warriors Guild, and the corresponding temples of the clergy, all offering various tasks. However, the commissions there tend to be more specialized. For instance, the Thieves Guild provides theft commissions. The Warriors Guild offers escort missions, while the clergy are tasked with banishing malevolent spirits, banshees, and skeletons from the nearby villages of the City of Freedom to save the ignorant villagers in the name of their deities. Conversely, the commissions at the Adventurers Guild are broad and accessible, primarily aimed at lower-tier adventurers. Above all, the monetary rewards are quite substantial, significantly exceeding those offered elsewhere, especially since payment can be made with prestige. Furthermore, anyone who is a professional is eligible to accept these tasks. In contrast, the temples require faith and even alignment. One cannot simply be lawful good to take on their assignments. The Adventurers Guild is far more accommodating, with the difficulty of tasks generally low, usually revolving around monster extermination and caravan protection. Adventurers in the AIO continent predominantly operate within the first to third tiers, making these commissions perfectly suited for them. Of course, there are also high-tier commissions available at the Adventurers Guild, including even legendary tasks. One such commission involves hunting a male ancient white dragon, Naknos, with a bounty of 10 million gold coins or equivalent gemstones, along with 3 promises regarding a female elder silver dragon, provided they do not breach their alignment. This commission has been outstanding for nearly 130 years, and despite countless adventurers venturing into the City of Freedom, none have dared to accept it. After all, the age of that dragon surpasses even their ancestors combined, except for elves and dwarves. However, it must be said that any adventurer team capable of slaying an ancient white dragon would likely find the gold and the promise of an elder silver dragon beneath their notice. Moreover, the challenge level posed by the ancient white dragon has escalated to nearly the 9th tier, legendary, compounded by its loyal minions, making it exceptionally formidable to defeat. It would likely require the intervention of a deity incarnate, saint, or those near demigod status capable of traversing the astral plane to tackle such a challenge. Otherwise, it remains uncertain whether a typical team could even slay an ancient white dragon, as it possesses the ability to flee rather than stand still for a final confrontation. The ancient white dragon is immune to all spells below, extraordinary, and it is an adept spellcaster in its own right, capable not only of flight, but also of greater teleportation. Even if it were cornered, it could simply dive into the depths of an ice glacier, leaving even a legendary sword saint dumbfounded. The northern glaciers are inexorably linked to the endless sea, which cannot simply be drained. Moreover, underwater combat is no trivial matter. Even with underwater breathing potions, the endeavor proves futile. In summary, the quest to slay an ancient white dragon is fraught with obstacles, requiring many years of preparation along with a stroke of fortune for any chance of success. Yet, if one were to succeed in such a feat, the rewards would be immensely gratifying. Aside from the commission S bounty, the treasure hoard of the ancient white dragon would likely rival that of the elder silver dragon, accumulated over millennia. Within its trove, one could find powerful magical weapons, scrolls, and materials, everything one desires. Nevertheless, such legendary commissions are rare. Typically, an average of once every 20 years, a legendary task is completed on the AIO continent. If the frequency were to increase slightly, it might occur once every 10 years, and in rare cases, as little as 5 years. After all, each successful completion of a legendary commission is often shrouded in the blood of fallen heroes. The demise of a legendary level warrior is a significant event, capable of being recounted throughout half of the AIO continent. Apart from the legendary, there are naturally high-tier and master-level commissions, corresponding to tasks in the 4th to 6th tiers and 7th tier, extraordinary, to 8th tier, heroic, regions. The most recent master commission was jointly funded by the Merchant Alliance of Rhine Kingdom, aiming to repel a population of blue dragons from the surreal Great Desert, or rather to resolve the issue of merchant routes being plagued by blue dragon attacks. Recently, incidents of blue dragons assaulting merchant caravans have become increasingly frequent. Just this week, it is said that 3 caravans with hundreds of merchants have vanished amidst the swirling sands. Such occurrences were once unimaginable. Previously, blue dragons displayed some restraint, merely collecting protection fees and resorting to robbing travelers only when funds ran low. Of course, the more astute blue dragons would opt for trade, polluting oases in the desert and then selling water to merchants at inflated prices, leaving the traveler's satisfaction unknown. Therefore, the Merchant Alliance of Rhine seeks to either defeat or eradicate the tribe of blue dragons attacking their merchants, or at least drive them away from the trade route connecting Rhine Kingdom to Calenduo. Originally, the merchants of Rhine intended to seek assistance from the Temple of the Goddess of Wealth, as they are among the most devout followers in the City of Freedom. However, for reasons unknown, the temple has recently been understaffed, seemingly dispatching personnel to procure riches for the Goddess of Wealth. Moreover, the goddess, who has previously never failed to respond to their pleas, has not granted any oracle this time, despite their donation of 2 million gold coins yielding no results. Left with no alternative, they are compelled to enlist the help of the Adventurers Guild. They have issued a commission for the eradication of the blue dragons, while simultaneously posting a task for the protection of merchant caravans, with a minimum requirement of 4th-tier adventurers. They cannot afford to let go of this lucrative trade route, as the spices, porcelain, and silks transported from the eastern continent to the eastern shores of the western continent, and then to the Rhine Federation yield profits, not merely tenfold, but 100-fold. However, none of these commissions are within the reach of Zelia's team. The highest they can undertake involves exterminating a solitary frost giant. Standing before the commission board, she peruses the tasks for 5 minutes, her demeanor calm, which is sufficient time to review the low-tier commissions. She leisurely searches for a target. Low-tier commission, locate the missing Plunder. Number of participants, unlimited. Commission reward, 1,000 gold coins, 100 coins for the deceased. Clue, 1 gold coin. Note, the clue must be authenticated at the Temple of the Just God. Upon seeing this commission, Zelia furrowed her brow. Has this commission not been completed yet? She had thought someone would have beaten her to it. This morning, she ventured to the Black Street because she accepted this missing person commission yesterday, hoping to investigate and perhaps strike lucky. Unfortunately, she uncovered nothing, though her unexpected meeting with Nina made the trip worthwhile. It is indeed a challenging task to locate him. After some contemplation, Zelia ultimately decided to forego the commission. Although the location of the disappearance was in Calendu, the vastness of Calendu rendered the search akin to fishing for a needle in a haystack. The prophecy spells proved ineffective. Continuing a blind search would be tantamount to gambling for the 5 members of the relatively impoverished Chintzy Adventurers Guild. As the vice leader, Zelia was not inclined to take such risks. She was no gambler. She recalled that bringing Nina along would require a considerable sum of money. Since encountering Nina, she had resolved to ensure that the girl would no longer suffer in the dark alleys. It was possible that she was even hungry at that moment. Consequently, she directed her gaze toward the midsection of the low-tier commission board, specifically the far-right commission. Meanwhile, in the sewers, within the Goblin Hall, a succulent and tender frog leg was thrust towards Nina's mouth. Thank you, Mr. Gadouin, but I'm full. Really full. Nina waved her hand, hastily rejecting the pointed frog leg offered by Gadouin. She patted her round belly, feeling somewhat stuffed. However, she had relished her meal. The unique taste of the sewer's pointed frog meat was abundant and delightful, and she had eaten 3 before feeling satisfied. These pointed frogs were among the food stores hoarded by the goblins, each measuring over a foot in length. Observing that Nina had stopped eating, Gadouin proceeded to devour the remaining frog legs with gusto. Using lava that had yet to cool to cook the frog meat imparted a unique flavor, though it lacked spiciness, which was somewhat disappointing. He pondered that next time, he should ask Nina to check if there were any spices like chili available for purchase. Chapter 27, Faith. The other goblins bustling about the hall were struck by the sight of their new master devouring food with such zeal. Each bite of the pointed frog evoked tears of joy at the corners of their mouths. This delicacy was previously reserved for the esteemed priests, said to enhance vision in the dark and possess a sweet flavor. However, they dared not voice any objections, for even in Gadouin's absence, such food would not be theirs to consume. Instead, they felt a sense of relief. After all, it was a good thing that their new master was satiated with pointed frogs, as it meant he would not turn his appetite toward the pitiful and weak goblins. A sharp crack resounded through the hall as a whip struck against stone, snapping the goblins from their reverie. They suddenly recalled that they still had work to do. They hurried to complete their tasks before their great master took his rest, determined to showcase the talents of the Gallic clan. The 10 fastest workers today would be rewarded with a drink from the cauldron wafting with fragrant aromas. The blackened-elbowed elite goblin wielded a whip in one hand, supervising the construction efforts of his kin. Though his tone was stern, his words were filled with encouragement as he gestured with his whip toward the large pot emanating enticing scents. As a standout among goblins, he understood the nature of his kin, lazy yet fearful, requiring both gentle coaxing and firm discipline. Only then could he manage this weak tribe, whose thoughts revolved solely around food and reproduction. Today's task was to dismantle a stone house and construct a resting place for their esteemed new master, Gadouin. He did not wish to falter on the very first day of the task entrusted to him. To Gudwin, the commotion was merely a trivial interlude. He continued to eat until he felt a slight fullness in his lower abdomen, finally slowing his pace. The goblin attendants nearby wiped their brows, fearing that should he eat any more, there would be nothing left. It was not that they were unwilling. They were simply apprehensive about the consequences of an empty stomach. If Gudwin sought to vent his frustrations on them due to hunger, it would spell disaster. Serving a dragon was akin to walking with a tiger, and one could only imagine the consequences if he suddenly developed a taste for goblin flesh. Gudwin glanced at his belly, which was not as round as Nina's. After consuming an amount of pointed frog meat equivalent to his own body size, he felt no sign of fullness at all. He almost believed that his mouth and spatial dimensional pocket were connected, as he did not feel any sensation of being satiated. Though Gudwin had spent 3 days in the dragon's body, he marveled at the exquisite structure of a true dragon's physique. He sensed that his own body still had untapped potential. No, not potential. It was still growing. As eons flowed by, dragonkind would eventually reach their full form, attaining adulthood. Only then could they be deemed the favorite of the Creator, Io. They possessed colossal hearts capable of shattering granite and were cloaked in scales of varying sizes, their bodies stretching over 20 meters in length. The shadows cast by their wings in low flight could easily eclipse 100 men, a mythical being indeed. It is said that the ancient dragons surpassed the physical limitations of elder dragons, leaping to lengths exceeding 100 meters and weights nearing 10,000 tons. However, it is not surprising that Gudwin did not appear overweight despite his consumption. The dragon's body digested and stored energy as elemental power coursing through its blood, not as fat. Thus, there was no risk of dragons becoming overweight from overeating. Moreover, dragons lacked apparent means of dissipating body heat. They neither sweat nor breathe heavily. The heat was extracted and transformed into energy by their core organs and blood vessels, which then stored this energy and converted it into their species-specific power. One could say they experienced no energy loss, functioning like perpetual motion machines. This ultimate biological weapon indeed justified the title of Io's favorite. Gudwin shifted his gaze from his still-digesting body to Nina. At that moment, she was perched on the map of Kalandu, seemingly believing that this position was more conducive to digestion than lying flat. Nina was intently perusing a book, her small face serious, as if she were deeply engrossed. The book, bound in sheepskin, was one of the volumes the goblins had retrieved from their priest's quarters, a beginner's guide to mages. Nina, acutely aware of Gudwin's almost unabashed gaze upon her, quickly closed the book and raised her head, looking at the now distinct black dragon hatchling with both caution and anxiety. "Mr. Gudwin, are you full?" she inquired tentatively. However, Gudwin responded with a question of his own, gazing thoughtfully at the dragon-blooded girl before him. "Are you very interested in mages?" Nina seemed a bit shy in response to this question, her words somewhat hesitant. Yet she no longer exhibited the same timidity she once had around Gudwin. With sincerity, she expressed, "I merely believe that since you, Mr. Gudwin, are protecting me, I should possess my own value. If I cannot assist in any way, I would feel quite useless, whether as a mage or a sorceress like Sister Zelia. As long as I can support you, I would be content with any profession." Nina's voice was low, her emotions flickering in the light of the campfire. But it was clear that she felt a sense of disappointment. She was once told by Granny Owlon in the orphanage that the things one acquires may not always be retained. To hold on to them, one must diligently care for them. This principle applies not only to possessions, but also to emotions. Thus, at around the age of 6, she began to work, eagerly taking on various tasks to sustain her life in the orphanage. Unfortunately, as a half-dragon descendant, she cherished the love she received even more, yearning to protect it and fearing its loss. This urgency to learn and improve stemmed from her desire to safeguard that love. Gudwin initially intended to tell her to simply act as a purchasing assistant, assuring her that he would shield her from any troubles. However, upon reflection, he realized he would eventually leave this place, and if he could not take her with him when the time came, she would revert to a life fraught with uncertainty. While he could temporarily shelter Nina, he could not offer her a lifetime of protection. Thus, Gudwin thoughtfully revised his words and said to Nina, "If you have needs, you may command my goblins to assist you in gathering magical materials. If you are interested in other professions, I shall support you as well. Pursue whatever you desire, Nina." Although Gudwin's voice lacked gentleness, Nina perceived care in the words of the black hatchling before her. Remembering Gudwin's previous actions, her heart nearly melted. Nevertheless, she stifled her tears, nodded, and opened her spellbook to continue her studies. Gudwin, resembling a cat, lay on the ground, occasionally glancing at the goblins constructing their nest, but mostly focusing on studying the map of this free city. With its 2 layers and several blocks, an hour was scarcely sufficient for him to examine it thoroughly. Moreover, his mind began to devise a new 5-year plan. The underground emperor of Kalen he had resolved to become that. Meanwhile, Nina immersed herself in the obscure and complex introductory knowledge of spells, feeling her little mind was somewhat inadequate. She contemplated giving up. But putting down the book now would only invite laughter from Mr. Godwin. Thus, gritting her teeth, she persisted in studying the spellbook, delving into its profound knowledge. Occasionally, she would glance at Godwin, who was amusingly biting his own tail while distractedly studying the map. She also found herself thinking of her sister Zelia, whom she had just reunited with that morning, wondering how she was faring now. Outside the free city of Kalendu, over 10 miles away, a carriage traversed the wilderness. Seated within, Zelia felt a tickling sensation at the tip of her nose, prompting an involuntary yawn. Her companions riding alongside her noticed her unusual behavior and expressed their concern. "Zelia, are you all right?" asked a female warrior with soft golden hair, clad in silver armor, her features reflecting a serene eastern beauty. Without waiting for a response, she retrieved a vial of diluted holy water from her adventurer's pouch, saying, "The adventure is about to commence. Our primary damage dealer cannot afford to be unwell." "Marjalesia, I'm fine. I'll feel better soon. Perhaps I simply woke too early and caught a chill from the sea breeze," Zelia replied with an apologetic smile, waving her hand to decline the offer. "Very well, but do let us know if anything arises," Marjalesia said, observing the quiet contemplation of the spellcaster beside her. Then fell silent to conserve her energy. This mission was expected to be significantly more challenging than their previous assignments in the north. Had they not prepared specifically for this, they would never have allowed Zelia to undertake such a task. The mission target, Dragon Lion. Mission restrictions, Team 1. Mission reward, 300 gold coins or equivalent magical items. The carriage continued on its journey, occasionally interrupted by the rumbling roars of Zelia's magical pet, the pseudo-dragon Liz, issuing warnings to deter any goblins, gremlins, or kobolds. A born scout, Liz relished her role. Thus, the carriage carrying Zelia traveled south along the wilderness road, the towering city walls of the free city receding further into the distance until they vanished from sight. Chapter 28, Setting Traps. Great, benevolent, and immensely powerful master. Your loyal servant has completed the task you entrusted. Godwin awakened from the darkness upon hearing the first syllable. The black hatchling, lying on the ground, opened its slit pupils, which could easily focus and magnify, allowing it to clearly see its surroundings. The first sight that met its eyes was the seemingly everlasting bonfire in the hall, with sparks floating everywhere, and the walls, shrouded in darkness and adorned with uneven, dark green ferns, were all too familiar. However, there was an additional sight below, a grotesque green-skinned creature, nearly pressing its head to the ground, gazing up at him. It was evident that the voice just heard belonged to this monster, which Godwin recognized as a recently acquired minion. The black hatchling glanced at the detailed map of the free city, which was slightly wrinkled beneath it, along with scattered books. There was also a dragon-descendant girl, sweetly asleep while clutching her tail, her bare feet brushing against his soft paw pads, cool to the touch. Godwin soon realized that he had dozed off while studying the sewer map. Having endured 2 battles, his breath and stamina had completely drained his stored energy. There was not a drop left. Following a binge, and being in the growth phase of his hatchling stage, it was entirely normal for him to feel drowsy. He gently twitched the slender tail of the girl in his embrace, cautiously shifting his body, careful not to wake her. She had not enjoyed such a restful sleep in a long time, in the warm room, or hall, alongside the one she cherished, the dragon, free from worries. A faint smile graced her lips, suggesting that the dream was as beautiful as reality. Godwin rose from the map, stretching like a cat. His dragon wings unfurled silently in the hall, the wind they stirred causing the bonfire to flicker. Though dragons are categorized as reptiles, draped in scales and often dismissed as large, flying lizards, they are, in fact, a unique species, distinct from reptiles. Their 4 bodies resemble those of large felines, both in bone and muscle structure. However, the musculature from the cervical vertebrae to the tail vertebrae is akin to that of a giant python. It must be said that both are apex predators in the natural world. Godwin lifted his elongated neck, surveying the surroundings before addressing the goblin, whose head was nearly buried in the ground. "Get up." His voice was cold and hoarse, the raw sound of a lava dragon devoid of any pretense. Yet, his words were soft, as he did not wish to disturb the sleeping girl. During his glance around, he had noticed a peculiar structure that had suddenly appeared in the hall. A circular platform, elevated approximately 3 feet above the ground, serves as the nest commanded to be built by the goblins. The construction materials were salvaged from the remnants of the dwelling that once housed goblin warriors and priests. Although it does not entirely reflect Gudun's vision, he is not overly particular about the craftsmanship of the goblins. Currently, there are no conditions to be selective. Were it not for the necessity of establishing authority, he would have been content to slumber on the ground, having spent the previous night amidst refuse. Yes, master. The voice of the green-skinned goblin is inherently low, and upon noticing Gudun's own subdued tone, it lowers its voice even further. Fortunately, despite the absence of external ears, the dragon's unique ability to perceive sound, aided by the ribbed structure of its scales, allows it to discern every subtle noise in the vicinity. Thus, even from a distance, Gudun can clearly hear the mutterings of the green-skinned creature before him. As the goblin rises, it hunches its back, attempting to minimize its height, seemingly fearful of displeasing its new master. However, Gudun is preoccupied and merely glances over before striding away silently, with the goblin awkwardly limping behind. The injuries inflicted by the magma have not healed within a day. Yet, the exhilaration in Gudun's spirit far surpasses the physical pain, especially as he observes the nod of approval from Gudun, who even reclines for a brief moment on the platform. Gudun does not linger long. Leaping down from the 3-foot-high circular platform, one cannot deny that the view from such a height is indeed different. No wonder so many true dragons favor constructing their nests atop mountains. Let us explore the surroundings of the hall. Gudun instructs the goblin following closely behind. Yes, my master. The goblin responds with utmost reverence, clearly aware of the consequences of impatience. Upon exiting the hall, Gudun nods in satisfaction. Initially overlooked, a closer observation reveals that the goblin nest is not haphazardly situated, but rather strategically placed, benefiting from its advantageous geography. Firstly, a sewer river flows just beyond the goblin hall, its width spanning 4 to 5 meters, with the opposite bank presenting a sheer, unyielding black wall. This contrasts sharply with the previous dry riverbed Gudun encountered, where there were footholds and bridges. Moreover, the hall has only 2 passageways for exit, one to the left and one to the right. A few meters to the left lies a corner, which was the direction Gudun came from. The right passage extends longer, but also features a bend. The passageways are narrow enough to accommodate only a single adult at a time. Any additional presence would risk tumbling into the dark, flowing sewage below. Both passageways are shielded by corners, rendering the flickering light of the hall's fire difficult to detect from the outside. Gudun also ventures outside the hall, emerging from the right passageway. Upon his exit, he discerns that the route into this goblin nest is rather secluded, nestled between the connections of regular sewer pipes and fissures. Should an adventurer don armor and possess a somewhat robust physique, they would find it exceedingly challenging to squeeze through sideways. Having formed a basic understanding of the surrounding geography, Gudun realizes that if he were to navigate through the fissure and ascend to the main sewer thoroughfare, a series of left turns would swiftly lead him to encounter or glimpse another goblin tribe. That tribe is known as Kazi, which translates to the blessed by the celestial deity in goblin tongue, or simply the blessed tribe. However, their strength is only marginally superior to that of the Galak clan that Gudun has just subdued. According to the elite goblins around him, Kazi is evidently a case of self-aggrandizement. When discussing it, they express a certain indignation, suggesting that their usual relations are quite strained. Nevertheless, Gudun has yet to fully recuperate and has not thoroughly explored the surrounding area, thus deciding to remain here for a few days before embarking on the next conquest. It is prudent to consume one target at a time, ensuring a stable foundation before gradually encroaching upon the rest. Being but a fledgling dragon, with a grand appetite yet limited power, Gudun understands this principle well. Consequently, after several rounds of exploration without spotting even a single rat, he returns to the hall. His original intention to familiarize himself with the environment and correlate it with the map in his memory. Before returning, he instructs the goblin to set traps in both passageways to prevent any stealthy intrusions. After all, past experiences serve as cautionary tales. He has no desire to become ensnared in a cycle of folly. Understood, master, the goblin exclaims, promptly retrieving several ready-made traps from the hall. Upon observing the large animal traps, Gudun furrows his brow and unfurls his dragon wings, halting the goblin's advance to set them up nearby. You intend to use these? He queries, skepticism evident in his tone. Indeed, master. Large. Very large. The green-skinned goblin boasts, brandishing the oversized trap as though showcasing a prized possession. This sentiment resonates among goblins, who inherently believe that larger is always superior. Gudun cannot help but facepalm, lamenting the lack of intellect among his subordinates, which necessitates his constant vigilance. Return them. I shall handle this, he asserts, prioritizing safety over reliance on the goblins. Entrusting his life to a band of goblins is an epitome of irresponsibility. With a flicker of thought, Gudun conjures a vision of numerous suitable alarm traps for the terrain. He then begins instructing the waiting goblins to commence their construction. Truth be told, his claws lack the finesse of the diminutive goblins. After nearly 2 hours of cooperative effort, Gudun and the goblins successfully established the outer perimeter of defenses. Should anyone trigger the traps, the goblin scouts concealed in the shadows will undoubtedly report back promptly. In this manner, Gudun ensures that he will have ample choices should an incursion occur, maintaining a steady rhythm and avoiding disruption from unforeseen attacks. During this time, Nina, having awakened, visits Gudun several times but, lacking knowledge of traps, merely observes for a brief moment before returning to her challenging tome of introductory spells. Once the tasks surrounding their territory are complete, Gudun loses track of time, unaware of how long has elapsed without the sun's guidance. He only knows that hunger begins to gnaw at him. Thus, he returns to the firelit hall, where he finds Nina, leaning against the platform, engrossed in her reading, her small head nodding off in slumber. Gudun chuckles softly, approaching to gently prod the drowsy girl's head with his forelimb, causing her to awaken with a start. "Oh, Mr. Gudun, you have returned?" she exclaims. "Time for a meal." He replies nonchalantly. "Very well," she responds eagerly, rising quickly but wobbling unsteadily. Gudun spreads his wings to provide her support, helping her regain her balance. The dining area is not atop the platform, but rather beside the flickering fire. Although the food has not been prepared by the magma, Gudun finds it acceptable as long as it is not frozen. Before departing, it casts a glance back at the high platform. The glimmering silver coins, undoubtedly belonging to Nina, had already been scattered upon it. "Let us go. Tonight we shall feast on the delectable frog," Gudun said without turning back, addressing Nina behind him. "Mr. Gudun, wait for me." Nina, having finally steadied herself despite her somewhat numbed feet, hurriedly pursued him. The other goblins in the hall regarded the seemingly mismatched pair of man and dragon with a mix of fear and curiosity. Silence enveloped the scene. The campfire continued to burn brightly as the banquet commenced. Chapter 29. The Fortunate One. Beneath the deep blue night sky, dim stars lay hidden amidst gray clouds, as if draped in a gossamer veil. Only the embodiment of the moon goddess Suluin, a silver moon set against the pale clouds, gazed eternally upon the continent of Ao. Of course, the faint starlight garnered the keen attention of temple priests and astrologers, while the majority of commoners, nobles, and adventurers remained engrossed in the warmth of family, festive banquets, and the bustling taverns, indulging in the most ordinary emotions. The city of freedom, Kalandu, located on the eastern coast of the western continent, was ablaze with lights at this hour. Especially in the trade and noble districts, throngs of people jostled for space, creating a sea of humanity. Countless carriages dashed along the royal avenue, their hooves pounding against the ground as if hurrying to the next noble-hosted soiree. Merchants from various realms across the continent flooded this city, blessed by the goddess of wealth, bringing with them a plethora of gold coins and a sense of prosperity and vitality. The dock area bustled with dockworkers laboring throughout the night, drenched in sweat and bustling with energy. This fervor was fueled by a warning from the priest of the storm god Taluos, who had recently cautioned that a tempest was brewing at sea, potentially affecting the harbor, urging them to prepare in advance. Faced with the priest's admonition, these maritime merchants dared not take it lightly, and many paid exorbitant sums to hire dockworkers for overtime, hastily moving goods and repositioning their vessels to safer waters, all to avert financial loss. Yet, where there is light, darkness inevitably follows. In the graveyard of the commoner district, one might still encounter thieves hired by mages and sorcerers to pilfer corpses. In stark contrast, the noble district's cemetery, guarded by watchful sentinels, was so eerily silent that even the barking of dogs was absent. The only source of light emanated from an inconspicuous little house, where a solitary lamp flickered. The dim glow of candlelight illuminated less than 3 feet of soft earth and the nearby pale, ornate gravestones. If one were to draw near, they would faintly glimpse 2 distorted silhouettes through the glass window. The murmur of conversation could also be faintly heard. "What of the shipment? Let us see it immediately." A hoarse, aged voice resonated from within the humble abode. Those familiar with the cemetery's rituals would undoubtedly recognize this voice as belonging to George Norton, the newly appointed caretaker of the cemetery. An elderly man with hair turned completely white, his frail body nearing the grave. He was often plagued by a persistent cough, his blue eyes reflecting the unmistakable features of a Targan. The news of his passing the following day would hardly surprise anyone in the noble district. Yet, George Norton was a fixture in the graveyard, after all, as he was the designated caretaker. Another figure hesitated at his words, but ultimately retrieved a sealed round barrel from below. A sense of dread washed over George as his expression darkened with fear. Upon opening the barrel, wisps of chilling white vapor emerged, prompting his countenance to twist with barely contained rage as he glared at the cloaked figure before him. A white dragon egg. This is the third time. Why must it always be this accursed white dragon egg? The barrel contained a white dragon egg adorned with icy blue patterns, standing a foot tall and emanating a frigid aura. Undoubtedly, it was the egg of a white dragon. These eggs were of the lowest quality, none surviving even a single round of incubation, causing him to waste months of time and precious materials. His murky blue eyes bore into the cloaked figure, demanding an explanation. George, you know the risks I faced last time. I nearly exposed myself. I truly cannot afford any more risks. The only eggs I can procure are these. The mysterious figure replied, raising his hands in a gesture of helplessness. He understood the elderly man's plight, who had sacrificed much for the sake of forbidden knowledge. However, he was also acutely aware that his own sacrifices were no less significant, merely less dire. Since the lava dragon's assault on Kalendu, he had narrowly escaped detection by the residing high priest and the archmages atop the White Tower. Had he not sought the aid of his revered deity, the god of deception and illusions, Layla, he might well have found himself on the pyre, appeasing the wrath of the masses. Yet, he too had paid a steep price. Having reached the 7th tier of transcendence, his soul would forever belong to Layla upon his demise, bound to her service. But the chances of hatching this damned white dragon egg, even after my potion treatments, are 50% lower than other true dragon species, not to mention the subsequent 2 steps. The success rate is dismally low, less than 2%. This probability was nearly negligible, yet it enticed him like a deadly poison. It was akin to a gamble. Knowing the odds were against him, he still felt compelled to play. Edward, you know I have little time left. If I do not succeed in the next few years, we may meet again in the River of Souls. George's voice shifted to a tone of pleading as he looked to his longtime collaborator, Edward Henry. With a gesture of prayer, hoping for a miracle that might swap the white dragon egg for any other dragon species, anything but the white dragon. There might still be a 1% chance, perhaps we might succeed. George, Lady Luck is smiling, is she not? Edward Henry offered a light-hearted jest. Yet upon seeing George's persistent frown, he sighed. Perhaps next time. I've heard that the blue dragons in the Sur Desert have become restless. Merchants have already hired a cadre of professionals to deal with them. It presents a splendid opportunity for fortune. You might even acquire a blue dragon egg. And in one fell swoop, you could find yourself set for life. Let us hope for that. The old man sighed in agreement, donning gloves as he retrieved the dragon egg from the barrel of 0-degree environment. He then turned to his old friend. I hope to hear good news from you in advance next month. Now, I must face my own despair. Good luck. Tonight the moon goddess shall watch over you. Edward Henry intoned, watching as the elderly man, clutching the dragon egg, left his seat. He stepped out of the dimly lit cabin, adjusted his attire, inhaled deeply, and then strolled into the darkness. Several hours later, the distant lights had dimmed noticeably. The old man, emerging from the cabin's basement, held a black bag containing shattered dragon egg shells, his expression devoid of emotion as he exited the cemetery and reached the nearest sewer entrance. There was no doubt. He had failed once more. The dice of Lady Luck had not rolled a 20. He could not even preserve the egg, which had exploded instead. However, he was mentally prepared for this outcome, promptly discarding the dragon shells into the sewer, where they would be carried away by the flowing water, aided by nature's creatures in disposing of the remnants. The transplantation of base blood vessels and human draconification lay merely a sheet of paper away. Yet that very sheet represented an insurmountable barrier for him. He hoped that the goddess of the moon would indeed grant him her protection. After all, he had steadfastly adhered to his principles, utilizing only the 5-colored dragon eggs and other nefarious dragon types, never having touched a metallic dragon egg. The hunched figure, akin to a specter, slowly returned to the cabin, where he would once again keep company with the spirits beneath the grave markers. In the sewers, the unique 4-toed Dunji Kaz, renowned within the Kaz clan, was tasked today with leading 10 goblin guards on a patrol around their territory, safeguarding against the despicable and grotesque dog-headed creatures looking to ambush or plunder among their kin. However, the primary concern remained the former. Recently, those dog-headed beings seemed to have gone mad, easily encircling solitary goblins and dragging them back to their tribe for sustenance. It was noteworthy that these creatures, once murderers of goblins, had not previously taken their victims back, indicating a dire hunger. Perhaps their tribe had swelled in numbers, and if so, Duanji Kaz would need to contribute to the prosperity of his clan upon returning. This situation was untenable. Preoccupied with these thoughts, Duanji Kaz continued until a glimmer of light caught his attention around the corner. Behold, what was that? A gleaming yellow coin. Duanji Kaz felt a surge of joy as he and his goblins approached the corner. though it slightly deviated from their patrol route. It felt worthwhile for the sake of a coin. After all, its purchasing power in the depths was quite substantial, with many intelligent races willing to trade food for it, not for personal use, but to pay tribute to the Black Dragon residing in their territory. After all, the Black Dragon adored coins. Upon reaching the corner, Duanji has picked up the coin, just as he intended to turn back. His peripheral vision uncontrollably caught sight of yet another gleam ahead, another yellow coin. Was today truly a day of fortune for Duanji? Elated, Duanji Kaz, with the physique of an elite goblin, felt a surge of happiness. It seemed that luck had finally smiled upon him, and soon all the goblins in his clan would surely envy his fortune. He was the truly favored goblin. After retrieving the coin, he squinted his eyes, surveying the surroundings for any overlooked treasures. Indeed, there lay another coin ahead, this one shining with a brilliance unlike the previous. It was silver, radiating a dazzling light. By the gods, it was a silver coin. Overwhelmed with joy, Duanji Kaz hastily led his followers to claim the silver coin. He was immensely grateful for the duty roster created by the priest. Today, it was his turn. Otherwise, this treasure would have fallen into the hands of that detestable Ruyan Kaz. Praise the gods. With the fervor of a hungry tiger, Duanji Kaz lunged for the ground to seize the silver coin. Yet, as he prepared to rise, he suddenly noticed a group of dark figures emerging from the corner ahead, casting a shadow over the area. A multitude of goblins, among them 3 elite ones, loomed before him. Cursed be the green-skinned wretches of the Gallic clan. It was a trap. Even Duanji Kaz, with his limited wit, realized he had fallen into a snare and sought to flee. But at another corner of the tunnel, a shadow appeared, not tall, but with slightly outstretched wings, a pronounced forehead, and sharp claws, coupled with thick black scales. A vision flashed through Duanji Kaz's mind, and he struggled to utter 2 syllables. A true dragon, a genuine dragon, allied with goblins, was blocking their escape. By the gods, surely this was not a dream. Duanji Kaz internally shouted, trembling at the advancing dragon, too terrified to move. The other goblins under his command had already succumbed to the draconic terror released by Guduen, collapsing in a heap, some even soiling themselves in fear. In an instant, this motley crew of 11 monsters presented a comical sight. Under the influence of Guduen's tidal effect of Lord of Gallic, most of the weaker-bodied ordinary goblins simply could not withstand the dragon's might. Guduen had previously tested this on the Gallic clan the day before, so today's events came as no surprise to him. Knock them out, came the cold, gravelly voice in the common tongue echoing through the tunnel. The Gallic goblins, upon hearing the command, complied dutifully, swiftly rendering the Kaz goblins unconscious, binding them with ropes they carried. Guduen understood that as long as the priest remained conscious, these elite goblins posed a potential threat of rebellion, and to prevent chaos, he chose to act cautiously. Once they were subdued, it was clear that they had no place in his plans. Before long, the goblins were securely tied and unconscious. Take them away, Guduen instructed. The 11 incapacitated goblins were then transported to a prepared confinement area. In the initial tunnel, silence reigned once more. As before, at the tunnel's bend, Guduen hung upside down in the shadows, waiting silently, resembling a black stone statue. Below him, in the center of his view, lay a yellow copper coin, quietly resting upon a moss-covered stone slab, awaiting the next fortunate soul. Chapter 30. Perfection. Duanji Kaz awoke from a violent headache, attempting to cradle his head, only to discover that his hands and feet had been securely bound. He could faintly hear someone nearby cursing in the goblin tongue. You green-skinned wretches of the Gallic clan, all you know is ambush. If you have the guts, face me in a fair fight. The coarse yet shrill voice was unmistakably that of Ruyan Kaz. Yet, aside from his voice, there was no response, as if the others were too disinterested to engage. Only the whistling of the sewer wind and the dim light of a torch allowed Duanji Kaz to clearly see his surroundings. He found himself in a remote, spacious area, not far from their Kaz clan. However, they seldom visited this place, for it was a dead end. Aside from the environment, he observed several green-skinned figures sprawled haphazardly on the ground. To his astonishment, there were 10 goblins lying there, along with 3 elite goblins beside him, one of which was none other than Ruyan Kaz himself. The other 2 remained in a state of unconsciousness, yet appeared to be alive. Duanji Kaz, you are awake. The familiar tone of Ruyan Kaz reached his ears, as if it had detected the agonizing groans of Duanji's throbbing head. Duanji could only turn his head to meet its gaze, noticing that its face bore no trace of defeat. Rather, it was filled with fervor, ready to collaborate with its old adversary. Come, let us curse those treacherous green-skinned wretches who ambushed us. They utterly disgrace our goblin identity, akin to swine. You have not encountered them. Duanji Kaz observed Ruyan's demeanor, sensing that it had not encountered the terrifying true dragon. Otherwise, its current mood would certainly be different. However, his words trailed off abruptly as he heard it, the sound of numerous footsteps echoing through the solitary corridor. Someone was approaching. He sealed his lips, falling silent. Yet Rue Yen Kaz, like an enraged mad dog, began to bark ferociously, its tirade of curses unrelenting. Indeed, its voice seemed to stir the creatures at the corridor's end. Hastening their steps, amidst the dim light, a cadre of goblins emerged, each carrying bound and unconscious captives into Duanji's line of sight. Squinting, Duanji Kaz surveyed the approaching Gallic clan, feeling a pang of anxiety. Another batch had arrived. The tribe likely had no more than 10 goblins remaining, perhaps fewer. All the elite among them. It was likely that only the clan leader, Chong Chue Kaz, a goblin warrior, and their priestess, Rue La Kaz, a rare female spellcaster devoted to the goblin deity Hamriel, remained. Thud, thud, thud. One by one, the captives were unceremoniously dropped to the ground, bound like caterpillars, with no concern that their casual treatment might rouse the green-skinned goblins. The Gallic goblins, witnessing their former foes lying helplessly before them, felt an indescribable exhilaration. Such thoughts coursed through the minds of these goblins, reveling in the fortune of following a powerful master. Rue Yen Kaz's curses continued unabated. The Gallic goblins made no move against it, seemingly entertained by the antics of their helpless nemesis. Coward. Swine. Face me one-on-one. Worthless. Enough, knock it out. While I wish to continue listening to its wails, our master awaits our return. This time, we shall engage them in a proper battle. Let the prelude of war cease here. Brothers of the Gallic clan. Ula, ula. A valiant goblin stepped forward, and the others responded in unison, swiftly striking Rue Yen Kaz into unconsciousness with a sturdy club. Its head was crushed, blood spilling onto the ground. The discipline and unity displayed by these goblins astonished Duanji, who was covertly observing. Master, it must refer to that black dragon. Yet it does not resemble a typical black dragon, whose skulls are skeletal. The black dragon Duanji Kaz had seen was much more robust, its neck and head far from the gaunt appearance of a typical black dragon. Yet, Duanji Kaz had no time to dwell on such details, for the words of the elite goblin revealed their imminent actions. Were they planning to assault their tribe? Duanji Kaz felt a surge of unease. Would the clan leader and the priestess be able to hold their ground? They must not be separated. Duanji Kaz silently prayed. As long as they remained united, there was still hope. This was the only way his limited imagination could conceive of avoiding defeat. The leader and priestess must not be divided, otherwise, if they fell one by one, the Kaz clan would truly meet its end. The tribe favored by the divine would be reduced to mere subservience to a creature resembling a black dragon. Though this might not seem shameful, relying on a stronger entity often comes at a steep price. This truth was understood even by the 3-year-old dog-headed goblins in the sewers. Yet here he was, ensnared and bound, unable to escape and sound the alarm. All he could do was pray to the heavens for the protection of the Kaz clan. Hamriel above. Bless the Kaz clan. Chong Chue Kaz sat restlessly on a wooden chair, its weight causing the chair to creak under strain. This prompted Rue La Kaz, who had been meditating nearby, to furrow her brow and open her crimson-eyed gaze, impatiently admonishing him. If you break my repaired chair, you shall leave at once, Chong Chue. But, my lady priestess, the young ones of the tribe have yet to return. 10 of them, including Rue Yen and Duanji, have also gone missing. Surely, they haven't encountered those dog-headed creatures. The goblin warrior's words remained unfinished, but the implication was clear. Perhaps they will return by nightfall, having indulged in merriment or chasing mice. Rue La Kaz waved her hand dismissively. To her, such behavior was entirely typical of the green-skinned wretches, considering their limited intelligence. As a spellcaster, she had always looked down upon her fellow kin, sharing the same bloodline. Just as Chong Chue was about to speak again, he was drawn outside by a commotion. Ula, ula. The taunts of the goblins reached his ears. Instantly, Chong Chue Kaz sprang to his feet, exiting the modest chamber of the spellcaster. His pupils constricted as he clearly saw a group of creatures on the path opposite the clan, 5 or 6 goblins. They stood with their backs turned, mockingly exposing their rear ends, making the sound ula ula, a blatant act of humiliation. This sight ignited the already simmering irritation within Chong Chue Kaz, and he seized a stone hammer, rushing out with a thundering gait, followed closely by several clan goblins. Gallic-esque green-skinned wretches, you are courting death. I shall crush you into pulp and feed you to the mice. Do not run. As the 5 or 6 goblins scattered in disarray, the pent-up rage within Chong Chue Kaz surged, propelling him forward in pursuit. Above, unseen at the sewer's entrance, a shadow stealthily slipped into the Kaz clan. Guy Dun, hanging from the ceiling, gripped the rocky surface with its claws, making no sound as it approached the Kaz tribe, which bore striking similarities to the bonfire hall. However, the totems here were far more numerous, each building adorned with intricate carvings. Without a trace of magic, they likely represented a form of belief. Upon sensing that the totems posed no threat, Gai Dun boldly descended to the heart of the Kaz clan, where it had first seen Chong Chue emerge from the small chamber. The structure was exquisite, exuding a fragrance that starkly contrasted with the foul stench of the nearby dwellings. Clearly, this was a residence designated for those of high status, and without a doubt, it belonged to the Kaz clan's spellcaster. Gai Dun, upon realization, could not help but marvel at the hidden prowess within the Ka Lan Du sewer, where two tribes consecutively housed spellcasters. It is noteworthy that amidst the wilderness, one could slay 1,000 beasts yet still encounter not a single sorcerer. After all, facing such an adversary could spell disaster for any adventurer. He refrained from descending immediately. Although the number of goblins here was even fewer than before, Gai Dun would never act recklessly unless absolutely necessary. Indeed, the element of surprise was paramount to his current strategic approach. Time was not a constraint for him. Rue La Kazi slowly opened her eyes and exhaled. Concluding this round of prayer, she felt her divine powers swell slightly within, perhaps soon surpassing that old curmudgeon. Rue La Kazi harbored a dream of unifying the 3 goblin tribes within the Blackstreet sewer. Alas, the presence of the spellcasting priest of the Ka La Ku clan obstructed her aspirations, a source of persistent frustration for her. Contemplating this, Rue La Kazi lightly furrowed her brow, finding fault with everything around her, particularly the rickety chair that had just been occupied by the clumsy Kazi. She resolved to discard it. This way, she could refuse his future visits and preserve the sanctity of her meticulously arranged abode. She had invested considerable effort in extracting the fragrant essence from a heap of grease, which aided her meditation and prayers. The thought of it being sullied was utterly disheartening. With that in mind, Rue La Kazi grasped the broken chair and exited her small dwelling. In the hall, a handful of goblins busied themselves with food preparation or weapon repairs. Rue La Kazi ignored them, as it was a scene all too familiar. However, just as she was about to take her next step, she heard a faint hiss, an inhalation that, while subtle, did not escape her keen ears. Something loomed above. Being a relatively young spellcaster, Rue La Kazi had let her guard down. Lulled by the protective presence of the heavy hammer of the clan and the familiarity of the Kazi territory, she had never considered retreating. Her curiosity as a spellcaster compelled her to discover what lay above. Then, her pupils constricted dramatically. By Hemuriel above, what was that? She beheld a dragon, an authentic hatchling. The pale yellow scales adorning its chest glimmered with a faint glow as air flowed into the hatchling's lungs. Within moments, this air would cycle into the true dragon's core, transforming into searing magma. The golden red light threatened to burst forth from the hatchling's mouth. Rue La Kazi felt an urge to flee back to her dwelling and seize her staff. Yet, the hatchling, anticipated to be swift, proved even faster. It leaped down effortlessly from above, landing gracefully like a cat, and swiftly ensnared the inexperienced spellcaster. Its claws pierced her limbs, pinning her firmly to the ground. Listening to the cries and moans of the creature beneath its claws, Gai Dun initially contemplated unleashing a fiery spectacle. However, he swallowed his impulse, reasoning that he would reserve his magma spit for the next foe, given the utter inadequacy of this spellcaster. With that thought, his claws swiftly slashed through her throat. Blood flowed as the bonfire blazed. The sudden commotion in the hall was quickly quelled when Heavy Hammer Kazi returned to the Kazi tribe. Brandishing a bloodied stone hammer, he immediately sensed something awry. It was too quiet, eerily so. Not a single goblin was in sight. Moments ago, despite the hall's emptiness, a few goblins had been visible attending to the clan's logistics. Now, there was not a soul in sight. The only constant was the faint fragrance in the air, the aroma emanating from Rue La Kazi's abode providing some reassurance to Heavy Hammer Kazi. Yet today, the scent felt peculiar, as if mixed with something else. In an instant, he cast aside his fleeting unease, reassured by Rue La's presence, believing that even if enemies lurked, they could not have acted without a sound. Come out, you lazy wretches. The sun has yet to rise, and you already seek to slumber. Show yourselves. Heavy Hammer Kazi bellowed throughout the clan, attempting to rouse the goblins who might be hiding in tents or dark corners. However, all that responded to him was an endless void. Apart from the crackling of wood in the bonfire, there was complete silence. Damn it, once I catch you, each of you will be hung up. He swung his stone hammer, slicing through the air with a menacing whistle, startling the goblins trailing behind him, who stumbled and nearly fell beneath him. Ruela, Come forth and punish these lazy scamps. I haven't been gone long, and they already slack off. This cannot stand. As he searched the foul-smelling structure, he called out to the exquisitely arranged dwelling. Punishments were typically administered by the priest in the name of the goblin god Hamuriel. Yet, after rummaging through several small rooms, he found none of the usual goblins that often hid away. The absence of Rue's response, combined with the alluring fragrance that failed to quell his fury, compelled him to storm towards the exquisite dwelling. Before he could even push the door open, he shouted, "Ruela, why do you ignore me?" A faint sound of inhalation came from within, but enraged, Heavy Hammer Kazi, without a second thought, thrust the door wide open. He froze in place. Corpses, everywhere corpses. A room filled with goblin bodies, all familiar faces, including Ruela, who had just angrily ushered him away, her throat torn open. Blood flowed uncontrollably from her neck. Yet the stench of death was masked by the lingering fragrance. What shocked him further was the sight of a winged, fearsome creature perched atop Ruela's body, reminiscent of a true dragon. Its chest blazed with flames, illuminating the small room brightly. Then, Heavy Hammer Kazi felt the blinding golden-red light envelop him, immersing him in the searing heat of magma, his body succumbing to flames, melting away, while his consciousness slipped into darkness. Accompanying his fading awareness was a whisper. "I am sorry. She is already dead. For this, I am truly sorry. However, it is quite perfect, is it not, little one?" Gudun wiped the blood from his claws and flicked his long dragon tail, casting a glance at the goblins who had retreated 5 or 6 meters away from the door, grinning widely. Chapter 31. The Roar of the Hatchling, in the Sewer. Within the hall of the Kazi clan, Gudun withdrew his gaze from the goblins that had narrowly escaped, their trousers soaked with fear. Instead, he looked down at the robust goblin warrior's body, slowly being corroded and dissolved by the magma. The process was sluggish. Lacking the dramatic effect witnessed with the Ratman's magma baths, many parts of the goblin were charred, yet flames flickered from the burnt areas. However, Gudun had grown accustomed to such sights in the bonfire hall. What captivated him more was the black iron-colored orb of light floating atop the corpses. All elite monsters with second-tier combat prowess that Gudun had encountered had met their demise at his hands without exception. It was not that Gudun desired their submission. After all, a living second-tier creature was far more useful than a mere black iron talent. However, this also posed a danger to himself, albeit a minor one. Gudun was unwilling to take that risk, thus leaving those second-tier monsters with no choice but death. The primary reason for this was the currently inhospitable environment of the sewers, where various monster races were intermingled, compounded by the pressure from external adventurers. Keeping a second-tier monster under his command was akin to harboring a ticking time bomb, one that could explode at any moment following a setback in battle. The verbal submission offered no substantial binding contract, which was a crucial factor. Gudun trusted no creature of the sewers. Until he possessed overwhelming strength or effective means of control, he would never recruit subordinates of the same tier during his larval stage. He preferred a cautious approach over taking unnecessary risks, which encapsulated Gudun's mindset. After all, he was merely a slightly anomalous, yet still relatively weak, hatchling dragon, insufficiently formidable in both Kalandu and within these sewers. His vertical pupils fixated on the familiar black iron talent orb. Without hesitation, Gudun summoned the black iron-hued orb from the nearly charred corpse, and it swiftly merged into his chest, covered in large scales. He had yet to examine the talent fragments dropped by the spellcaster he had slain from the Kaz clan. He had only absorbed them. Now that the matter was settled, he eagerly activated the small green dot visible below his field of vision. The moment to reap and savor the fruits of victory had arrived. A line of pale blue light screens, along with streams of data, instantly enveloped Gudun's field of vision. The pale blue light reflected in his obsidian-like vertical pupils. Ding. Detected host inhaling a talent fragment. The system is undergoing detection. Progress 15. Ding. Detection in progress. Ding. Detection successful. Identified as a first-tier talent, stamina. Ding. Detection successful. Identified as a first-tier talent, alliance morale. Ding. Detection successful. Identified as a second-tier talent, heavy weapon mastery. Ding. Detection successful. Identified as a second-tier talent, devotion. Would you like to activate the talent? Among the goblins he had previously slain, only 2 had provided him with white orbs. The others had perished without value. However, this served a purpose, preventing the returning goblin warriors from noticing any anomalies. The remaining 2 second-tier talents were bestowed upon him by the 2 mighty figures of the Kaz tribe. Gudun glanced down the data information. The effect of stamina was self-evident, and he promptly selected no to decompose it. He already possessed this talent, and its decomposition would enhance his agility. The first-tier talent, Alliance morale piqued Gaduin's curiosity. It appeared to be a type of buffing aura. However, upon opening the effect panel, he was met with disappointment. Alliance morale, when the number of your kin nearby increases. You will receive a slight morale boost. The more individuals present, the higher the morale. Note, when 1,000 goblins encounter an injured ogre, they will not consider pledging allegiance, but rather contemplate which part is more delectable. For goblins, this is indeed a commendable talent, but for the lava dragon Gaduin, it was hardly of any use. After all, he was currently unaware of how many kin he actually had. Yet, from the memories of dragon heritage, he understood that his kin were quite rare on the continent of Aou, far outnumbered by the colorful and metallic dragons. No, decompose. As for heavy weapon mastery, Gaduin found it distressing at first glance. Did this talent expect a true dragon to stand upright, neglecting its claws to wield a hammer against monsters? While a hammer could be useful, as long as decomposition was possible, it was not a significant issue. Gaduin maintained a calm demeanor. The final talent, devotion, had the following effect. Your devotion is known to the gods, and your prayers are more easily recognized by the deity you worship. Your daily prayers equate to those of an ordinary believer over 10 days. If Gaduin were a dragon of faith, this effect would indeed be excellent. After all, a priest's divine magic relies on the gifts of the gods. If a deity favored a believer, it would not be difficult for them to ascend to legendary. Numerous examples abound on the continent of Aou, whether it be the former elven queen of the Underdark, the spider goddess Loza, or the dawn lord Loshanda. Even the outcome of the battle between the moon goddess Surin and the night goddess Shar birthed a powerful deity, the first-generation goddess of magic, Misril. Yet, he was currently uncertain whether he worshipped Tiamat or Bahamut. What use was a buff that enhanced faith? No. Decompose. Yes. With a single action, the harvest concluded. Apart from 4 free fragments, Gaduin gained nothing else. However, this outcome was within his expectations. Hoping to discover a remarkable talent among goblins was akin to beseeching a true dragon to willingly present its treasure trove, including the previous harvest. He now possessed 5 free talent fragments, and Gaduin contemplated their allocation. 3 first-tier free fragments would be added to Hatchling's Dread, 24. Initially, he thought this talent was ineffective, but it proved quite practical against low-tier monsters. This was an overlooked talent, given that he would soon face kobolds, goblins, and other creatures. Gaduin was generous with the 2 talent fragments. Hatchling's Dread, 24. Hatchling's Roar, 18. The familiar distortion and panel changes were now second nature to Gaduin. He curiously selected the second-tier talent, which was entirely mismatched with his age stage. Talent, Hatchling's Roar, after a prolonged slumber, having matured into a second-stage true dragon. Your internal organs gradually take shape. Your charged dragon roar can impose a will check on all creatures within earshot. Should they fail the check, they will succumb to random negative states such as daze, madness, chaos, or paralysis. Gaduin's mouth fell agape, and a hissing sound escaped his throat. It seemed he had missed out on a great deal. His gaze shifted back to the innate talents present since his birth, realizing they were perhaps the most suitable for him. Chapter 32. Disappointment gazing at the pristine effect of Hatchling's Roar. Gaduin's mind wavered as he suddenly recognized that he had been pursuing something distant all along. The strength of a true dragon lies in its bloodline and talents, all of which are among the finest on the continent of Aou. No other creature's talents could rival those of a true dragon. Moreover, the talents of mere ratfolk and goblins were hardly comparable. However, looking back now was not too late. Initially, Gaduin had intended to invest the 2 second-tier talent fragments into the recently emerged frenzy. Now, it seemed the choice was clear. Without further ado, he allocated the talent points to Scalebound Empowerment. Hardness was the ultimate truth. After all, Gaduin was rather intuitive, especially after almost being struck by the goblin spellcaster's acid bead, leaving his back scales dented and pitted from the corrosive acid. His pursuit of defense surpassed that of offense, and his lifespan was remarkably lengthy. A true dragon could live for thousands of years, even up to 10,000. Throughout the lengthy journey, all he needed to do was survive. Soon, as Gaduin allocated the remaining first and second-tier fragments, the suffixes of the 2 talents in the talent list instantly ascended by a small notch. Robust, 720, 820, Scale Armor Enchantment, 220, 420. Following this, Gaduin felt a slight heaviness in his body, as if he were shouldering several dozen additional pounds. However, the surge of power within his chest quickly counterbalanced this sudden weight. Gaduin paused for just a few seconds before resuming his movements, regaining his former feline agility without making a sound. His appearance remained largely unchanged, though he seemed somewhat larger, significantly surpassing that of a foal. Perhaps it was the effect of robust, that rendered Gudun no longer resembling a newly hatched wormling, but rather akin to a 1-year-old dragon. Coupled with the thick scales that adorned him, one could easily believe he was 3 or 4 years old. Nevertheless, compared to a 3 or 4-year-old wormling, he appeared somewhat underdeveloped. Yet, if he were to claim to be a wormling less than a week old, he would likely be regarded as a fool. It was simply preposterous. Even a typical true dragon could not grow at such an accelerated pace, unless it were a legendary dragon. It was said that among the 3 legendary dragons, the intangible and flavorless forest dragon emerged from its shell the size of a peasant's cottage, far larger than other types of true dragons in their youth. This alone suffices to explain why it is deemed legendary, not to mention the time dragon wormling, which was born at the 9th tier, legendary. With its ability to pause time without limitation, it was truly formidable, becoming capable of time stop every 6 seconds upon reaching adulthood. Such an entity could stand shoulder to shoulder with the gods above. However, discussing this was of no consequence. At present, Gudun found himself in a stage of relative adequacy, neither superior nor inferior. After sensing the changes in his body, Gudun glanced at the layer of magically gleaming black scales enveloping him. The renewed scales presented a first impression of being even more radiant than before, with an increasingly pronounced reflective sheen. Out of curiosity, he tapped them lightly with his sharp claws. Unlike the metallic clashing sounds from his previous touch, this time the sound was dull and robust, exuding a reassuring quality. The transformation brought about by merely 2 talent fragments was beyond Gudun's expectations. However, upon reflection, he understood that wormlings were in the 0 to 5 years growth cycle, while young dragons spanned from 6 to 15 years. The scale armor enchantment would fully mature within a decade, and the 2 second-tier talent fragments had effectively negated a year of his growth cycle. The magnitude of change within a single year might not be perceivable in an adult dragon, yet for a wormling or young dragon still in their growth phase, a yearly transformation was hardly an exaggeration. With this understanding, it all made perfect sense. After completing the allocation of talents, Gudun initiated his customary post-battle reflection. He organized his thoughts, contemplating any oversights during the battle, reminding himself to avoid repeating mistakes. This time, his reflections were flawless, whether in stealth, cleanup, or strategy. He could evaluate his performance as a textbook example of combat execution. From the initial baiting to subsequent provocations, infiltration, assassination, silencing, concealing his presence, and finally lying in wait, Gudun had done his utmost. If he were to nitpick, the only error would be that he should have severed the spellcaster's head instead of merely slitting her throat, which resulted in a bloody scent wafting through the air. Had it not been for the fragrant cover, the goblin warrior might have caught wind of it. Yet, even if discovered, it would not have been a grave issue. Gudun found himself rather pleased with the prospect of practicing his skills. He had prepared for frenzy, yet he had not anticipated the fragility of these second-tier monsters. Gudun wandered through the Kaz clan's hall, waiting for the tardy goblins of the Gallic clan. While idly perusing an unknown meditation potion recipe in the spellcaster's quarters, he finally heard commotion outside. The sound of shuffling footsteps echoed through the empty hall, accompanied by the classic cackles of the green-skinned creatures, reminiscent of night owls. Clearly, they were quite satisfied with the current state of their former archenemy. Yet they were aware of who was responsible for it all. As the elite goblins of the Gallic clan bowed before the door, they collectively proclaimed, "Great and noble master, your most loyal servants bring forth the vanquished to pay homage." Nearby, a seemingly less intelligent goblin shouted master, with a raucous cheer. However, the concluding shout from Ula was oddly synchronized. It was no wonder that the previous Kaz with a severed toe had perceived them as a well-trained cohort. Upon reflection, it seemed he had overestimated them. The chaotic nature of goblins was unalterable. Only after gaining strength and facing more formidable opponents would they temper their intrinsic tendencies. Yet, in the absence of oversight, their chaotic nature would inevitably reveal itself. Such is the instinct of living beings, akin to how a dog cannot help but indulge in its base desires. Gudun stepped forward with his now elongated limbs, exiting the spellcaster's quarters to behold the hall crowded with goblins, some standing, some crouching, and others kneeling, a chaotic assembly indeed. At first glance, there appeared to be 40 or 50 goblins, yet the elite goblins were regrettably few, only 3 from his original company. However, among the captives, there seemed to be 4 elite goblins, all regarding him with fearful gazes, none daring to meet his eyes, each averting their gaze in trepidation. The other ordinary goblins were in a pitiful state, the hall permeated with a distinct odor. Gudun stepped forward without preamble, addressing the restrained goblins directly. "Humbly offer your worthless loyalty to the great true dragon." His voice roared with an undeniable authority. One goblin, bloodied and with a fractured skull, attempted to speak, but only managed to utter a syllable. We are not humble enough. With a sigh, Gudun charged forward, flipping the creature onto the ground with a swift paw, his sharp claws carving 4 deep wounds that exposed the bone, the heart visibly pulsating beneath the flesh. Light on his feet, Gudun stood before another elite goblin, commanding, "Kneel." This time, the already terrified goblin bowed its head, dropping to its knees. Its voice trembling as it proclaimed, "Great true dragon, Duan Jikazi is willing to serve. You shall be my one and only master for this lifetime." Its voice was frantic and high-pitched, as if it feared that even a brief pause would result in silence. The other goblins, witnessing this, seemed to find their resolve. Echoing in a disjointed chorus, "We submit. We have a master." There was even a pledge of loyalty learned from who knows where. The one commonality among them was their bowed heads, filled with utmost reverence and fear. After Duan Jikazi concluded his words, an inexplicable sensation welled up within him. His submission appeared to leave the magnificent dragon before him in a state of disheartenment. It seemed to be irked by the inadequacy of his bones compared to those of the previously formidable Kazi. Yet, goblins, by their very nature, were creatures of such essence, were they not? In Chapter 33, Goblin Kingdom, as Gudun heard the chorus of submission, his panel of titles expanded with the addition of Kazi Conqueror. Kazi Conqueror, you have utilized your immeasurable strength to obliterate the fragile confidence of the Kazi clan, shattering their self-proclaimed divine glory. However, even with the form of a true dragon, subjugating a green-skinned tribe is hardly a feat worthy of admiration. You remain a disgrace to true dragons. Effect, when attacking. There exists a certain probability of ensnaring the opponent in a round of willpower assessment. Should they fail this test, their will shall be crushed, leaving them devoid of fighting spirit and confidence. Unlike Lord of Gallic, the effects of Kazi Conqueror seemed rather intriguing, though one could only ponder whether the probability is minuscule or astronomical. Even more to Gudun's delight was the fact that both titles could coexist harmoniously in his title bar without any sign of conflict, allowing for the simultaneous wearing of both. Additionally, he could remove them at will, though he remained uncertain if there was a limit to the title bar's capacity. Reflected in Gudun's obsidian-like vertical pupils was a shimmering blue light as his thoughts drifted. He resolved to gather these spoils and return. Perhaps Nina would find them useful. Gudun had not forgotten Nina's aspiration to become a spellcaster. Thus he instructed the goblins to transport valuable items from the spellcaster's abode in the Kazi clan, seeking anything of worth. As he neared the complete evacuation of the Kazi tribe, Gudun commanded an immediate departure, not neglecting to ignite a great fire before leaving. He reduced the territory of this once divine clan to ashes, transforming it into a desolate expanse. The area lacked the concealment of the campfire hall, rendering it of little use. Better to incinerate it and erase all traces of his presence, although it seemed he had left little evidence behind. Thus, Gudun departed with over 20 goblins, only to return with nearly 50, back at the campfire hall, accompanied by a few scattered items. Fortunately, the hall was spacious, providing ample room for accommodation, especially since ordinary goblins were not entitled to dwell in houses. The 6 small abodes from earlier had merely reverted to their original number. Subsequently, Gudun engaged in a conversation with Nina, who was exuberantly thrilled by his return, recounting the events of the day. Before long, Gudun dispatched her with the items acquired from the spellcaster's cottage. He still had some matters to attend to and lacked the time to indulge in Nina's musings. After a thorough tally, Gudun's current forces comprised 6 elite first-tier goblins, alongside 20 robust ordinary goblins, and over 30 logistical goblins, the latter being unfit for battle. Today, he had recruited a significant number of these logistical goblins to bolster his ranks. The battle had resulted in no casualties aside from 2 goblins slain by the heavy-handed Kazi and 1 who sprained its foot while fleeing. His goblin forces had expanded to a size greater than any prior goblin tribe. However, they still paled in comparison to the dog-headed folk, who were renowned for their martial prowess. It was no jest that they were dubbed a mining community, often seen wielding pickaxes, tirelessly laboring. They were the most industrious of creatures. Had they not been so feeble and lacking in intellect, they might have easily become favored subordinates of the true dragons. Moreover, the likelihood of a dog-headed creature transforming into a dragon was exceedingly low, with perhaps only one emerging from thousands. Even if a true dragon bestowed bloodline upon them, few could withstand such a gift. In contrast, werewolves and ogres made for far better vessels for true dragon blood. This discourse wandered afar, in any case, Gudun's current numbers, both in terms of cannon fodder and elites, alongside his own combat prowess, clearly indicated a significant gap when compared to the dog-headed tribes. He had not forgotten the dragon symbol marked on the map, which suggested the presence of a dragon. Gudewin speculated that perhaps the dog-headed tribe was nurturing this dragon, as it would otherwise be unfathomable why it did not vie for territory. Historical legends spoke of dog-headed tribes raising true dragons, especially in the northern regions. Tribes that nurtured white dragon hatchlings were frequently encountered by adventurers. Likewise, in the murky marshes, there were dog-headed tribes that cared for black dragon hatchlings. After all, aside from black and white dragons, the hatchlings of other true dragons possessed an intelligence of 10 points upon birth, comparable to that of an average adult human. If raised by dog-headed folk, it was uncertain who would truly be the caretaker. Only the white dragon hatchlings, akin to beasts in their early stages, and the black dragons, often lacking in sharpness upon birth, had any chance of being domesticated. Such domestication could explain why the dog-headed tribe was in dire need of sustenance, yet refrained from expansion. The dragons they raised were not intended for combat, but rather for veneration, akin to deities to be worshipped. Only in times of crisis would they bring forth their cherished beings for a brief exhibition. While it was common for dog-headed folk to bind their divine creatures with iron chains to prevent escape, these dragons still exuded an air of majesty. However, these were merely Gudewin's conjectures. The true situation warranted thorough investigation, a task he intended to delegate to the goblins. Gudewin would oversee from a distance. Yet these explorations would have to wait until the morrow, with inquiries best conducted no later than the third day. He had not forgotten that another goblin tribe awaited his conquest, and his curiosity about the next title's effects lingered. He inquired about the name of this goblin tribe, which was revealed to be Dika. In goblin tongue, it signified unity, and it was said that this tribe lacked a spellcaster. Nevertheless, they managed to remain untouched by the encroachment of the other two tribes, indicating that their leadership possessed considerable skill. Moreover, their location was the closest to the dog-headed tribe, which suggested they had unique advantages that allowed them to evade assimilation. This information was gleaned from the mouths of the older goblins, who recalled a time when their kin did not boast so many clans, with only one existing, known as the Chi Nua clan. They had once dominated the sewers and were regarded by some as the underground goblin kingdom. Their presence was felt in trade districts, noble quarters, and the docks. But as Karandu grew, coupled with the goblins' own hubris, nighttime saw travelers frequently ambushed by groups of 3 to 5 lurking in the shadows. Ultimately, the allure of gold attracted the terror known as adventurers. During that time, a goblin's right ear was worth 10 copper coins, a staggering contrast to the current value of merely 2 copper coins, marking a 5-fold increase. This led to an overpopulation in the sewers of Karandu. Had it not been for the later scarcity of resources, one could easily find a goblin tribe in the outskirts within the time it took to hunt a single goblin in the sewers. This ultimately caused the fervor to subside, and thereafter, the remaining goblins coalesced into 3 clans, each looking down upon the others due to their differing stances. The spellcasters of the Gilate clan were among those who survived from that era. Upon hearing this, Gudewin began to comprehend why the goblins in the sewers were so distinct from those in the wilderness. It was evident that their ancestors had once enjoyed prosperity. No wonder. Indeed, after learning more about the Dika clan from the goblins, Gudewin formulated some plans in his mind. However, as the magma eruption had not yet fully recovered, he could only defer his actions until the morrow. After all, this was a significant weapon of his. At times, Gudewin couldn't help but envy the whelplings, for at least they could unleash their breath without limitation each day. In contrast, his own ability could only be used once a day during his whelpling stage. This nonetheless highlighted the formidable nature of Gudewin as a Magma Dragon, even in his juvenile form. His combat prowess already surpassed that of the other 4 dragon types within the chromatic spectrum, rivaling that of the red dragons. Once he had absorbed all this information, Gudewin found himself with little to do and lay down on the high platform, nudging a few silver coins beneath his claws. He then observed Nina, who was cradling a spell book, appearing drowsy. As he continued to watch, he too began to feel drowsy and soon succumbed to slumber, as he was quite fatigued that day. Whelplings must ensure they receive ample sleep to grow swiftly. Chapter 34. Nurturing. When Nina awoke from her dreams, she discovered that the whelpling, which had previously lain beside her, had vanished. Only the residual warmth on the high platform and the scattered coins testified to its former presence. Sitting up, Nina gazed down from the high platform and noticed that the goblins in the bonfire hall had indeed diminished significantly, with not a single elite goblin remaining. At first glance, it appeared a bit desolate. Nina was well aware that Mr. Gudewin had likely led his subordinates to conquer another tribe, specifically one known as the Dika clan. Although she was cognizant of this, the absence of Gudewin upon her waking left her feeling somewhat hollow. Staring at the disordered coins beside her, she found herself lacking the motivation to tidy up, instead staring blankly at the empty expanse of the high platform. After a prolonged moment of stupor, she picked up the obscure and difficult spellbook, yet found herself unable to turn a single page, ultimately closing it and casting it aside. It was simply too disheartening to read. However, this lethargic state did not persist for long. As if suddenly enlightened, she shook off her previous droopiness and began to pray earnestly. For Nina realized that even if she could not be by Mr. Gaduin's side, she could still contribute, albeit in a minor way. She prayed for the blessings of the deities, hoping that Mr. Gaduin would navigate his endeavors as smoothly as the day before. Nina closed her eyes and silently prayed to all the gods she knew, even invoking Bahamut, the Lord of the North Wind. Had there been a shrine to a deity before her, she might have offered her most sincere devotion, akin to her previous appeals to Mother Earth for assistance on behalf of Granny Orlon. The belief in deities is deeply ingrained in the hearts of the inhabitants of the AIO continent, as both children and elders recognize the omnipotence of the divine. At least, in their hearts, the deities are indeed omnipotent. While Nina was engaged in her prayers, Gaduin had already led his goblin followers to the final goblin tribe in the sewers, the Daika clan. This grand expedition, aside from 6 elite goblins, included 30 to 40 ordinary goblins, among whom were those from the Kaz clan who had surrendered just the day before. They all wielded newly issued weapons. Yet what was even more astonishing was that their expressions no longer reflected their previous despondency. Instead, they appeared invigorated, eager to prove themselves. The goblins of the Gialate clan shared a similar demeanor, though they regarded the Kaz clan with an air of arrogance, looking down upon the perceived failures. Gaduin had anticipated this, having administered a potent motivational elixir that morning. The essence of this elixir was simple. It was akin to the age-old adage of painting a grand vision. He merely informed these goblins that upon unifying the last Daika clan today, a chieftain would be selected from among their bravest to lead the newly formed tribe, thus becoming the sole ruler among the green-skinned goblins. The promise of becoming the Goblin King was straightforward yet profoundly resonant, igniting their fighting spirit. A goblin who does not aspire to be a warrior is deemed unworthy of the title. The significance of the Goblin King is universally acknowledged among goblins, as this position embodies power and privileges in their hierarchical society. Thus, the elevation of morale had been anticipated by Gaduin. However, the remarkable outcome exceeded his expectations. Even the friliest goblins displayed an unyielding determination. It seemed that this potent elixir had indeed struck the right chord. Upon further reflection, Gaduin felt a sense of ease. After all, they were indeed an intelligent species within the AIO continent. As sentient beings, they yearned for power, status, and wealth, an inescapable enchantment that even true dragons cannot evade, let alone goblins. With morale bolstered, Gaduin intended to engage in a genuine confrontation, preparing the foundation for the impending battle against the dog-headed humanoids. It was crucial, for if there were indeed dragons within the dog-headed beast's lair, they would inevitably confront them. Although the lower-tier forces may not play a decisive role in battle, their contribution, however minimal, could enhance overall strength. Gaduin did not expect them to triumph over the dog-headed creatures despite their numerical disadvantage. His expectations were minimal. He simply hoped that these goblins would not flee before he revealed any signs of defeat. Therefore, in this battle, Gaduin aimed to instill some confidence in these goblins towards their master. Of course, confidence is not spoken but earned through tangible experience. With this thought in mind, Gaduin realized that he had unwittingly led his goblin entourage to a moss-covered underground corridor. If his memory of the map served him correctly, at the end of the corridor was a slope that, upon descending and turning left, would reveal a circular abandoned underground hall. This was the dwelling place of the Daika clan, a gathering site for over 40 goblins. Janatica was the current leader of the Daika clan, having inherited supreme authority from his elderly father 5 years ago, maintaining his rule ever since. Both the dog-headed creatures and goblins from other clans were beneath his contempt, as he held the arrogant belief that the Daika clan represented the one true lineage of the former Goblin Kingdom within the sewers. This belief was substantiated by the unique bloodline of the Daika clan as chieftains, which exuded an enigmatic power. In contrast, the goblins of other tribes were mere pitiful creatures, inept, timid, and cowardly. However, it certainly possesses the capital of pride. Under its leadership, the elite goblins of its clan have reached as many as 10, complemented by its own extraordinary abilities. Even the spellcasters of the Gialate clan or the Kaz clan would not intimidate it. Yesterday's great fire in the Kaz clan had reached its ears through its subordinates, and it was now pondering which faction was responsible. Was it the work of the dog-headed folk? Or perhaps an external race? Or had some other upheaval occurred in a different region? Just as Ganatica's thoughts were in disarray, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the chieftain's hut. "Chieftain, There are many goblins outside the hall, some from the Gialake clan and others from the Kaz clan. There are 10, 10, 10, and 7. The cacophony of the goblins' complicated counting instantly jolted Ganatica from its reverie, initially filling it with confusion, but soon a sense of absurdity washed over it. The Gialake and Kaz clans were sworn enemies. How could they unite to besiege its Daika tribe? It would be more believable if a dragon had appeared outside. Moreover, chieftain, there is a black dragon in the hall outside. You must come and see. Upon hearing the urgent summons, Ganatica immediately pushed open the door and stepped outside. For this was not a moment for questioning truth. Whether it was real or not would soon be revealed. Quickly, after passing through several buildings in the hall, Ganatica's view broadened. It beheld the sight ahead, where two throngs of goblins were locked in a tense standoff. One side comprised its clan's kin, while the other consisted of goblins from the other clans, as previously reported. It also spotted the incongruous black dragon, standing out vividly amidst the greenery. This creature, a black wormling, was significantly shorter than the elite goblins, even shorter than the average goblins. Ganatica observed closely. This dragon, covered in thick black scales, was not a black dragon. It lacked the distinctive parallel spiraled horns and the gaunt, skeletal physique commonly associated with such beings, appearing instead somewhat robust, more akin to a red dragon draped in black skin. Undoubtedly, it was a wormling, yet its exact species remained a mystery. However, Ganatica's heart felt a slight relief, for even a powerful wormling had its limitations, making it not overly challenging to confront. What Ganatica yearned to discern more urgently was why these cowardly goblins dared to trouble the Daika clan. Did they truly believe they could intimidate it with this black wormling? Ridiculous. It was worth noting that the Goblin Kingdom had once raised dragons. With this thought, Ganatica's eyes sparkled with newfound intent, and it involuntarily turned its gaze toward the black dragon, suddenly struck by a bold idea. Thus it approached, exuding an air of haughtiness as it addressed the seemingly spirited goblins from the other clans. How dare you trespass upon my territory? Did not Gialake Long and the Heavy Hammer Kez inform you that the Daika clan is no place for you feeble and incompetent wretches? However, I am in a generous mood today. If you leave the wormling you have raised, I may let you go. As soon as Ganatica's words fell, it noticed that the once spirited goblins, elite and common alike, were now regarding it with peculiar expressions, as if viewing a fool. Then, it heard the most commanding and solemn voice it had ever encountered. Who do you say is raised? The sound boomed like rolling thunder, emanating from the mouth of the squatting black dragon. Ganatica felt an absurdity wash over it, as if a petite woman had emitted a robust, raspy male voice. The dragon's size, towering over Ganatica, who was as tall as an adult human, only emphasized this surreal contrast. Yet, what it cared about more was the possibility that it had misunderstood. Was this wormling not under the goblin's dominion? As Ganatica pondered this, the opposing goblins aptly revealed the truth. Especially the elite ones, who shouted loudly, "You have insulted our great, benevolent, and supremely revered master. His majesty is not to be trifled with. The Gialake and Kaz clan shall not rest until we vanquish your Daika clan." Ula. As these elite goblins began, the ordinary ones quickly followed suit, echoing their chants of not resting until we are victorious. Ula. Ula. The uproar of the goblins reverberated throughout the hall, all wearing expressions of righteous indignation. However, it remained uncertain how much of this fury was genuine and how much was for the benefit of the dragon. Although Ganatica displayed no fear of this ragtag assembly of goblins, the revelation that the black dragon was their master elicited a flicker of surprise. After all, if it were merely a wormling, it would be quite challenging to subjugate two clans possessing spellcasters and second-tier warriors. Was there perhaps another creature lurking in the shadows? Ganatica cautiously scanned the surrounding darkness, attempting to discern any further threats. Yet, in the next moment, a roar more piercing than the cacophony of the goblins erupted, drowning out all other sounds in the hall. "My loyal subjects, take up arms and fight for me. Crush any creature that dares to insult the true dragon. Submission or annihilation." The dragon's voice served as a signal, prompting the goblin subjects, who had initially stood frozen, to raise their weapons and charge towards the Daika clan with fervor. In stark contrast, the authority and intimidation within the dragon's roar caused many ordinary goblins of the Daika clan to drop to their knees, their legs trembling uncontrollably. Some goblins instinctively attempted to flee, and even the elite ones were affected, appearing shaken and helpless as they watched their brethren charge forth to their doom. Witnessing this, Ganatica could no longer afford to speculate on the presence of other hidden threats. If it continued to overthink, the warriors of the tribe might be slaughtered by these filthy creatures. The immediate priority was to deal with the adversaries at hand. Thus, Ganatica adeptly summoned the mysterious power within, inhaling deeply, and then, with every ounce of strength, unleashed a thunderous roar that embodied the might of the Daika clan's chieftain. Warriors, stand up. Let this wormling and its minions remain forever in the Daika clan. I will take its head as a trophy to hang upon my wall. Ganatika's furious shout seemed to imbue the once dwindling morale of the Daika clan's goblins with newfound vigor, as if they had been invigorated by a surge of adrenaline. Several goblins instantly broke free from their previous state of paralysis and lethargy. The trembling body ceased its shivering, the chaotic thoughts gradually stabilized, and the hands regained their strength, restoring the robust demeanor that was customary. They began to confidently wield their weapons against the approaching foes. This roar directly salvaged the Daika clan, who were on the verge of collapse under the might of the long howl. Naturally, Gudewin noticed the impact of his previously invincible aura being neutralized by the furious cry of a goblin resembling a chieftain, which piqued his interest. Following the roar, the goblins of the Daika clan appeared to have grown even stronger, their bloodshot eyes reflecting heightened morale and agility. While Gudewin's goblin followers managed 3 attacks, the Daika clan executed 4. If it weren't for the minimal physical transformation of those goblins, Gudewin might have believed they had unleashed a frenzy spell. It seemed this goblin chieftain was no ordinary foe. Gudewin narrowed his dark golden eyes, fixating on the chieftain who was nearly vanishing amidst the goblin throng after unleashing his roar. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his gaze. If he could eliminate it, the Daika tribe would likely cease their resistance. With a determined stomp, Gudewin hesitated no longer. He exerted his limbs slightly, folding his wings. His elongated body, including his tail, bent into a bow shape, the optimal posture for a charge. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of black light, his scales trailing visible gales, as he hurtled towards the goblin chieftain still within sight. After the roar, Ganatika felt a chill run down his spine, instinctively alerting him to danger. He had no time to assess the ongoing battle, retreating swiftly behind several goblins, a move that ultimately spared him from peril. A resounding crash echoed as 2 goblins were sent flying from Ganatika's original position. The sight of a charging black wormling, imposing in its demeanor, appeared before Ganatika. Its dark, golden vertical pupils reflected disappointment, seemingly dissatisfied with its own actions. Initially taken aback upon recognizing the diminutive black wormling, Ganatika soon erupted into a wild laugh. To think such a creature would present itself willingly, surely, even a red dragon would not possess such audacity. With that, Ganatika activated Frenzy, his already formidable physique surging even higher. He strode towards Gudewin, whose height barely reached his knees. This time, he intended to slay the true dragon before all the goblins, demonstrating to them the essence of rightful sovereignty. After all, he was not merely a goblin chieftain. He was a goblin warrior, and moreover, a goblin warrior capable of frenzy. Little one, Gudewin tilted his dragon head, grinning in response to the goblin's taunt. Without further ado, he activated the innate talent inscribed within his bloodline, Frenzy. In the next moment, his previously pony-sized form surged in height, the sound of cracking bones resonating within him. This instance of Frenzy was even more potent than Ganatika's. His stature increased by half, and perhaps due to the difference in bloodlines, the transformation was markedly pronounced. This was Gudewin's inaugural use of Frenzy. Notably, before the Frenzy, Gudewin stood less than 2 feet tall. Afterward, he reached 1 meter. Crouching, he measured 1 meter and 3 centimeters, slightly shorter than Nina, and with his tail extended, he surpassed 2 meters in length. Although Gudewin was not as large as the goblins post-frenzy, he could no longer be considered small. With deliberate poise, Gudewin inquired, "Just now, who did you say was the little one?" Ganatika opened his mouth, speechless at the sight of the suddenly towering black wormling. Before he could fathom why a dragon could also enter a frenzy, he felt a massive shadow sweep over him, accompanied by a gust of wind. Ganatika extended his hands in a futile attempt to resist, only to find his once prized strength shattering like an egg against absolute power. His struggle proved ineffectual. In an instant, the 2-meter-tall Ganatika was pinned to the ground by Gudewin, whose form was comparable to that of a large dog. In his frenzied state, Gudewin felt an inexhaustible reservoir of strength. The feeble resistance of the goblin chieftain beneath his claws felt like playful taps, utterly lacking in potency. Too weak, Gudewin remarked with disappointment directed at the goblin chieftain. Ganatika attempted to respond, but Gudewin swiftly silenced him. His razor-sharp claws plunged into Ganatika's heart, blood gushing from his chest, soaking his green torso. Frenzy comes with consequences. Do not waste time with words. Ganatika could only emit a few meaningless sounds before falling silent. Gudewin, feeling disheartened, surveyed the battlefield, observing the fierce clashes among the goblins. Both sides exhibited crimson eyes, clearly ignited by genuine fury. However, The goblins near Gudun trembled, paralyzed with fear. Witnessing their chieftain's demise under the claws of a true dragon, they recognized that further resistance was futile. Surrender would be a swifter end. Gudun's wormling roar lacked the ability to calm the goblins, but within mere seconds, he conceived an alternative strategy to halt the ongoing conflict. The black wormling, squatting at a child's height, aimed his head at the dilapidated dome towering over 10 meters. Satisfied that he would not collide with it, he inhaled deeply. The air coursed through his throat and lungs, transforming into one of the most volatile elemental energies, magma. A fiery column of magma, towering 7 to 8 meters, erupted from Gudun's mouth. Lacking a specific target, the magma dispersed upon reaching its maximum range, cascading down like a meteor shower upon the battlefield. Within 3 seconds, the once fierce goblin skirmish devolved into chaos as they hastily sought cover from the scalding magma raining down from above. Observing their frantic movements, Gudun nodded in satisfaction. It was about time for a downpour to cool their heated spirits. With the goblins now fixated on him, Gudun remained silent, planting a foot upon the lifeless body of the goblin chieftain. With a menacing grin revealing his sharp teeth, he addressed the sorrowful goblins of the Daika tribe. Now, in prayer, kneel before my feet. As Gudun's third title gradually materialized in his title bar, he finally relinquished his frenzied state. After the fury subsided, Gudun felt an unprecedented wave of exhaustion wash over him. He instinctively slumped down, resting his chin on the lifeless body beneath him. His once robust physique now resembled a deflated balloon, reverting to the form of a black hatchling dragon, slightly larger than a foal. At that moment, despite Gudun's lethargic appearance, no goblin dared to move. Each one lay prostrate on the ground, their heads bowed in submission, under the leadership of goblins lacking second-tier strength. These elite goblins scattered like loose sand, unable to coalesce without a leader. Only Gudun had the ability to unify them. Thus, he turned his attention to the newly appeared title on his panel. Title, King of the Deka clan, undoubtedly. Your might instills fear and submission in these goblins born of the Deka clan, especially after the chief's demise. You are now their sole refuge and hope. Inheriting the will of the previous goblin chief, become the one true king among them. However, this path will lead you further into the disgrace of the true dragon. Effect, strength, Deka clan prestige. In this period of decline following his fury, Gudun felt as though his body had been hollowed out, rendering him unable to truly perceive the strength bestowed by the title. He sensed a warm current surge within him, only to disappear swiftly, like a fleeting whisper. However, the aftereffects of the fury came quickly and faded just as rapidly. In a mere 30 seconds, Gudun felt his body rejuvenate, even stronger than before. He stood up, flexed his claws, and raised his head to regard the goblins still respectfully lying on the ground. He issued his first command after uniting all the goblin tribes in the sewers. Take everything of value from this place and leave. Gudun intended to establish the campfire hall as his stronghold and had no plans to open a mine. Thus, he straightforwardly aimed to replicate what he had done previously in the Kazi clan. While this hall was spacious and somewhat concealed, Gudun believed it lacked the security of the campfire hall along the narrow path, where he felt more at ease. The newly submissive Deka clan goblins dared not refuse their new king's directives, and the goblins from other clans were too busy reveling in their misfortune to oppose him. They eagerly joined the dismantling efforts, and soon the once quiet hall was bustling once more. The green figures scurried about, transporting materials that piled high like a small mountain. Gudun marveled at the wealth of this goblin tribe, realizing that such abundance was necessary to sustain 10 elite goblins. It was important to note that these elite goblins had a staggering appetite and required a significant number of subjugated goblins to support them. Generally, the ratio of elite goblins to ordinary goblins was 1 to 5, or even 1 to 10. This meant that at least 5 goblins were needed to sustain a single elite goblin. Otherwise, a lack of resources would severely diminish the elite goblin strength. However, Gudun had no desire to ponder the origins of these resources. He could inquire later upon returning. What intrigued him more was the floating black orb before him and what it might bring. He vividly recalled how the previous goblin chief had dispelled the pressure of the dragon's roar, and he was keenly interested in that power. Without further hesitation, Gudun absorbed the black iron-colored talon orb, a spoils of war from the Deka clan chief. The light blue panel opened before him, revealing familiar lines of data. Ding. A talent fragment has been detected being absorbed by the host. The system is in the process of analysis. Progress 5, progress 99. Ding. Analysis complete. Identified as second-tier talent, War Command. Would you like to activate this talent? Talent, War Command effect. War flows through your veins, and your words and actions carry an impassioned charisma that can easily stir the emotions of your subordinates. significantly enhancing their willpower. They will become fearless, undeterred by death. And under the influence of your voice, your subordinates will receive slight boosts to agility, strength, stamina, and attack speed, with the duration depending on the length of the battle. Note: crush them. For the clan king. Upon seeing this talent, Gudun immediately chose to activate it. Although it might not be as potent as Group Fury or the shaman's Bloodlust, having it was better than not. He had not forgotten that his forces were nearing 100 goblins, with over 10 elite goblins among them. He yearned for more talents that could enhance group strength. Wishing for abilities like Group Invisibility, Group Magical Weapons, Bear's Strength, or Cat's Agility. This way, he wouldn't need to lift a finger, as his goblins would handle everything for him. After all, there is a saying, when the buff stacks to 100,000 layers, even the gods would be compelled to show themselves. Once the talent fragment was confirmed, it immediately fused into Gudun's body, and the talent list underwent a subtle change. War Command, 118. Simultaneously, a method of use similar to Young Dragon's Roar quietly emerged in Gudun's mind. The vocalization was akin to that of the dragon's roar, but it required a rhythmic pulse from his bloodline to manipulate the hidden War Command within. This command would resonate with the minds of his subordinates, inciting their inner turmoil and fearlessness, allowing them to unleash their vigorous power. The process was similar to Bloodlust, albeit more nuanced. Bloodlust directly altered the recipient's body using magical power. In contrast, War Command employed a subtler approach, enabling the recipient to naturally accept the changes occurring within their body. If the former was a brute force method, the latter was akin to the gentle nurturing of a plant, slowly coaxing it into growth. Although the effects may not rival the former, War Command demonstrated a clear advantage in sustainability. After all, the side effects of Bloodlust were no trivial matter. Once Gudun had comprehended the usage of War Command in his mind, the goblins were already prepared and awaiting his command. Observing the neatly assembled goblins, nearly 100 in number, a sense of accomplishment surged within Gudun. Within less than 3 days, he had unified the goblin tribes of the sewers from nothing. While he could not compare to true dragons who commanded ogres and fellow dragons as minions, Gudun felt satisfied with his achievements as a hatchling dragon. One bite at a time, isn't that the way? Gudun's gaze drifted toward the distant and desolate stone staircase in the hall. At the top stood a stone archway towering 5 or 6 meters high, beyond which lay the familiar environment of the sewers. That direction led to the lair of the dog-headed people. Now, the only area not under Gudun's command was this one. However, this matter requires careful deliberation. Gudun contemplated the dragon-shaped pattern marked on the map, a fleeting shadow passing through the dark golden vertical pupils. Let us depart. Rising with an elegant stride, Gudun exited the ancient hall. With a command issued, and as Gudun moved further away, 3 clans converged into a goblin army, swiftly forming a long procession that vanished from the hall, leaving behind a scene of chaos, as if to signify something significant. Chapter 37. Heihua Clan along the journey. Gudun and his companions encountered no obstacles, safely returning to the bonfire hall, where they fortuitously found Enai Na preparing a meal. Upon seeing Gudun's return, she hurried over, not pausing to set down the spatula-like utensil in her hand, eagerly inspecting him from left to right. Once she observed the intact scales and the line of goblins behind him, she smiled warmly and exclaimed, "Mr. Gudun, welcome home. The oyster soup is nearly ready. You must savor Enai Na's culinary skills later." Oysters. Gudun pondered, recalling that if his memories served him correctly, this was a creature of the sea. How could it possibly be found in the sewers? Beneath the sewers lies an underground river that connects to the ocean, though it may only be a small overflow. There are occasions when sea products can be found. I only learned this after discovering some dried seafood in the storage room and inquiring about it, Enai Na explained, waving her utensil with an expression that seemed to implore him to praise her. The underground river. Gudun mulled over the phrase, sensing a flicker of inspiration, though he could not quite grasp it. Well done. Take me to see it when the time comes, he commended Enai Na, and upon receiving her enthusiastic nod of affirmation, he tilted his head back to the goblins behind him, addressing several elite goblins. Once settled, gather them at the platform below the hall. I have something to convey. Throughout his journey, Gudun had contemplated much. Now that he had subjugated 3 clans, it was imperative to unite them. The most effective means of dissolving clan barriers was to reforge them into a singular entity, establishing a clan of his own. Henceforth, there would be no distinctions among Kaz, Gallic, or Daika. The goblins would henceforth bear but one name and serve but one master, himself, Gudun. Initially, he had intended to express this during their journey, but with another batch of goblins awaiting in the bonfire hall, he opted to defer the announcement until they returned, to avoid redundant repetition. Very well, master. The elite goblins responded in unison, particularly the newly integrated elite goblins from the Daika clan, who eagerly dashed to the rear of the line to relay the message. Subsequently, Gudun accompanied Inai Na down to the platform, awaiting the completion of the delectable oyster soup. As the aroma wafted through the hall, once they had relished a hearty pot of the soup, they lingered briefly until all the goblins from the three clans stood united in the hall's center, each with a cracked bowl filled with rum beside them. The rum had been confiscated from the Daika clan, and Gudun and Inai Na also had their own cups. He had yet to inquire about its origins, but surmised it might have come from a tavern above Kalandu, though he was unsure how they had procured it. The goblins below regarded the true dragon before them, along with the draconic maiden Inai Na, with expressions of reverence and trepidation. News of Inai Na's identity had long circulated among the goblins. The dragon-blooded maiden, possessing eyes akin to Gudun's, had inspired numerous tales, some claiming she was a true dragon in disguise, while others suggested she was merely a pet of Gudun, an explanation for how a seemingly weaker human could follow a true dragon. The most outlandish rumor claimed Inai Na was Gudun's progeny, with some goblins asserting they had evidence, similar tastes, strikingly similar vertical pupils, and even a shared manner of speaking. Regardless of the varying rumors, one consensus prevailed among them. Inai Na was a figure not to be trifled with, whether due to Gudun's favor or her concealed draconic prowess. Unbeknownst to Gudun, he observed the goblins below, patiently awaiting his command. He regarded this species, or rather these sewer-dwelling goblins, with newfound respect, contemplating that perhaps only a society with such rigid hierarchy could establish a kingdom in the sewers. Though that was a bygone era, they had once basked in glory. Roar! I have summoned you all to convey 3 matters. Pay heed. Gudun began with a non-threatening roar befitting a dragon as an opening remark. As all eyes turned to him, he spoke deliberately. First, henceforth, the clans of Galak, Kaz, and Daika shall cease to exist, merging into a singular military clan. The clan shall be named Heihua, and I, the true dragon Gudun, shall be your sole king. Gudun surveyed the nearly 100 goblins before him, firmly resolved to structure them into a clan. At this declaration, all the goblins, including the elites, appeared momentarily bewildered. You shall integrate as one, no longer divided. You are all my subjects, Gudun added. Gradually, some goblins began to grasp the implications, exchanging glances with members of other clans. Master means that in the future, there will be no distinction between Daika, Kaz, and Galak clans. We will all share the same identity as the master's subjects. An astute goblin exclaimed loudly in response. Heihua clan, Ula, Ula. The other goblins echoed in enthusiastic agreement. Gudun observed the harmonious assembly of goblins, raising a hand, and in an instant, the uproarious cries subsided. He nodded in satisfaction, casting an approving glance before continuing to resonate his voice throughout the bonfire hall, articulating his second decree. Secondly, a contingent shall continuously monitor the movements of the dog-headed people's lair day and night. Should any unusual activity arise, you are to inform me immediately. Another group, apart from their daily tasks, must dedicate time for training, guided by the elite goblins. One cannot afford to slumber beside a sleeping adversary. Having gathered a cohort of loyal subjects, Gudun was determined to initiate a training program, for the stronger they became, the more potent the effects of his war command would be. With sufficient time, he envisioned the possibility of overpowering the dog-headed lair. As these words left his lips, cheers erupted once more, the cries of Ula, rising in fervor. The dog-headed creatures had long been in conflict with the goblins, frequently ambushing the solitary goblins. Yet, due to clan divisions and numerical disadvantages, the goblins had been unable to mount an effective counterattack, relegating them to a defensive stance. Now presented with an opportunity for vengeance, these vengeful goblins could hardly contain their excitement. Some goblins are eager to venture out at this very moment, volunteering to surveil the movements of those canine rascals. The third matter at hand is for you to compile a list of the locations where monsters frequently appear within the sewers, along with the resources available, so that we may explore and gather them one by one. Gudun picked up the map of the sewers and pointed with his claw to the area designated for goblins. Currently, he is nurturing 70 to 80 goblins, and the daily consumption of food is an insatiable abyss. Without a stable food source, survival is surely untenable. In the past, they relied on the reserves left by the previous leader to get by, as they could still plunder other clans. However, now, aside from the dog-headed people, there are no other significant clans in this region. Relying on looting for survival is nothing short of a pipe dream, unless they resort to robbery in the Black Street. But Gudun believes that the following day, a request from the Adventurers Guild to clear the sewers will inevitably arise. After all, while they may turn a blind eye to theft, robbery is intolerable even in the Black Street, where Lord Kalan do, and the nobles will not stand for it. Thus, Gudun understands that his current task is to manage this small patch of land effectively. Until accurate information from the dog-headed people emerges, he must ensure that the goblins' combat strength remains at its peak, if not stronger. He is well prepared for a protracted battle. Now, for the birth of the Heihua clan. Cheers. Gudun raised the rum in a cup beside him and addressed the goblins below. He then swiftly poured the rum into his mouth, crunching the cup with his sharp teeth, allowing the pale yellow, frothy rum to seep through the gaps in his teeth, dripping onto the copper coins on the platform. A true dragon can consume anything, even a cup. It was not wastefulness on Gudun's part, but rather that he found it impossible to pour it into his mouth otherwise. The taste was quite delightful, reminiscent of savoring potato chips. Cheers. Yura. The goblins below the platform, witnessing Gudun's consumption, mimicked his actions by lifting their broken bowls, though they dared not be as bold. Instead, they raised their cups in a distant salute to the true dragon on the platform before downing their drinks in one go. In an instant, the sound of goblins gulping down their beverages resonated throughout the bonfire hall. The fire blazed even more fiercely. Gudun observed the green dots below, which began to flicker erratically. Upon clicking, he discovered that the 3 titles that were once intact had now transformed into one. Heihua Master. Chapter 38. Dragon Lion, are you alright, Shilia? In a dim cave, behind a massive rock at a corner, 2 slender figures were resting against the stone, breathless from their frantic escape, particularly the sorceress, who was not known for her physical stamina. Ma Gulai Shiya's once resplendent silver armor was now marred with wounds, and her long sword had lost its former sharpness. A massive claw mark nearly exposing her skin on her chest sent shivers down the spine. Yet, even in such a state, Ma Gulai Shiya did not forget to express concern for her companion, the sorceress who had followed her for over a year. She had always regarded her as a younger sister. It's all my fault, Ma Gulai Shiya. If it weren't for me, we would never have taken on this mission. Wei Qin and the others wouldn't have had to face the dragon lion. That responsibility should have fallen upon me. The once bright-haired girl, Shilia, now murmured, her eyes devoid of life, her face etched with guilt. She clutched her withered, tangled gray hair. No longer the spirited figure she had been when accepting the commission. Do not blame yourself, Shilia. It is merely the hand of fate. Even a prophet cannot foresee the future. None could have known that instead of 1 dragon lion, we would encounter 2, one of which had already reached the 4th tier. Ma Gulai Shiya continued. Moreover, we all unanimously agreed to take on this task, as for Wei Qin and the others. At this point, Ma Gulai Shiya found herself at a loss for words. Just moments ago, in a bid to ensnare the formidable 4th-tier dragon lion and provide them with ample time to escape, Wei Qin, Galiote, and my FAN from the Morning Light and Prosperity Adventurers Guild had stayed behind to battle the beast. Wei Qin, the last of them, a 2nd-tier scout, was even more agile than a monkey in the forest. However, as they fled a few hundred meters away and sought refuge in this dim cave, they heard Wei Qin's agonizing scream and the horrifying sound of bones being chewed. Soon after, the dragon lion's deafening roar echoed, sending flocks of birds into the sky. It is said that dragon lions favor consuming the skulls of their prey, as chewing on a skull grants them wisdom and the ability to learn skills. Reflecting on the fate of Wei Qin, who often jested with them and enjoyed teasing Li Zi, Ma Gulai Shiya found that no words of comfort could escape her lips. After all, he was their companion, and even in death, he would remain so. Captain, I am the one who should not have survived. Shilia raised her head, her face streaked with tears, her distress mounting with each passing moment. An overwhelming sense of remorse filled her chest, leaving her in a state of indescribable discomfort. Particularly as she recalled the departure of her companions, she felt a heart-wrenching pain. The anguish of parting ways as adventurers was a sensation Shilia finally comprehended after a year, a bittersweet realization of both fortune and misfortune. As a sorceress, the only spellcaster in the group and the youngest member, she was the center of attention. Whether it was Wei Qin or my FAN, they all cared for her deeply, not in a romantic sense, but with the affection one would show a sister. Even the usually taciturn half-elf ranger Galio Tay would greet her with, "Good day, Miss Shilia." Even his loyal Gabron hunting dog, known for its singular loyalty to its master, would wag its tail in greeting upon seeing her. Captain Ma Gulai Shiya always kept diluted holy water on hand for her, willing to spend it on even the slightest injury. Regardless of how severe her own wounds were, she would smile and proclaim herself a warrior, dismissing them as trivial, while hesitating to use any for herself. Even when she awoke from meditation at midnight, she could hear the hissing breaths of Ma Gulai Shiya sleeping beside her. Although Shilia knew this might be due to her sorceress charm, such care could not be feigned. Sensing Shilia's impending collapse, Magulai Shiya quickly offered soothing words. It is precisely for this reason, Shiliya, that you must not let their sacrifices be in vain. With your sorceress bloodline, you will surely avenge them. Just then, an urgent sound echoed from outside the cave, followed by a silver figure crashing into Shiliya's soft embrace. It was her pseudo-dragon familiar, Li Zi, now perched on her knee, with flapping wings. It gestured while communicating with Shiliya through sounds and expressions. It exclaimed, "The dragon lion is approaching this cave. How is that possible?" Magulai Shiya's voice rose noticeably, betraying her astonishment. "The Longshore cannot possibly inhabit dark, damp caves. I have just dealt with the bloodstains on my body and the traces at the cave's entrance. It has no reason to have found its way here. Most of a Longshore's life is spent on the ground, with only a small portion in the sky. As for underground caves, these are not places they favor. However, Liz would not deceive me. The truth is, it is indeed heading in our direction." As danger looms once more, Zelia seems to have calmed down, stroking Liz's trembling form. "It appears we are all destined to perish here today, Captain. Liz, do not come out later." Zelia instructed her magical companion, then entrusted some of her trinkets to it. "When you return to the northern lands, could you help me find that girl, the one you met last time, the vertical-eyed dragonborn maiden, and deliver this to her? Do not tell her that I am dead." Liz gazed sadly at the sorceress girl who could roast black pine sturgeon. Could it be that her less than 2-year adventure as an explorer was destined to end here? No, it cannot be. Margalija, seeing Zelia's farewell demeanor, gritted her teeth, suppressing the pain in her chest. Just moments ago, the Longshore had attacked her first while they were handling the corpse of another. Had it not been for Zelia's timely casting of mage armor, she might have perished before anyone else. Rising to her feet, she grasped Zelia's delicate hand, pulling her up. "There must be a way forward. I believe we still have a chance. Zelia, regardless of the circumstances, we must never abandon hope, for right now. You are not alone. You bear the lives of others. Myfin's sister awaits him in Baidah City. Do you intend to disregard that? You truly disappoint me." As her words progressed, Margalija's tone became somewhat reproachful, a severity she had never directed at Zelia before. Nevertheless, this stern admonition seemed to ignite a flicker of light in the dim gray-eyed girl, as if it stirred a sense of attachment to the mortal realm. "Come. There must be a way forward. If I am to die, I shall do so before you." Margalija released her grip and forged ahead into the depths of the cave. Zelia hesitated for less than 3 seconds before following closely behind with Liz in tow. A minute later, a creature bearing the characteristics of a lion, yet adorned with the scales and wings of a brass dragon, approached with delicate steps, sniffing behind a massive rock. Then, this Longshore, with a mane matching the hue of its scales, unleashed a thunderous roar within the cave. "I have found you, intruders." This colossal beast, weighing a staggering 1,500 pounds, maneuvered adeptly through the dim cavern. It pursued forward, drawn by the remnants of scent in the air. In the shadowy cave, the fleeing Zelia and Margalija naturally heard the furious roar not far from them. The sound drew closer, accompanied by the thunderous footsteps of the beast. Margalija halted, contemplating intervening. Despite her injuries, her second-tier combat prowess remained intact. However, she was abruptly restrained by Zelia, who urged her, "Margalija, do not rush to obstruct. We still have a chance. Look, what is this?" With a sudden flourish of her fingertip, Zelia released a speck of light that rapidly expanded. It was a 0-level cantrip, light. The spell illuminated the entire dark cavern, allowing Margalija to see the cave's true nature. Bones littered the ground, a plethora of remains, their dates alarmingly recent, with some bones infested by wriggling maggots. Moreover, these skeletal remains were of various body parts, yet conspicuously absent were skulls. Here, not a single cranium could be found. "This is..." Margalija's eyes reflected terror. "Indeed, Captain, this is its lair. We have stumbled upon the Longshore's den." Zelia supplemented her unspoken thoughts. How could this be? Margalija could scarcely fathom that a Longshore would contravene its instincts to nest in a shadowy cave. Rather than a Longshore, it resembled a scorpion-tailed lion. Only such malevolent creatures would choose to dwell in darkness. Longshore prefer warm, hot environments, typically in hills or grasslands. They are meant to be guardians, safeguarding something within this cave. As Zelia spoke, she rummaged through a pile of trinkets, retrieving an ancient copper hexagram seal, inscribed with a language Zelia could not comprehend. This peculiar seal had been taken from the deceased Longshore, initially thought to be merely a collected item, intended for identification upon their return to the Free City. After all, Longshore are said to be related to brass dragons, and it would not be unusual for them to exhibit a penchant for collecting. However, it now seemed that this might indeed be the key to the secret door they guarded. As a sorceress, Zelia naturally possessed knowledge regarding magical companions. and her repertoire included considerable information about Longshire. The Longshire inherits the ferocity of lions and the cunning of brass dragons. Scholars claim that the likelihood of a hybrid between a brass dragon and a lion is exceedingly slim. Not only do their territories lack overlap, but the sagacious brass dragons also show little interest in ordinary lions. They lean towards the belief that Longshire are magical creations, possibly the result of interdimensional hybrid experiments or magical mishaps. One cannot dismiss the possibility that on some day in the desert, a lost lioness engaged in a delightful conversation with a brass dragon, leading to an occurrence of extraordinary friendship. After all, those scholars do not comprehend what it means to find joy beyond species. As neutral beings, Longshire can potentially be tamed by wizards or warriors as companions. Although such endeavors require leadership skills or personal charisma, qualities akin to Zelia's. It is precisely due to this, along with the Longshire's strong territorial instincts and hostility towards outsiders, that they serve as excellent guardians of treasures. Most importantly, they inherit a trait from brass dragons, requiring only a minimal amount of inorganic material, such as rocks or soil, to survive. While consuming meat aligns with their predatory nature, they can subsist on Earth as well. Thus, many liches or wizards place Longshire within their tombs or treasure caves to thwart intruders. As for why these two Longshire broke free from their confinement and ventured out to be seen by hunters who reported them to the free city of Kalandu, that remains beyond Zelia's conjecture. Yet, with the Longshire's approach growing ever nearer, the time remaining for them dwindled. Fortunately, Liz's soft chirp soon resonated, and upon realizing they were in the Longshire's lair, Zelia promptly dispatched Liz to assist in the search. Although a pseudo-dragon is not a true dragon, it is quite adept at locating treasures and secret doors. It swiftly guided the pair to a clear patch devoid of bones, revealing a protruding groove in the stone slab beneath their feet, precisely matching the size of the hexagram copper seal Zelia held in her hand. At the very moment when Zelia placed the seal into the groove, a colossal shadow, accompanied by a roar and a tempest, lunged towards the two. Yet, no matter how swift its claws were, they could not hinder the operation of the magical array beneath Zelia's feet. In the blink of an eye, Zelia, Magalaxia, and Liz, along with the dragon, were teleported away from the stone slab, leaving behind only the resounding roar of the dragon lion that nearly shook the stone pillars from above. The two girls narrowly escaped, their hearts still racing from the brush with death, when a mechanical voice reached their ears. Greetings, adventurers from afar. Welcome to the demiplane of the legendary mage Gormandin, the city of Azure. I am Talismancer number 1, Donruayer. You have vanquished the Guardian and may pose me 3 questions, after which you may take 1 item from the Mage Tower as your reward. The sudden voice startled Zelia and Magalaxia, 2 young maidens, 1 grand and 1 petite, causing them to shiver. This voice was far from that of a human. They raised their heads to find a humanoid construct standing before them, its little red light blinking. Even the pseudo-dragon Liz was filled with curiosity, eagerly approaching the creature. Miss, please refrain from perching atop my head. It brings back memories of my bald days. Zelia quickly called back her familiar, recognizing the need for caution in such an unusual place. After all, she was merely a second-tier sorceress, not one of those legendary mages capable of treating the territory of the demon Lord Mykanxiud as a mere playground or visiting the botanical garden of fungus Lady Zujamoyi with ease, traversing the abyss as if it were a backyard. In this peculiar demiplane, it was best to tread carefully. At that moment, Zelia took the opportunity to gaze through the construct at the towering spire that loomed over 1,000 feet high, the sole edifice within this demiplane. Against the backdrop of the void, the tower was adorned with a conspicuous hexagram emblem. Meanwhile, in the sewers, Gaduin contemplated his new title, Lord of Blackfire, embarking on a lengthy reflection. Title, Lord of Blackfire. Your strength has compelled all goblin tribes in the sewers to submit to you. They shall revere you as their king, offering the utmost respect. The Blackfire clan exists for you. Your will is their reason for existence. Effects: 1. Draconic Majesty. 2. Strength. 3. Loyalty of all goblins in the sewers, 100, will not diminish until the first failure occurs. 4. Your attacks have a chance to trigger a will check. 5. Unlocked. Beneath the title effects, a line of pale blue text caught Gaduin's attention. Count of Blackfire clan's followers, 87, 100. Has it evolved? A growth title? The transformation of the title occurred when Gaduin declared the establishment of the Blackfire clan. He distinctly remembered how the small green dots in his field of vision began to flicker. Initially, he thought it was another notification, only to realize it was a title fusion. Yet, it was for the best. He feared that receiving a title for merely subjugating a tribe would lead to an overwhelming number of titles upon reaching adulthood. Just the opening remarks before a battle would take 10 minutes, an awkwardness that could almost overflow from the screen. However, did the count of 87 with a denominator of 100 imply that the fifth unlocking of the title bar required a follower count of 100? Goodwin began to delve into this matter. For now, he lacked any means to augment the number of followers, but he could certainly reduce it. His dark, golden vertical pupils swept the surroundings, quickly identifying the familiar elite goblin, one from the original Gilate clan, the very goblin who had been the first to submit. With its charred arm, using it for experimentation would be ideal. Goodwin thought, then addressed it. Come here, Master. What is your command? The elite goblin, who had been resting comfortably, scrambled forward at the sound of that familiar authoritative voice, humbly asking, What is your name? Goodwin genuinely did not know the goblin's name. He was too lazy to remember it, and besides, it was easily recognizable. The charred elbow stood out in the sea of green, like a crane among chickens. A mere glance was enough to locate it. Master, I am your most loyal servant, Jalushi Heihua. The goblin named Jalushi smoothly announced its surname before Goodwin, as if the name Blackfire was inherent to its being, devoid of any hesitation. Even Jalushi felt a sense of pride after delivering the response, clearly satisfied with the answer. However, while awaiting a response from the high platform, Jalushi's heart was filled with trepidation. After the moment of pride, its mind was preoccupied with thoughts of why the master had inquired about its name. A possibility loomed in Jalushi's mind, recalling the master's previous promise. It remembered clearly that the master had stated that the most outstanding performer among the Dika clan would be chosen as the leader of the Blackfire clan, the chief among goblins. Could the master be appointing it as the leader? Would it ascend to the pinnacle of goblins? A wave of immense joy enveloped Jalushi, stirring its heartstrings. Yet, the next moment, the words from the high platform descended like a lead weight, causing Jalushi, who had soared into the astral realm, to plummet into the abyss. Very well, Jalushi, you are no longer a member of the Blackfire clan, nor are you my follower. The coarse, booming voice was laden with indifference, devoid of any emotion, as if it were the most mundane affair. But upon hearing this, Jalushi was left dumbfounded. Why was it being removed? Why was it chosen? Meanwhile, Goodwin reclined upon the high platform, observing the goblin named Jalushi, whose expression transformed from shock to anguish, from elation to despondency, a spectacle of emotions that was quite amusing. Ultimately, the goblin, with a slightly forlorn and stooped demeanor, still complied with the command of the true dragon from the high platform, humbly kneeling upon the stone slab. As you wish, my master. Although doubt lingered in its heart, it did not question the reason. Since it was the master's command, it was to be obeyed. Thus, it rose and turned towards a corner of the bonfire hall, preparing to gather its belongings and depart. However, having already ascertained that expelling a goblin would reduce the number of Blackfire clan followers, Goodwin called out just as Jalushi had taken 5 steps away from the high platform. But Jalushi, you shall become the leader of the Blackfire clan, my true follower, rather than a mere vassal. Instantly struck by overwhelming joy, Jalushi turned back stiffly, its previously green face now filled with disbelief, as if it were attempting to gauge the truth of Goodwin's words. Master, its mouth murmured softly, followed by a resonant thunder that seemed celestial. The true dragon does not jest. Jalushi Heihua, you shall become the inaugural leader of the Heihua clan. Do you intend to refuse? No, master, it is my honor. Jalushi Heihua is willing to follow the master until the last breath. The goblin immediately knelt. Though its intellect may be lacking, it comprehended this simple matter thoroughly. The title of inaugural leader and follower is well understood by anyone who hears it. It signifies a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It could already feel the envious and admiring gazes directed at it from the surroundings. The onlooking goblins, too timid to speak, had their eyes brimming with envy. Very well, Jalushi, now, as the leader of the Heihua clan, your first task is to implement my commands. Do you understand? Jalushi shall not disappoint the master's expectations. Should the master be dissatisfied, you may use Jalushi's head as a ball. Jalushi naturally understood this was the moment to demonstrate resolve, and thus made an oath with utmost seriousness. Very well, you are now responsible for organizing. One group to supervise the dog-headed ones, another for warrior training. And the most crucial third task, recruiting stray goblins from the sewers to bring them before me to pledge their loyalty to the Heihua clan. Additionally, there is another matter that pertains to the future of the Heihua clan, which is of utmost importance. Though Jalushi could not fully grasp all of Goodwin's words, it firmly remembered 3 key points: strengthen oneself, monitor opponents, and expand the scale. Thus, an hour later, upon the rock wall of the bonfire hall, a line of text written in goblin language appeared, creating descendants equals forging the future for the master. For the Heihua clan, rejoice. In the half-plane of the city of Tsangqing, sorceress Miss Zelia, and the leader of the female warrior group, Maglasia, were observing the tower spirit Danfor, who spoke volubly before them, akin to a loquacious bard. The essence of its message was simply this: come quickly to select a traveling mage's treasure. There is everything within. After selecting an item, even selling it would allow them to live a life of luxury, becoming objects of envy. However, they could not escape the underlying topic. Zelia and Maglasia were inherently skeptical and unwilling to believe that this was a legendary adventure story as recounted by bards, with fortune smiling upon them. If that were the case, why then were their companions perishing one by one? Was there a notion of sacrifice at play? Hence, Zelia spoke first, turning to Danfor and inquired, Danfor, did you not say we could ask you 3 questions? Indeed, beautiful miss, you may ask me any question, as long as Danfor knows. I shall answer. Very well, I shall pose my first question. Before our arrival, did anyone else come here? Zelia's voice was somewhat urgent, as she and Maglasia had just engaged in some conjecture, beginning to recall details from accepting the commission to slaying the dragon lion. They discovered numerous coincidences that suggested everything was deliberately steering them toward the cave. Indeed, not long ago, someone did come to the city of Tsanqing. He took away my favorite manual, which recorded my master's autobiographical experiences. I often used it to pass the time when I was bored. Danfor's incessant chatter struck the hearts of the 2 women like a heavy hammer. Was there truly a conspiracy behind it? I was quite saddened for some time because of that. What is it, ladies? You still have 2 questions. What else would you like to ask? Danfor can answer. The tower spirit noticed their stunned expressions and kindly inquired. Nothing. Danfor, I think we shall take some time to discuss. Zelia glanced at Maglasia, and upon receiving a confirming look from her, she politely addressed Danfor. Do not worry, ladies. But you only have 2 hours. Danfor's voice carried a lightness, yet the words held undeniable authority. 1 mile away, atop the highest hill near the Dragon Lion Cave, 3 individuals were gazing into the distance, towards the cave where Zelia and her companions had ventured. Among them, the leader was a young man, his pale wrist exposed, dressed in simple knight training attire, resembling a fledgling noble youth. His voice seemed to carry a hint of laughter as he faced the Dragon Lion Cave and softly remarked, Uncle Rosen, do you think they will obtain such items? Young Master Joy, the tower spirit of the Mage's Tower is eager to break free from its constraints and will undoubtedly go to great lengths, even resorting to deceit, to ensure they acquire that traveling mage's transitional item. Since that manual you mentioned is not the item, it stands to reason they have few alternatives. The odds this time are still quite favorable. The armored knight, a robust man, hastily replied, his tone exceedingly respectful. Although the young master referred to him as Uncle Rosen, he dared not display arrogance before a future mage, let alone a traveling mage. Then please, Uncle Rosen, keep a close watch. They may randomly teleport anywhere within a mile of the cave. Do not let them escape. I shall return to the camp to rest for a while. After watching the show all morning, I feel rather fatigued. Having received an affirmative response, Joy nodded and offered further instructions. Yes, young master, you should return to meditate. I shall remain here. The armored knight promptly assured him. Very well. Joy nodded, feeling reassured about the knight's capabilities. He turned and walked down the hill. As a gust of mountain wind swept by, it lifted a corner of his unbuttoned white shirt, revealing his sturdy chest. Upon his chest was embossed a light blue 6-pointed star, shimmering under the sunlight with undulating azure patterns. Chapter 41. Luei Fudo in the center of the hall. The bonfire blazed fiercely, and in the overabundant oil-soaked sewer, the flames indeed required little effort to ignite. The searing light could not obscure the fragmented morning light streaming in from the corners above the sewer. The goblins of the Heihua clan, having indulged in merriment, appeared somewhat fatigued, stifling non-existent yawns. Nevertheless, even without movement, dawn marked their most relaxed moment. Mr. Gadun, I am leaving. Nina descended from the high platform and softly addressed the black-scaled dragon with dark golden slit eyes, half open above. She waved goodbye with one hand while tightly clutching a small, bulging bag with the other. Morning had arrived, and she was to return to the perilous Black Street, this time on a mission. She was tasked with gathering materials and seeking to compile an item list from the alchemy shop in the civilian district, so that Gadun could conveniently make purchases next time. Though somewhat risky, Gadun currently had no other beings at his disposal, thus Nina, as his tool, was sent to procure items. If a goblin were dispatched, it would likely not even reach the alchemy shop before being slain by the city guards. Be careful on your way. Gadun's voice carried a languid tone, still in the grip of slumber, as it had pondered deeply the previous night, resulting in a slight deprivation of rest. As it spoke, it yawned widely, revealing its formidable teeth without reservation before Ningna, who remained unperturbed. through their recent nights spent together. She had long recognized that this black-scaled dragon was not the malevolent creature it was often portrayed to be, but rather a lava dragon. According to Mr. Gadouin, he was known for his irascibility and temper, advising Ningna to keep her distance when he was in a foul mood. Yet, she found it difficult to reconcile this characterization with the amiable demeanor he had consistently shown, akin to that of her elder sister Zelia. Although she had yet to witness Gadouin in anger, she imagined it could not be particularly terrifying. Mr. Gadouin, you must trust me. Ningna can handle it. With a mischievous smile, she began to apply her makeup. Soon, a frail, unattractive girl, her skin marred by red lesions and appearing on the brink of death, gracefully departed from the astonished gazes of several goblins, skillfully circumventing a few small alarm devices. She then climbed into the sewage pipe, and before long, she emerged once more onto the long mist surface. The morning mist clung to the dark streets, shrouding them in low visibility. Yet, amidst the fog, the ramblings of drunken men and the distant sounds of barking dogs and crowing roosters could be heard, creating an atmosphere that was both serene and chaotic. However, Ningna did not dwell on such matters. She stealthily slipped into the mist, deftly navigating through several secluded alleys, and soon scaled a dilapidated courtyard wall, arriving at the entrance of the civilian district where the fence had already been dismantled. There, city guards were stationed, yet they typically paid little mind to someone of Ningna's ilk entering. After all, merely touching such lowly folk made them uncomfortable. It was best to keep such sights out of mind. To them, the civilian district and the dark streets were indistinguishable. Their patrols were merely routine obligations. Ningna, hunched over with a bulging, inconspicuous pouch clutched in her arms, swiftly entered the civilian area. She then slipped into a narrow alley, shedding her disguise to transform back into a somewhat shabby yet spirited 10-year-old girl with white hair. Most of her makeup had been applied to her skin or face, making it relatively easy to remove. Initially, she had been reluctant to wash away her makeup due to the scarcity of certain materials. But with the assistance of the Heihua clan, she could now cleanse her visage countless times a day, as the materials were inexhaustible, given their origin in the sewers. Once restored to her original appearance, the diminutive and charming girl with a hint of mischief clutched her small pouch and wove through the various streets and alleys of the civilian district. It wasn't long before she reached the alchemical shop, where she had previously exchanged a giant rat's tailbone. The shop, known as Fulan's Alchemy Hut, was owned by a striking half-elf, who offered fair prices and never oppressed Ningna due to her youth. Thus, without a second thought, she entered Fulan's Alchemy Hut again. However, this time, she did not find the half-elf woman clad in a sky-blue robe. Instead, a slightly older girl with red hair styled in twin ponytails was seated at the front desk, deeply engrossed in a thick book. The title was obscured by the desk, leaving Ningna unable to see it. Initially unsettled by the absence of Fulan Weiluo, Ningna felt a wave of relief upon seeing the younger girl, whose face still bore the innocence of youth. "Excuse me, is Ms. Weiluo in?" Ningna's timid voice startled the red-haired girl, who glanced around in confusion. Due to the height of the desk and her own small stature, she failed to notice Ningna beneath it. In a panic, she snapped the book shut, leaped off her high stool, stumbled, and limped towards the back room while shouting, "Sister, there's a ghost in the shop. A little girl-esque ghost. Is it here to eat me? I'm still young. I don't want to die. Sister, save me." Upon hearing her distant cousin Luefu's frantic cries, Fulan Weiluo, who had been meditating in the back room, rose to investigate. She discovered a small girl in a faded white dress, yellowed and tattered, peering innocently from behind the desk, her face bearing an expression of timid innocence that was almost criminal. Recognizing her as the girl who had previously sold her the giant rat's tailbone, she understood the misunderstanding and lightly tapped the red-haired girl on the head. "Where did you find a ghost? You frightened yourself. This is a customer. Is this how you attend to the shop? At this rate, you'll scare away all the patrons. Being timid while reading such horror books is truly absurd." Fulan Weiluo was momentarily at a loss for words, scolding while rifling through the books the red-haired girl had set aside. At that moment, Ningna caught sight of the book's title, The Adventures of the Mad Lich. Although she did not understand what a lich was, she could tell it was something sinister. Consequently, she began to regard the girl who read such literature with a sense of distant caution. Nevertheless, the red-haired girl, undeterred, limped towards Ningna with an expression of pain, apologizing. "I'm so sorry, dear customer. It was just an oversight on my part." She bowed deeply, leaving Ningna flustered, for it was her first encounter with such a gesture, evoking a sense of awe. "It's quite all right. I was too hasty and didn't knock before entering," Ningna replied quickly. However, she did not forget the purpose of her visit. Addressing Fulan Weiluo at the front desk, she stated, "Ms. Weiluo, I have some items to sell this time, and I would also like to purchase a few things. Do you have a list available?" As she spoke, she retrieved the bulging pouch from her dress, rising on her toes to place it on the desk. Chapter 42. The Potion of Lady Luck. Revised. 10 grams of ground black feather flowers. Well preserved. Is this blood from a sacrificial animal? It seems to be second tier, quite rare. 120 grams of broken dog head gold. And what is this perfume? It smells delightful and seems to have a calming effect. Fulan Weiluo, the proprietor of the alchemical shop, expertly extracted each tightly wrapped bottle or bag from Ningna's pouch, meticulously inspecting and assessing them. Although the items were not heavy, their diverse nature made them somewhat complex. Fortunately, they were all commonplace materials from the sewers, which Fulan Weiluo had accepted in the past. However, this was merely a fraction of what Geduin had collected. The storeroom in the bonfire hall held many more items, including larger objects such as weapons that he had no intention of allowing Ningna to sell, as they would only become burdensome relics left in the warehouse. As each item was counted, assessed, and valued, Fulan Weiluo maintained an unwavering expression of focus and seriousness. Soon, she had catalogued all the items Ningna had brought, noting them on a piece of paper, each item accompanied by its price, which Ningna found quite straightforward. Black feather flower powder, 10 grams. Priced at 9 silver and 30 copper coins. Second tier dark beast blood, 20 grams. Valued at 3 silver coins. The dog head gold weighs 120 grams. Valued at 67 silver coins, while the unidentified Ning Shun perfume costs 1 gold and 20 silver coins. Nina brought a total of 7 materials. According to the list given to her by Fulan Weiluo, the total price for selling to the Fulan alchemy shop amounts to 2 gold, 5 silver, and 20 copper coins. Surprisingly, the most valuable item is the bottle of perfume taken from the Kaz clan's spellcaster's abode, something Nina had not anticipated. Although she had heard Mr. Gudun mention that the perfume was worth something, she remained skeptical. After all, in her view, the perfume seemed only useful for masking the foul odor of the sewers, hardly comparable to gold. Yet, the price before her was undeniable. A mere bottle worth more than gold left Nina astonished. Nina, it seems you have had quite a successful haul this time. Did you encounter that dog-head sorcerer tribe in the wilderness? Fulan Weiluo remarked. Many of these materials appear to have lost considerable value. It is evident that they were not procured by a thrifty human. Those dog-heads and goblins, lacking sophisticated instruments, would end up with such results. Beside them, Luo Wei Fu gazed at Nina with admiration, nearly exclaiming, "So impressive. You are so young, yet already battling those monsters, while I am still engrossed in terrifying adventure stories." Nina neither refuted nor confirmed this, merely responding with a soft before addressing the half-elf shopkeeper. "I intend to sell everything. But could you assist me in exchanging it for other items? I do not want coins." Nina timidly expressed her request, which was undoubtedly accepted by Fulan Weiluo. "What would you like, little girl? We have everything an adventurer needs, though our primary offerings are alchemical potions. Whether it's the best-selling sleep potion or the underwater breathing potion, we have it all. However, our equipment primarily features exquisite items. There are not many weapons suitable for you, as most are enchanted with magic, which comes at a price." Fulan Weiluo began to introduce the various items available in the alchemy shop. Nina listened intently, as she intended to remember these details to relay to Mr. Gudun later. "Ms. Weiluo, I would like a manual on combat techniques. Do you have any?" Nina inquired. "A manual for warrior training?" Fulan Weiluo responded, looking at the young girl with curiosity. How much is it?" Nina nodded, recalling Mr. Gudun's instructions regarding the purchase of skills to enhance the goblin team's capabilities. A considerable sum could be spent on acquiring training skills for warriors, such as charge and cleave, which ordinary warriors could master. Training them to learn such skills would provide a significant advantage in battles against monsters. After all, the Heihua clan is nearing 100 members. While they cannot supplement high-end power, they can enhance the strength of these elite fighters. The books are rather expensive. Learning at the Warrior Guild is much cheaper. "Only 1 gold coin per book," Fulan Weiluo explained, puzzled. "Does the person behind you wish to establish their own territory? Train warriors? After all, going to the guild only costs 10 silver coins, and acquiring better skills generally caps at 20 silver coins. The books are clearly far pricier than learning from a teacher." However, upon seeing Nina's affirmative gaze, she refrained from persuading her otherwise. "Ms. Weiluo, I also need some fire oil and a dagger," Nina added while selecting warrior skills. The fire oil was a request from Mr. Gudun, but the dagger was something she wished for. She aspired to be useful. Initially, she considered purchasing a small crossbow, but feared it would be too costly. Thus, she settled for a dagger more suitable for combat in the sewers. A decision made after consulting with Mr. Gudun. Of course, she would repay him using her own money later. Fulan Weiluo readily agreed. as daggers and fire oil are standard provisions for adventurers. One could easily find these items at any equipment shop in Kalandu. Just as Nina was about to confirm the books Mr. Goodun had mentioned, a sudden flurry of footsteps echoed at the entrance of the small shop. Someone had arrived. Similar to Nina, two boys from the common district rushed into the alchemy shop early that morning. As their footsteps approached, youthful voices rang throughout, revealing their identities. Sister Wei Luo, can I have a bottle of Lucky Lady's potion? The one from yesterday has expired. Little Jilan wants one too, they exclaimed. At that, two ordinary boys hurried to the counter, eagerly clutching copper coins and urging for the potions, their eyes filled with anticipation. Luo Wei Fu, go fetch them 2 bottles of potion, Fu Lan Wei Luo instructed, holding the fire oil in one hand and the dagger in the other as she addressed the idle young girl beside her. Hearing the command, Luo Wei Fu skillfully retrieved tightly sealed bottles from a wooden chest, pouring out 2 drops of liquid and handing them to the boys. Without uttering a word of thanks, each boy gave Luo Wei Fu a copper coin and promptly applied the potions on their hands before dashing out of the alchemy shop, shouting, Weilan, I have a feeling I will definitely find Falan today. 2,000 gold coins are mine. Jilan, you go to the west side of the city. I will head east. Let's split up and find him. Their voices faded as the boys ran further away, until they were no longer visible. Seeing Nina in a daze, Fu Lan Wei Luo assumed she was intrigued and kindly cautioned, they want to find him. Falan has been missing for so many days. He may have left Kalandu long ago. Don't expect to find even a single gold coin. They are merely bored and hoping for a stroke of luck. As Nina carefully stored the fire oil and dagger handed to her by Fu Lan Wei Luo, she could not help but ask, who are they looking for? Is Falan famous? Noticing Nina's ignorance, Fu Lan Wei Luo remained silent, directly handing her a notice posted at the counter. The notice featured a bounty of 2,000 gold coins for the individual depicted, regardless of life or death, with 10 gold coins rewarded for any information verified by a priest of the God of Justice. Is finding him really worth 2,000 gold coins? Nina inquired, gazing at the image of a handsome boy with golden hair, adorned with a heart-shaped sapphire necklace, smiling brightly. As long as you possess something that belongs to him, yes. For the Duluan family, 2,000 gold coins is less than what they would spend at a banquet, Fu Lan Wei Luo replied nonchalantly. The Duluan family, with dozens of merchant ships docked at the Kalandu port, deemed such an amount trivial. However, for the majority of adventurers in Kalandu, this sum could afford them a lifetime of comfort, freeing them from the precarious life of adventure. Yet, it was not an easy prize to claim. Nina, you must stay grounded and avoid lofty aspirations. The odds are exceedingly slim. Only those with too much time on their hands would squander their days in Kalandu. What is that lucky potion? Nina inquired further. The recent sensation at the temple is a purportedly fortunate elixir, said to attract the favor of the goddess. The origin of this rumor remains a mystery. Consequently, nearly half of the temples in Kalandu have begun to sell these so-called lucky potions. And I have just received a badge from the Temple of the Moon Goddess. It is claimed that in dark environments, it significantly enhances one's luck. However, there is an unspoken truth that Fu Lan Wei Luo did not share. The so-called lucky potion is merely holy water mixed with other liquids, devoid of any true luck-enhancing properties. A non-lucky individual will not suddenly become fortunate. Upon hearing this, Nina's eyes lit up, and she timidly inquired whether Lady Wei Luo could prepare a potion for her as well, though she requested it be kept safe for the time being, as she had no immediate intention of using it. Fu Lan Wei Luo smiled in response, not declining the request. To her, it was perfectly normal for a young girl to nurture dreams of sudden wealth. Thus, she offered Nina one of the so-called lucky potions, to which Nina handed over a copper coin. A hopeful exchange, indeed, given the potion's affordability. Chapter 43. Discovery in the sewers. Within the bonfire hall, Gurdon, having barely seen Nina off, lazily propped himself up to partake in the breakfast prepared by his Blackfire clan servants. Grilled fish, several catfish, each weighing over 10 pounds, were neatly arranged beneath Gurdon's elevated platform, kept warm by the nearby bonfire. Gurdon had a particular aversion to cold food. He preferred it piping hot, a fact well known among his servants. Just as Gurdon was finishing his breakfast and preparing to embark on a new day, he heard the arrival of a goblin bearing news, indicating that there was activity among the dog-headed creatures. Naturally, Gurdon summoned the goblin scout for a personal inquiry. The scout, appearing frail yet quicker than the average goblin, hurried forward and humbly reported, "Great true dragon, the despicable dog-headed ones have brought a substantial amount of food into their lair today, including live goblins and ratmen." "Oh, did you hear any unusual sounds?" Gurdon inquired. Besides the densely packed barks of dogs, there was nothing else to be heard. However, their tone indicates they are quite excited and fervent, reminiscent of our clan's past rituals. The diminutive goblin. Once a member of the Kaz clan, the goddess-favored goblin lineage was well versed in such matters. Well done. Continue to monitor them, but do not alert them to your presence. Ensure you remain concealed, Gurdon instructed, clearly aware that the dog-headed creature's lair harbored secrets. Yet, he was currently awaiting Nina's return and had no immediate plans to act. It would be prudent to gather more intelligence before taking any action. After all, knowledge of oneself and the enemy is essential for victory in any battle. Gurdon firmly believed in the paramount importance of information, a truth that held in both his past life and this otherworldly existence. The news from the dog-headed creatures dispelled Gurdon's inclination to recline on his platform idly. He felt compelled to take action. Thus, he gathered a few elite goblins and ventured out for a stroll to survey the bonfire territory. He also hoped to encounter Nina along the way, as he was quite curious about her dealings at the alchemy shop. To procure items, aside from materials, Nina had taken all his savings when she left, amounting to 7 silver coins. Naturally, he worried about whether that would suffice, given the value of the items he wished to purchase, be they books or potions, and he pondered whether he could acquire them all. As Gurdon navigated through the narrow gaps, he skillfully avoided the concealed warning traps. A single touch would emit a piercing bell sound, audible from miles away, allowing Gurdon to maintain effective control over the safety of his territory. After all, the goblins were quite familiar with these traps and rarely triggered them by accident, ensuring Gurdon avoided the perils of false alarms. Today, the winds in the sewers were quite boisterous. As he mused, Gurdon gracefully moved with his sturdy limbs, silent as a cat, prowling around the vicinity of the bonfire hall. A few elite goblins armed with bone clubs followed behind, forming a menacing barrier. Terry, one of the last remaining giant rat knights of the Ratman clan, bore a weight of responsibility far beyond what one of his age should, following a devastating attack by suspected abyssal demons that claimed the lives of several giant rat knights. The lineage of giant rat knights had lost its formidable figures. The likes of Tuka and Vicky had returned to their ancestral realm, the River of the Dead, leaving the giant rat knights in obscurity within the Ratmen tribe. The previous day, a new batch of Ratmen had begun training, increasingly inclined toward becoming Ratmen wanderers or rangers, wielding poison-like crossbows. These professions suited the Ratmen well. Undoubtedly, with Tuka's demise, the giant rat knights had fallen into decline, unable to make any significant impact. Slaying dragons ultimately proved to be a mere reflection upon a lake, an ephemeral illusion. Now, Terry, as a giant rat knight, was tasked with the supreme command of the Ratman's priest to investigate the raging fire in the southeastern region and the movements of the goblins. As that area seemed to be buzzing with activity of late, the priest intended to send scouts to discern whether a new force had emerged there. Considering that wanderers lacked the mobility of giant rat knights, Terry took it upon himself to undertake this mission, which he viewed as an opportunity to prove the worth of the giant rat knights. Determined, Terry first visited the goblin gathering places formerly known as the Kaz and Daika tribes. He concluded that both tribes had likely been eradicated, for within the Daika clan's hall lay over 10 goblin corpses, still intact and uncorrupted. Initially intending to report back, an inexplicable sense of duty overwhelmed Terry. He yearned to revive the giant rat knights, to show the newly emerged Ratmen that the knightly order held a status in the priestess' eyes that rivaled that of wanderers and rangers. He aspired to carry forth Tuka's legacy and to promote the spirit of knighthood. Thus, upon gathering information from the 2 locations, he swiftly urged his giant rat mount towards a third location, known as the Gallic clan's goblin gathering site. This time, he was determined to fulfill his mission flawlessly. As Terry guided his giant rat through the sewers, he absent-mindedly stroked the mismatched heart-shaped sapphire hanging from his short, stout neck, silently praying, "May Lord Tuka bless me to become a giant rat knight as exceptional as you, leading the rat folk into the future." This gem had been a reward bestowed upon him by Lord Tuka at the time of his ascension to giant rat knight, a treasure he cherished and kept at home until Tuka's passing, when he began wearing it as a constant reminder of Tuka's legacy. The entrance to the secluded crevice lay ahead. All he needed was to proceed with caution, observe, and he could return to report. Tyree traversed the depths of the sewer with purpose, swiftly arriving at his destination. Gazing at the crack ahead, his mind meticulously contemplated the forthcoming steps. After carefully plotting his escape route, Tyree gently guided the giant rat, silently slipping into the inconspicuous fissure. Such a narrow opening seemed tailored for him, while lamenting the waste it posed for those green-skinned wretches. As he maneuvered through the crevice, his giant rat inadvertently stepped upon a switch-like object. In an instant, a piercing alarm echoed through the crack. Panic surged within Tyree as the previously dark corner ahead illuminated with an approaching firelight, clearly indicating his discovery. Simultaneously, the guttural shouts of goblins echoed from the corner. Yet, Tyree's expression momentarily froze, his reaction subdued. He believed that as long as he was not surrounded, he could command the giant rat to charge forth, rendering it impossible for the goblins to capture him. This conviction emboldened him to investigate the lair. Consequently, he nonchalantly crushed the alarm device underfoot, observing the approaching goblins with a certain indifference. In the language of the rodent folk, he uttered a scornful farewell. Farewell, green-skinned wretches. If you have the capability, come chase after the esteemed Tyree. Just as he turned to escape, he sensed a deepening darkness behind him at the exit. Then, he beheld a pair of dark golden slit pupils at the fisher's mouth, unwaveringly fixed upon him, as their owner spoke in the familiar tongue of the rodent folk. Oh, look what I have discovered. 2 adorable and charming little mice. His mouth stretched into an expansive grin. Chapter 44. Shattered bones. Gordon lay upon the elevated platform, his robust black scales cloaking his entire body, while the soft underbelly was layered with enormous pale yellow dragon scales, resembling a shield. His half-lidded dark golden slit pupils narrowed slightly, yet his anthropomorphic demeanor revealed a contented spirit. Unconsciously, his clawed hands caressed a dazzling blue heart-shaped gem, reveling in its brilliance. This was one of his spoils, worth a considerable sum, and the most valuable item he had encountered thus far, estimated at a whopping 10 gold coins. Although it was a somewhat inferior blue sapphire, marred by slight imperfections, it was still a gem, was it not? Selling it to the blue dragons in the desert would yield a much higher price, as they cherished gems of the same hue as their own. However, this was contingent upon the blue dragon's willingness to exchange treasures from its hoard rather than using physical means to acquire it. Gordon had not anticipated that casually slaying a mere mouse would yield a treasure of greater worth than conquering an entire tribe. He recalled that rodent folk were generally indifferent to such glittering trinkets, their treasures being comparable to those of goblins. Yet, since it was now in his possession, Gordon chose not to dwell on the origins of the sapphire. It was his now. Contemplating, he directed his gaze toward a faint blue luminescence within the retinal display, contentedly allocating his newly acquired talent fragments. Robust, 820, 1020. Watching the figures leap within the faint blue data information bar and feeling the surge of newfound strength within, Gordon nodded in satisfaction. He had grown stronger once again, a tangible transformation that exhilarated him. Were it not for the ambiguous situation with the dog-headed folk and the uncertainty surrounding the rodent folk, he likely would have succumbed to the urge to venture out and hunt for more talent fragments. Nevertheless, his spirits remained high. A brief patrol could yield unexpected surprises, and he eagerly anticipated more fortuitous occurrences. However, he was slightly perturbed by the notion that his activities had attracted the attention and curiosity of the rodent folk. Although the rodent knight had said nothing before being subdued, Gordon surmised that it had come with a mission. Otherwise, it would not have ventured into this inconspicuous crack in the fire pit hall to trigger the trap. Were it not for the trap's effectiveness, it might have approached him without a sound. Thus, Gordon resolved to learn from this experience and placed additional traps and minor adjustments at the fissure. As Gordon pondered which traps from his talent, trap mastery, would be most suitable for this location, he heard footsteps echoing from the left corridor. The newcomer appeared somewhat out of breath, revealing herself without reservation, clearly at ease in this environment. Yet, the voice was familiar, causing a slight smile to curve Gordon's lips. Nina had returned, bringing with her the items he desired. Upon emerging from the corridor, Nina had yet to greet him when she noticed Gordon leaping down from the platform toward her. Perhaps it was her imagination, but Nina felt as though, during her brief absence, Gordon had grown significantly. Previously, he had curled up, his head barely reaching her chest. Now, he seemed capable of brushing against her neck. It was worth noting that this had only been 5 days. Nina vividly remembered that the Gordon of that time had been hardly larger than a house cat, only slightly bigger than Cecilia's Liz. Perhaps it was true that dragons were indeed gifted. She steadied her breath, which had quickened from her haste, and smiled at Gordon. Mr. Gordon, I sold some materials for over 2 gold coins. I purchased part of what you requested, but the invisibility potion you mentioned is far too expensive. Even without buying anything else, I still couldn't afford it. The cheapest invisibility potion at the alchemy shop costs 5 gold coins per bottle, and it's quite small, lasting only 5 minutes. I inquired with Lady Willow, as Nina walked alongside Gordon toward the platform. She began recounting the wondrous potions and popular items available at the alchemy shop. Upon reaching the platform, Nina unveiled the tightly wrapped bag slung over her shoulder. Inside lay a thin tome bound in sheepskin, a bottle of thick, dark liquid, securely sealed, and a 1-foot-long, glimmering short dagger that resembled a small sword more than a dagger, along with a handful of silver and copper coins. It was evident that she had spent quite a bit on this occasion. However, Gordon regarded currency with a relaxed attitude. He was not a black dragon, possessing no overwhelming desire for possession. What captivated him more was that thin sheepskin book. Gordon recognized the familiar script on the cover. It was one of the talent specialization training manuals he had instructed Nina to prioritize purchasing. Not particularly rare nor exceedingly common. It was a first-tier talent specialization training manual titled Shattered Bones. Talent, Shattered Bones. Through specialized training, you can accurately locate the weak points of a creature's joints and deliver a bone-shattering strike with finesse. Should the enemy be struck, a determination will be made. If unsuccessful, it may result in crippling effects, potentially leading to paralysis. Note: bludgeons have an enhanced effect on shattered bones. To achieve mastery in the talent of Sui Gu, one must engage in relentless combat and training over an extended period. However, the advent of books makes this endeavor significantly more convenient. Gudun opened the parchment book, where the first page introduced a biological cross-section depicting a dog-headed creature from a lateral perspective. Each joint and critical point on the creature's side, front, and head was meticulously labeled. The subsequent pages provided instructions for crafting a training dummy to facilitate talent specialization training. There were also additional biological cross-sections for adventurers to target, including goblins and bear goblins. The content was remarkably clear, comprehensible even to the most dim-witted barbarian. It can be said that the gold coin spent by Ni Na was indeed a worthy investment. The choice of Sui Gu stemmed from Gudun's recollections of formidable adventurers wielding blunt weapons from the legacy of dragons. According to these memories, in the northern regions, there once existed a fifth-tier Warhammer knight, who, in conjunction with weakness perception, donned armor crafted from the fur of winter wolves and managed to shatter the joints of a fully grown white dragon, rendering it paralyzed. The white dragon's body was left with over 400 broken bones, all achieved through Sui Gu. This memory remained vividly etched in Gudun's mind. Coincidentally, most goblins wielded bone hammers, which are blunt weapons, thus prioritizing the training in the Sui Gu talent. After briefly flipping through the book, Gudun summoned the leader of the Heihua clan, Gulu Shur Heihua, to his side. He casually tossed the parchment book before Gulu Shur, who was kneeling and awaiting orders. A voice, cold and authoritative, emanated from the high platform. Gulu Shur, ensure they train diligently. Do not let me down. Yes, my master. Gulu Shur Heihua, upon glancing at the open pages, recognized the text as a manual for some form of combat technique or talent training, and he felt as though he had stumbled upon treasure, eagerly affirming his commitment. He even expressed that if he failed, his master could toss his head into a cesspit, making Gudun briefly suspect he was merely seeking to appease him. Following Gudun's gesture, he cautiously tucked the book away and hurried off to another gathering place within the hall. From this day forth, their training would no longer be aimless. He could not afford to disappoint his master, Gulu Shur mused. Meanwhile, atop the platform, Ni noticed a peculiar glow. Beneath the bonfire, a captivating blue hue beckoned to the senses. A heart-shaped blue gem nestled beneath Gudun's light yellow breastplate radiated a brilliant light. In Chapter 45, The Contract of Wajin, the goblins of the Heihua clan began their practice of Sui Gu, not far from the open space. Their voices were neither loud nor soft, yet to Gudun's ears, they were as silent as the grave. This was because he was stunned by the number Ni Na had blurted out. What did you say? This gem is worth 2,000 gold coins. Have the people of Ka'alan Du gone mad? Gudun lowered his head, staring at the blue gem pressing against his chest, somewhat bewildered. He hastily retrieved the gem from beneath his not overly heavy body, placing it carefully aside, fearful of crushing it. He then leaned over, fixating intently on the gem, which symbolized more than its actual worth. Gudun felt a twinge of doubt, and before Ni Na could respond, he added, "But this gem, though exquisitely crafted, is merely a subpar blue gem. It is hardly worth that price." Ni Na, are you certain what you saw was truly this gem? Ni Na, upon hearing Gudun's words, found herself in a moment of doubt. After all, the commission notice described that Fulanda wore a heart-shaped blue gem, but its material was unknown to her. If they had indeed made a blunder, it would be a most disappointing affair, and she would feel quite guilty. Thus, she quietly shared everything she knew about the matter with Gudun, presenting no personal bias, merely recounting the facts. This made Gudun find her account somewhat credible, considering the gem's appearance was indeed suspicious, having been found on a rat. It was quite plausible that the gem's owner had perished, leaving it to fall into the possession of a rat man. Therefore, when Gudun gazed upon the gem again, it appeared to him as a harbinger of opulence and a life of luxury akin to that of a king residing in the sewers. 2,000 gold coins was no trifling sum. It could certainly secure a shop's deed or procure a few decent magical items in the precious land of Kalandu. However, the question of how to prove its worth presented a significant challenge. Gudun pondered, fixating on the distant bonfire, the flickering flames reflecting in his vertical pupils as he lost himself in thought. And I too fell into contemplation, as she evidently considered the same dilemma. Gudun's thoughts wandered further still. If I were to take the gem to claim the reward, not to mention the possibility of returning with such a considerable sum of gold, there remained the hurdle of how to pass the scrutiny of the Temple of Justice. After all, the priests of the God of Justice possessed truth speech. If I were to present the task, Gudun's existence would undoubtedly be revealed, and he would be questioned without fail. Only followers of Shurik or Layla could possibly deceive the gods within their temple. 2,000 gold coins felt like a hot potato in his hands. Gudun felt the weight of his situation, as it seemed that was his only trustworthy ally, leaving him with no room to maneuver. It was a frustrating predicament, to watch 2,000 gold coins slip through his fingers. However, spoke up. With a timid gaze, she summoned her courage to address Gudun. Could I, perhaps, try? I believe Lady Wei Luo is a good person. Perhaps she could assist us. That half-elf? Gudun certainly knew of Fu Lan Wei Luo, as had mentioned her during their last transaction. She was said to be a kind and generous alchemist shopkeeper with reasonable buying prices. Nevertheless, Gudun scoffed and was inclined to refuse, intending to give a lesson on the treachery of human nature. Being quite young, may not comprehend the malignance lurking within people's hearts. Betrayal is often simply a matter of insufficient leverage. While some may be indifferent to trifling gains, the allure of immense wealth can reveal their fangs. They are more ferocious than a dragon, greedily seizing everything. Unlike a dragon that merely takes wealth, these individuals will not rest until they have stripped you bare. 2,000 gold coins could provoke even the most humble and courteous noble to bear their primal instincts. Plunder. As long as you are weaker than I, everything you possess becomes mine. We could invoke the contract of the goddess of wealth. This would ensure that both parties remain secure. And quickly supplemented. In the free city of Kalandu, if one were to inquire which deity was most favored, it would undoubtedly be the goddess of wealth, Wujin. Her temple occupied far more space than others, with the outer palace being larger than those of ordinary deities. All thanks to her most devoted followers who had constructed it for her. The merchants who worship the goddess of wealth, walk-ins, are nearly ubiquitous across the continent, and their devotion is not merely superficial but fervent. Donating gold coins for the maintenance of temples is a commonplace occurrence. Moreover, in this city of freedom, Kalandu, where merchants gather, the number of Woken's followers rivals that of the deities themselves. This left Gudun momentarily speechless. Indeed, with the contract of the goddess of wealth, there are no longer any concerns. One can easily enlist others to assist in appraisals or to receive rewards. After all, as long as the sapphire is genuine, the promised remuneration will certainly be delivered in full. His preconceived notions momentarily clouded his judgment, while the indigenous child, not yet 10 years old, displayed a clarity of thought surpassing his own. It is true that the fairness of the goddess of wealth in transactions is unparalleled among the gods. If merchants wish to forge a contract, the first choice to prevent deceit would undoubtedly be Woken's contract, for only her agreement can ensure the most equitable exchange between parties. Then let us proceed as you suggest, but caution is paramount. Nina, 2,000 gold coins are not insignificant. You may relinquish them if necessary. Gudun spoke in a grave tone, adding a reminder that this tool had proven quite effective. Should it falter over a mere 2,000 coins, it could jeopardize the promising situation in the sewers. Upon hearing Gudun's words, Nina, akin to Gudun moments prior, fell into deep contemplation. It was only when Gudun reiterated his statement that the booming sound brought her back to reality. Turning swiftly, she wiped her tear-streaked eyes and replied in a nasally whisper. I will, Mr. Gudun. It is worth noting that Nina was far more vigilant than the rats of the sewers, ready to flee at the first sign of danger. While Gudun recognized that her words were somewhat misplaced, his gaze inadvertently drifted to the large rat, now roasting over the campfire, its skin turning a crispy golden brown under the flames. My dear, it would be better to avoid comparisons with rats. Of course, Gudun refrained from voicing this thought, and instead changed the subject. When do you plan to depart? Now, well, I have visited the temple district numerous times before. It is quite distant from the Black Street, requiring about an hour to walk there. The priests in the temple occasionally distribute relief food, which I have collected a few times. However, the portions are often seized by other beggars and vagrants before I can even leave the temple district. Over time, I have come to find that the offerings there are less appealing than the refuse behind the Hearth Tavern. At least there, the food is reassuring. Very well. Let us have breakfast before you set off. I assume you haven't eaten yet this morning. Today, I will treat you to some of the delightful flavors from the past. Gudwin gestured toward the large rat meat sizzling nearby. Nina's eyes lit up, and she eagerly agreed, for she too felt hunger. Thus, Gudwin instructed a goblin from the Blackfire clan to bring forth the rat meat for them to share. However, once Nina had eaten to about 60% fullness, she suppressed her lingering desire for more and bid farewell to Gudwin. After all, being overly full would only lead to discomfort, hindering her mobility, a notion Nina understood well. Gudwin made no attempt to retain her, offering only customary reminders. Yet, before departing, Nina produced a half-transparent, sealed bag, roughly the size of a fingernail, which seemed to contain a liquid. She opened the sealed bag and applied the liquid to Gudwin's padded claws. Gudwin did not resist and allowed her to proceed. Curiosity piqued about the substance. Once she finished, Nina spoke. Mr. Gudwin, this is a luck potion, crafted by the temple of the moon goddess. It is highly effective, especially in the dimly lit sewers, the realm of Sarah, who will grant you her protection. Gudwin regarded the damp dragon claw with uncertainty, sniffing it. It bore a pleasant aroma, yet he wondered if it was too extravagant. How much is it? He inquired. 1 copper coin. Nina, upon your return, please bring me 10 more. Thank you. Chapter 46. The carriage as Nina embarked on her journey at dawn. She walked with a sense of tranquility before entering the black street of Kalendu. Her composure was not due to the absence of fear while navigating the sewers, nor was it solely because Mr. Gudwin and the charming goblins of the Blackfire clan accompanied her. Rather, her heart brimmed with hope and conviction. She had begun to notice the vibrant colors of the world around her, developing an interest in matters she previously overlooked. Perhaps this awakening had commenced 4 days prior. She mused. Under Gudwin's watchful gaze, she ascended the familiar steps of the sewer. Just before departing, she silently mouthed to the owner with the dark golden slit pupils below. Mr. Gudwin, return quickly. I will come back after discussing matters with Lady Wei Luo as you instructed. Prepare the sharp-nosed frog. I will return, rest assured. All will be well. With that, Nina patted the hard dagger secured at her waist, signaling her assurance of safety. As her figure receded from Gudwin's view, she stepped cautiously from the sewers of Kalendu onto the now bustling black street. Her frail, made-up visage poked through the partially damaged sewer opening, drawing attention. However, upon recognizing the dragonborn girl, covered in moss and seemingly on the brink of death, the onlookers quickly averted their gazes. Nina, hunched over and keeping her head low, instinctively placed her hand on the dagger hidden beneath her skirt. She chose to navigate the less traveled paths, sidestepping proximity to others. When someone approached, she would become like an ostrich, sidestepping to hide without running or resisting. This was a skill she had honed while traversing the black street. Running could sometimes provoke the twisted desires of thugs, while remaining still could invite unforeseen misfortune. Thus, Nina consistently opted for secluded routes, striving to evade the black street's rogues and other nefarious factions. Approximately 10 minutes later, she reached the intersection between the black street and the civilian district without incident. The city guards were still present, but the fog that had once concealed her form was now dissipated. Before Nina lay a conundrum. In her current state, should she dare enter, it was certain she would be driven out. She spotted children eyeing her hungrily, and it seemed that upon her first step into the civilian district, vegetables and stones would rain down upon her. In the past, she would have chosen to retreat and wait until the next morning to return, for injury could easily lead to her demise. Yet, the current situation did not permit Nina to retreat. She had to devise a cunning plan. She feigned departure, hiding from sight to await an opportunity. Soon enough, a chance presented itself. Nina seized the moment and approached. 15 minutes later, after the last patron of the Fran alchemy shop had departed, she stealthily entered, moving with light steps. However, the foul odor emanating from her was detected before she could utter a word. What a terrible smell. Oh, it's you, Nina. The front desk attendant, Laviv, initially intended to complain about the stench, but her eyes brightened upon recognizing Nina, and she dismissed her concern over the girl's odor. In her eyes, adventurers, regardless of their flaws, are inherently deserving of respect, for they wager their very lives in pursuit of battle, adventure, and exploration. To her, Nina is no different from those adventurers. She is, in fact, an object of admiration, an idol, whose very essence is cherished. Do you have anything for sale? I shall call my sister out, she said. After a single drop of scent-reducing perfume was applied to Nina, Lua wife transformed into a gust of wind, rushing into the inner room, startling Fulanwalu, who was engrossed in her experiments. The potions, painstakingly crafted with considerable gold, were nearly ruined. However, upon hearing Nina's name from Lua wife, Fulanwalu assumed there was an issue with the merchandise. Hence, After hastily tidying up her experiment, she rushed back to the front room, gently inquiring, "Is there something you need? If you wish to return what you purchased, you may do so today. Otherwise, depreciation fees will apply tomorrow." Fulan's voice was soft, as she perceived the hesitation in the Dragonkin girl's gaze. Yet, Nina's forthcoming words caught her off guard. "Sister Fulan, I have a business proposition worth 2,000 gold coins that I wish to discuss with you." Fulanwalu's mind momentarily stalled, but she quickly regained composure, glancing outside before responding. She hung the closed sign on the shop and closed the door, instantly enveloping the alchemical shop in an air of silence, severing its connection to the outside world. It was impossible for Nina not to feel nervous, yet she maintained a facade of fragility, timidly asking, "Sister Fulan, what do you think? Have you found Fland? Where is he?" Fulanwalu regarded the Dragonkin girl with curiosity, unable to fathom how this girl, who had only just learned of Fland's whereabouts from her, had returned within the hour to discuss a deal worth 2,000 gold coins. Nina remained silent, and Fulanwalu understood her unspoken thoughts. Thus, she shifted her inquiry. "Why seek me? You could approach the temple directly to submit your task. The Temple of Justice does not turn away anyone, unless you harbor a secret." Nina wished to defend herself, but felt that doing so would only betray her intentions. So, she lowered her head, choosing silence. However, Fulanwalu was evidently perceptive and promptly asked, "I can advance you the gold upon evaluation, but you must tell me how much I can expect to receive." Her tone shifted from gentle to businesslike. Recognizing the customer's needs, she was not one to be stingy. 500 gold coins, Nina replied, a figure that Gurdon had deliberated over before deeming it a reasonable share. Although it seemed high, after all, a single gold coin could compel a rogue to take several lives on the Black Street, let alone 500, which could purchase a slave of noble blood. It was nonetheless acceptable if it aligned with expectations. Moreover, the ease with which this opportunity arose felt serendipitous, akin to a windfall, and Gurdon had no qualms about conceding a portion of profit. "Ah, you possess audacity." Fulanwalu's previously stern expression softened as she regarded Nina with newfound favor. "I agree to 500 gold coins. Where's the item?" she inquired. "It is not with me. We must visit the Temple of Woking to finalize the contract before I can provide it," Nina explained. She produced a hefty pouch from her dress, the sound of coins jingling within resonating pleasantly. 50 silver coins. I can manage that," she added. Fulanwalu scrutinized the Dragonkin girl before breaking into a radiant smile. Addressing the stunned Lua wife behind her, she declared, "Lua wife, please watch the shop. I shall accompany her to the Temple of Woking and return shortly. Do not sell anything without my permission." "Understood, sister," Lua wife replied, her expression blank as she nodded, still puzzled by their conversation. With Fulanwalu's agreement, Nina felt the tension in her heart dissipate. Together, they stepped outside, where Fulanwalu promptly summoned a carriage from the street. Nina, initially anticipating a long walk, was taken aback by the sudden convenience. Thus, she experienced the sensation of riding in a carriage for the first time, feeling ethereal and light. However, she was filled with excitement, sitting by the window and watching the reflections of the streets recede, her eyes brimming with hope and anticipation. Riding in a carriage was indeed delightful. It would have been even better had Mr. Gurdon been by her side. In the distance, the resplendent Temple of Woking glimmered in the sunlight, drawing ever closer. Chapter 47. A change in the weather. The priests within the Temple of Woking appeared markedly different from those of other temples. Though referred to as priests, they resembled nobles, adorned in opulent attire. Clad in silk shirts, leather sleeves, and short boots, their garments were fashioned from the most exquisite fabrics and furs, epitomizing extravagance and grandeur. The rings adorning their fingers pulsated with traces of magical energy. As priests of Woking, the potency of their divine spells was intrinsically linked to wealth, leading to a correlation between their power and financial standing. It was said that a high priest could wield millions of gold coins, capable of summoning metallic dragons like golden or brass dragons to their aid in battle. The cost of such a summoning could easily deplete the annual treasury of a wealthy nation. Typically, most priests opted to summon assistance from their goddess, Woking, calling forth powerful beings from her divine realm to assist in their endeavors. This method proved more cost-effective, and it was rumored that frequent usage could yield bonuses, such as summoning a weaker creature alongside a stronger one, or enjoying a discounted summoning after a certain number of uses. However, the beings from the realm of Woking were often less formidable than those from other divine realms. They excelled in the art of commerce rather than combat. To them, with sufficient wealth, no problem was insurmountable. Money, indeed, held the power to solve all. The followers of the goddess Woking adhered strictly to her belief. Every endeavor must yield a return. Therefore, prior to presenting the contract, Nina and the half-elf Fulanwailu produced no less than 2 silver coins to gain entry into the temple. It was a stark reminder of the adage that without wealth, one could scarcely progress. However, Fulanwailu, being familiar with the process, swiftly procured a contract imbued with the goddess's influence from the temple priest. She then incorporated terms regarding the heart-shaped sapphire into the standard contract issued by the Temple of Woking, outlining the responsibilities and obligations of both parties. Notably, should the assessment of responsibilities and obligations prove unequal, the contract would automatically balance itself, eliminating or reducing responsibilities or even rendering sections blank. In matters of trade and transaction, Woking was indeed the epitome of fairness. However, the price to be paid is equally astonishing. The total value of the goods must yield 1/10 as a tribute to the goddess Woken. In other words, should Nina and Fulanwailu desire to gain the goddess's recognition of this contract, they must offer 200 gold coins to the goddess Woken. This was something Nina had not anticipated. Yet, considering her knowledge primarily stemmed from Grandma Orlon or the tales of adventurers at the tavern, it was understandable. Under the influence of hearsay, she believed that merely purchasing a contract would suffice for acknowledgement. She failed to consider that if only 1 gold coin could secure the goddess's endorsement, there would not be so many greedy merchants who end up ruined by scams. Nevertheless, 200 gold coins fell within Nina's acceptable range. After all, she had already spent 500. Parting with 200 coins for security was not an unreasonable request, especially since it would be divided proportionately. This meant Nina would only need to contribute 150 coins, with Fulan covering the remainder. Furthermore, the validity of this contract hinged on the authenticity of Nina's heart-shaped sapphire as a relic of Flandra. Hence, there was no need to worry about failing to receive the promised 2,000 gold coins if the sapphire was not indeed a relic. With the priest's assistance, Nina examined the contract and affixed her handprint, a process that took approximately half an hour. The increasingly radiant sunlight illuminated the towering temple, adorned with gold leaf, causing it to glisten splendidly. The circular roof reflected a pure golden light. Nina and Fulanwailu stepped out of the temple, and at that moment, an almost imperceptible divine connection began to form between them. The contract remained within the Woken Temple, and until the expiration date, all their actions must adhere strictly to the stipulations of the contract. Any breach would invoke the goddess Woken's divine retribution, which is why Woken's contracts hold such potency. The wrath of an irate deity is not something an ordinary person can withstand. Even a legendary mage would exercise utmost caution in the presence of a divine being, let alone the common populace. Upon boarding the carriage, Nina handed the sapphire she had concealed to the half-elf before her, with the divine binding in place. She had no reason to fear the seemingly serene individual harbored ill intentions. Upon seeing the heart-shaped sapphire reflecting blinding white light in the sun, Fulanwailu momentarily overlooked Nina's earlier white lie and began to carefully appraise the gemstone. As time passed, her expression softened, gradually revealing a smile. When the carriage finally halted at the Adventurers Guild, Fulanwailu whispered in Nina's ear, "Congratulations. If all goes well, you shall be this year's luckiest adventurer in Kalando, fortunate Dragonborn." Nina gazed at the slender figure of the half-elf, her waist-length hair elegantly bound by a ring, as she gracefully entered the bustling Adventurers Guild. The responsibility of submitting the commission and managing all subsequent affairs was entrusted to Fulanwailu, as designated in the contract. Nina merely needed to hand over the sapphire and, after settling the monetary compensation, pay her 500 gold coins. After waiting an additional half-hour in the carriage, as the brilliant sun reached its zenith, a beaming Fulanwailu finally emerged from the guild. With remarkable speed, she returned to the carriage and beckoned the waiting coachman to their next destination, Fulan's alchemy shop. She then playfully teased Nina, "You are now quite the wealthy lady. Most second-tier adventurers probably do not possess your riches. Why not treat yourself to a new outfit?" "That will not be necessary. I merely require a list of items from your alchemy shop, if that is permissible, Lady Wailu." Nina shook her head. Of course. Having just received 500 gold coins from Nina, Fulanwailu was more than willing to earn a little extra. "By the way, could you prepare a few items for me to take back when we depart?" "What items?" "Invisibility potions and luck potions, 10 of each, packaged neatly." Nina seemed to recall something delightful, a smile gracing her lips. Meanwhile, a certain black dragon yawned in the sewers, keeping a watchful eye on the passage. Anticipating the familiar sounds, it began to feel a twinge of worry. Its agitated demeanor and indifferent expression rendered the goblin's practice sounds in the bonfire hall nearly inaudible. Fearing to provoke the ruler of the Blackfire clan, the great and benevolent True Dragon, it remained vigilant. At the same time, within the Adventurers Guild, a noblewoman, a relative of Flandra, wept uncontrollably over an oak table, clutching the heart-shaped sapphire tightly. Once her sobs subsided, she choked out to an Adventurers Guild official, President Bim. I wish to issue a commission. The task is to exterminate all the ratmen and associated creatures in the sewers of Kalando. The reward shall be 5 times the average price. The heads of ratmen or giant rats shall be used to claim the bounty. I want the ratmen of Kalando's sewers to pay for the burial of my poor Flandra. As she spoke, her once dignified visage contorted with uncontainable rage. The sky over the Black Street was about to change. Chapter 48. The Desecrated Priest. Jim, why are there so many adventurers on my turf? Do you have any idea why? Finch, the leader of the Dragon Hunter gang, glared darkly at his subordinate, who had just returned from gathering intelligence. He demanded an explanation. It was evident that this former third-tier warrior, who had once brought back the head of a wyvern, was in a foul mood. The reasons for which likely resided solely in his own mind. Boss, it is said that the commission regarding Flandra has been completed. The esteemed mage utilized retrace, and discovered that the murderer of Flandra is the ratmen from the sewers. Consequently, the Droon family has issued a commission to exterminate the ratmen and avenge their young Flandra. Reportedly, the head of a common ratman is worth 20 copper coins, while those of higher rank are valued at 3 silver coins. Adventurers have gone mad, directly bringing bags to the Black Street sewers to collect their fortunes. Even among our gang, quite a few are eager to venture into the sewers in hopes of making some money. The lean man, marked by a scar that ran from his eyelid to his lip, swiftly relayed what he knew to Finch, the undisputed strongest figure in the southern Black Street. Finch's expression darkened further as he listened, nearly dripping with malice, remaining silent. Jim trembled in fear, hunched over, awaiting Finch's orders. It's fine now, you may go. Make sure to restrain our gang members. Do not provoke those outside adventurers. Finch finally regained his composure and spoke to Jim in a calm tone. Yes, boss. I will notify the brothers to avoid conflict with those adventurers. Jim, relieved as if granted a pardon, quickly left to deliver the message. His mind increasingly impressed by how much stronger his boss seemed to have become. At least he, being a second-tier, elite wanderer, felt somewhat unsettled. Perhaps even stealth would be beyond his capabilities in this situation. Inside, Finch had not lingered long at the headquarters before he departed from the territory of the Dragon Hunters, heading straight to the second floor of a thorny inn in the civilian district. Upon reaching the last room at the end of the corridor, he knocked softly on the wooden door and whispered, Lord Vimier, are you there? It is Finch. This name belonged to the elderly woman in black robes who had accompanied Finch to investigate the scene in the Hagia. However, a youthful and delicate female voice, imbued with languor and mystery, emanated from within. Finch, what brings you here? Come in. The cheerful tone was somewhat elongated, indicating her good mood. The inn door swung open on its own. Finch glanced down the corridor to ensure no one was present before entering the room. As he stepped inside, Finch beheld a slender young woman with black hair lounging on the bed, her frail hand lifting a glass filled with a crimson liquid, her gaze locking with his as she flashed a beguiling smile. Yet, Finch could only cast a fleeting envious glance at this woman, who had seemingly regained her youth in just a few days. This was a unique ability of the Ouroboros cult, capable of healing injuries with life force and subsequently rejuvenating like a serpent shedding its skin. Although he had heard of it, this was Finch's first encounter. He respectfully bowed his head and spoke. Lord Vimier must have received divine favor. It is truly enviable. What brings you to me? She inquired languidly, arranging her long, elegant legs in a graceful manner. Instead of responding to Finch's remark, she adjusted her posture, placing the wine glass on the nightstand, and turned her gaze toward the third-tier warrior, awaiting his reply. For some reason, Finch felt a hint of greed in Vimier's eyes. Yet he was preoccupied with the turmoil in the Hagia, paying little heed to her unusual demeanor. There are many adventurers in the Hagia now. I fear for the safety of the snake god's ritual. Finch appeared somewhat flustered by the sudden influx of adventurers, understandably so. After all, anyone orchestrating a dark god's ritual would feel perturbed by the presence of adventurers hovering nearby. What is happening? The previously languid woman straightened her posture. What business do adventurers have in the Hagia besides those ruffians? Finch, not daring to withhold information, recounted to Vimier everything that transpired in Karandu that day. After listening to Finch's account, Vimier, clad only in a silk nightgown that swept the floor, reclined leisurely. Fear not, it is of little consequence. They will clean up their own mess, while we prepare for ours. Whether the rat folk can withstand the pressure for 3 months remains uncertain. Once the storm passes, the sewers will still be the empty and desolate place they have always been. Vimier resumed her indifferent demeanor, speaking softly, though she did offer Finch a few words of caution. Do not act impulsively during this time. It is wise to wait until the storm has passed before taking action. 3 months is ample time. Understood, Lord Vimier. Finch nodded respectfully, ready to depart. However, just as he turned, a pair of pale, delicate arms encircled his shoulders. Her icy fingers brushing against his neck, sending a chill through him. The fragrant breath wafted toward him, accompanied by her enchanting voice. Since you are here, I have not indulged in such pleasures for a long time. Come, lie down. A flash of terror crossed Finch's eyes as he wished to protest and escape her embrace. Yet he found his body unresponsive, moving mechanically toward the soft velvet bed. Lord Vimier, please do not. Panic laced his words. He was acutely aware that this unexpected encounter was far from fortuitous. Vimier, the priestess of the Ouroboros cult, had garnered a fearsome reputation in the southern principalities for draining the life essence of 2 or 3 dozen individuals. He certainly did not wish to forfeit his chance at advancement for a fleeting indulgence. Fear not, I shall exercise restraint. After all, I still require your assistance. Do I not? Her voice was alluring, imbued with an undeniable authority. With her fully restored 4th-tier, profane priest powers, she possessed the ability to compel this 3rd-tier warrior to comply with her wishes, rendering him a mere pawn in her hands. Come, let us enjoy ourselves. Accompanied by her melodious voice, Finch's expression of regret morphed into one of humiliation as a revelry unfolded silently within the inn. In the sewers, the commission had begun to ferment, with adventurers flocking to the Hagia from various corners of Karandu. However, most of them were headed southwest, far from the area where Gudwin resided. Their target was the rat folk, not the inconsequential goblins. Thus, when Nina returned from Fran's alchemy shop, Gudwin learned of the shifting dynamics in the sewers. Yet, this development was within Gudwin's expectations, for it was certain that the murderer would face retribution. Initially, he thought a group of adventurers would merely descend to deal with the issue. But he did not anticipate the Duran family's grand strategy to employ a bounty system aimed at annihilating the Ratfolk clan in Karandu's sewers. As Gudwin contemplated the implications of the sewer situation on the Heihua clan, he absent-mindedly toyed with a small vial of blue liquid that Nina had handed him. This was the invisibility potion Nina had brought, said to render a creature no larger than 2 meters entirely invisible to the air, though movement would produce sound. Gudwin did not dwell on it for long. He ultimately summoned Grush, instructing it to recall all its goblin scouts monitoring the dog-headed creatures. For now, he lacked the resources to confront the adventurers, and avoiding conflict was the most prudent course of action. Reclining atop a pile of several hundred gold coins extracted from his dimensional bag, the black-scaled dragon squinted contentedly, relishing the cleaning of his scales performed by the dragonborn girl using warm water. Occasionally flipping over, he lounged like a lazy fish, motionless and at ease. Chapter 49. The Harvest. It has been 21 hours since Zelia and Magalasia left the half-plane city of Azure. They now find themselves halfway to the free city of Karandu. The midday sun blazed with heat, yet neither of them chose to rest, for time was of the essence, having changed into attire indistinguishable from that of ordinary adventurers. Magalasia turned to Zelia, who followed behind. Zelia, how much longer? In 3 hours, the invisibility effect will dissipate, Zelia replied, still clad in a black robe. Her silver hair cascading over her shoulders, with a silver pseudo-dragon resting atop her shoulder, eyes closed in slumber. The only difference was a diminutive golden crown atop her soft gray hair, though the crown's luster had faded, tarnished by time. Her pace was neither hurried nor slow, and her steps were equally measured, allowing her to traverse the forest with remarkable grace. This was the optimal way to journey, maximizing the balance between stamina and speed, a rhythm that every adventurer must master in the wilderness. Surprisingly, whether they tread upon grass or step on twigs, not a sound escaped them. Even if ants were underfoot, they continued to scurry about, transporting grains of food back to their nests, unperturbed by the presence of the two. This was the pinnacle of stealth, a skill that allowed them to completely cloak their sounds and movements without disturbing the environment. It was akin to a wanderer slipping into a shadow realm. They too had entered an illusory plane. Consequently, their traces vanished entirely from the material world, as if by divine intervention. Yet, Zelia understood that this was indeed a miracle, for the spell resembling an advanced invisibility technique was inscribed upon a semi-divine artifact, a crown known as Tsiuanjiguan, that adorned her head. When activated, it could envelop all allies within a 30-foot radius, transporting them to a dimensional realm for a duration of 12 hours, usable once per day. It was said to have been crafted by a demigod mage during the elven reign over the continent of Aio. Regrettably, it was a flawed relic, usable only 10 times before its energies became chaotic and it disintegrated. After the demise of its owner in the Elven Wars, the semi-divine artifact fell into another world and was unexpectedly acquired by a wandering mage, later displayed as part of the collection in the city of Chongqing. Eventually, Zelia obtained it from the hands of the Tower Spirit, transforming it into a crucial tool for their escape from peril. Reflecting on it now, Zelia could still sense the anger of the Tower Spirit, which had been unmasked, and its reluctant guidance on its usage. Let us walk for 2 hours. Then find a place to rest before we set out again tomorrow, Magma suggested, glancing at the somewhat rusted golden crown atop the gray-haired girl's head with a tone of regret. Upon hearing the sigh in her leader's voice, Zelia understood the source of her lament. Yet, the fact that they were alive was already a blessing from the gods. To wish for more would be folly. Even the most avaricious of the chromatic dragons would find their greed dwarfed by that of a desperate soul. Despite the Ziyuan having only 3 uses remaining, it was sufficient to return them to Kalindu without worry, dear leader. Moreover, it seemed they had abandoned their pursuit of us, had they not? During the 9 hours of Gaoding Yinshin Shu, Zelia initially observed the humans scouring the jungle for traces of them. However, as dawn approached, no one remained in their vicinity, seeking their whereabouts. Do not let your guard down, Zelia. Among them, there are undoubtedly skilled wanderers. I can sense it. Otherwise, they could not have found us so swiftly. Magma, though pained by the artifact's diminishing power, felt compelled to remind Zelia, who seemed unconcerned. I know, Zelia replied, her countenance solemn. In less than a day, she had undergone much, transforming from a figure devoid of spirit to one resolved and determined to seek vengeance for the fallen, though their strength was currently insufficient. As long as they lived, hope remained. Seeing that Zelia had not relaxed her vigilance due to the semi-divine artifact, Magma breathed a sigh of relief, fearing that Zelia might become lost in its allure. Let us proceed, Zelia. There is still a distance to cover. Within the unseen realm of the material plane, the two continued their journey back to Kalindu, where the glimmer of vengeful hope awaited them. In the southeastern region of the Kalindu sewers, 3 hours had passed since the announcement to clear the underground tunnels. The Ratmen tribe, occupying the capital of over 50 interconnected pipes, was now in a state of panic. Though the adventurers had yet to reach them, it was only a matter of time. The sudden arrival of these adventurers had utterly disrupted the Ratmen's aspirations and plans. They had not even fully claimed the southeastern territory when the most feared adventurers appeared. This calamity, perceived as an unwarranted disaster, was exacerbated by the fact that the once revered high priest of the Ratmen tribe had vanished, leaving them rudderless. Some suggested avoiding the adventurers, seeking a remote place where they could regroup. Others argued that evasion was futile and proposed engaging the adventurers in combat within the sewers, leveraging their own advantages. Even in death, they resolved to take a piece of flesh from their foes, making it known that Ratmen were not to be trifled with. As these conflicting opinions echoed within the tribe, 5 well-equipped adventuring parties converged from the perimeter of the Ratmen capital. The sentinels stationed at the pipe entrances were no match for these elite human wanderers, and without hesitation, they met their demise, throats slit and necks broken. The Ratmen's structured society and expansive territory were beyond the adventurers' expectations, yet this only fueled their excitement. It signified that those glimmering silver treasures were beckoning to them. A grand harvest was about to commence. Chapter 50. Eyeing 13. In the southern region of the Blackstreet sewers, a warrior clad in armor charged forward, creating a whirlwind before swinging his broad sword in a powerful arc. He struck a Ratman ranger, who had no time to react, sending him crashing against the uneven walls of the sewer, where he fell like a broken picture frame. The gray-furred body crumpled into a heap, utterly devoid of its former agility. To be confronted by a warrior meant such an end. 3 silver coins for the taking. This Ratman is far easier to kill than goblins or kobolds, don't you think, Chilin? The warrior exclaimed cheerfully, whistling as he rushed forward to sever the head of the Ratman ranger, carelessly attaching it to his belt, blood staining his hands. 3 hours had elapsed since the turmoil in the Ratman capital, and although dusk was approaching outside, numerous adventurers remained in the sewers, determined to toil through the night. After all, at the Blackstreet's entrance, a designated stall awaited, offering immediate rewards for Ratman heads, piles of copper and silver coins displayed openly on the counter, available for exchange on the spot. Nearby, a tavern provided a perfect opportunity for a drink and a restful sleep, epitomizing a seamless service experience. Do not be careless. Without my Fei Shifanghu, your reckless charge would have turned you into a pincushion. A girl with a single ponytail, appearing around 17 or 18, replied nonchalantly. Though she was clad in a gray robe typical of a mage, she wielded a light crossbow. At that moment, she was poised to eliminate a stunned, ordinary Ratman. The arrow striking true in its forehead, the tail feathers still quivering slightly. This was to be expected, as in the Ayo continent. Low-tier mages possessed a woefully limited number of spell slots and available skills. Most of these slots were devoted to memorizing protective spells for allies or themselves, such as mage armor, arrow protection, environmental adaptation, and oil on feet, among others. Pure mages, at lower levels and devoid of magical items, were truly vulnerable. After a skirmish, they could easily deplete their spell slots, reducing them to a state of mere survival, a burden in need of protection, easily dispatched even by an ordinary goblin. Thus, it became a requisite choice for most low-tier mages embarking on adventures to resort to a light crossbow or adopt a warrior's role. The valiant warrior scratched his head and chuckled softly, acknowledging the mage's words. If it were not for arrow protection, he might have found himself struck by that ratman's crossbow bolt in the first round. You too, cease your chatter. The battle is not yet over. The outcome of their evening's revelry at the Hearthstone Inn, where they hoped to enjoy a hearty mug of oat ale, hinged upon the success of this encounter, which was a rare opportunity. The sound of blades sinking into flesh accompanied the distinctive counting method of their leader, Ryan. 20, 40, no 60, 80, 380. In mere moments, Ryan, the second-tier elite swordsman captain, had dispatched 4 ordinary ratmen and 1 first-tier ratman. With Ryan's command, the duo halted their banter and rushed to cleanse the small congregation of ratmen. They need not worry about these ratmen fleeing. The sewer's pipes had long been obstructed. Only a single gap remained, where 2 of their comrades, a dwarven warrior and a half-elf ranger, stood guard. They had invested considerable time in laying traps to seize this small ratman gathering point, all for the sake of this very moment, ready to reap the rewards. The slaughter had yet to cease, as adventures like Ryan's group were commonplace in the sewers. The ratmen, caught off guard by this sudden ambush, found themselves with no avenue of escape. Within a day, the ratmen had failed to mount any effective resistance, scattered and broken. Yet, one could hardly blame them. The dark street sewers had been inundated by hundreds of adventurers, 70 to 80 low-tier teams, all converging upon their territory. The ratmen, who had grown comfortable in the sewers for years, had entirely forgotten the existence of adventurers. After all, few ventured into the sewers unless compelled by a quest. The impoverished and penniless rarely sought to battle monsters in such filthy, foul-smelling, and poorly lit passages. However, here they were, indulging in this bloody feast, eager to claim the generous rewards offered by the Duluan family. Yet, in this world, there always existed peculiar adventurer teams that, even while reclining, could earn riches, merely brushing past the silver-hued cuties. For example, boss, where on earth are we? There isn't a ratman in sight. A reasonably well-equipped adventurer team, brandishing torches, slowly advanced through the dim sewers. One robust barbarian inquired of their captain, Shiri, his voice resonating through the tunnel. Barn, lower your voice, even if there were ratmen. Your loudness would scare them away, cautioned the rear guard, Sean, in hushed tones. Yet, there truly was nothing. After 30 minutes of wandering, their torch was nearly spent. Not a single rat hair in sight. But I saw at the exchange stalls in the Black Street. The ratmen heads pickled in lime were piling up as high as houses. Barn huffed in frustration, unsure whether his discontent stemmed from the absence of ratmen or the prospect of missing out on a warm embrace that evening. Nonetheless, his volume had diminished. He was no longer booming. All day long, it's just that. Barn, one day, you'll meet your end over such trivialities. A vibrant female voice cursed him, belonging to a short-haired rogue clad in leather armor, clearly dissatisfied with her companion. Minnie, dying for a woman is a kind of glory for the Northerners. If you don't understand, refrain from commenting. Barn retorted, inadvertently puffing out his chest, but that was the extent of it. Otherwise, there would be no need for this team to embark on adventures. Disbanding on the spot would be far more prudent. Hold on, Barn. If I am not mistaken, we should be near the Ratman tribe. I recall entering from the southeast sewer. Which side is east in the Black Street, boss? Someone uncertainly queried. This way? Shiri pointed in a direction, albeit hesitantly. My heavens, boss, I thought after your last few adventures, you had overcome your lack of direction, yet here you are, still confusing east and west. Minnie exclaimed in exasperation, nearly pulling her hair out, her despair evident. If it were not for his second-tier strength, he would never have been appointed as captain. Boss, let us ascend quickly. I can no longer endure this stench. The odor of the filthy sewers, coupled with a foul aroma, is unbearable, someone suggested. Very well. Aware that he was once again leading the team astray, Shiri helplessly raised his hands in surrender, still puzzled as to why the right side of the Black Street entrance was not east. Surely, he had seen numerous adventurers gathering there. However, after traversing for quite some time, the team still failed to locate the sewer exit. At this moment, the rogue Minnie, stationed at the right flank, suddenly seemed a bit shy. I think it would be best to stop for a moment. I need to relieve myself. It seems I drank too much water this morning. Realizing the exit was still far off, she could no longer hold it in, especially since there were no monsters nearby. All right, go ahead. We will wait for you. Shiri replied. The other team members synchronously halted, ready to wait for their female rogue to attend to her needs before proceeding to the next exit. Thus, Minnie found a narrow crevice and slipped inside. The gap was lengthy, leading to a corner, its contents unknown, but Minnie had no desire to ponder such matters. Quickly resolving her situation was of utmost importance. She squatted down, ready to make haste. Suddenly, she felt a chill creeping up her spine, as though she were being watched. Akin to prey under the gaze of a predator. Possessing keen intuition, Minnie swiftly turned her head to investigate, but the corner remained empty, devoid of any presence. Was it merely a figment of her imagination? Minnie, are you not finished yet? Outside the crevice, the Captain Shiri's voice echoed. Crouching in hesitation, Minnie quickly responded. I'm here. However, I feel as though someone is watching me. As a rogue, she was acutely aware of the scrutiny surrounding her, particularly those imbued with malicious intent. The gaze she had felt earlier evoked the sensation of being targeted by a beast. However, turning her head, she found nothing. Was it an illusion? Mai and Ayer felt a mix of suspicion and uncertainty, prompting her to seek her teammates' opinions. Is someone watching you? I'm perfectly fine here. The northern barbarian, Bayan, seized every opportunity to mock Mai and Ayer, especially since she often ridiculed his endowments. Yet, he primarily dismissed the sewer as insignificant, allowing him to cavalierly jest at Mai and Ayer's expense. After all, he had braved ogre lairs and escaped the clutches of frost giants. Even the wolf girl raised by winter wolves had crossed paths with him, so a mere sewer held no terror for the well-traveled Bayan. What danger could possibly lurk here? A goblin warrior? A bear goblin? Or perhaps a dog-headed spellcaster? In Bayan's eyes, these threats were trivial, easily dealt with by a few swings of his axe. As for more formidable monsters, he scoffed at the idea. Would a dragon really appear? Which colorful or metallic dragon would hide in such a crevice? Even the black dragon, fond of marshes, would likely avoid a sewer like this. Shut up, Bayan. One day, I will shove your head up your backside. Mai and Ayer, already irritated, was further provoked by the northern brute. If she weren't certain she couldn't defeat him, she might have already resorted to violence. Can you all just keep quiet for a moment? Mai and Ayer, do you truly sense something? Mai and Ayer, now devoid of urgency, stood and emerged from the crack, nodding at Shirue. Indeed, I feel a strong presence watching us. With that, she took a spare torch from the warrior Shan and ignited it. She then re-entered the gap, eager to discover what lay within. Should they allow Bayan to enter? The solitary foray of a wanderer made Shirue uneasy. He preferred the sturdy northern barbarian to lead the way. It's too narrow here. Bayan should stay outside. Mai and Ayer countered without hesitation. The northern brute, clad in half armor, would have to turn sideways to squeeze through the crack, and retreating would be quite difficult. Then let Shan accompany you. Shirue was still wary of Mai and Ayer exploring alone and decided it would be best for a more composed warrior to accompany her. Take this shield. Shirue handed Shan a small round shield, his secondary weapon, a force field shield. It could withstand arrows and blade attacks, and it possessed the ability to manifest a 6-foot-high force field wall once per day, providing protection against spellcasters. It could be activated without magic, making it a valuable magical item, the only one in their party. If they encountered monsters in the crack, it would aid Shan in defending himself. Although Shirue was directionally challenged, he excelled in this regard, earning silent approval even from the usually critical Mai and Ayer. Upon seeing this, Mai and Ayer stepped back, waiting for Shan to enter the crack with his shield and sword before following him. Meanwhile, Shirue, the northern barbarian Bayan, and the taciturn dual-wielding ranger Fei In remained vigilant outside. Standing at the entrance of the crack, Shirue could only watch as the two figures grew distant in the flickering torchlight. It was not until Mai and Ayer called out to halt that everyone's attention was piqued. What is it? There's a trap, albeit a rudimentary warning trap. One even goblins could devise. However, they prefer using iron jaws to ensnare their prey. It seems we stumbled upon a ratman lair. Illuminated within the torch's glow, Mai and Ayer noticed the simple yet cleverly concealed warning traps on the ground. Although still young, her 2 years of adventuring had transformed her from a naive novice to a seasoned wanderer, well-versed in the traps laid before monster lairs. Is there truly a situation? Shirue was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. What had started as a mere exploration now appeared to be something more significant. Thus, he called upon the ranger Fei In to provide assistance, ensuring that the two were not left isolated. In an adventuring party, unity was paramount. Those who lacked cohesion either perished in the wilderness, becoming fodder for monsters, or became solitary wanderers, dismissing the burden of teammates. And what of me? Shall I just stand here? Bain, sensing the tension, felt restless. Besides venting his frustrations in the tavern, he hadn't engaged in combat for some time, and his hands itched for action. Bain, you stay here and ensure no other monsters ambush us from behind. Although Shirue was uneasy about leaving Bain at the rear, he had no alternative but to issue the command. Previously, he would have chosen Sean to guard their back while Bain charged ahead, a fitting arrangement for the party. However, the crack was too narrow. The 7-foot-tall northern barbarian would struggle to enter without turning sideways, making him unsuitable for the task. Fine, but if anything happens, I won't just stand by. Bain clanged his half-armor, as if making a promise. In truth, he yearned for battle. The blood of northern barbarians was imbued with the essence of war and fury, and only through the spilling of blood could they find peace. All right. Shirue did not object. Should a crisis arise, having this northern brood on the front lines would indeed be a wise choice. Finally, after dismantling dozens of warning traps, Mayanire exhaled deeply. Damn it, who is the fool that finds such amusement in these tedious warning traps, causing me unnecessary worry? Mayanire, on high alert for danger, cursed under her breath. With roughly 40 feet to go, they were nearing a corner. Mayanire sidled up, allowing Sean, with his round shield, to take the lead. Otherwise, her fragile frame might succumb to a volley of arrows, especially in this constricted space. As she took a few more steps, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air, startling her, prompting her to cover her nose. Be cautious, it might be toxic, she warned, stifling her nose. Sean quickly followed suit, but Shirue, trailing behind, sniffed the air with an expression of bemusement. The scent of the rare blue shadow flower, if present, could yield at least 30 silver coins, as it was a primary ingredient for crafting a mage's meditation potion. But I remember that the Wanderers Guild tests for this, Mayanire. How did you identify it as toxic? Shirue questioned, casting an incredulous glance at Mayanire. She scratched her head, lowering the cloth, and indeed recognized the fragrance of the blue shadow flower, feeling a bit sheepish. I was mistaken. I want to make that error again. It can disrupt us. Shirue. There's movement around the corner. What is that? Mayanire's voice rang out again, filled with astonishment. Just as Shirue was about to admonish her for her dramatic reactions, he looked up to see, beyond the torchlight, a pair of dark golden slitted eyes watching them intently. From the silhouette, it appeared to be human. Sean stepped forward, attempting to extend the reach of the torch's glow. Unbeknownst to the four of them, they had unwittingly stepped into a patch of viscous black liquid covering the ground. After all, sewers were naturally places where muck and filth converged. A bit of stickiness and darkness was entirely to be expected. At last, as they approached within 20 feet of the torchlight, they beheld the owner of those dark golden slit pupils, a young dragonborn girl clad in tattered garments. Her delicate features and petite frame unmistakably attested to her fragility, while her slit pupils added a touch of exotic allure. This was a stroke of fortune, at least 300 gold coins, a treasure to be sold to the noble lords. Shiri gazed at the dragonborn girl, murmuring to himself, before promptly issuing a command. Sean, capture her, alive. Even a directionally challenged individual could stumble upon good fortune, could they not? Meanwhile, the impatient northern barbarian, Barn, had already wriggled his way into the fissure. He squeezed through awkwardly, his voice booming as he inquired, Boss, what's the situation? A prime slave intact. A dragonborn. Shiri exclaimed, his admiration directed towards the frail girl with dark golden slit pupils. To find such a treasure in the sewers? It seems we've struck gold amidst the muck. Initially, I aimed for a quick profit, but unexpectedly, I have encountered a moving vault. He silently offered his gratitude to the deities, believing this stroke of luck was surely a blessing from the gods. How else could he, Shiri, possess such extraordinary fortune? Thus, he resolved to pay homage at the Temple of Shar after securing the dragonborn girl, for the favor of the goddess of vengeance, the Lady of the Night, was not to be taken lightly. He must offer due recompense. Meanwhile, the warrior Sean charged around the corner, intent on bringing the young girl to him. For adventurers like them, the notion of selling exotic beings into slavery was not particularly troubling. In their eyes, these half-breeds hardly qualified as true humans, even verging on the monstrous. Selling them bore no moral burden, and even a pure human, tempted by 300 gold coins, might not object to a change in identity to dabble in the slave trade. Most adventurers, save for a select few with scruples, lean towards a morally neutral evil, behaving as locusts across the continent of Aiou, leading many villages in the wilderness to reject outsider adventurers or even drive them away. They were no strangers to acts that incited the wrath of both gods and men. However, Sean suddenly halted, just over 6 feet away from the dragonborn girl. Blocked by an obstruction, Unaware of his reasons for stopping, Shiri urged him, "Sean, bring her here. With her, we can enjoy a comfortable life. Any tavern in Kalandu would eagerly welcome us." He could hardly suppress a smirk. Even the dual-wielding ranger, Fayan, appeared restless. After all, was not the essence of adventuring to lead a lavish life in pursuit of thrill? For gold, they were willing to undertake any task. From rescuing deities from the abyss to locating the neighbor's orange cat, their range of commissions was vast. "Boss, I'm stuck. Hurry and help me." Barnes' complaint echoed from behind. But Shiri's attention was wholly captured by Sean. Yet, Sean's emotions were unknown to them. He felt a surge of anxiety. Nevertheless, he was no novice adventurer. Almost immediately after Shiri's urging subsided, he reacted swiftly, activating the force field of the small round shield in his arm. A 6-foot-high force field wall materialized before him, accompanied by Sean's sharp warning. "Everyone retreat. There's a dragon, a living black whelpling, around the corner." Only Sean could see the grotesque head of a creature covered in black scales emerging. Its dark, golden slit pupils appeared particularly menacing in the torchlight. True dragons, the oldest beings on the continent of Aiou, were apex predators within the food chain. The mere presence of such a creature was enough to instill caution in any adventurer. Even a whelpling warranted such a display of preparedness from Sean. Behind him, Maine and Shiri were struck dumb, and even the usually aloof Fayan tightened his grip on his twin daggers. A whelpling of a true dragon, born as a second-tier creature, and judging by Sean's demeanor, it was evidently a formidable opponent, far exceeding the challenge level their party could handle. Their team boasted only 2 second-tier members, the directionally challenged Shiri and the Northern Barbarian. The rest, including Sean, were merely first-tier, still far from reaching the threshold of the second tier. Challenging such a beast was nearly absurd unless it were a white dragon. But it was clear that it was not. As Sean began to back away, they caught sight of the whelpling emerging from around the corner. The black dragon's head was held high, its 4 horns already sprouting from the back of its head. The whelpling's body, seemingly fully matured, was even slightly larger than the biggest big-sog dog. Its thick, mature scales were daunting, deterring any thoughts of confrontation. "We mean no offense, great true dragon. We shall take our leave. I offer this in hopes of your mercy." Shiri, nearly losing his composure, began to communicate with the hostile true dragon. Regardless of their age, true dragons possessed the ability to communicate, although the 5-colored dragons encountered in the wild were typically unable to converse due to their inherent malevolence. Shiri was not willing to surrender hope. He hastily removed a pouch of coins from his person and tossed it before the black-scaled dragon. However, the shimmering silver coins scattered from the pouch drew no interest from the dragon, which ignored them entirely. Just as he was about to utter another plea to buy himself time, the dragon inhaled deeply, signaling its intention to unleash its breath attack. "Fall back." Yet before they could retreat a few feet, they found themselves trapped in place, hindered by Barn, who remained stuck in the narrow fissure, blocking the others' escape. "Damn it, Barn. If we survive this, I swear I'll have Maine stuff your head up your backside." Shiri cursed vehemently at the Northern Barbarian responsible for the predicament. Now, his only hope was that the force field wall conjured by the small shield could hold for a while, allowing them to retreat safely until they reached a more open space. Only then would they avoid such a disheveled state, packed together like sardines. At least they would have a fighting chance. Gordon watched the adventurer squad crammed into the fissure, along with the shimmering, rippling force field wall. His expression was devoid of warmth, and though it was his first encounter with humans outside of Nina, this did not mitigate the dreadful first impression they had made, provoking the ire of the master of the Blackfire clan. Originally, it had no intention of targeting this group of adventurers. After all, if it were to strike, the inherent risks could not be overlooked. Should any of them manage to escape, its existence would undoubtedly be exposed. Perhaps it would have to flee Karandu under the cover of night. The map of Karandu reveals that all exits from the sewers lead to the city moat, where not only the elite city guards of Karandu stand vigilant, but also the formidable gate that the lava cannot breach. This made its escape exceedingly difficult. Thus it preferred to remain concealed from the adventurers for the time being. However, their bold approach compelled Gudun to merely observe, until they presented it with a test, ultimately submitting a paper marked with a score of 0. This decisively signaled their end. Here, their journey would conclude, both in life and in purpose. As Gudun inhaled deeply, the air transformed within its sanguine vessels into a tempestuous breath of elemental fury. Before it could unleash this breath, its elongated form glimmered with a fierce red glow at the edges of its robust scales, reminiscent of molten lava coursing through its being, dazzlingly bright. Moments later, a brilliance surpassing that of a torch erupted from Gudun's magma-laden throat, illuminating the dim sewer, turning the narrow crevice into a realm of daylight. The searing column of lava, imbued with an overwhelming force, collided with the distorted barrier of the airfield. Witnessing this, Sean could only hunch his body, shielding himself with his circular shield while fervently praying for divine protection, hoping to survive this onslaught of breath. Fortunately, the airfield held firm against the torrent of lava, and aside from a slight warmth on his arm, Sean felt no further ill effects. He had survived, and just as he intended to turn back and share the good news with his comrades, he noticed that neither my Air, nor Shirue, nor even the northern barbarian barn, could tear their gaze from the ground before them. From the scattered lava upon the ground, a fiery path surged forth with a speed even greater than that of the flames. In an instant, the five-member team found themselves engulfed in a sea of fire, with the northern barbarian barn's position leaving them no room to retreat. The flaming oil, a product of alchemy, emitted a noxious odor. Even a single drop could burn for 3 hours without extinguishing. Gudun inhaled the oppressive aroma in the air, its indifferent dark golden vertical pupils reflecting the inferno, mirroring the desolation. Regrettably, the flames of the flaming oil could not wholly consume these adventurers, aside from the immobilized barbarian barn. The others exhibited agility rivaling that of pure-blooded elves, swiftly devising their escape. Charging toward the black-scaled dragon would be akin to courting death. A true dragon, no matter how weakened, was not prey for their battered party. Their only chance at survival lay in scaling the 7-foot-high mound of flesh, using Barn's head as a foothold to escape the constricting crevice that left their legs quaking. As for abandoning Barn, they deemed that a teammate who had made such a grave error deserved a few stabs, a courtesy they extended out of respect for their former camaraderie. Fortunately, the crevice could accommodate only one person, thus avoiding a chaotic scramble. The first to leap onto Barn's shoulder and descend was the dual-wielding ranger, Fei-En. The half-elf had nearly vanished in the blink of an eye, landing behind Barn before the northern barbarian could even react. As Fei-En glanced back, the firelight illuminated the crevice, painting the once greenish-blue moss upon the rock walls a fiery orange. Yet, almost instantaneously, Fei-En turned and fled without a shred of mercy. He sought to escape this accursed crevice, this filthy, stench-ridden sewer. To hell with the ratfolk. To hell with the quest. And may the true dragon that had suddenly emerged from who knows where return to its dark lair, remaining in the sewer to prey upon these pitiful, weak, and helpless adventurers. Was there any joy in that? Yet now, everything would soon be left behind. Fei-En's mind raced with chaotic thoughts, oscillating between fear and fleeting relief. But his legs moved with the swiftness of a cheetah towards the exit. Behind him, he could hear the flames roaring back to life, accompanied by a thunderous dragon's roar. The dragon's roar momentarily halted Fei-En's steps, leaving his mind in a haze. If he were to glance back now, he would witness a black-scaled true dragon, enveloped in flames, roaring fiercely, with scalding lava splattering around it. With an unstoppable force, it barreled toward the two struggling figures in the inferno, sending them crashing down at the feet of the northern barbarian. Yet Fei-En dared not look back. Once he gathered his wits, he pressed on with all his might. Having scarcely taken a few steps, he was met with the anguished cries of his comrades. There were screams from my Air and warrior Sean, without exception. All were cries of despair. They had been nearly crushed beneath the force of the dragon's charge, making it difficult to even stand. The flames below mercilessly consumed their flesh, scorching their skin. The voice of the trapped northern barbarian Barn, along with that of their leader Shirue, echoed distantly in Fei-En's ears. "Boss, you must save me. Let go of me, you foul fool. You northern barbarian with nothing but muscle and women in your head." Barn, the northern barbarian who affectionately called Shirue boss, was desperately gripping Shirue's hand as he attempted to climb over him. He pleaded with urgency. As a northern man, he could endure a day in the frigid cold, yet under the scorching sun, he would not last an hour, let alone be subjected to the searing flames of flaming oil. However, the only response to Barn's pleas was a torrent of curses and rage. Clearly, Barn's reckless intrusion had disrupted all their plans. Given their combined strength, even if they encountered a whelp dragon, they should not be in such a desperate flight, neglecting the lives of their comrades. This northern barbarian, a second-tier warrior, had now become the target of Shirue's ire, especially since Barn had seized one of her hands. Old grievances surged forth, prompting Shirue to draw her sharp dagger, intending to strike through the gaps in Barn's armor. Not to kill, but to compel him to relinquish his grip. After all, a living Barn was far preferable to a dead one. Perhaps the dragon would cease its pursuit. Especially as Shirue witnessed the soldier and rogue, now larger, being sent flying by the horned black dragon to Barn's feet. With her hand still caught, Shirue's eyes blazed with fury, and without uttering a word, she lunged the dagger into the gap of Barn's armor. Once a swordsman of the Empire, He was adept at wielding any sharp blade. The dagger penetrated 3 inches deep, eliciting a muffled grunt from Barn. Yet he would not let go, resolutely gripping the former captain with his right hand, holding on tightly. This was his only hope for survival, and he would not relinquish it for anything. Without hesitation, Shirue watched the black wormling emerge from the flames, drawing ever closer, his eyes bloodshot and nearing madness. He immediately struck at the elbow joint with his short sword, attempting to force Bane to release his grip. Consumed by rage and terror, Shirue had forgotten that in a contest of strength against the barbarian Bane, there could be no other outcome. After enduring a painful blow from Shirue, Bane, though not the sharpest, was thoroughly enraged by his comrade's actions. If you won't save me, then we die together. Suppressing the sharp agony from his ribs, Bane unleashed an overwhelming force, not directed at the true dragon, but to yank his former captain violently toward him. With a furious, gritted teeth glare, he delivered a brutal headbutt. "Boss, you left me no choice," he snarled, following with a second headbutt. Blood gushed from both their foreheads. But the Imperial swordsman Shirue fared far worse. His nose bridge shattered, teeth knocked loose from the facial impact, and his distorted visage drenched in crimson. "Oh, by the dragon god, if only every intruder in my lair were as considerate as you two." Bane and Shirue heard the common tongue from behind, undoubtedly spoken by the black wormling approaching Bane. Amid the inferno, only it could stroll and speak with such ease. Gurdon, standing atop the silent, lifeless body of the rogue, felt the softness beneath its claws and fixed its dark golden vertical pupils on the two adventurers harming each other, sneering with biting sarcasm. "Don't rejoice too soon. Finn escaped, and you won't get away. Countless adventurers will learn that a hidden wormling lurks in Kalando's sewers. You'll be slain or captured, handed to mages fascinated by your form, your dragonkin sold off, your treasures plundered." Shirue, his speech slurred from missing teeth, glared disdainfully at the wormling, shouting defiantly. Knowing escape was impossible, courage surged within him. Even provoking the true dragon's wrath held no fear now. He had glimpsed the dual-wielding ranger Finn nearing the fissure exit, a slight comfort easing the pain on his face. At least this dragon won't live long. No loss. Yet, the next moment, he saw the dragon's mocking gaze. Really? Fawn, just stepping out of the fissure, thought he had escaped, only to sense a heavy object whipping through the air beside his left ear. As a half-elf, his reflexes were sharp. He swiftly blocked the pale, thick-boned club, unmistakable even in the darkness, and identified the attacker, a goblin, an elite one, before he could grasp why goblins were at the entrance. Another gust of wind struck from the right. This time, he couldn't evade. The bone club smashed into his knee joint with a sickening crack, the sound of shattering bone accompanied by excruciating pain, forcing Fun to his knees, howling in agony. Despair filled him as 10 elite goblins emerged from the shadows. Even if he dodged this blow, the well-laid ambush was inescapable. Had Shirue been here, he might not have broken free either. They had him cornered. Once the goblins carried Fun through another passage, carefully avoiding warning traps, and dumped him at the feet of the true dragon resting on the high platform in the bonfire hall, Fun saw the black wormling again, now noticeably larger than before. The black-scaled dragon, allowing the dragonkin girl to wipe the blood from its claws with silk, gazed down lazily and contentedly at the prostrate adventurer, a flicker of greed passing through its eyes. Chapter 54. Spoils of War. In the bonfire hall, upon the high platform, Gurdon observed the kneeling adventurer below, in no rush to deliver the final blow as it digested the gains from the previous 4. The adventurers, including the northern barbarian and the captain-like swordsman, had yielded 2 white orbs and 2 black iron orbs. The black iron talent fragments were cold endurance and sword mastery. Talent, cold endurance. You fear no chill, enduring long and icy wastes, with some resistance to frost breath from winter wolves, white dragons, and frost-related injuries, though not a license to provoke them. Talent, sword mastery. A sharp sword, a keen eye. Your swordsmanship excels among 100 warriors. The blade becomes an extension of your body, enabling feats of wonder. Even slicing potatoes paper thin. Gurdon chose to dismantle them directly. Dealing with humanoids had its downsides. Their talent fragments often bore deep malice toward true dragons. The former seemed to scorn the molten dragon's physique, ignoring the molten heart's reality. Even in freezing cold, the dragon's internal heat could ward off chill, though it might suffer double damage from frost spells, much like winter wolves' vulnerability to fire, making alchemical products like fierce oil highly prized in the north. The latter harbored hatred for its claws, specifying a military longsword akin to a rapier, utterly unrelated to Gurdon's talents. Otherwise, it might have tested slicing potatoes with them. The white orb first-tier talent fragments were Theft and Iron Wall. Talent, Theft. Your sleight of hand allows undetected theft in bustling markets and trade districts. pilfering wealth from others unnoticed. Talent, Iron Wall. Your shield stands firm as iron, easily blocking projectiles, serving as unwavering confidence for you and your comrades. More junk. Why no stealth? Didn't the rogue have it? Gurdon muttered, dismantling these fragments before turning its gaze to the adventurer below, whose trousers were half-soaked with fear. Gurdon leaped back to the high platform with a flap of its wings, its extended claws stained with fresh crimson blood. Nina nearby frowned slightly, but continued wiping its claws with silk, murmuring, Lord Gurdon, such tasks could be left to the goblins. Their filthy blood shouldn't soil your claws. Gurdon remained silent, unable to explain that it must slay prey personally to grow stronger. This is a secret that will not be mentioned to anyone, although it is not difficult to guess. Thus, Gwydion merely reclined lazily, extending its claws while the dragonborn girl, Nina, diligently polished them. It then began to ponder silently. This talent appeared somewhat reminiscent of the template of the god of slaughter. However, the deity bestows experience upon the chosen one rather than fragments of talent. Moreover, Gwydion could not acquire talent fragments through the hands of others. Otherwise, it could cultivate a group of followers to passively gather fragments, a rather splendid idea. Unfortunately, all of this remained but a dream, as Gwydion had yet to discover such a feature in the system panel. Perhaps it may be unlocked in the future, but for now, it was not available. Its attention now focused on the newly generated data within the retinal panel, fresh from the recent inspection. Ding. Detection successful. Identified as a Tier 1 talent, dual-wielding combat. Would you like to activate the talent? Gwydion glanced at its brilliantly polished claws, uncertain whether they could be classified as dual-wielding weapons. Nevertheless, it was merely a talent fragment. Gwydion was willing to experiment. The audacious black hatchling silently confirmed the activation in its consciousness. In an instant, the talent fragment dissolved, and the data transformed into luminous points, merging into Gwydion's elongated claws. Within the pale blue talent list, dual-wielding combat, 15, seamlessly entered Gwydion's field of vision. Dual-wielding combat, trained meticulously by masters of dual-wielding weapons since childhood. Your dexterity with both hands has become nearly indistinguishable over time, causing your enemies to experience a significant increase in pressure when facing you wielding two weapons. Conversely, when confronted by multiple assailants, the pressure you endure diminishes considerably. However, your skills still bear a hint of clumsiness. It is advisable to learn from the unnamed dark elf who carries dual blades. A wave of mysterious memories flooded Gwydion's mind, akin to the experience of charge, as it swiftly perused scenes from training sessions with dual-wielding rangers. From the daily drills of its youth, mastering the agile use of both hands, to striking the wooden posts with precise cuts, and later, during its adventurous life, completing quests alongside companions to defeat sandworms and trolls, of course, interspersed with memories of battling other adventurers. The memories of dual-wielding combat melded with these recollections, leaving an indelible mark upon Gwydion's claws. Prior to assimilating dual-wielding combat, its claws were merely capable of tearing, and such abilities were seldom employed, for although the true dragon's claws are sharp, most of their combat experiences stem from the teachings passed down through dragon lore. True dragons initiate attacks by soaring into the skies, using their dragon roar to intimidate foes, conjuring powerful winds from above to unleash breath attacks upon ground forces. Occasionally, they would plunge into the fray, leveraging their massive physique for biting or tail whipping. Only when facing nearby abdominal foes would they elevate their claws for tearing assaults. Now, Gwydion felt that while its hands had always been agile, that agility was merely superficial. It was not the profound dexterity it now possessed, enabling it to accomplish feats in combat that were previously unattainable with its claws. For instance, it could now stand upright and simultaneously strike two enemies without losing focus, with the striking force of each claw being nearly equal, thus eliminating the distinction between left and right. Indeed, Gwydion gazed at the talent list featuring dual-wielding combat, feeling quite satisfied. At least it was not a mere trinket. It was content, having merely wished to experiment with whether its claws could be deemed weapons. The results were self-evident. Gwydion began to contemplate whether it could find a talent holder with mastery, level, and claws to further test and elevate its combat prowess. Yet, it felt as if it was veering off course. After all, it was a magical dragon, possessing innate sorcerer abilities since its youth. Why should it toil over melee combat? Would it not be more delightful to embrace its identity as a spellcaster? It was not a magic-deprived molten dragon. However, through this experience, Gwydion finally comprehended why dragons are often regarded as a mix of cherished and detested beings in the legacy of adventurers. It observed the goblins below, already beginning to divvy up the weapons and armor brought by the adventurers, as well as the circular shield beside it, capable of withstanding its magma breath, deep in thought. After all, the spoils from slaying a single adventurer squad far outweighed the plunder from 3 or even 4 monster tribes. Thus, sometimes, a high-level adventurer team, if they fail in slaying a dragon and meet their demise, could potentially yield a substantial wealth increase for the dragon. However, the cost of failure would be the life of the true dragon and the treasures it had amassed throughout its existence. The risks are exceedingly high, yet this time, Gwydion genuinely savored the rewards following the failure of the Dragon Slayer team. Although meager, it was indeed more affluent than the previous 3 tribes. Aside from the scattered coins amounting to nearly 1 gold piece, the small circular shield capable of generating a force field was already worth several times the total bounty from the earlier tribes. Gwydion had seen similar items on the alchemical shop inventory list brought by Nina. It was a ring capable of producing a force field wall no less than a human's height and a foot thick, usable 3 times a day. The ring's market price was 2,000 gold coins, a figure far beyond Gwydion's total wealth. With its appraisal ability, Gwydion could clearly gauge that the price of this circular shield fluctuated around 200 to 400 gold coins. It seemed one would require both excellent rhetoric and opportune timing to sell it for a high price. Perhaps to a team gearing up for an adventure in a dungeon or to persuade a wealthy novice to purchase the weapon. Nevertheless, Gwydion was already quite satisfied with 200 gold coins. It placed the circular shield into the dimensional bag brought back by Nina, considering selling it directly to Fran's alchemical shop next time. However, it suddenly realized that this might expose its whereabouts, leading Gwydion to abandon that thought. Leaving it for Nina was also a good choice. After all, the shield offered decent defense, particularly suitable for the narrow confines of a sewer. If it weren't for the force field's duration and the raging oil traps below, causing the adventurer squad to panic, Gwydion would have had to resort to other means to deal with them. Regardless, it had already dispatched more than half of the goblins in the bonfire hall through a different passage, severing their escape route. Their demise today was inevitable unless they possessed hidden cards. However, if that were the case, Gwydion could only lament its misfortune, leaving this sewer in search of an exit. Moreover, it would have to abandon the recently acquired followers, as their sheer number could easily compromise its concealment. However, the final outcome is indeed gratifying. Gwydion gazes at the refreshed personal panel. Chapter 55, Experiment 12, Gwydion Adwin Targaryen. Title, Blackfire Sovereign, 87100. Race, Magma Dragon. Age, Whelpling, 5 years. Life, 40/40. Rank, 2 talents. First tier talents, Trap Mastery, 14. Glutton, 59. Dark Vision, 411. Stamina, 17. Robustness, 1020. Dual Wielding, 15. Second tier talents, Scale Armor Enhancement, 420. Steel Teeth and Claws, 110. Whelpling's Roar, 18. Charge Proficiency, 18. Frenzy, 118. War Command, 118. Spellcasting Enhancement, 150. Sound Mimicry Skills, Fire Immunity, Bite and Claw, Magma Breath, Soul Talent. Talent Plunder, Free Talent Fragments, 2 first-tier free talent fragments, 2 second-tier free talent fragments. After finishing the review of the new personal panel, it was time for the post-battle routine of allocating points. Gwydion consistently adhered to the philosophy that as long as others cannot kill it, there remains a chance. It conscientiously allocated 2 black iron talent points to Scale Armor Enhancement. Scale Armor Enhancement, 420, 620. It was yet another novel experience. The burden on its body increased once more, and the thickness and hue of its scales began to evolve toward a darker, smoother appearance. The scales on its abdomen appeared increasingly mature, gradually shifting from a pale yellow to a grayish yellow. If an unsuspecting observer were to behold this dragon, they would undoubtedly remark that it has endured considerable trials over the years, darkening considerably. The remaining 2 first-tier talent points were a foregone conclusion. It was certain that robustness would be maxed out first. Whether enhancing its strength or constitution, robustness far surpassed stamina in value. Although this allocation might lead to a discrepancy in Gwydion's physical endurance, it had yet to encounter any creature requiring prolonged engagement. Moreover, it yearned to witness the enhancements that maxing out robustness would yield during its whelpling phase. It is noteworthy that both keen claws and sturdy scales require merely 10 arbitrary first-tier fragments for advancement, while robustness demands 20. From the perspective of spellcasting enhancement, talents requiring more fragments are evidently more potent, a truth that cannot be disputed. Thus, this subsequent development alone was sufficient to motivate Gwydion to invest its remaining talent fragments. Robustness, 1020, 1220. Life, 40404242. The sensation of increased physical strength returned once more, and its physique also grew at an imperceptible rate. Now, when Gudewin crouched, it no longer needed to be significantly shorter than Nina. With its elongated dragon tail, it could easily surpass Nina's height. In less than a week, Gudewin had grown at such a remarkable pace. One can only imagine that if Tiamat were to learn of this, she would likely regard Gudewin as an aberrant dragon. However, Gudewin's Magma Dragon lineage remained intact. It merely grew slightly faster than an ordinary whelpling and possessed a few more talents and skills. Aside from that, everything was quite normal. It wielded magic, and its appearance was not peculiar, perfectly aligning with the common traits of Magma Dragon whelplings. After allocating the points, Gudewin withdrew its focus from the data panel within its retina. It lifted its gaze to the Dragonkin girl seated in a small chair left by the former spellcaster. Engrossed in her spellbook, Gudewin initially intended to say something, but, upon witnessing Nina's rapt concentration, thought better of it and refrained from disturbing her. It then directed its attention to the largest empty space in the campfire hall, where elite goblins were clustered together. Some of them had even acquired brand new weapons, including a warrior's longsword and a ranger's dual daggers, which they wielded with enthusiasm. However, in the end, they all reverted to their bone hammers, discarding these relatively fine weapons. These peculiar arms were not favored by the elite goblins, who preferred their hefty and fearsome weapons. Nevertheless, a few individuals opted to replace their bone hammers with weapons obtained from human adventurers. The goblin, previously smaller than usual and responsible for relaying messages, was now toying with a dagger pilfered from a female rogue. Meanwhile, Grush, the leader of the Blackfire clan, brandished 2 battle axes, showcasing their might. These were the weapons left behind by a second-tier barbarian, and although the half-armor it donned was slightly oversized, it mattered little. As long as the defense remained intact, the weight of the half-armor was negligible for a goblin. However, its fit might impede movement to some extent. Observing them exchanging weapons, Gudewin felt no indignation over any perceived infringement upon its dragon treasures. These were, after all, gifts from Gudewin. Initially, Grush appeared somewhat apprehensive, even overwhelmed, as obtaining a single copper coin from a true dragon's claws indicated one's significance in the eyes of the dragon. Dragons, regardless of whether they are metallic or chromatic, or even primal or gem dragons, are notoriously proud and miserly beings. The rarity with which true dragons part with their treasures is unparalleled. Even their mates and offspring cannot expect to receive a single gold coin from their hordes, let alone their ever-replaceable subordinates or kin. Such notions are nothing short of fanciful. They would rather let their treasures rot in the horde than bestow new equipment upon their followers. This fact is well known throughout the continent of AIOU. Thus, after Gudewin gifted them weapons, the loyalty clause under the title of Blackfire Sovereign transformed from maintained with 100% loyalty until the first defeat, to until their life ceases. Their loyalty shall forever remain open only to the true dragon before them. It is evident that they had already taken on the shape of Gudewin. This fact initially escaped Gudewin's notice, primarily because their previous attitudes had always been one of utmost loyalty, making it difficult to perceive any anomalies. Gudewin did not check the title until later, out of boredom, when it discovered this change. One could say that an unintentional twist of fate had borne fruit. Reclining on the high platform, Gudewin observed the goblins practicing with their weapons. Suddenly, it recalled the scale armor experiment it had long neglected, which could perhaps be conducted today. With so many weapons available, it could thoroughly test the durability of its scales, allowing it to gauge their resilience. Hence, after coming to this conclusion, Gudewin did not hesitate. It rose from the gold-laden platform, shook off non-existent dust, and leapt down. With its wings unfurled and padded feet, its descent was gentle, not disturbing Nina beside it. It then made its way towards the goblin clearing in the distance. Chapter 56, Discovery, 22. Upon seeing the approaching true dragon, Grush did not even need to issue a command. All the goblins present performed the most devout gesture of reverence towards their approaching master, the black-scaled dragon, prostrating themselves in a display reminiscent of their initial demeanor. Originally, Jalushi intended to loudly extol the honor of Gudewin, but upon noticing Gudewin's quiet gesture for silence, he promptly sealed his lips. Kneeling on the ground, he awaited the passage of the true dragon. Soon, the unmistakably rough roar of Gudewin echoed through the air. Jalushi, now, you shall carry out my command. Master, what command? Jalushi vowed to uphold your will as paramount. After speaking, Jalushi listened intently, only to hear the most absurd command he had ever encountered in his life. Lift your weapons and strike at my scales. Gudewin's voice, commanding and unquestionable, resonated clearly among the goblins present. Had it not been for Gudewin's formidable presence, chaos would have surely ensued. Master, Jalushi initially wished to question, But upon seeing the solemn, dark, golden vertical pupils of Gudewin, he lowered his head and was the first to rise, grasping his twin axes and positioning himself before Gudewin. "I shall heed your will, my master." With great caution, Jalushi raised his axes and gently struck at the supreme ruler of the Heihua clan, his exalted master. Following this, Gudewin roared, "Jalushi, haven't you eaten? Put some strength into it." 20 minutes later, Gudewin returned to the high platform from the open ground, his eyes reflecting satisfaction, indicating his good spirits. Indeed, he felt pleased, under Gudewin's directive for the goblins to exert their utmost effort. He had finally discerned the extent to which his scales could withstand various weapons and forces. Although scale enchantment enhanced magical resistance in terms of physical defense, it was considerably thicker than the hardened scales of a hatchling dragon. This was evident from his armor-like scales. Thus, through this experiment, Gudewin would be better equipped to assess situations when encountering adventurers in the future, allowing for more refined decision-making during battle. Under certain circumstances, Gudewin could rely on the thickness of his scales, disregarding incoming weapons, thus gaining clearer insight into which weapons he could withstand and which he needed to evade. Having grasped the long-standing dilemma, Gudewin transitioned from a standing position to lying down, resting on the gold coins that brought him a modicum of delight, and soon fell into a deep slumber. The fatigue from intense exertion and the aftermath of his frenzy had begun to weigh on him. And now that all matters were settled, it was indeed time for rest. The fissure at the exit of the bonfire hall had reverted to its original state, with the alert traps having been reset and installed. However, the scorched marks on the latter half of the rock wall remained conspicuously visible. Yet, in the depths of the sewer, no one would notice the anomaly of the rock wall. Their concern lay in what monsters might lurk around the next corner. It was hardly conceivable for anyone to suspect that a true dragon was concealed within. The last adventurer team that had knowledge of this place had perished, their bodies serving as sustenance for the sewer's denizens. The sinister winds of the sewer whisked away the last remnants of the acrid stench and the faint traces of blood. The entrance fissure returned to its former tranquility. A day later, in the southeastern section of the sewer, a 6-member adventuring team, armed with torches, advanced slowly through the dark corridors of the sewer. Each of them bore the heads of ratmen hanging from their belts. At the center stood a petite figure wielding a silver spear, her hood obscuring her features. Yet, judging by her demeanor, it seemed more apt to say that this adventurer was here to experience fear rather than to embark on an adventure, trembling incessantly. Nevertheless, her timid behavior did not elicit any complaints from her companions. After all, she was their benefactor, having spent 3 gold coins to hire them to guide her through the city's sewers and experience the thrill of adventure. They unanimously agreed to this lucrative side job. In the wilderness, they might have harbored concerns, but here in the sewer, they anticipated encountering nothing more fearsome than goblins or ratmen. What other peculiar monsters could possibly appear? Thus, they readily accepted this commission, embarking on a day tour of the sewer with this enigmatic female benefactor. Leading the way was the Tier 1 Ranger, Ken, tasked with scouting ahead. The environment surrounding this section of the sewer bore no significant differences from the previous passages. However, Ken could distinctly sense an increase in the odor of rat men, although the prevalent sense of goblins and dog-headed men dominated the air. Yet, he was still able to detect it, thanks to the keen sense of smell possessed by his animal companion, the Bissig dog named Fawn. Winds whirled through the myriad pipes, alleys, and corridors, momentarily obscuring the source of the ratman's scent. Nevertheless, Ken felt the odor growing nearer, indicating that they were not far from the source. He turned to his captain, Weirin, and whispered in exasperation, "Damn it, Captain, these ratmen can really run. They've made it all the way over here. If I'm not mistaken, we should be in the southeastern area now." With a smile, Captain Weirin responded to his team member, "The distribution of ratmen in the sewer has become rather uniform. The ratmen tribe was nearly exterminated this morning. You saw the Duluan family setting their heads ablaze in the Black Street. A truly spectacular sight." Scout Kin nodded in agreement, recalling the scene he had witnessed earlier that day. Countless rat heads had piled together like a small mountain, their humanoid faces displaying expressions of fear, terror, or ferocity. Although they were monsters rather than humans, the memory sent shivers down Kin's spine. Since there are hardly any ratmen left, today will be our last visit to the sewer, regardless of our findings. Let's search this area thoroughly. Then we can return to the Adventurers Guild to report the commission. Eradicating ratmen is no longer profitable. What do you think, Miss Rovey? After making this decision, Weirin felt it necessary to inquire about the thoughts of their benefactor, especially since the day's battles had been scarce, yielding fewer than 20 ratmen slain. Making the 3 gold coins seem too easily earned. I can do whatever," replied the red-haired girl with twin ponytails. clutching an obviously valuable silver spear while trembling. Just then, a low bark echoed from around the corner ahead. It was Fong, Qian's animal companion, who seemed to have discovered something. The scout Qian promptly followed. Not long after, Qian returned to inform Captain Warren, saying, "Captain, there's a dog-headed man den ahead. The sewer has been dug up beyond recognition." Warren was delighted by this news and cheerfully addressed Rovi. "Miss Rovi, you shall be in for a thrilling spectacle shortly. Behold, a dog-headed man den awaits our arrival. This shall be a grand performance." Warren's voice brimmed with joy, as if he felt he had justified those 3 gold coins. At this moment, a chill wind from the sewer swept by, causing Luo Wei Fu Do, the intrepid young girl who had stealthily ventured out for adventure, to feel a shiver run down her spine as she tightened her robe, while she felt a flicker of joy at the prospect of witnessing a thrilling battle. An unsettling feeling unexpectedly arose within her. However, upon touching the silver ring on her hand, her worries dissipated. With it at her side, she believed no harm would come to her, though she anticipated a scolding from her elder sister upon her return. Yet, having experienced the life of an adventurer, she found it undeniably more exhilarating than the tales recounted in Wu Yao de Mao Xian Wu. Clutching her spear, she followed the adventuring party closely, her heart brimming with delight. Chapter 57. The underground cavern in the Firelight Hall. All the goblins of the Blackfire clan capable of training were advancing in groups, brandishing large bone clubs as they engaged in combat training against humanoid scarecrows. This was an exercise to hone their skill in bone crushing. Although the fruits of their labor were not immediately visible after several days, the majority of goblins had ceased their chaotic flailing and began targeting joints with precision, marking a modest improvement. Meanwhile, Gudun lounged atop a dwindling pile of gold coins, toying with a vial of potion, while Ni Na, feeling a pang of sympathy, counted the coins beneath Gudun's feet. Just when they had warmed up, Gudun had taken them to purchase potions, pulling Ni Na's dream of filling the hall with gold coins further from her reach. Her little face scrunched up in dismay, making her undeniably adorable. Gudun, noticing her expression, found it difficult to explain. After all, such behavior was indeed peculiar for a true dragon. Yet to him, wealth was merely a means to acquire equipment. Otherwise, if it fell into the hands of adventurers, he would be at a loss. Although he found comfort in coins, whether sleeping or squatting, Gudun resolutely purchased several vials of potions to prepare for any eventualities, determined not to be toppled by adventurers in the future. In his claws, he held the enhanced breath potion, priced at 10 gold coins per vial in Fu Lan's alchemical shop, designed to amplify the breath of draconic descendants or sorcerers. This meant that a single breath from Gudun would cost 10 gold coins, a rather extravagant expense. Nevertheless, as long as it could enhance his combat prowess, Gudun was willing to invest. Thus, he procured 4 vials of the potion, replenished his supply of fire oil, and acquired several other potions he had long coveted, such as the memory loss potion and the sleeping potion, all of which proved quite useful. For Gudun, fire oil was an ideal means to artificially create advantageous conditions, augmenting himself while undermining his foes, making it a perfect fit. The latter was a purchase made after careful consideration. Meanwhile, Luo Wei Fu had followed the adventuring party to the vicinity of the kobold nest. The nest was located approximately 50 feet beyond a corridor, in a dilapidated hall teeming with numerous sewer pipe openings, adorned with totemic markings depicting dragons on the outer rock walls. These dragon totems were characteristic of kobold lairs. Any moderately sized kobold tribe, regardless of the presence of spellcasters, would bear such markings to warn intruders. For them, these totems represented faith, reverence, and an aspiration to follow true dragons. However, for the frail draconic hatchlings, they preferred to domesticate them as ornamental pets or leverage them as a trump card for the tribe. Adventurers entering the final hall of the kobold lair often proceeded with utmost caution, as the unwary might fall prey to ambushes by lurking true dragons, turning a seemingly favorable situation on its head. Although such occurrences were rare, each instance became a tale recounted for years to come. With the aid of the ranger scout Qian and his animal companion, the adventuring party easily located the true entrance to the kobold lair. A second row pipe in the lower left corner appeared unremarkable compared to the others. However, Qian's keen sense of smell allowed him to detect a mingling of scents, goblins, and other creatures, while the other pipes bore the unmistakable scent of kobolds, often indicative of traps. Kobolds are skilled diggers, spending 70% of their lives excavating. Whether soft soil, hard granite, or scorching volcanic rock, they can find clever support points to prevent cave-ins. They are, in essence, natural mining masters. Consequently, their lairs are often accompanied by 2 or 3 false entrances designed to mislead enemies. Inside, There are typically rockfalls and pits to ensnare those daring enough to invade the kobold lair. Captain, I'll go in first. Wait for my signal, Scout Qian declared as he boldly entered the damp, shadowy entrance. The lair's entrance, about the height of a man, barely accommodated the stature of a kobold, requiring Qian to stoop as he stepped inside. Typically, entrances frequented by kobolds are devoid of traps, as they possess a modicum of draconic arrogance, believing their craftsmanship to be invulnerable to scrutiny by other beings. Nonetheless, Qian proceeded cautiously, methodically searching for traps, unwilling to meet his end in the depths of a kobold lair. With a glowing luminescent stone illuminating 5 feet ahead, Qian began his careful examination. He remained unconcerned about lurking threats, as his animal companion, an adult Bissig dog, would alert him to any disturbances. Thus, Qian confidently inspected the passageway. Upon reaching the far end of the corridor, a vast, quiet underground hall came into view, partially revealed in the soft glow. Surprised, Qian cautiously surveyed the vicinity for any signs of movement, but dared not venture too deep and soon returned. Before Wei Luan, Qian recounted all he had observed, awaiting the captain's judgment. Wei Luan furrowed his brow upon hearing that no kobolds were present in the hall, yet he was reluctant to concede defeat. He waved his hand. Let us go in and take a look. If we find no trace of the kobolds, we will retreat. Luo Wei Fu, please walk in the middle, stay behind me, and put away your spear. You should take this. Clad in chainmail, the warrior Wei Luan drew a short sword, measuring 1.5 feet, from his waist, and handed it to the girl cloaked in black. In this low cave entrance, your spear is a hindrance. This is more suitable for you. Okay. Luo Wei Fu dismantled her spear, stowed it away, and accepted Wei Luan's short sword, her youthful face beneath the lowered hood brimming with excitement. Is this what adventure feels like? Luo Wei Fu, you are now an adventurer. She clenched her fist, unable to contain her joy, as if a dream had come true. While she had felt a sense of adventure when witnessing the party slaughter Ratman, at that moment, she truly felt she had become a part of it. One by one, the team members bent low to enter the passageway, and soon it was Luo Wei Fu's turn. She gripped her short sword tightly, her body hunched as she swiftly slipped inside, following closely behind the figure ahead. Before long, they arrived at the dilapidated hall described by Jian. The flickering light of the campfire illuminated the surrounding decayed environment. However, the traces and refuse on the ground suggested that there had indeed been signs of life here. The scattered bones and heaps of trash indicated considerable biological activity, yet for some inexplicable reason, it was eerily empty now. To ensure their safety, Wei Luan instructed them to revert to their usual formation as soon as they stepped out of the passage, scouts leading the way, with warriors and swordsmen ready to adapt as needed. The tower shield warriors remained steadfast at the rear, protecting the only spellcaster among them. Behind Luo Wei Fu stood 2 members of the adventurer teams, a stout dwarf warrior wielding a tower shield and a slender male in a white robe. His delicate fingers and joyful countenance complemented by a harp sheathed at his waist. However, he currently held a short sword identical to Luo Wei Fu's. This was the sole spellcaster of the group, a bard named Shi. He bore no temple insignia, leaving Luo Wei Fu unaware of his deity or allegiance. When Shi noticed Luo Wei Fu glancing back at him, he smiled warmly and inquired, Miss Luo Wei Fu, is there something on your mind? And no, nothing at all. She felt a chill wash over her despite his gentle smile. Yet her attention was quickly drawn back to the commotion ahead. Captain, there are traces of a campfire. And it's still warm. Moreover, there are wet footprints indicating the direction they came from, one of the scouts reported. In the dilapidated hall ahead, Jian stood atop the shattered floor tiles, one hand feeling the warmth of the ashes beneath him, while the other pointed towards a cave in the east, addressing Wei Luan. Let us move, stay alert, and keep an eye on our surroundings. Wei Luan whispered, aware that in the sewers, the absence of dark vision rendered their quietness futile. The campfire would betray their presence, offering only a false sense of security. Luo Wei Fu curiously surveyed the chaos around her, noticing the scattered debris. Illuminated by the firelight, she observed the ruined hall, where numerous openings high above could accommodate humanoid creatures. Yet, it was evident that this was the dwelling of the dog-headed creatures. Before she could take in more, she fell in step with the others, entering the underground cave. This passage diverged from their previous one, descending rather than running parallel. Marks of mining activity surrounded them, but the wear suggested it had been established long ago. My goodness, what have these dog-headed creatures done? Have they breached the connection to the outside world at Jianbei Haiwan? As they descended further, an unsettling realization dawned upon them. The salty scent of seawater grew increasingly potent. Jian was the first to express his astonishment to his companions. Wei Luan dismissed the concern, more troubled by the absence of any dog-headed creatures despite their prolonged search. After approximately 5 minutes of navigating the winding descent, they finally reached the soft, damp ground. With just a few more steps, the space before them opened dramatically. Under the torchlight, they clearly beheld the vast underground chamber, a naturally formed cavern of unimaginable scale. Their light barely illuminated the arched rock walls, revealing an array of stalactites and a multitude of jagged stone columns that loomed overhead like unsheathed swords, poised for action. By the gods, what a sight! They murmured in awe as they gazed upon the cavern. A narrow path at their feet led toward a raised platform, faintly lit and echoing with monstrous cacophony. Just a few steps away from the team lay a deep blue lake, filling the entirety of the visible cavern space. The sea-like aroma wafting from it was unmistakably the source of the earlier scent. Jian cautiously crawled forward to inspect the platform, peering over the edge. His eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the platform, where a towering campfire blazed nearly 2 meters high. The flames illuminated a mass of over 100 dog-headed creatures, all reverently bowing towards the deep blue lake, their tails drooping in submission. Before them stood a raised dais, upon which lay a heap of creatures, goblins, rat men, and even a few yapping gremlins. Are they performing a ritual? Jan pondered, just as he intended to relay his thoughts to the captain. Suddenly, the tranquil surface of the blue lake shimmered with ripples. A massive shadow began to swell beneath the water, accompanied by the sound of splashing. As they looked again, a fearsome creature had emerged from the depths, half its body breaking the surface. Its ghostly green eyes, bluish-green scales, and fin-like wings appeared menacing under the flickering campfire, radiating an aura of terror and greed. A three-tiered creature, a draconic subspecies, the sea dragon beast, Jian thought in alarm. The gods above, how could a sea dragon beast be lurking in the sewers? What have these dog-headed creatures done? Before Jian could voice his thoughts, the enormous creature, measuring over 10 feet in length, began to glide towards him, its front half submerged in the water. Its menacing roar echoed through the cavern, capable of instilling fear in even the most resolute adventurers and humanoids, paralyzing them in place, ripe for consumption. Though Jian was a professional, he too was momentarily stunned by the creature's sudden roar, freezing in place for several seconds. Fortunately, a familiar melody reached his ears, dispelling the fear that had gripped him and allowing him to regain his composure. This was Shi, their only spellcaster, whose unique bardic ability, Inspire Courage, could influence the mind through music. Inspire Courage effectively alleviated fear among allies, enhancing their combat prowess and enabling them to maximize their potential while granting some resistance to charm and fear-related spells. Move quickly, Captain. The creature's dorsal fins have fully transformed into deep purple. It is an elder sea dragon beast, an adventurer exclaimed. While they may have been unfamiliar with the creature's lore, they were well aware of the dangers lurking near Ka Lan. Du Jian shouted, fully aware of the terror this beast represented. Sea dragon beasts were notorious for raiding merchant vessels and capsizing ships, often more ruthless than pirates, as they lacked any desire for negotiation. They sought treasures aboard ships and the sweet taste of flesh, both of which were inherent traits of draconic blood, while the latter was a favorite of vicious beasts. Even the smallest dog-headed creature would unwittingly collect shiny trinkets and coins. The members of the team, including Captain Wei Luan, were taken aback upon encountering the monstrous creature, instinctively retreating a few steps. The deafening roar further startled them, but the enchanting melodies of the bard, Shi, soon alleviated their fears. Nevertheless, this band of adventurers was not easily intimidated by the fearsome beast before them. After all, they had weathered many storms, though they had never hunted a third-tier monster. They were well acquainted with such sights. Even adult dragons had soared above them in the past, and in retrospect, there was little to fear, save for the need to change their trousers. Everyone, gather around. Bag, raise your tower shield, and stand at the front. Wei Luan swiftly commanded, urging the originally linear formation to converge. He assigned the second-tier shield warrior, the dwarf Bag, to take the defensive position. After all, true dragons were notoriously cunning creatures, and even the white dragon was renowned for its treachery, particularly its penchant for ambush. They could not allow this monster to isolate them and weaken their strength. This was Wei Luan's foremost concern. Stand behind me, my friends. Bag, the shield warrior, resolutely lifted his tower shield, positioning himself in front of his comrades, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the looming beast. He understood that if he fell, his teammates would be left vulnerable. The recently returned scout, Jean, readied his crossbow, knocking a specially enchanted arrow. The iron-tipped projectile would scarcely harm the scales of the sea dragon beast. As a ranger scout, he had prepared arrows specifically designed to combat high-tier monsters. Meanwhile, Wei Luan and another swordsman drew their long swords. The blades pointed defiantly at the advancing sea dragon beast. Even Luo Wei Fu trembled as she brandished her silver polearm, quaking before the colossal creature. In that moment, the cavern resonated solely with the melodies of the bard. It became evident that this strategy was effective. The team's hedgehog-like defense, though faced with the cunning and ferocious sea dragon beast, created a barrier that was difficult for the creature to breach. Yes, just like that. Slowly retreat. Let us leave this place. Wei Luan felt a surge of joy as he noticed the sea dragon beast's hesitance and whispered to his companions. The others, understanding the unspoken agreement, began to step back cautiously, attempting to return to the winding downward passage. Yet the sea dragon beast, though momentarily hesitant to strike, would not relinquish this opportunity for fresh prey. It bellowed to the nearby goblins, still fixated on the adventurers. Seize them and present them to me. The goblins, resembling upright red lizards, immediately grasped their weapons and, with a cacophony of yaps, rushed down from their perch towards the adventurers. Fight for the strong. This is the goblin's honor. Although the sea dragon beast was not a true dragon, it nonetheless commanded the reverence of these goblins who worshipped strength, regardless of its foolishness. The sea dragon beast possessed true dragon blood. Summoning minions was a fundamental skill of any true dragon. Almost all true dragons regarded their subordinates as a reserve of sustenance, indifferent to their losses. To them, as long as they could deplete the adventurer's life force, be it physical stamina or magical energy, the sacrifice was worth it. The adventurers, witnessing the swarm of goblins, felt a fleeting sense of triumph that was quickly extinguished, replaced by a fervent resolve to engage in battle. The goblins were not particularly fearsome. Most were merely ordinary goblins, with not a single second tier among them, and only a few first-tier goblins mingled in the fray. Under normal circumstances, Wei Luan would have been the first to launch an attack, for these low-tier monsters would fall before his cleave ability as easily as wheat. However, with the vigilant sea dragon beast lurking nearby, the cohesion of the team would now be put to the test. Could they withstand this wave of foes without allowing the dragon beast an opportunity to strike? This was a matter of life and death. Retreat to the narrow passage and hold your ground. It is unwise to linger by the lake, Wei Luan warned his teammates. His vigilance heightened as he observed the sea dragon beast disappearing into the waters. With the dragon beast's gaze no longer upon them, the adventurers easily retreated to the original cavern, taking position in a confined area to confront the goblins. There was no chance of retreating further. If surrounded by the multitude of goblins in an open space, they would be in grave peril. Only a creature as formidable as the 8-armed snake demon could withstand such an onslaught. However, as time passed, they managed to fell a quarter of the goblins, their bodies piling at the cave entrance, reaching nearly 3 feet high. Wei Luan and another swordsman felt their arms ache from the relentless hacking. Yet the sea dragon beast lurking beneath the lake remained elusive. Were they truly going to let it go? Confusion stirred among the group, a preposterous thought overshadowed by the stark reality before them. Meanwhile, in the upper ruined hall, a grotesque creature with haunting green slit pupils, akin to ghostly flames, slowly emerged from an inconspicuous waterway hidden within the chamber. As it slithered out of the water, it disdainfully shook off the droplets clinging to its scales, muttering, "Fresh water is truly insipid." After orienting itself, it made its way toward the nearby cavern, radiating a scent of the ocean. Its immense weight allowed it to glide over the ground as silently as a serpent, danger drawing ever closer. Chapter 59, The Art of High Escape. In the firelight hall, Gru Shur, with charred elbows and twin axes affixed to his back, knelt before the elevated figure of Gudun, reporting on the current state of the Heihua clan. "My lord, 2 more females have become pregnant. I have made the necessary arrangements. The gestation period will take approximately 2 tidal cycles. 2 tidal cycles refer to the number of times the water levels in the sewer system rise, which is roughly 60 days. The black-scaled dragon on the platform inclined its head slightly. The scattered goblins in the sewer seemed to have vanished. Despite the current atmosphere being less dire than in previous days, the adventurers were still more numerous than ever. So it refrained from sending out scouts for fear of being followed back to their lair. If they could contend with the adventurers, it would be one matter. Should they falter, the consequences would be dire. It was fortuitous that the clan could reproduce on its own, even if it took time, 2 months, to be precise. Nevertheless, it was preferable to having none at all. Gudun's long, serpentine tail brushed against Nina's feet as she counted the gold coins on the platform for the 3rd time, indicating its good spirits. Nina, taken aback by the sudden tail assault, felt a surge of irritation, yet she found herself powerless against Gudun. She could only grasp its tail to keep it still while continuing to tally the incomplete pile of coins. Her brow furrowed as she realized that within just 2 days, the initial count of 1,350 coins had dwindled to 680. She pondered over her expenditures, counting on her fingers to ascertain what she had purchased. The reinforced dragon breath potion, invisibility potion, luck potion, stone skin ointment, fire oil, flask of fire, and the forgetfulness elixir, along with the 2 0-level spell books purchased by Gwydion, caused Nina considerable distress as the cost of the spell books was nearly half that of the dimensional bag. The decision to acquire zero-ring spell books stemmed from Nina finally sensing a modicum of magical energy yesterday, though she still could not cast spells. Moreover, the only material left by the goblin spellcaster was an introductory meditation manual, lacking any spells. Thus, Gwydion resolved to procure a few zero-ring spells for her. Initially intending to buy 5, Nina hesitated to spend too much and ultimately purchased only 2, Mage Hand and Light. The former is an essential spell from the Introduction to Spells manual, while the latter was strongly recommended by Gwydion for its practical utility, as it could prove advantageous in certain situations. "Captain, prepare yourselves," boomed the bard, Zeiss, as he alerted his comrades at the exit of the subterranean lake. He raised his wand high, and in an instant, a blinding white light erupted from its tip. The zero-ring cantrip light. The white radiance exploded in the narrow passageway, blinding all the goblins clustered at the entrance, sending them into a chaotic, flailing frenzy. Some struck their own allies, while others fell into the lake, thrashing about in confusion. The scene descended into utter chaos. Unperturbed by the flash, Wherein and another swordsman seized the opportunity to engage in a relentless assault, each strike claiming the life of 1 or even 2 goblins. However, they refrained from pursuing further into the lake's depths, remaining cautiously within 5 feet of the entrance. Shielded by Barge's tower shield, mindful of the greatest threat looming, the third-tier sea dragon beast, which had yet to reveal itself, casting a shadow of unease over the group. The goblins' casualties had already reached nearly half their number, yet they showed no signs of retreat. Wherein plunged his sword into the ground and spat in frustration, wiping the sweat from his brow before drawing his blade once more. He gazed at the still fervent goblins, puzzled. Typically, goblins would not fight so fiercely when victory seemed unattainable, especially without a true dragon supervising them. The situation bore an unsettling resemblance to imminent victory. "We'll clear out one more wave of goblins and then depart. Remember to collect their ears. We can trade them for a few coins," Wherein suggested, though he felt a twinge of anxiety. 50 goblins surrounding them was still a considerable threat, necessitating a partial clearance before making their exit. A cautious yet steady approach to avoid calamity. In the midst of contemplation, he reminded his companions to gather the goblins' ears, as they could fetch a modest sum at the Adventurers' Guild. Roviv held her spear, its tip poised, anxiously staring at the tranquil blue lake beyond the passage. She was not alone. Nearly every member of the adventuring party cast glances toward the placid waters, aware of the monstrous creature lurking beneath. The anticipation was palpable, particularly with the knowledge that a single arrow could prove fatal. Yet, the more she fixated on the serene lake, the more a sense of unease and restlessness welled within her, a suffocating sensation that made it difficult to breathe. Just as she contemplated taking a breath, a flicker of ethereal green fire caught her peripheral vision. Turning to focus, she beheld a menacing lizard-like head emerging from around the corner. Its blue-green scales glimmered ominously, and its gaping maw revealed 3 razor-sharp teeth reminiscent of a shark. Fear, confusion, and dread enveloped Roviv in an instant, a chilling shiver racing down her spine. She opened her mouth to speak, but found herself rendered speechless in the face of the creature's presence. Helplessly watching as it launched a surprise attack on the party's most pivotal member, the bard, Zeiss. As the sea dragon approached within 15 feet, Zeiss sensed the impending danger. Ceasing his uplifting melody, he glanced sideways and noticed the peculiar red-haired girl staring blankly at him, or rather, at what lay behind him. In that moment, he discerned the threat in Roviv's eyes and hastily attempted to cast a first-ring spell, Mage Armor, followed by a hasty application of grease. However, it was too late. The creature's gaping maw, reeking of brine, swiftly severed the bard, who had been singing only moments before, in two. The headless corpse collapsed to the ground, leaving the others engaged in battle with the goblins momentarily stunned and bewildered. Yet, the cunning dragon would not linger, having eliminated the most troublesome spellcaster. Next, it turned its attention to the weakest link, the most vulnerable target. A massive tail swept towards Roviv, and the sound of the wind alone signaled that a direct hit could be lethal. The others remained in shock. The only one capable of saving Roviv was herself. Feeling the force of the wind at her ears, she summoned an unexpected courage, biting her tongue to shake off the terror of the sea dragon. With remarkable speed, she performed a peculiar gesture and brushed her left hand against a silver ring. Magic flared to life upon the ring, and in the next heartbeat, no, in less than half a second, Roviv's petite form vanished from the cave. The 6th level spell, Greater Teleportation, ranked alongside teleportation, though the former lacked the latter's stability, instead transporting the caster randomly within a 10-mile radius. Most mages would not bother committing this spell to memory, but it possessed a unique feature absent in teleportation: instantaneous casting, allowing for immediate relocation. It served as an excellent means of evading area spells or targeted attacks, without the risk of being caught mid-portal by a falling meteor. Nevertheless, its practicality was often questioned, given the multitude of superior 6th level spells, such as Trigger, Dispel, and Anti-Magic Field. It was impractical for higher level mages to memorize this spell solely for escape, as they possessed numerous other means of retreat, such as the 2nd level Magic Rope, or the 3rd level Blink and Haste, along with the more reliable teleportation. With such spells, high-level mages have no need for unpredictable and random incantations. However, as a magical artifact, this ring adorned with the 6th ring spell Greater Escape is quite commendable. It does not occupy a spell slot and serves as a trump card for escape, making it a valuable magical ring. Yet, it carries a slight element of uncertainty. Loifu did not wish to resort to this spell, but in her predicament, she found herself left with no alternatives. If she were to withstand a blow, she might lose the chance to utilize the escape ring. She was not like those seasoned adventurers, robust and unfazed by the onslaught of a 3rd-tier beast. The probability was high that she would be slammed against the wall, rendered powerless in battle, and left at the mercy of the sea dragon beast, unable to resist. The risk of losing her life on the spot was all too real. At present, Loifu found a measure of solace in the fact that she was in the sewers, not the wilderness outside the city. The security and distribution of monsters here were certainly much lower than that of the wild. If she were in the wilderness, it would be all too easy to be randomly teleported into the territory of a hill giant or a pack of gnolls, or even into a dragoness lair. Yet, during her time in the sewers, apart from a few rat men and the dog-headed creatures she had just encountered, she had seen no other monsters. The likelihood of encountering beasts was certainly minimal, and as long as her Greater Escape did not land her in a monster's den, she was confident she could return to the surface of Kalandu and inform the Adventurers Guild of the dragon beast. After all, the news of a 3rd-tier dragon beast lurking in the sewers of Kalandu would surely entice the noble lords to offer generous rewards for seasoned adventurer teams to eliminate it. Anyone who knew a monster was beneath their feet would likely find it impossible to sleep, even knowing it was a sea dragon that could not stray far from the ocean. As Loifu's form vanished into the depths of the cavern, her thoughts were tumultuous. The recent gruesome death of the bard Shisi had made her acutely aware that death was not merely a simple phrase in a novel. It was a bloody, painful reality. The bard, who had just been singing to uplift their spirits, was swiftly ambushed by the sea dragon beast and had his head bitten off, blood pooling around him. This stark reality was difficult for the 11 or 12-year-old girl to accept, particularly when considering the adventurer team without a spellcaster, facing a fully powered sea dragon beast, flanked by its dog-headed minions. Even without understanding the full extent, she knew they stood no chance of survival. "I will inform the Adventurers Guild and have them avenge you," Loifu silently resolved. Yet, as she regained her focus and surveyed her surroundings, she was immediately struck dumb, her delicate face reflecting astonishment as her small hand instinctively pressed against the cold wall beside her. Before her, illuminated by the flickering flames of a campfire, sat a serene white-haired dragonborn girl, diligently copying something at a table. Nina. The name sprang to Loifu's mind as she recognized the striking vertical pupils and familiar visage. Although she had only met Nina twice, she had idolized her. Younger than herself, Nina had already become a formidable adventurer, an accomplishment that left Loifu in awe. But why was she here? "Nina," she called softly. Startled, Nina looked up from her writing, taken aback by the gentle voice of a girl calling her. Upon seeing the figure in a black hooded cloak, wielding a silver spear, she was momentarily bewildered. The girl, with her fiery red hair, stood by the elevated platform, gazing at her with wide eyes. It was the girl from the alchemist Fulan's shop who had mistaken her for a ghost. But what was her name again? Nina had been engrossed in her study of zero-ring spell models and momentarily forgot the girl's name. Yet, there was no doubt she recognized her, having encountered her more than once. But what was she doing here? "Nina, how did you end up here? Are you also here to hunt ratmen? I heard from Sister Fulan that you bought many potions. She thought you were going outside the city." Loifu, still recovering from her earlier ordeal, spoke rapidly to calm her racing thoughts. This is..." Nina hesitated, realizing she was in the campfire hall, the residence of goblins, the domain of Mr. Gaduin, and her home. However, before she could decide whether to disclose her location to Loifu, the latter, still breathless from her escape, patted her chest anxiously and said, "Nina, Do you know what lurks in the sewers? Nina looked at the somewhat frantic red-haired girl with confusion. What? There's a dragon. A dragon is hiding in the sewers. Lo Weifu exclaimed, her face pale with fear. Upon hearing this, Nina's expression changed instantly. A hint of unease creeping into her heart as her gaze instinctively darted up towards the platform, then quickly recoiled. Could it be that Mr. Geduin had been exposed? That shouldn't be possible. She had never revealed Mr. Geduin's existence to Lady Wilo. When it came to her teammates, she always spoke in vague terms. Moreover, if the information had leaked from her side, Lo Weifu wouldn't have spoken so openly. Nina noticed the shift in Lo Weifu's demeanor, but it was entirely understandable. Anyone would react that way upon hearing about a dragon, especially one hidden in the sewers. Such news would undoubtedly stir the Adventurers Guild of Kalandu. Don't be afraid, Nina. The dragon isn't here. I escaped using a relic left to me by my mother, Lo Weifu revealed, displaying the silver ring on her finger to reassure Nina. She wanted to soothe Nina's anxiety and continue sharing her unfinished tale. However, she couldn't shake the feeling of being watched and suddenly recalled why Nina was studying in the sewers, particularly in the dark streets. Where exactly was this place? As realization dawned on her, Lo Weifu turned abruptly and was met with a scene that sent chills down her spine. Goblins, as numerous as the dog-headed creatures she had encountered earlier, were crouched silently on the ground, save for one goblin with singed elbows, who was staring intently in her direction. No, more accurately, it was looking upwards. Lo Weifu instinctively turned her gaze to the rocky ceiling above. What she saw made her heart race, a scaly tail swaying in the air. Following the tail, her eyes shifted leftward, revealing a back covered in black scales, massive wings, and finally, a fearsome head with 4 horns. The dragon's head was slightly elevated. Its dark, golden vertical pupils fixed intently upon her, filled with scrutiny and curiosity. By the gods, was this truly a dragon? Lo Weifu clutched the spear tightly in her hand, which clattered to the ground with a resounding metallic echo. The sound reverberated throughout the bonfire hall. Chapter 61, Surprise. Geduin flicked its tail and leapt gracefully from the platform, its robust, muscular form landing silently and without disturbance. It approached the girl before it, who wore a black hood and sported red twin tails. Coming to a halt, Geduin swept the silver spear lying on the ground aside with its tail, the sound of it rolling irking Lo Weifu. Clearing the space, Geduin crouched before the girl, casting a shadow over her with its slightly spread wings, thus intimidating her from above. Despite the overwhelming curiosity evident in its eyes, Geduin's expression remained unchanged, impassive as ever. It was contemplating, yet the girl could no longer contain herself. Lo Weifu gazed at the fearsome creature, her heart racing as she could almost hear its breath, exuding a sulphurous scent that enveloped her. Trembling, she raised her finger to point at it, muttering, "Please, don't come closer. My flesh is not delectable." The oppressive silence, coupled with the menacing aura surrounding the black dragon, compounded by her own psychological associations, made her take several steps back, losing her balance and falling to the ground. A sob threatened to escape her throat. "Perhaps I should help you calm down?" Geduin's voice resonated like solid rock, clear and weighty in Lo Weifu's ears, causing her to shiver. A true dragon capable of communication, not a Wutsai dragon. "Who are you? What do you want?" Her voice trembled, and she cast a pleading glance toward Nina, who was watching from a distance. Nina reassured her with a calming gesture, leaving everything to Mr. Geduin, as she would not interfere with his decisions, for she was intrinsically linked to him. "I am Geduin, as you can see, a genuine dragon, as you have termed it." Its enunciation was precise, exhibiting a decorum that starkly contrasted with its fearsome exterior, resembling that of a gentleman from high society. "Could you recount to me the tale of the dragon you mentioned in the sewers?" "I am most intrigued," Geduin continued, its gaze inadvertently drifting to the silver ring in Lo Weifu's hand, a hunger restrained. At that moment, the dragon's greed was subdued by its intellect. Having seen the staggering value of the ring, 600,000 to 800,000 gold coins, a high-grade magical artifact. Though Geduin was unaware if the ring possessed the ability to teleport as claimed by the girl, the price alone was astonishing. The value of this ring far surpassed that of Geduin itself, if sold by weight. A girl who could possess such a ring, regardless of her ordinary status, must surely be aware of its significance. Furthermore, her movements within the perilous sewers teeming with adventurers would not be difficult to trace. Perhaps she even had a father of heroic stature or a legendary grandfather. The cautionary tales from the ratfolk tribes loomed large. Geduin was not so foolish as to believe it could act recklessly in isolation. Since learning of the ratfolk's downfall, Geduin had devised a plan for encounters with formidable foes. Thus, it harbored no intentions of harm toward the girl. It only sought to glean the story of the dragon she spoke of before allowing her to leave. The dragon, it's a sea dragon beast. We discovered it in a tunnel excavated by the dog-headed people who were performing a ritual for it at the time. It was enormous and elongated, a deep blue-green, moving silently. According to Mr. Keene, it is an ancient sea dragon beast, having lived for over a century. Noticing that the black dragon seemed genuinely non-threatening and had no desire to consume her, Luafu ceased her sobbing and began recounting her harrowing encounter in the dog-headed tribe's lair. Her voice quivered with residual fear, her breath hitching intermittently. She spoke of the initial discovery, detailing the ensuing struggle with the dog-headed beings in the narrow tunnels. Eventually, she found herself seated on the ground, hugging her knees, her eyes vacant as she continued. It was cunning, attacking from behind. I realized it too late and couldn't utter a word. I could only watch helplessly as it devoured Mr. Zeise's head. Fear lingered in Luafu's eyes, her body curling tighter, resembling a frightened quail. Zeise was the bard in my adventuring party, our only spellcaster, she added. Gaduin's expression shifted upon hearing Luafu's mention of the underground cave and the blue lake. A sudden thought struck as it recalled Nina's earlier mention of the oysters from the sewers. Could that underground cave be connected to the outer ocean? The ultimate escape route? Suddenly, Gaduin's excitement was palpable, its maw curling into a fearsome grin, an expression only Nina could interpret as one of delight. Gaduin, indifferent to the perceptions of others, continued to question the somewhat dazed girl. What do the adventurers say about that underground lake? Mr. Keene mentioned that it might connect to the Swordshell Bay. Upon hearing this, Gaduin resolved to seize the dog-headed lair. It began to scour the archives of dragon heritage regarding sea dragon beasts, recognizing that the first challenge would be to confront this sea dragon beast, a subspecies of true dragons. The sea dragon beast typically fell within the second to third tiers of strength. However, if its dorsal fins were deep purple, it would undoubtedly be of the third tier. Not only was it physically powerful, but it also possessed abilities akin to magic. It was resistant to electrical and water-based spells, and immune to certain toxins. Sleep and paralysis would have no effect on it. Such a creature presented a formidable challenge, yet Gaduin felt a significant reduction in pressure. Knowing it was not a true dragon, beasts devoid of intelligence were often easier to manipulate. Unfortunately, its own tier was insufficient, otherwise, it might have subdued the creature under its wings without a struggle. Gaduin sighed softly, furrowing its brow, yet overall, it remained confident. Solutions would emerge, but they required refinement and precision, for there might only be a single opportunity. Even the sea dragon beast, with its innate cunning derived from true dragon blood, would not easily fall for the same trick twice. Lacking a confidence of at least 90%, Gaduin was reluctant to engage. Gudun has wholeheartedly begun to contemplate how to conquer the lair of the dog-headed creatures. Yet, it has not forgotten the girl before it, who remains transfixed. Gazing at it, after pondering for a moment and carefully inquiring about the steps and details, ensuring nothing is amiss, Gudun returned directly to the high platform. With its agile claws, it retrieved a vial of potion and handed it to Inaina. Make her drink it, not a drop should be left. In the grand hall, Gudun did not conceal its words. It stood upon the elevated platform, using its nimble tail to present the potion vial to Inaina below, reiterating the instructions. She was to drink it and then cover her eyes, after which, 2 hours later, the goblins would place her at the nearest sewer entrance. Inaina accepted the potion. Nodding, she was well aware of its nature. This was the memory erasure potion, valued at 50 gold coins per vial. It could erase the memories of ordinary individuals. And while it could also affect low-tier adventurers, there was a chance that higher-tier professionals might resist its effects. Originally, this potion was concocted by a brilliant student from a certain mage school, who sought to determine if it could be used to reset spells by erasing memories to circumvent the spell limit imposed by the magic net. Unfortunately, it proved to be a failure, as the intellect of high-level mages, and indeed anyone trained in the arts, came with inherent immunity. Thus, the potion could not erase the memories of professionals, relegating it to a failed experiment aimed solely at ordinary people. However, this potion found its niche among the hedonistic nobility, who devised various novel uses for it, such as ensuring that lovers remained perpetually enamored, experiencing each encounter as if it were the first. The duration of memory erasure depended on the potion's dosage, ranging from 1 hour to a full day, making it quite feasible. The reason for waiting 2 hours was to allow the potion in Luo Wei Fu's stomach to be completely digested and absorbed, ensuring that no one would suspect she had consumed the memory-erasing elixir. After drinking the potion, she was also required to take a complimentary sleeping draft. This second potion was relatively inexpensive, costing merely a few silver coins, and came with no side effects. At first glance, this method appeared somewhat futile. However, it was currently the most suitable option for Gudun. although it could only affect first and second-tier adventurers or ordinary folk. This limitation posed no significant threat to Gudun, as it was not capable of confronting third-tier professionals. Gudun's intention was straightforward, to make the girl before it forget its existence. With the aid of the memory-erasing potion, this task would not prove to be overly challenging. In truth, the fourth-tier spell, Modify Memory, could achieve a more thorough result, but Gudun had no access to such magic and had to settle for this alternative. Moreover, Modify Memory would exhibit magical fluctuations that could potentially reveal its use to a perceptive high-level mage. Thus, the potion was more convenient. Despite its limitations, this approach suited Gudun perfectly, as it did not intend to erase spells. It merely sought to ensure that the girl forgot about it. The risk of exposure was minimal, rendering it a low-risk endeavor. In contrast, the alternative, plundering the silver ring and killing the human girl, all while gambling on her being alone at home, seemed a gamble fraught with peril. The likelihood of success in that scenario was akin to a young copper dragon successfully teasing an ancient red dragon in its lair. Gudun, not lacking in intelligence, understood that the first option was preferable, even if it meant parting with several thousand gold coins. This choice would spare it the torment of constantly fearing the appearance of a portal through which high-tier adventurers might emerge to obliterate it. Drink up, Luo Wei-Fu, or Mr. Gudun will not let you go, and I nod gently urged, presenting the memory-erasing potion before the red-haired girl. Though her words were soft, her gaze remained fixed upon the girl, observing for any signs of resistance. Sitting on the ground, Luo Wei-Fu, upon hearing Inai Na's words, lifted her head and hesitated. But if I drink this, I won't be able to report the matter of the adventurer team to the Adventurers Guild. What about the Hailong Beast? What will happen to the deceased adventurers? As she spoke, Luo Wei-Fu's emotions began to rise. Working at Fu Lan's alchemy shop, she was acutely aware of the nature of this potion. She knew that drinking it would indeed erase all memories of the day's events, including the engagement of the adventurer team that had led her into the sewer. Her recollections might halt at yesterday, or perhaps this morning. Moreover, without someone to remind her, she would be entirely unaware of her amnesia. Yet, she did not wish to forget those who had died, in part due to her presence. Inai Na gazed into the sincere, amber-hued eyes of the girl, smiling gently as she blinked her reptilian pupils at Luo Wei-Fu. Rest assured, Luo Wei-Fu, Mr. Gudun will certainly assist you in resolving this issue. Her eyes swept across the firelit hall, taking in the now somewhat endearing goblins, the familiar dilapidated buildings, and the black-scaled dragon perched on the platform, furrowing its brow as it calculated with its claws on the ground. It is not only for your sake, Mr. Gudun acts for himself and his clan. Of course, this last statement was kept to herself. Inai Na had been quietly listening and was well aware that the caverns beneath the lair of the dog-headed creatures connected to the ocean. This implied that the Black Drake possessed a secret escape route unknown to others, which could prove invaluable in a critical moment. Luo Wei-Fu looked at Inai Na and then at the dragon, seemingly deep in thought. Finally, with a sigh, she rose, brushed off the dust from her clothing, and accepted the potion from Inai Na's hand. She drank it in one gulp, the glow of the campfire highlighting the graceful curve of her pale neck as she swallowed. After finishing, Luo Wei-Fu opened her mouth and reached out to grasp Inai Na's hand. With a delicate pinky promise, she whispered in a faint voice, Inai Na, we have a pact now, no lies. And then, she consumed the other vial of sleeping potion Inai Na held, quickly succumbing to drowsiness and collapsing onto the ground. Lost to consciousness. As Gudun continued to calculate based on the information Luo Wei-Fu had provided, it caught sight of this scene from the corner of its eye and nodded slightly. A great weight lifted from its heart. After all, the credibility of this girl was nearly non-existent in Gudun's eyes. With the consumption of the memory-erasing potion, there was no cause for concern. Now, Gudun merely needed to devise a plan to deal with the Hailong Beast, and everything would be settled. Previously, it had refrained from acting hastily due to the fear of the dragon's formidable strength within the lair, which could lead to its demise. However, now that it understood the beast within was merely a dragon creature, matters became considerably easier. The tables had turned. Gudun was now the one in the know while the others remained oblivious. With careful consideration, it could still confront an elder dragon beast in the form of a drake. After all, is there not the power of spending money? Gudun glanced at the golden coins beneath him, for the first time finding these delightful treasures far more aesthetically pleasing than any ore. He weakly mentioned that this text first appeared on Qi-Dian, and the essence of this chapter is truly worthy of attention. The author is generally responsive to inquiries. Chapter 63. Regret. 2 hours swiftly passed. Gudun observed Nina, now disguised, leading the goblins as they carried away the red-haired girl with the high-level magical artifact from the bonfire hall. He retracted his gaze, having no intention of following them. Numerous adventuring teams still roamed the sewers outside, and encountering them would be rather unfortunate. The goblins were easier to explain. Gudun had instructed them well. So even if they were captured or killed, their loyalty would ensure their silence regarding him. Nina, having survived in the dark street sewers for so long, possessed keen observational skills and, coupled with her disguise, had nothing to fear, leaving Gudun untroubled. Thus, accompanying them would only add to the risk. With Nina and the elite goblins overseeing the situation, Gudun felt reassured. These adventurers had ventured into the southeastern area of the sewers in pursuit of ratmen, an endeavor somewhat related to the ratmen's escape, but also indicative of their madness. If not for Gudun's recent training of the goblins from the Heihua clan within the bonfire hall, they might have been discovered by adventurers, who could have easily purged the hall. However, upon reflection, stronger adventurers had likely departed after their successful extermination of the Ratmen tribe on the first day. The initial day had been highly lucrative, but subsequent returns diminished, rendering further efforts less profitable. Adventurers valued efficiency and returns. Moreover, the number of Ratmen at the first and second tier was limited, and the copper coin bounties for the ordinary Ratmen no longer justified the time and effort for them. Now, the remaining teams in the sewers were mostly minor players, none exceeding the third tier. Should they venture close, it might merely be an unintentional encounter. Of course, risks still lurked. Furthermore, Gudun's mind was preoccupied with thoughts of the kobold lair. Although he had calculated extensively and formulated a draft in his mind, the idea of a cavern beneath the kobold lair connecting to the ocean stirred an uncontrollable excitement within him. If that cavern indeed led to the ocean, he might attempt to establish a stable presence within the city's sewers, allowing for continuous development rather than planning an escape after his youth. Perhaps he could even endure until adulthood. The black-scaled dragon atop the high platform, lost in thought, couldn't help but widen its maw, capable of swallowing dozens of pounds of meat. Before long, when Nina returned with the goblins to the bonfire hall, she found Gudun's chin, adorned with sharp, backward-facing spikes, resting on a pile of gleaming gold coins. His long, serpentine tail hung over the edge of the platform, dangling midway, with slitted pupils devoid of focus. He seemed lost in contemplation, although his peripheral vision remained vigilant along the corridor. Upon noticing Nina's return, Gudun swiftly lifted his head. As she approached, he inquired in a deep, sonorous voice, "Nina, did anything unexpected occur during your journey?" "Not at all, Mr. Gudun. The sewers are much quieter than usual." Without a ripple of disturbance, I escorted Luo Wei Fu to a corner where she could see the sewer entrance, then left her there, hiding until she awoke and departed before I returned. As Nina rounded the corner towards the back of the platform, she occasionally glanced up at Gudun. Soon, Nina's voice echoed again. "Mr. Gudun, regarding the kobold lair, I can assist you in investigating it. After all, we still possess the invisibility potion. With it, I would have no issues." Nina climbed onto a stepping stone behind the platform, gripping the edge with both hands. With a push, she hoisted herself up, slightly out of breath as she stepped over Gudun's elongated form to stand before him. Her small slit-like pupils brimmed with sincerity, almost overflowing with eagerness. However, after observing her for a time, Gudun shook his head, resolutely declining her offer. "Nina, the reason I have gathered the goblins as my subordinates is not for them to train here. They will be dispatched when the time comes. There is no need for you to go." Gudun had no desire for Nina to take such risks, which seemed meaningless, especially since he was not alone. Noticing the flicker of disappointment in her expression, he softened his tone and added, "At least not for now. Moreover, I do not plan to take any action in the coming days. The outside remains perilous. Once the sewer's quests have been withdrawn, it will not be too late to act then. By that time, I would certainly require your assistance in procuring some alchemical potions, scrolls, and other materials from the alchemy shop, while also observing the situation of that little girl." Gudun had intended to delay his actions for a few days or even a week. He could afford that time. Venturing into the kobold lair to confront that sea dragon beast now or tomorrow could very well lead to the adventure tales recounted by bards, where an adventuring party is drawn in by the tumult of two dragons clashing, seizing the opportunity to claim the head of the vile dragon. He did not wish to become a mere supporting character in such tales. Moreover, he intended to take a significant portion of the Heihua clan with him. Bolstered by his war command and the rudimentary training from recent days, he believed they would prove valuable. With so many adventurers in the sewers, marching alongside the goblins could easily lead to discovery. Upon hearing Gudun's explanation, Nina nodded in agreement, but then cast a sympathetic glance at the pile of coins beneath him. Her dreams felt increasingly distant. Yet, she understood that certain sacrifices were necessary, so she held her tongue. Still, She felt a sense of dissatisfaction at being able to assist Gedun only to a limited extent. She yearned to fight alongside him. If only I were a sorceress like Sister Shiliya, perhaps I could stand beside Mr. Gedun in battle without having to wait long. Nina watched Gedun, who was calculating the costs of the alchemy shop's inventory, her thoughts wandering. Growing up in an orphanage, the matron's words were etched in her heart. All things must be earned through one's own efforts. Above all, she wished to prove her worth before Gedun, ensuring she would not be easily discarded in the future. In other words, Nina felt an acute lack of security, fearing a return to her past. Thus, she yearned for strength to validate her place before Gedun. With a tentative tone, Nina asked, Mr. Gedun, do you know how sorcerers come into being? Gedun, engrossed in examining a spell scroll and grimacing at the price, tilted his head at Nina's question. Why do you ask that? However, upon seeing the hopeful glimmer in her eyes, he could surmise her thoughts and shook his head, addressing her. I am not familiar with other sorcerers, but the Longmai sorcerer requires a fortuitous alignment of circumstances. Your bloodline is rather thin. Moreover, sorcerers typically awaken their magical abilities only after reaching a certain age. The Black Dragon, who was examining the shopping list, paused for a moment, casting a glance at Nina from head to toe, as well as at her true appearance after shedding her disguise. In contrast to the age at which Longmai sorcerers typically awaken, he shook his head with a hint of regret, remarking that she was still too young. Indeed, Nina's current age is quite tender, although her demeanor often belies her youth. In just a few days since its birth, Gedun has already grown to her waist height, now sitting at a level where they can meet eye to eye. While the enhancement from the interface is notable, the fact remains that its physical length exceeds hers by a significant margin. Nina wished to counter this observation but found herself at a loss for words, as she indeed had not yet reached the age of 10. The usual awakening age for dragon-blooded sorcerers is generally between 12 and 13, with some even awakening as late as 20. It dawned on her that aspiring to awaken sorceress talents at her current age was somewhat premature. Of course, in the case of divine offspring, awakening at birth is not outside the realm of possibility. Ultimately, Nina decided to refrain from further probing Gedun regarding the Longmai sorcerer. Instead, she climbed down to the platform and settled into a small chair left behind by the caster, resuming her study of the arcane tome that was both obscure and tedious, seeking to enhance her magical knowledge. At this juncture, Nina had yet to achieve what the mage's entry manual described, the ability to easily access the weave of magic established by the goddess Mistra across the continent of Ao. She could sense it but could neither touch nor alter it, requiring further meditation to grasp its intricacies. Thus, the 2 0-level cantrips remained of little use to her. Without the ability to interact with the weave, constructing spell models for incantation or gestures was merely a distant dream. Her journey as a mage was still in its infancy. Nevertheless, Nina's inquiries prompted Gedun to contemplate what would be necessary to create dragon-blooded minions. If he could imbue the goblins of the Heihua clan with dragon blood, it might serve as a viable pathway to enhance their strength. However, he lacked the discerning eye for beauty that ordinary true dragons possess. He had attempted to find any semblance of beauty among the female goblins, but found himself unable to do so, seemingly hindered by the nature of their souls. In contrast, he could discern beauty and ugliness in humans or in the memories of true dragons. Typically, true dragons do not mate until they reach the age of juvenile dragons, approximately 50 to 100 years, after which they possess the capability to produce offspring with dragon blood. Even with Gedun's intentions, he was constrained by circumstances. Notably, most first-generation dragon-blooded beings in AIO resulted from juvenile dragons during their travels, utilizing their keen perception to seek beauty. After all, collecting treasures and establishing territories necessitated finding suitable locations, and some true dragons would invest decades in site selection. Once dragons reach the ancient stage, 800 to 1,000 years, they lose their reproductive capabilities altogether. Despite a lifetime often spent in slumber, the offspring they produce remains quite significant. While sifting through the vast legacy of dragons, Gedun soon discovered the means of catalyzing dragon-blooded beings, which fall into 3 categories. The first method involves mating with a creature, resulting in offspring that invariably possess dragon lineage, commonly referred to as dragon-blooded, which serves as the primary source of Longmai sorcerers. It is said that larger dragon-blooded sorcerer families either enter into contracts with true dragons, such as the Drow of the Underdark, or capture true dragons to maintain a certain level of dragon bloodline, preventing dilution, as exemplified by a shadow dragon. The second method entails a ritual transformation, wherein oils or blood extracted from a dragon's body are crafted into potions and applied to the entire body, thus converting the individual into a dragon-blooded being. The fire-blooded dwarves enslaved by red dragons and the woodland sprites controlled by green dragons are products of this process. Additionally, many powerful dragon-blooded minions can choose to directly absorb the blood of true dragons to transform into dragon-blooded beings, though this often carries a risk of death. The third method involves consuming various parts of a dragon's body, such as eating dragon flesh or drinking dragon blood, which over time induces the emergence of dragon bloodline within the consumer. For instance, the Frostblood orcs of the north have developed their dragon bloodline through long-term hunting of white dragons and consuming everything edible from their bodies. Currently, Gwydion finds the second method most feasible, transforming his minions into dragon-blooded beings through the dragon blood ritual. However, this ritual requires a caster of a certain level, specifically at least a 4th-tier spellcaster, typically a true dragon that has reached adulthood and possesses sorceress rank. There exists another approach involving spells and divine arts to experimentally create dragon-blooded beings. The evil dragon goddess Tiamat and the platinum dragon god Bahamut have both engaged in such endeavors. Numerous legendary mages have also experimented, with the dragon lion possibly being a product of such magical experimentation. Dragon-blooded beings such as chimeras and three-headed dragons, which rival true dragons, are also creations of deities, their bodies undeniably coursing with the blood of true dragons, albeit without any ancestral connection to them. As Gwydion perused the dragon legacy, he redefined the concept of dragon-blooded beings. However, constrained by limitations, he was compelled to abandon this notion, for even if a 4th-tier spellcaster were willing to assist with the ritual, he lacked the necessary quantity for transformation. Furthermore, whether the bloodline of a hatchling dragon would significantly diminish the outcome remained uncertain. The hall's campfire continued to burn brightly, while the goblins diligently engaged in their training. Apart from the crackling of the fire, the sounds of goblin footsteps and the swishing of staffs filled the air. Unbeknownst to him, Gwydion began to feel a pang of hunger in his abdomen. Thus, he subtly signaled to Jalushi with a cough. Understanding the implication of Gwydion's gesture, Jalushi promptly instructed the goblins to present his dinner, a large pot filled with chunks of bullfrog and a dozen or so roasted catfish, weighing several tens of pounds, comprised the evening meal. It was indeed a lavish feast, though the taste left much to be desired. Gwydion held no lofty expectations for the culinary skills of the goblins. He sifted through the pot, selecting some food for Nina, and then added a sprinkle of a powder resembling chili to enhance the flavor. This particular spice had been procured from Fulan's alchemical shop at the behest of Nina, who had commissioned the half-elf to assist with the purchase. Such seasonings were not typically found in alchemical shops and were relatively expensive, with Gwydion's small vial costing 10 silver coins. After the additions were completed, Gwydion promptly invited Nina to dine with him. During the meal, it seemed, perhaps due to an illusion, that Nina was eating with greater fervor and consuming more than before. The sewers blazed with fire, while above the ground, the free city of Ka-Lan-Du was enveloped in wisps of smoke. The white smoke emanating from the chimneys of various households converged into a persistent fog, and the taverns within the urban area flickered to life, bustling with activity. The nightlife of Ka-Lan-Du would officially commence only after the last ray of light from the undulating mountains had vanished. Among the throng was a red-haired maiden, who, leaning on a silver spear and dragging her weary form, entered an inconspicuous establishment in the civilian district with a bewildered expression. In the tranquil night, an unforeseen storm descended upon the free city of Ka-Lan-Du, ravaging the land for 2 days and nights before finally relenting. The rain nourished this land, whose very air bore the scent of copper, and adorned the magnificent city with a post-bath sheen. Many merchants, prepared in advance and having hired workers to relocate goods from the dock area, breathed a sigh of relief. At the first light of dawn, they hurriedly boarded carriages to inspect their warehouses, praying that the storm lord Talos would spare his followers from loss, especially since they had paid for his protection. However, the rain did not cease for long. Before the first ray of dawn had risen above the horizon, a light drizzle began anew, and the leaden clouds above the city showed no signs of parting. It appeared that the aftermath of the storm was far from over. Just as the day began to break, with the city gates opening, Cecilia, who had returned to the White Horse Inn for rest, listened to the drumming rain outside alongside her captain, Marglasia. Rising from her seat, Cecilia approached the sole window of the room, observing the droplets cascading from the eaves. The small, rusted crown, the dimensional crown, had been removed from her soft gray hair. With only 2 uses remaining, she dared not utilize it carelessly. In Ka-Lan-Du, such an elven-styled magical artifact, when worn, would invariably attract unwanted envy, prompting her to remove it before entering the city. "Captain, do you think they will believe us?" Cecilia asked, gazing at the nearly deserted streets of the civilian district, where the rain fell softly. Her voice, imbued with a youthful tenderness, resonated within the simplicity of the inn-s room. Her gray eyes, deep and cool, contrasted with her gentle tone, while the slight flutter of her elegant black robes signified that this adventure had indeed fostered significant growth within the sorceress. Both her mindset and abilities had evolved. 2 days prior, after Cecilia had cast the third instance of high invisibility associated with the dimensional crown, she found herself naturally comprehending the 3-ring spell, invisibility sphere, and a gift from the wind elemental bloodline, also a 3-ring spell, wind cloak. The invisibility sphere allows all creatures within a 10-foot radius to vanish from sight, rendering their body temperature, scent, and sounds undetectable for a duration of 8 hours. It is important to note that any offensive action, being attacked, eating, or drinking will cause the invisibility effect to dissipate. The wind cloak creates a swirling barrier of strong winds around the caster. Any weapon attacks or projectiles must pass a wind pressure check, failing which the attack is nullified, while success reduces damage. The barrier's size can be controlled by the caster, but its durability is affected by its dimensions. This explains why the dimensional crown still had 2 uses left, as they had relied on Cecilia's newly acquired spell, invisibility sphere, to conceal themselves during their subsequent journey. Their timely return to Ka-Lan-Du was due to the protection of Wind Cloak, which allowed them to navigate through the raging storm unscathed. Primarily, after Cecilia had cast high invisibility 3 times, the chilling presence that had lingered seemed to have been shaken off, alleviating the sense of being watched like a parasite. This was also why they dared to conserve the uses of the dimensional crown. After all, each use diminished its count. Understanding a 3-ring spell signified that Cecilia had officially entered the ranks of 3rd-tier sorceresses. This was indeed a remarkable feat. A 15-year-old 3rd-tier sorceress would be seen as extraordinarily gifted and could easily be suspected of being a direct descendant of some wind giant. However, the cost of her rapid growth was significant. A single daring adventure had resulted in 5 going forth, yet only 2 returning, along with a pseudo-dragon. Thus, since her advancement to 3rd-tier sorceress, Cecilia had not shown even a hint of joy within the confines of the White Horse Inn, rather a palpable sense of concern. The gray clouds hovering above the clock tower of Ka-Lan-Du cast a somewhat oppressive atmosphere, compounded by the serious matters that lay ahead. This compelled the newly minted 3rd-tier sorceress, Cecilia, to feel an urge to express herself. "It will be all right, Cecilia. Just speak the truth to them when the time comes. The head of the Adventurers Guild will undoubtedly take down the commission at once and proceed to investigate. After all, we accepted this task, and they do trust our reports." Marglasia offered, seated on a white oak chair, her voice soothing. She gazed at the frail silhouette of the sorceress, her expression tinged with a hint of pity. This girl, 3 or 4 years her junior, bore responsibilities beyond her years. Yet, it was precisely this determination that had enabled her to escape from the underground cavern. "Indeed, for the fallen Wakan, I shall ensure that Mayfiend does not have his wishes fulfilled," Cecilia declared with a fervent tone, having already marked the shadowy figure behind the scenes as her target for vengeance. Her words carried an undertone of unyielding emotion, prompting a subtle shift in Marglasia's demeanor. "Cecilia, while seeking vengeance is not wrong, if you allow it to become the driving force for your existence," Marglasia began, rising to approach Cecilia. The sorceress felt the soft sensation of Marglasia pressing closely behind her, and through the thin fabric, she could even sense the rhythm of the captain's heartbeat. Cecilia stiffened slightly. The golden-haired maiden lowered herself, resting her chin on Cecilia's shoulder, gently advising her near her delicate earlobe. "You know, they wouldn't wish to see you become that way in the River of the Dead." As the leader of the Dawn Adventurers, Marglasia was keenly aware that Cecilia was subtly shifting towards living solely for revenge. She did not wish to witness a version of Cecilia consumed by vengeance. Thus, she chose to embrace her warmly, guiding her away from the shadows of retribution. "Captain, you need not worry about me. I will not resort to the Dark Goddess," Cecilia reassured, sensing Marglasia's concern and hastily providing her with a semblance of comfort, fully aware of what weighed on her mind. The previous day, amidst the tempest, they encountered a priestess who claimed to be the goddess of the night, Shar, named Athena, during their respite. Her sudden appearance startled them, and Athena effortlessly discerned the fury and vengeance simmering in their hearts. She suggested that they could harness the power of the Night Lady, Shar, for their revenge. However, the price of invoking the Dark Goddess's strength was one that Marglasia was unwilling to pay. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Thus, she harbored concerns that Celia might tread down that treacherous path. Chapter 66 silenced the atmosphere in the enlightened with Celia's denial, as even the oppressive air seemed to ease. "I merely worry that revenge might cloud your judgment." Marglasia, relieved by Celia's return to her former self, chuckled softly and refrained from further mention of the goddess. After all, it was wise to speak little of that deity, avoiding any unnecessary provocations. Yet, Celia seemed eager to express her thoughts. Turning her head to bury it in the plushness of her surroundings, she gazed up at the golden-haired leader and said, "Rest assured, I still intend to visit my fond sister at the White Tower and check if Weaken and Galiot's families require assistance. I shan't act recklessly. Moreover, I wish to embark on adventures alongside you. Captain, I have already contemplated the new member for our team, and I assure you, you will adore the child upon meeting her. She has always been a delightful presence. Together with Liz, we can traverse the Western continent, and once Weaken's matters conclude, we might even take an airship to the Eastern continent's Achen Forest. It is said that all the elves from the Western continent have gathered there, and I have yet to meet a pure-blooded elf. The New World Esoteria Kingdom also presents a splendid option, as it is rumored to host numerous adventurers." As Celia envisioned Nina's figure and the future they could forge, a smile crept upon her lips as she chattered away to Maglasia. Meanwhile, the pseudo-dragon, Liz, who lay feigning sleep upon the table, shivered slightly at the thought of revealing the truth to Celia. The little girl had someone backing her. No, rather, a dragon. Maglasia, placing her hands on Celia's shoulders, gently urged her to lift her head from her bosom, feeling a ticklish sensation. With an expression devoid of any anomaly, she nodded at the girl who had finally unveiled a smile. She had learned of Nina's existence during their journey, yet they had matters to attend to in Kalandu and planned to fetch Nina once their affairs settled, for their safety remained precarious. As time pressed on, Maglasia declared, "Captain, I shall take my leave. Remember to adhere to our plans. Indeed, be cautious on your way." Maglasia encouraged, her plans having been meticulously devised during their travels. They were merely executing those plans now. Celia peered out the window, noting that while the rain continued to fall, the once desolate streets of the common district had begun to bustle with shops opening their doors. Thus, she halted their conversation, extricating herself from Maglasia's embrace to prepare for her outing. Liz, the pseudo-dragon, perched obediently on Celia's shoulder, her slit pupils darting about in contemplation. Before long, the sorceress maiden clad in a black hood, accompanied by her elusive pseudo-dragon, departed from the White Horse Inn. She navigated around the puddles on the road, making her way towards the Adventurers Guild, distancing herself from the inn structure. The rain continued to pour, yet not a single drop managed to breach her formidable wind barrier, landing upon her resplendent black robe, woven with golden threads. Barely had Celia left when a tall, slender man clad in pitch-black leather armor arrived at the White Horse Inn. Ravage inhaled the air, sensing something amiss, but upon catching sight of the golden hair through the window, his expression brightened. At last, the young master's task can be fulfilled. It was worth braving the night to come to Kalandu, as I have finally caught the scent of their shadows at the city gate. This shadow assassin, who had once slain an injured fifth-tier spellcaster, the Elementalist, licked his lips, savoring the taste of raindrops. Yet, within moments, he grimaced and spat, cursing vehemently. "Damn it! It smells exactly like that bitch, Lilia. This is utterly foul." Ravage recoiled at the briny, fishy odor that assaulted his senses, reminiscent of the dark regions inhabited by the drow, stirring unpleasant memories. Anger surged within him, leading him to draw his short sword and stride purposefully towards the ordinary inn in the common district. In that instant, as he unsheathed his blade, the sound of raindrops falling within 30 feet of him and the sound of his own footsteps were rendered silent, merging into a stillness akin to the dead of night. Upon deciding to engage in combat, Ravage's innate ability, Silence, awakened, allowing him to shroud a 30-foot radius in complete soundlessness, rendering any commotion within that domain inaudible. Thus, this particular lineage of sorcerers was often dubbed mage killers or spellbreakers. As a natural predator of spellcasters, Ravage thrived in this role, though he was somewhat frail. A few careless encounters with drow could leave him in dire need of healing spells to survive. This was precisely why he had fled the Dark Realms, a place unfit for any sane man to linger. Ravage, confident in his skills of stealth, believed that dealing with a couple of adventurers below the 3rd tier would be a mere trifle. After all, if not for that peculiar invisibility spell, he was certain that the two maidens would have already been in his grasp to present to the young master. Thus, he approached it with a nonchalant attitude, treating it as a mere game of cat and mouse. However, the storm had caused him to lose track of them, leaving him drenched and frustrated. What a stroke of bad luck. I hope it doesn't rain when I bring them back. With his short sword in hand, Ravage gazed up at the grim sky. His expression equally darkened. Delayed for days, the young master must be growing impatient. He had no idea whether the mage's legacy had been secured. His feelings about this place were thoroughly dismal. Let this accursed weather go to hell. He pushed through the doors of the White Horse Inn, where a receptionist was welcoming guests at the front desk. Just as she was about to advise the tall, slender man to sheath his weapon to avoid unnecessary trouble, she found herself unable to utter a word, as if the entire world had been plunged into silence, while the rain continued to patter outside, an exceedingly strange occurrence. Before she could articulate her thoughts, a flash of silvery steel swept through, rendering her unconscious in an instant. After dispatching the receptionist without a moment's pause, Ravage ascended the stairs, intent on eliminating all witnesses. It was the instinct of an assassin. Meanwhile, on the second floor, Maglasia remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger. Gazing out at the rain, she silently prayed to the god of war, Tempest, for their forthcoming revenge to unfold smoothly. Perhaps it was a fleeting intuition or a thought that crossed her mind, but she suddenly turned to face the door. The round wooden handle began to turn silently, and Maglasia's curiosity was just beginning to surface. The expression on Maglaxia's face abruptly transformed as she rushed towards the long sword leaning against the bed. Just as she grasped the hilt, the wooden door facing the window creaked open silently. With a shudder, Nina, wrapped in her thin dress and chilled by the rain, stepped into the familiar alchemy shop, Fulon's alchemy shop. "Good morning, Luafiu." Nina greeted the red-haired girl with twin ponytails who opened the door. At that moment, she was lazily rubbing her eyes, still holding an unfinished book. Nina's breath, laced with the morning's damp chill, appeared like a wisp of fog under the dim sky. Luafiu, still half asleep and surprised to see Nina after several days, quickly returned the greeting. "Good day, Nina," she exclaimed, clearly having forgotten the earlier incident in the sewer, eagerly grasping Nina's small hand. "What have you come to sell this time? I bet your trip outside the city was fruitful. Did you encounter fearsome wargs or trolls? Did you see the legendary evil true dragon?" Before Nina could respond, Falon Weloa, who had been in the back room, was roused by Luafiu's excited chatter. "Luafiu, lower your voice. I can hear your incessant chattering from the back," she gently scolded. Luafiu promptly fell silent, recalling the reprimand she received for skipping work the day before. The half-elf spellcaster, having just completed her meditation, gracefully approached Nina, who was soaked from the rain. After casting a warming spell on her, she bent down to inquire. "Welcome to Fulon's alchemy shop, Miss Nina. What fine goods do you wish to sell this time? I assure you, I will offer you a fair price." Her tone was playful, filled with teasing affection for the Dragonkin girl, causing Nina to blush deeply. She quickly waved her hand and softly replied, "No, Lady Weloa, I am not here to sell materials this time. I wish to purchase some spell scrolls and alchemical potions." "Oh, have you exhausted the last batch?" Falon Weloa inquired curiously, eyeing the girl who possessed thousands of gold coins yet had not treated herself to new attire. Nina lowered her gaze in silence, prompting Falon Weloa to realize she had crossed a line and laugh it off. "So, what do you plan to purchase this time? Scrolls of which tier? I may not have the higher ones." Her voice was gentle and patient. Even the most impatient barbarian would find solace in her words. "Well, quite a few, Lady Weloa. May I see them?" Nina asked tentatively, her heart fluttering as she clutched her dimensional bag. Although Mr. Godwin had instructed her on what to purchase, the cost of spell scrolls was not insignificant. Uncertain of her budget, she opted to assess the situation first, given that the scrolls varied in importance. "Nina, I've told you many times, just call me Sister Falon, like Luafiu. Come with me. The scrolls are in the back." Falon Weloa remarked with a hint of exasperation. Nina, while endearing, was overly reserved. She gestured for the Dragonkin girl to follow her into the back, where she kept her collection of spell scrolls. The storage of spell scrolls required careful placement, away from the public eye in the alchemy shop. Observing Nina's demeanor, the wise half-elf shopkeeper sensed that something significant must have transpired, prompting her to seek a substantial number of scrolls and potions. Nevertheless, she would offer a discount, allowing herself to earn less, and would refrain from prying further unless Nina spoke up. Luafiu, seeing the two enter the back room, wished to follow but hesitated, knowing that if she did, no one would be at the front to attend to customers. After considering her previous reprimand from Sister Falon, she resolved to remain at the front, awaiting the next adventurer. When Nina emerged from the scroll storage room, Luafiu had been engrossed in the final chapter of the Lich's adventure house, moved by the poignant tale of loyalty between the Lich and the Knight. She was startled by Nina's footsteps and the voice of Falon Weloa from the back. "Luafiu, please fetch the alchemical potions from the third box on the left side behind the counter. Be careful, there are fire resins inside, and do not break them." Wiping the tears from her eyes, Luafiu jumped down from the high stool, took the alchemical list from Nina, and began searching for the requested materials while asking, "Nina, are you leaving already?" "Yes, Luafiu, thank you for the potions," Nina replied. "It's no trouble. When you have time, you must share your adventure stories with me." I wish to participate in an adventure too. But, Luafu sighed, her spirits dampened. After waking up in the sewer yesterday, the terrifying depths had extinguished her desire for adventure. At times, wishing for something was far different from facing the reality of it. Her father's words rang true. The cowardly were unfit to bear the mantle of protector. When the opportunity arises, I shall share my tales with you. But they are merely ordinary stories, nothing extraordinary, Nina said earnestly, observing Luafu's genuine expression. With full-on Willow's demeanor today presenting no issues, her previously anxious heart settled, and she spoke half-truthfully. Standing nearby, she watched as Luafu selected the alchemical items according to the list. Outside, the rain had intensified, and when Nina secured the potions in a small box and placed it in her dimensional bag, she opened the door to find herself enveloped in torrential downpour. The streets had transformed into rivers, flowing towards the iron grates leading to the sewers. Perhaps we should wait until the rain eases, Nina, Luafu suggested softly, observing the bedraggled pedestrians outside. No, I must leave now. Please tell Lady Willow I said goodbye, Nina replied, concerned that the rain would worsen, making her return home too late. Embracing her silvery-haired companion, she dashed into the rain, heading towards the dark street, splashing through the puddles. Luafu wished to say something more, but could only watch as Nina's figure grew smaller in the distance, rendered speechless for a moment. When Zelia arrived at the Adventurers Guild, she found the entrance crowded with adventurers awaiting assignments, far more than during her last visit. Choosing a relatively secluded corner, she observed these suddenly appeared adventurers with a puzzled expression. The number had surged by over 50% compared to her previous visits. What accounts for this sudden influx? She wondered, perplexed. However, she soon discovered the reason. The Duluan family had found the little boy, Faland, in the sewers, the work of the rat folk. Thus, while they were away, the Duluan family had taken action. In the Adventurers Guild, a lucrative commission for exterminating the rat folk in the sewers was announced. With yesterday being the last day to claim rewards, it is no wonder that the guild is bustling with adventurers today. For some, clearing the sewers is merely a brief respite. The true adventure lies in the wilderness, high mountains, dense forests, shadowy valleys, ancient ruins, and all the desolate places of the AIO continent. These tasks are merely a prelude to the main event. Celia couldn't help but marvel at the luck of the individuals hidden within the sewers. If she had 2,000 gold coins, it would be enough to purchase a small territory in a distant kingdom for herself, Nina, and the captain. As the rain intensified, more adventurers sought refuge under the eaves. Yet few dared to approach Celia. Clad in a black robe, her youthful visage betrayed by the pale skin that peeked through, she emanated an aura of danger, accompanied by an inexplicable whirlwind. Many preferred to huddle with ordinary adventurers rather than venture near Celia. Finally, as the rain reached a certain intensity, the doors of the Adventurers Guild creaked open. A deafening thunderclap followed, and the rain poured down even harder, a foul stench permeating the streets. A light pink rain fell incessantly, cascading into the sewers. In Chapter 68, Slaying the Dragon, in Kalandu's Black Street, the rain not only grew heavier but turned crimson. Nina, caught in the relentless downpour, found herself in a most disheveled state. Despite her swift return, she was drenched and her disguise had been largely washed away, revealing the fair skin she had acquired from years of hiding in the sewers. Her complexion, once pallid, now glowed with a rosy hue thanks to the nourishing meals she had enjoyed since leaving the orphanage. Fortunately, the streets were not too crowded, and her disguise, though compromised, held long enough for most to overlook her as she hurried through the rain. Amidst the strange, blood-scented rain, the residents of Kalandu were preoccupied, their gazes drawn to the dense buildings outside, the distant clock tower, and the oppressive gray clouds above. Suddenly, a flash of lightning illuminated the dark sky, revealing a colossal shadow amidst the low-hanging clouds, evoking a sense of awe among those who beheld it. If not an illusion, and if the proportions were accurate, it appeared to be a dragon, over 100 feet in length, struggling within the clouds. Yet, none of this concerned Nina as she navigated the muddy puddles and finally returned to the dimly lit sewer. In the realm of dark vision, Nina moved with ease, traversing the shadowy corridors and emerging from the cramped pipes. After nearly 10 minutes of traversing the labyrinthine sewers, she arrived at the bonfire hall. There, Gurdon, a hatchling dragon just a week old, sat with his wings folded, gazing intently at the foul river below, his dark golden eyes furrowed in thought. "I have returned, Mr. Gurdon," Nina greeted, and the dragon noticed her, soaked and bedraggled. "Ah, you have returned. Come here." Gurdon beckoned with his left wing, which was beginning to resemble that of a true dragon. Nina hurried over, and as she reached him, she pulled a warm dimensional bag from her clothing, intending to present it to the young dragon. However, she was suddenly enveloped by a heavy, secure cloak girded in S wing. The warmth radiating from it banished the chill of the rain, and she heard his familiar deep voice, causing her to stiffen. Nina, do not let yourself get drenched like this again. We have the means to purchase an umbrella. Gurdon's words bore a hint of reproach, wishing to instill in her the awareness of her misstep. Yet, Nina understood that Gurdon cared not for money but for her well-being. A strange emotion lingered in her heart, but it quickly faded as she recalled her purpose. She hesitated before speaking, a tinge of regret in her voice. But, Mr. Gurdon, we truly have no money left. The spell scrolls and alchemical potions had depleted their last fortune, leaving them with fewer than 10 copper coins, even after Lady Wylow had graciously offered a discount. Very well. Do we have everything we need? Yes, Mr. Gurdon. Changing the subject, Gurdon prompted her, and Nina obediently answered, retrieving the items from her dimensional bag in order. Soon, a pile of parchment inscribed with spell runes and a collection of alchemical potions lay before them. Gurdon surveyed the assortment with satisfaction, feeling an inexplicable joy at the wealth of resources, confident that even if they could not defeat the sea dragon beast, escape would be assured. He casually picked up a scroll tube while Nina quietly explained its use. The spell scroll, housed within the tube, could be activated by twisting and breaking it, allowing the spell to be unleashed at will. Alternatively, one could simply crush the tube, something Gurdon could easily accomplish. The former method was the one Lady Wylow had instructed Nina to use, simple enough for even a child to cast Fireball. However, the lowest tier, Fireball scrolls began at 400 gold coins, not much cheaper than hiring a third-tier mage. Naturally, Gurdon had no intention of wasting money on such frivolous scrolls. He opted for more practical spell scrolls, primarily focused on control and the crafting of runes, which posed less danger than Fireball. The price for a third-tier spell scroll typically hovered around 200 gold coins. It purchased 2 third-circle spell scrolls, namely, Haste and Suggestion. The third-circle spell, Haste, the caster can induce a target within 30 feet into a state of slowness, having the target's attack speed, movement speed, and reaction speed for a duration of 10 seconds, during which the target will also suffer amplified damage from external sources. The third-circle spell, Suggestion, the caster can put a target within a 30-foot range into a hallucinatory state, compelling it to follow a command, provided that the command does not threaten its life. Additionally, there is 1 second-circle spell scroll and 3 first-circle spell scrolls, along with the 2 third-circle spell scrolls, bringing the total value of these scrolls to over 600 gold coins. The alchemical potions are trivial in comparison. These scrolls constitute the real treasure, representing 95% of the value. After examining the spell scrolls and confirming their authenticity, Gwydion could not help but smile, the gloomy feelings brought by the peculiar odor dissipating somewhat. However, Gwydion still inquired if Nina knew anything about the crimson rainwater flowing from the sewers. But Nina was too preoccupied with returning to the sewers to pay attention to anything else. The area known as Hagia is exceedingly perilous. On the very night the adventurers withdrew from Hagia, the previously active gang members re-emerged, idling under the eaves, conspiring to commit nefarious acts. Vigilant of her surroundings, Nina had no leisure to gaze at the sky. What is it, Mr. Gwydion? Although the rainwater is oddly colored and has a strange odor, there have been far stranger occurrences in Karandu. Once it rained fish. The largest was this big. After that day, I rummaged through the trash for a week, only to find fish bones and inedible rotten fish. Nina, under Gwydion's dragon-winged cloak, wrinkled her nose with a smile, gesturing with her hands to illustrate the bizarre experience. The nearby campfire cast long shadows of the dragon and its companion. Seeing that Nina truly did not know, Gwydion refrained from further questioning and instead gazed into the river. Lost in thought, he instinctively recognized the scent. It was the unmistakable aroma of a water dragon, be it a bronze dragon, a sea dragon, or perhaps a coastal dragon. Yet, it was not the scent of dragon blood, but rather the essence of dragon scales, imbued with the fragrance of ocean waves. Just as Gwydion pondered the appearance of a water dragon in the outside world and the resultant torrential blood rain, a human roar suddenly echoed above the sewers, resonating even louder than the thunder. This was followed by a chilling, hoarse dragon's roar that pierced the heavens. In the next moment, an object plummeted from the clouds, hurtling through the storm towards the city of freedom below. As the object drew closer to the ground, the nearby residents discerned its true nature. It was the massive head of a true dragon, covered in azure scales, descending like a comet, trailing a long stream of crimson rainfire as it crashed into the square of the dock area. The fin-like crest atop the dragon's head signified its identity, a sea dragon. Chapter 69. The war has only just begun when Zelia exited the Adventurers Guild. She noticed that the crimson rain had inexplicably ceased. All that remained were bloodstains on the ground and the lingering scent of the sea in the air, testifying to the prior anomaly. She had barely taken a few steps when she saw a throng of Karanda citizens gathered, pointing at the faintly glowing sky. Following their gaze, she too looked up and spotted two floating ships hovering above the clock tower, not far away. The colossal object being suspended beneath the ships was unmistakable. Bathed in beams of light piercing through the clouds, the azure scales of the dragon's corpse gleamed brilliantly in the sunlight, resembling the most resplendent aquamarine gemstone. This was a headless giant dragon, its wounds frozen in ice, not a drop of blood spilling forth. It hung prominently in the air as the floating ship leisurely traversed above the city of Karandu, heading southward. As the dragon's corpse drew nearer, Zelia observed the wound and began to understand how the giant creature had met its demise. The neck wound appeared as if it had been sliced cleanly, suggesting it had been severed by a heavy weapon. The technique resembled a warrior's cleave, a skill also possessed by Maglacia. However, the execution was undoubtedly several tiers above her own, as the dragon's neck, over 3 meters thick, likely required nothing less than a master's cleave, or legendary cleave. It may have even been enhanced by several buff spells, such as Dragon Strength, Bull's Might, or Rage. Yet, to cleave a true dragon of ancient lineage in half would necessitate a powerful weapon, likely a high-tier, 5 magical weapon. Such rare, 5 magical weapons typically begin at several 100,000 gold coins at auctions, existing in a realm of scarcity. Of course, it is also possible that a spellcaster capable of casting 6 circle spells like Master Sharpness or 9 circle spells like Legendary Sharpness had temporarily transformed an ordinary weapon into a high-tier, magical weapon. Without magical weaponry, the notion of slaying a dragon is but a fanciful dream. After all, even if a true dragon stood still, allowing one to strike it with an ordinary weapon for an entire day and night, no matter how many weapons were rendered unusable, one would still be unable to breach its defensive scales or inflict even the slightest wound. An adult true dragon is immune to all spells below the 3rd circle, and its scales reflect all damage from weapons below the tier of magical weapons. Damage inflicted by ordinary weapons cannot harm a true dragon in the slightest. Whether by arrows or sword strikes, all would be deflected by the scales, which are as hard as granite, often rebounding back. This explains why certain kingdoms, when faced with a true dragon, often issue commissions to adventurers to eliminate the menace rather than deploying their armies. The sheer volume of troops proves insufficient against a true dragon, and the cost-effectiveness of such an approach is also a factor. Unless they possess military-grade weaponry capable of inflicting damage on a true dragon, it is often more convenient and economical for adventurers to undertake the task. This particular true dragon, given its size, likely boasted an age of over 1,000 years, having reached the stage of an ancient dragon. Its scales had long since transformed into the world's most formidable armor, and Zelia believed it not unreasonable to conclude that it had perished beneath the might of a high-tier, magical weapon. However, the words of the passers-by caught her attention. The airship bears the crest of the Lemurifine family. Is this the work of the Sword of Karandu? Some sharp-eyed individuals had overlooked the dragon and instead focused on the family emblem on the airship, which, while not large, was also not insignificant. From Zelia's perspective, it was difficult to discern. She was well aware of the reputation of the Sword of Karandu, having learned of it upon entering the city. After all, it is one of the most powerful official factions outside the influence of the Karanda Temple. The Sword of Karandu, Wade Lemurifine, who has risen to this position as an adventurer. Currently, he holds the title of Captain of the Karanda City Guard, answering solely to the City Lord. He is also a formidable warrior of the 6th tier, with a 4th tier job as an Emu Guardian. He has repeatedly led the Kalanadu City Guard in purging pirates and clearing the surrounding monsters of Kalanadu, always charging ahead with unwavering courage, earning him the reverence of the residents as a god of war. Furthermore, he boasts an exceptionally talented son, Shiosi Lamu Rue Fawn, who has not only reached the status of a 3rd-tier warrior, but is also strikingly handsome, a stark contrast to his boorish father. His eloquence is both witty and courteous, making him a dreamboat for many noble ladies of Kalanadu. Alas, he is already betrothed to the only heir of the Mu Empire, Princess Highway Law. If all goes as planned, by this time next year, he will wed Princess Highway Law, becoming the future prince of the empire. It cannot be said that he is not a winner in life, and tales of father and son are widely circulated among the adventurers of Kalanadu, which is why such inquiries arise. However, a rebuttal soon followed. It is impossible. The Lamu Rue Fawn family consists only of Commander Wei Day and his son, who barely reached the 6th tier, just below the extraordinary level. This dragon is clearly not an adult, and moreover, it is not a white dragon. Its size suggests it is at least an ancient dragon of heroic caliber. Even though Commander Wei Day holds a high reputation in Colorado, he cannot defeat such a terrifying creature. This airship is likely borrowed. Yet, the individual was not satisfied and wished to argue further. The debate continued. But Shi Liya had lost patience with their incessant chatter. After experiencing the shock of the true dragon's corpse, her emotions gradually settled. Now, she longed to return to the Bai Ma and to share some good news and bad news with her leader, Ma Galishia. The good news was that the Adventurers Guild had agreed to rescind the commission and conduct an investigation. Unfortunately, another adventurer team had accepted the task before them and had departed Colorado a day prior to head to the location of the Dragon Lion. If the storm continued on its course, they would have surely reached the Dragon Lion's lair by now. In this regard, even the guild could do nothing. It would be unreasonable to dispatch a spellcaster capable of high teleportation for such a trivial matter. Moreover, the truth remained uncertain, necessitating an on-site investigation to ascertain whether someone had falsely claimed the commission to deceive adventurers. As the streets rapidly flashed by on either side of Shi Liya's silvery hair, her agile form sped down the spacious thoroughfare. Before long, she arrived at the agreed-upon spot, precisely 1 mile from the Bai Ma Inn. Cloaked in a black hood, Shi Liya paused at the street corner, gazing at the distinct orange roof of the inn in the distance. Hidden within a narrow alley, she silently recited an incantation, her hand gestures subtly shifting. Wes. A mysterious and eerie incantation escaped Shi Liya's lips. The magical energy coursing through her veins transformed a gentle breeze surrounding her into a nimble fish that darted towards the Bai Ma Inn. This was the second-tier spell, Wind Whisper, capable of communicating with the target through the wind over a distance of 1,600 meters. The spell could relay messages back and forth up to 3 times before dissipating into the most ordinary breeze. Before long, the Wind Whisper fell silent, yielding no response. Shi Liya's expression shifted slightly. Sensing that something was amiss, she contemplated using the invisibility sphere to enter the Bai Ma Inn for a closer look. Suddenly, from the wall of the alley, a tall, slender man clad in leather armor twirled a strand of wind around his fingertips. He gazed down at the girl below, a silent smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Found you, young sorceress." In the sewers, the bonfire hall, preparations for battle were underway. Gaduin squatted atop a high platform, below which stood a well-ordered phalanx of 89 goblins, with the leader of the Blackfire clan, Galu Shur, at the forefront. Meanwhile, Nina busied herself beneath his claws, diligently applying a so-called lucky potion to his left paw. Gaduin allowed her to continue. After all, he did not believe in such things, placing his faith instead in the dimensional pouch at his chest and the power of his clan below. A total of 73 goblins were dispatched for this operation, all possessing combat capabilities. Among them were female goblins and 16 elite goblins, each wielding bone clubs. Some elite goblins donned extravagant armor and armaments. Galu Shur was no exception, with dual axes strapped to his waist and half armor covering his robust form. If not for his slightly diminutive stature, one might mistake him for a goblin warrior. The Blackfire clan was fully committed this time, and Gaduin was prepared to exhaust his entire resources to seize the lair of the sea dragon beast. Since the peculiar sensation brought on by today's rain had stripped away his scant sense of security, he found even his favorite charcoal-grilled sharp-nosed frogs unappetizing at lunch. Instead, Nina had consumed several, and now, as she knelt to apply the lucky potion to his claws, remnants of grease still lingered at the corners of her mouth. Yet, his anxiety persisted. Although this was not his first encounter, this mission was far more significant than the previous 3. He intended to employ all his skills and tactics, leaving nothing to chance. Otherwise, if he failed to subdue the sea dragon beast and it escaped back to its lair, Gaduin would find himself in a dire situation. Spending money is not frightening. What is truly daunting is spending it only to achieve less than one might have obtained for free. That is the most disheartening of all. In the moments leading up to battle, Gaduin refrained from unnecessary chatter, issuing simple commands. Target, the dog-headed man's lair. 2 teams of goblin scouts will scout the front and rear. Any developments must be reported back immediately. The others are to proceed as previously arranged. Understood, Master. As 4 goblin scouts dispersed, a contingent of more than 70 goblins emerged from a narrow crevice. Their crimson eyes glowed ominously in the darkness, instilling fear. The rain had ceased, but the war was only just beginning. Chapter 70, The Dragonborn Savior. Shurgai Ohonglin had not eaten for 2 days. Upon awakening in his spacious, dry cave, he stared vacantly at the empty cavern, an inexplicable emotion swelling within him, accompanied by the grumbling of his empty stomach. This cave, once cherished by his wife, Fei La, and son, Long Jiao, before encountering the sea dragon Bisita, was now a hollow shell. They had all loved it, for it was large enough to be among the 2 largest caves in the dog-headed man's tribe, second only to the chief. There was even a smaller cave for storing treasures, albeit filled only with insignificant trinkets like glass shards and shiny little stones. Yet, the Shirgaio family had always taken delight in it. The cave's vastness was largely due to Shirgaio Hong Lin's exceptional mining skills. Having achieved the expert level, such skills were closely linked to one's standing within the dog-headed man tribe. After all, the more talented individuals there were, the greater the likelihood of gaining the endorsement of a true dragon. The pickaxe wielded by Shigu strikes with precision at the most vulnerable points of the rock, creating remarkably stable passages that fit seamlessly. It possesses the uncanny ability to discern the abundance or scarcity of ore in various directions of the soil, a skill etched in memory despite never having been utilized. The clan leader once remarked that Shigu might be the most exceptional miner in the history of the Honglin clan, destined to serve the great god of the kobolds, Kuur Tomak, in the afterlife. Alas, the sewers of Kalanda do not harbor any mines for them to showcase their talents. Consequently, these kobolds often find themselves languishing in their lairs, honing their tunneling craft. The traps at the entrance were primarily constructed by Shigu and his wife, Phyla, during moments of boredom. However, since Phyla was taken into the sea by the self-proclaimed greatest lord of the Honglin clan, Hailong Bizite, Shigu has not ventured outside for quite some time, relying solely on the food rations apportioned by his son, Longjiao. Hailong Bizite has little fondness for kobolds who delve into mining. He prefers warriors instead. Thus, Shigu's status within the Honglin clan has plummeted due to his lack of combat prowess. Had it not been for the formidable strength of his son, who achieved the rank of First-Order Elite Kobold at a young age, Shigu might have long since been left behind by the clan. However, just days ago, his son perished at the hands of a group of adventurers, cleaved in twain by a heavy sword. Initially, he contemplated beseeching Lord Bizite for a dignified kobold funeral for his son, to be interred within a mine. This was the first sincere plea he had made to the ruler of the Honglin clan since Phyla's departure. Yet, the sea dragon Bizite, having transformed the clan's funeral rites into sea burials, did not respond to the hunched, diminutive kobold. Shigu, in a fit of rage, cast all the accumulated bodies into the sea, intending to feast upon them once they had bloated. In non-combat situations, he found this method more palatable and flavorful. As for Shigu, he had little desire to concern himself with an inconspicuous kobold. If it weren't for Bizite's good fortune in acquiring a substantial amount of coins or the fact that his retinue had diminished considerably, he would have already been cast into the sea for preservation. Thus, Shigu was neglected, returning to his cave to lie idle for 3 days, enduring hunger for just as long. He yearned to engage in a quarrel with the one-eyed Pongbei, who had once been his favorite sparring partner, debating who was the foremost miner of the Honglin clan. It had been far too long since he had indulged in such disputes. However, he was abruptly reminded that Pongbei had perished a few days prior, even earlier than his own son. The one-eyed kobold, who had once scolded him for lacking a dragon's visage, had met his end, a blade cleaving from above, leaving only a sliver of skin connecting his head to his jaw. Were it not for the prominent round white patch on the corpse's chest, Shigu would scarcely have believed it. His memories continued to unfold, and he lost track of time until he heard voices from outside the cave, seemingly calling, "Ula? Ula?" Were those the voices of goblins? Did those goblins dare to approach the Honglin clan? He realized he was aging. In his youth, when they ventured out, the goblins would band together to resist. Although Shigu was of middle age for a kobold, his appearance mirrored that of a human crone, his vitality having waned. Curled up in the arid cave, awaiting death. Soon after, the cave echoed with the scornful reprimands of a newly appointed kobold leader, commanding the capture of those green-skinned wretches who dared to mock them, to be sacrificed to Lord Hailong Bizite. Before long, the first batch of Honglin clan members departed. But after an hour or two, he could not recall, none returned, having vanished at the entrance. Then again, the cries of "Ula Ula" resounded at the kobold cave's mouth. The goblins had returned, though they appeared somewhat feeble and lethargic. Even in such a state, they dared to provoke. The kobold leader understood that if he did not act swiftly to eliminate these goblins, his authority would be undermined. Determined to teach these green-skinned wretches a lesson, he resolved to take matters into his own hands. Thus, he began gathering allies, but most kobolds, sensing danger, declined to join him, leaving only a small number willing to follow. Just as he contemplated a fierce reprimand to compel them, a dispassionate voice echoed from a distant cave. "I shall go and drive away these goblins." "Shigu? You? Is that feasible?" The kobold leader recognized the speaker as Longjiao's father, reputed to be the finest miner of the Honglin clan, but he dismissed him with scorn. "What use is a miner? Strength is eternal. Only through strength can a kobold truly please Lord Bezite. While I was wielding my pickaxe, you were still nursing in your uncle's cave. You little brat. Shigu, feeling an unexpected surge of defiance as the leader began to doubt him, confronted the newly appointed leader, Dipixie, who turned red and white with indignation. Yet found himself unable to retort, for the truth of Shigu's words was undeniable. Very well, then you shall lead the front of the line. As the leader, Dipixie had the authority to assign positions, intending to use this audacious relic of the past as cannon fodder. The second squad then surged forth toward the goblins, who were jeering with cries of "Ula Ula." The kobolds were equipped mostly with shields made from their own scales and spears forged from melted metal, making them a formidable match against the diminutive green-skinned foes. Dipixie could hardly fathom how the first batch had failed, yet, in no time, they pursued the seemingly feeble goblins, who ran faster than any. Upon emerging from the entrance, Dipixie was met with the sight of hundreds of small, crimson eyes fixed upon their meager band of fewer than 10 kobolds. Dipixie's first instinct was to recognize that this was beyond their capacity to handle. Only Lord Bezite could resolve such a predicament. He intended to flee back and report to Lord Bezite that these green-skinned wretches had unified. Oh, great God of the kobolds! However, just then, a shadow leaped down from above the entrance, sealing it tightly and cutting off their escape route. As Dipixie prepared to command an attack against this audacious intruder, he beheld a pair of dark golden slitted eyes, fearsome dragon horns, and magnificent black wings. The god of kobolds, Lord Bezite. Can anyone tell me this is not real? The gods above, it was indeed a true dragon. How could a true dragon be found in the sewers? Though merely a wormling, a dragon is still a dragon. Dipixie was astounded by the sight of the black dragon. And then he heard a voice of unparalleled authority, compelling him to kneel, resonating with draconic might. From the mouth of the black dragon, which now bore the semblance of a colossal Wyrm, came the command, "Kneel, you feeble creatures, before the great ruler of the Blackfire clan, the magnificent lord of the molten dragon, and offer your loyalty." However, the great Jinlong, we, the dog-headed people, do not serve two masters, as you are well aware. Should you desire a true contest of dragons, I can summon the esteemed sovereign of our Honglin clan, Lord Hailong Best. Dipixie had never heard of the Heihua clan, nor did it comprehend what a Ronglong was, yet it had no intention of seeking another master. Although the being before it was indeed a true dragon, as a fledgling dragon, it remained far too feeble to compare with Lord Hailong Best. Thus, Dipixie gazed upon the dark-hued fledgling dragon with a tone of haughty humility. It was simply too small. In comparison to the magnificent Lord Best, it was no larger than a single feather. Is this the one who wishes for me to change my allegiance? Are you a first-tier elite dog-headed person? The fledgling dragon looked at it with curiosity. Dipixie proudly lifted its neck and nodded vigorously. Indeed, I am the appointed leader of the dog-headed people, Dipixie. Just as it was about to finish stating its name in the language of dragons, it witnessed the fledgling dragon open its mouth and smile. Then, it swiftly lunged forward. Dipixie barely had time to raise its shield for defense, yet the force of the blow still pinned it to the ground beneath the sharp claws of its master, rendering it immobile. Very well, this time, it shall not be in vain. It wished to struggle and utter something, but heard the fledgling dragon utter words that left it perplexed. This confusion lingered until its consciousness faded away. The claws of the black-scaled fledgling dragon had pierced its heart. Gaduin stepped upon the fallen elite dog-headed person, disassembling the acquired white light orb, shield mastery, and adding it to robustness. Robustness, 1220, 1320, life, 4242, 4343. It sensed the strengthening of its physique, and then surveyed the remaining dog-headed people, who appeared somewhat flustered yet resolute, shaking its head in resignation. It was clear that the disparity between itself and that sea dragon was too vast. Even if these dog-headed people recognized it as a true dragon, they could not bow before one so diminutive. The difference in stature was too pronounced. No matter how foolish these dog-headed individuals might be, they would never pledge allegiance to a master so weak. Even when it had resorted to threats of death, those dog-headed people still refused to acknowledge it as their master. Just as Gaduin contemplated abandoning its plan to subjugate the dog-headed people, an urgent voice pierced through. Mighty true dragon, I, Shigeu Honglin, am willing to submit to you, to curl beneath your wings, and fulfill your will with my life. Please accept me as your servant, loyal yet lacking in other qualities. A hunched figure unexpectedly emerged from the dog-headed people's enclave, directly kneeling upon the ground, hands pressed against Gaduin's feet. With the most reverent gesture of the dog-headed people, it touched its forehead to Gaduin's claws, allowing its scalp to be pierced. I accept your loyalty. Gaduin welcomed this without disdain, for although it was frail and decrepit, the The willingness to submit made its plans much easier to execute. It possessed a title bar and was not concerned about feigned submission. The mere activity within the title bar would signify genuine allegiance. Thus, as soon as Gudwin consented, it opened its own panel. Indeed, the dog-headed person before it was wholeheartedly devoted. Beside the title, Heihua Master, a distorted script formed from, began to solidify. Yet, it was not the title Gudwin had anticipated, such as dog-headed slave master, tyrant, ruler, or nemesis, but rather savior of the Dragonborn. Gudwin clicked on the information of the title. Chapter 71. The plan commences, 22, in the sewers, at the entrance to the dog-headed people's lair. Gudwin stood amidst numerous goblins and the captured dog-headed individuals, staring blankly at the newly acquired title on the panel. Title, Savior of the Dragonborn, with the bloodline of a Magma Dragon and a true dragon. Your mere presence has instantly rescued and claimed a Dragonborn in despair. Although it is merely the smallest of dragon-like beings, a dog-headed person, there is no doubt that you have become a towering, godlike figure in its eyes. You have shown it the dawn in the night, and it now holds an extreme reverence for you, a true dragon of pure lineage, thereby establishing you as a savior in the hearts of dog-headed people. Effects. 1. Dragon Breath Enhancement 2. Its loyalty is at 100. It will never wane until it encounters a more powerful true dragon. 3. Unlocked. Beneath the title effects, there were also faint blue words, similar to those of Heihua Master, Savior of the Dragonborn. 1:10. The meaning was self-evident. The next unlock would require the submission of 9 more despairing souls. Gudwin contemplated this title and glanced again at the still kneeling Shigeu. It observed the frail and haggard dog-headed person and could not help but ponder how unfortunate this creature must be to place all its hope upon it. At present, it merely resembled a fledgling dragon in its growth stage, only 2 or 3 times larger than at birth, a mere fraction compared to the aged sea dragon. Nevertheless, Gudwin refrained from further inquiries and directly adorned itself with the completed title from the title bar. Once the title was donned, there appeared to be no external change in Gudwin's physique. However, the elemental energy within its blood, along with the core dragon organ, the basal blood vessels, began to undergo a vigorous transformation. In less than 10 seconds, they had grown significantly. The volatile elemental energy increased its proportion in the blood, while the strengthening of the basal blood vessels made Gudwin feel that its ability to transform elemental energy had further improved, enhancing both speed and quality. However, it could not yet test its newfound abilities with a roar, so it suppressed its eagerness to experiment, knowing that an opportunity would soon present itself. As a true dragon and a hunter, Gudwin possessed the patience for this. It then began to outline Plan B to the hunched dog-headed person, Shigeu. This plan detailed how to extend its strategy if it successfully subjugated the dog-headed people, ultimately leading to the complete eradication of the sea dragon lurking in the depths of the cave. Gudwin devised a total of 4 plans, ranging from simple to complex. Plan A was the simplest. Upon seeing it, the dog-headed people would completely kneel before it, rendering the sea dragon helpless in the waters. Plan B would be initiated if even a single dog-headed person was willing to submit, facilitating the luring out of those still within the lair, allowing for a comprehensive capture without alarming the sea dragon. As for Plans C and D, they entailed the risk of provoking the sea dragon while eliminating the dog-headed people one by one. This was precisely why Gudwin had brought along so many goblin followers. It could not manage so many dog-headed individuals alone. A single misstep could result in total failure. Gudwin had even devised extreme retreat plans, identifying which goblins would be sacrificed for the sake of a strategic withdrawal. However, having invested resources, Gudwin did not believe such a situation would arise. Yet, ordinarily, by that time, success would hinge entirely upon luck. If the aged sea dragon witnessed the true dragon hiding away, cowering in the waters, Gudwin would find itself utterly powerless. This escape route would have to wait until it could confront the sea dragon in combat once more. Regarding communication, it has never crossed its mind. This cunning and ferocious dragon beast may attempt to converse with equally malevolent creatures of comparable strength. However, it is also prone to treachery, in its eyes. The law of the jungle prevails, where the strong prey upon the weak, devoid of any notions of fairness or adherence to the spirit of contracts. After all, even Tiamat, the mother of evil dragons, is not renowned for her fidelity. The dialogue between the true dragon and the dog-headed creature lasted a full 10 minutes. During this exchange, Gudwin comprehended the plight of his first new vassal, the dog-headed Sigio, and understood why it had succumbed to despair, viewing him as its savior. It was indeed a wretched soul. First, its wife was devoured by a sea dragon, and then its son perished in a battle against adventurers, leaving no remains to mourn. Becoming mere sustenance for others, No wonder it yearned for a true dragon to rescue it. In its mind, it had envisioned countless times that if a true dragon were to rule over them, the outcome might have been entirely different. After all, despite its refusal to acknowledge any blood relation to these reptilian creatures, a true dragon would never deign to consume them. Only those mindless dragon beasts would feast upon the flesh of dog-headed beings, just as humans would not consume the flesh of their own kind unless faced with dire circumstances. Most of the true dragon's hunting endeavors are not driven by physical necessity, but rather to satiate its culinary desires. After the conversation concluded, this dog-headed creature lowered its gaze, appearing submissive and attentive to the true dragon's directives. Soon, the indifferent voice of the black true dragon echoed from above. "Did you hear everything I said, Sigio?" The fire of vengeance already ignited within Sigio prompted a heavy nod, with blood from the wound on its forehead splattering onto the gray-white stone slab. "I heard you clearly, Master." Sigio's voice was no longer frail and withered. Instead, it resonated with determination and vigor. The tone was loud and spirited, causing Gudwin to glance sideways. As this dog-headed creature had previously appeared on the brink of death, frail and aged. Only Sigio understood the truth. During their dialogue, it had accurately conveyed the strength of the sea dragon best, neither exaggerating nor belittling it, revealing to Gudwin that he was already well informed about the sea dragon best. Furthermore, the intelligence he possessed was not inferior to that of Sigio, who typically dwelled in its lair, clearly indicating prior preparation. This revelation filled Sigio with a mix of surprise and elation, invigorating its spirit. Coupled with Gudwin's preliminary plans shared openly, Sigio brimmed with confidence for the war of expansion that lay ahead. Humans tend to be blind, and dog-headed creatures are no exception. At that moment, Sigio had elevated Gudwin in its mind to a divine savior sent to rescue it. After all, the dog-headed tribe has a tradition of being saved by true dragons. Does it not? Otherwise, one could hardly explain how a mere hatchling dragon, seemingly less than 3 years old, could embark on such territorial expansion. Typically, hatchling dragons are expected to focus on growth, enduring the 2 weakest stages of their true dragon phase before taking action. A hatchling like Gudwin is exceedingly rare. Of course, Sigio remained oblivious to the significance of the ocean passage for Gudwin. Upon receiving a nod from Gudwin, Sigio began to execute the plan that had been laid out. It first returned to the entrance, where the sounds of eager dog-headed creatures barking could be heard, seemingly restless. Sigio also caught faint whispers of hesitation among its kin about whether to disturb the rest of the sea dragon best. Without further deliberation, Sigio strode confidently from the cramped dog-headed passage. As descendants of dragons, dog-headed creatures naturally possessed dark vision, enabling them to clearly see Sigio emerging from the entrance. This once revered dog-headed creature of the Red Scale clan stepped out with a troubled expression, walking with a slight hunch, resembling its previous demeanor. Some dog-headed beings could no longer contain their curiosity and inquired about the outside situation. Sigio offered a sorrowful smile. "They have driven away the goblins. I am no longer needed. They are currently feasting on the remnants left by the goblins and have asked me to inform you to join them." With that, Sigio fell silent, head bowed, and returned to its lair, dejected. All the dog-headed creatures had witnessed the earlier conflict between Sigio and their leader. It was not beyond possibility for Deep Highside to orchestrate such actions, and given Sigio's typically honest nature, the dog-headed beings scarcely entertained the notion of deceit. Thus, upon hearing of food outside, they rushed forth, eager not to be outpaced. The cacophony of barking and hurried footsteps filled the air as all the dog-headed creatures poured out of their lair, quickly vanishing through the entrance. As the last dog-headed creature slipped outside, a black true dragon emerged from its hidden state, blocking the sole path into the lair. In the absence of the campfire's glow, the dark golden vertical pupils in the shadows shone brilliantly. Gudwin nodded slightly to Sigio, who was gazing from a distance, then gracefully stepped into the narrow passage. A chaotic clamor soon erupted, but it was swiftly quelled.